In the underworld at the Naiha Bridge, Jinfangzi obediently lined up to receive the Mangpa soup. The line was endless, stretching beyond sight. She had died suddenly, passing away right at her desk while working overtime. I suppose the company will give the compensation to my parents. Jinfangzi was actually still a bit dazed. How did she just die like that? And why was she lining up here? Why did she have no memory of how she arrived? The soul of Jinfangzi touched her own face. Oh, so she could actually feel her face in soul form. Looking back on her life, she was incredibly naughty before elementary school. Stealing things, walking birds, catching fish, she a girl played even crazier than the boys and could never sit still. But once she reached middle school, it was as if someone had blown out the fire beneath her. She quieted down completely and became a good, obedient girl. This obedience lasted her whole life. She obediently got into college, graduated, found a job following the standard path, and worked diligently until her sudden death. Jinfangzi sighed. It seemed her life had passed without a single ripple. In elementary school, she had made a lifetime's worth of mistakes. Although she was beaten quite a lot, Jinfangzi now felt it was all worth it. She had no complaints, as not a single beating was in vain. Thinking of her parents and younger siblings, the soul let out a long sigh. In truth, she had been quite happy in this life. However, Jinfangzi still wondered if she hadn't settled down to be a good child in middle school, would her life have been different? She was so different now from when she was little, completely lacking that wild, unrestrained vitality. Yet, even if she could go back to the past, she could never revert to that personality. Now only in some of her minor stubborn traits could one see a shadow of the former neighborhood kid leader, for instance, absolutely refusing to go on blind dates or get married, remaining single until death. Sigh. Sighs were contagious, and a series of sighs echoed around. This life was passable except for never having been in a relationship, having no house, no car, and no savings. The more she thought about it, the paler Jinfangzi's face became. Her face was already pale, but remembering her 35 years of age working overtime every day, without making much money, her body began to radiate the intense resentment of a corporate wage slave. Sensing Jinfangzi's resentment, the surrounding souls distanced themselves from her, terrified that she might snap and tear them all apart. Girl, look on the bright side. Once you drink a bowl of mangpa soup, all your troubles will vanish. I can't look on the bright side. At my age, with no house, no car, no savings, and dying from working overtime, you try it. Hey! How can you be so vicious? Hey! Her resentment grew even heavier. After an unknown amount of time in line, it was finally almost Jinfangzi's turn. Suddenly, the smiling faces of her parents, siblings, relatives, friends, besties, classmates, and roommates from her memory floated before her, crying, laughing, wild, angry, and furious. Jinfangzi's floating feet stopped as she refused to drift forward any further. Just as Jinfangzi was about to break away from the line and run, a commotion broke out ahead. A soul tried to go to reincarnation without drinking the mangpa soup, but was caught by Mangpa. Jinfangzi wasn't far away and could see what was happening. A tall man, upon receiving the mangpa soup, splashed it toward Mangpo's face and tried to dash forward. The soup didn't touch Mangpa at all, blocked by an invisible barrier. Mangpa simply waved one hand, and the man, halfway through his dash, involuntarily floated backward toward her. Right at that moment, over a dozen souls in line, as if by prior agreement, charged toward the Naiha Bridge in unison, wanting to reincarnate with their memories intact. Mangpa ignored the dozen people, keeping her grip on the soul in her hand. This old woman hates it most when people waste my soup. Since you refuse to drink my soup, then stay in this Wanchuan River. Saying this, she casually tossed the soul in her hand down into the Wanchuan River. Jinfangzi watched from behind, clearly seeing countless hands reach out from the Wanchuan River to drag the soul under. Jinfangzi felt that she simply wasn't brave enough. She had only wanted to run away, find a place to lay low, and see if she could become a ghost cultivator like in the novels. Those people ahead were true warriors. Reincarnating with memories, wasn't that basically rebirth? Swallowing non-existent saliva, Jinfangzi silently turned her outward-pointing toes back in line. She wasn't afraid of the ghost hands in the Wanchuan River, absolutely not. At this moment, across the Naiha Bridge, ghost guards were seen escorting back the dozen or so souls who had fled earlier. Because those dozen spots had opened up, there were only 2 people left before it was Jinfangzi's turn. Granny, how should we dispose of them? The ghost guard spoke respectfully to Mangpa. Mangpa unhurriedly scooped another bowl of mangpa soup and handed it to the soul in front of her. Terrified by Mangpo's earlier display, the soul hurriedly took the soup and gulped it down, terrified that a moment's hesitation would result in being thrown into the Wanchuan River. Now that Jinfangzi was closer, she finally saw Mangpa clearly. Mangpa was extremely beautiful, with a stunningly glamorous appearance. How could she be called a granny? So beautiful. Mangpa scooped another bowl of mangpa soup, her calm and elegant temperament leaving Jinfangzi utterly mesmerized. Throw them down. Her voice was faint, carrying a sense of utter mundanity. It was Jinfangzi's turn. Fangzi took the Mangpa soup and looking at Mangpa unconsciously spoke. If I have even a fraction of Granny's beauty in my next life, I'll burn high incense in gratitude. Mangpa looked at the pretty young girl in front of her with slight surprise. Quite brave, aren't you? Drink up. Fangzi didn't have the guts to refuse. She raised the Mangpa soup to drink. Just then a soul held by the ghost guard broke free and lunged fiercely at Mangpa. Dead hag, if I suffer you won't have it easy either. Fangzi's lips had just touched the Mangpa soup when she was violently knocked over, nearly falling into the Wangshuan River. A nearby ghost guard grabbed her just in time to stop her from falling in. Mangpa didn't care at all. With a casual wave of her hand, the attacker was obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Fangzi looked terrified, trembling all over. She had almost fallen into the Wangshuan River and the Mangpa soup was spilled. Mangpa was not an unreasonable ghost. She glanced at Fangzi and saw at a glance that Fangzi had already tasted the Mangpa soup. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, Fangzi licked her upper lip, which was stained with the soup. She had touched a tiny bit of it. Fangzi could feel her emotions slowly becoming indifferent. She remembered everything, but the intense feelings were gone. Once she reincarnated, her memories would probably disappear. By then there would be no more Fangzi in this world. Mangpa waved her hand, signaling Fangzi to hurry up and not block the way. Fangzi hastily walked across the Naiha bridge, not even glancing at the Sanching stone as she passed. In a daze, she completed the process and went to reincarnate. Give it back, I saw it first. A dirty child rushed forward and pushed the child of the same height to the ground. The push boy did not sit still. He grabbed the other child tightly with one hand, and the two instantly became a brawling mess. Ooh. Hit him. Come on, didn't you eat? Use your strength. The surrounding 20-plus children all jeered, forming a circle to watch the two in the middle exchange punches. They gleefully wanted them to fight harder. The two fought fiercely for the metal in their hands, each blow landing solidly. It was nothing like a fight between 13 or 14-year-old children, but rather a deadly struggle between adults. Children on the garbage planet matured early. They would go for the kill over a bit of profit. The victorious boy snatched the black metal from the other boy's hand. It was an extremely cheap metal, but selling it for star coins was a huge sum in the eyes of these children. The dirty boy had just obtained his prize when immediately a swarm of children rushed forward to snatch it. In an instant, over 20 children were fighting, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Lin Shirliu, a little tot just 3 years old, was soon violently shoved into a hard rock nearby amidst the chaos. The violent impact against the rock made little Lin Shirliu feel dizzy, with a ringing in her head as memories surged forth from her soul like a tide. Little Lin Shirliu, unable to withstand the tremendous impact, immediately fainted. Inside the dilapidated and cramped shed, the exterior was shabby, and the interior was filthy with discarded dirty cloth, metal, and iron blocks everywhere, and the floor was uneven and pitted. Lin Shirliu was lying on this uneven ground, surrounded by collected garbage. Lin Shirliu's face was deathly pale, with a freshly scabbed dark red mark on her forehead. Clearly it had not been treated, just scabbed over naturally. If not for the slight rise and fall of Lin Shirliu's chest, she would appear dead. A 6-year-old boy looked at Lin Shirliu with some worry. He was too young to drag his sister, so he rummaged through a pile of odds and ends, found a dirty brown rag, and covered Lin Shirliu with it, at least to keep her from freezing. After doing this, the little boy ran to the only table in the shed and crouched beside it. All the residents of this home except Lin Shirliu were waiting by the table for the mistress of the house to distribute nutrient fluid. At the center of the table sat a tall man drinking a bag of nutrient fluid by himself, paying no attention to whether the children nearby were hungry. After a moment, a woman came out holding a pot of nutrient fluid that emitted an unknown odor. Several young children at the table couldn't help their stomachs growling. The oldest Lin Shir took his bowl and filled it with a full bowl of nutrient fluid. In 1 year he would be kicked out. He couldn't let himself starve. Only by eating enough could he protect his belongings. The woman beside him rolled her eyes in displeasure, but said nothing, first serving herself a full bowl of nutrient fluid, then distributing diluted nutrient fluid to the 4 waiting children. As soon as the nutrient fluid was in hand, everyone immediately gulped it down, afraid that if they drank too slowly their older siblings would snatch it away. This had happened before. No one mentioned whether Lin Shirliu, lying on the ground, should have some nutrient fluid. Lin Shirliu had actually woken up, but she kept her eyes closed. Slowly, tears of regret flowed from the corners of her eyes. Fangzi, who was now Lin Shirliu, was extremely regretful. She had only taken a sip of Mangpo's soup out of wishful thinking, never expecting to actually remember her past life. But if she had known she would be reborn on a garbage planet, she might have asked for 2 more bowls from Mangpo. Now she didn't know whether remembering her past life was good or bad. If she hadn't remembered, she would probably have lived a muddled existence on the garbage planet, eating and waiting for death like most people there. Early death, early rebirth. After all, women on the garbage planet were considered resources. Because the Federation provided subsidies, any family that had children would receive a subsidy each year, 100 star coins per month, usually split between the parents' optical brains, 50 each until the child turned 18. 100 star coins. If you only bought the cheapest nutrient fluid, 10 star coins per tube, it could last 10 days. 100 star coins wasn't much, but what about having several children? Therefore, many scavengers on the garbage planet were eager to have children. After the child turned 16, they would give them a kick and kick them out of the house. Why 16? A 16-year-old could already live independently. Most children wouldn't hand over their star coins anyway. Kicking them out wouldn't kill them. The Federation's star coins would still be received, and they wouldn't waste nutrient fluid. How great. As for whether they lived or died afterward, who cared? 3-year-old Lin Shirlu didn't know this, but Chenfengzi, who had memories of her past life, pieced together the fragmented memories in her mind and understood. Lin Shirlu slowed her breathing, trying to force herself to sleep. She was hungry, but now whenever she thought of the expired nutrient fluid she had drunk before, with the taste of smelly socks and the texture of snot, she felt her stomach churn. The official stores on the garbage planet didn't sell any other food, only nutrient fluid. Even with star coins one couldn't buy food, only nutrient fluid. However, even the most ordinary nutrient fluid Lin Fengzi's nominal father was unwilling to buy for his children, saying they only deserved to drink expired nutrient found in the garbage. If she hadn't remembered her past life, Lin Shirlu could still have forced down those expired nutrient fluids. But now Lin Shirlu's mind was filled with the delicacies she had tasted in her previous life, roast chicken, roast duck, bird's nest, peach gum, and she couldn't bring herself to drink that expired nutrient fluid at all. Exhausted, Lin Shirlu soon fell into a deep sleep. Lin Shirlu was awakened by a slap. Wake up and go scavenge for garbage. This family doesn't raise idlers. Lin Shirlu was hiding nearby. He hadn't called Lin Shirlu in the morning because he wanted her to rest a bit more, but Lin Wu noticed and slapped her. Her head was already injured, and now she was slapped again. Lin Shirlu covered her slapped cheek, not daring to talk back. She covered her face, stood up, gathered the dirty cloth covering her, and slowly folded it. The man beside her saw Lin Shirlu's action, kicked the rag out of her hand with a single foot and sneered, went out once, and learned the rich man's ways. Lin Shirlu let out a soft hiss as her hand was kicked. She, who had been barely crouching, sat down again, holding her forehead, staring blankly at the tall man before her. This man was her biological father, but not her dad. A dad was not like this. In her past life she had been happy, and because she had experienced happiness, she was certain this man did not love his children. At that moment Chenfengzi suddenly understood why one should drink Mangpo's soup. She missed her family. But she was no longer Chenfengzi, she had been reincarnated, absolutely certain. She was now Lin Shirlu, her name just a number. She was the 16th child of this man before her. Chenfengzi looked at the man before her, feeling a sense of despair. Was she to grow up in such an environment? If I die, well, it's not impossible. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She missed her parents, her younger siblings. This home is so terrible, I might as well die. She struggled to get up, picked up a sharp piece of metal from the ground, and was about to stab it into her stomach. But the man who rushed over stopped her. The man grabbed Lin Shirlu by the collar with one hand while snatching the metal from her with the other. 50 star coins a month. Then he gave Lin Shirlu 2 resounding slaps. Lin Shirlu was beaten until her ears rang, then she rolled her eyes and fainted again. Lin Shirlu's 4 older siblings shrank into the corner, afraid that Lin Wu would come to beat them. Lin Shir had already left. He tossed Lin Shirlu carelessly onto the ground. Lin Wu glared fiercely at the children behind him and said venomously, "Why aren't you trash picking for me? If you don't bring back star coins, don't expect to drink any nutrient fluid." When Lin Shirlu woke up, only she and her nominal stepmother remained in the shack. The woman was gently nursing the baby in the bed. Lin Shirlu looked at the woman, who appeared to be around 17 or 18. In her view, at that age, even if not attending school, one should not be having children. When the woman saw that Lin Shirlu was awake, she snorted coldly in displeasure. "If you want to die, go die outside. Don't drag me into it." She didn't think there was anything wrong with saying such things to a 3-year-old child. Lin Shirlu no longer had thoughts of seeking death. That earlier attempt had exhausted all her courage. Her current attitude was living is fine and dying. Well, it's not unacceptable either. She would just make do with living. Lin Shirlu struggled to get up. No sooner had she stood than her head spun again. She stood still for a long while to recover before beginning to seriously survey her home. It was dilapidated, hard to imagine that 9 people lived inside. Looking at her still somewhat childish stepmother, Lin Shirlu then glanced at her own weak body and began to organize the information in her mind. She must leave. No kidding, in her past life, she had a happy life and never wanted to have children. Now that life was even worse. How could she possibly bear children, let alone keep having them nonstop? She had been reborn in the interstellar era, yet her life was worse than her past life. She let out a small sigh. What could a 3-year-old child possibly access? Nothing at all. The house was bare. No phone, no snacks. She might as well go out and scavenge trash. Maybe she could gather some information. But she couldn't, at least not now. Lin Shirlu clearly felt how weak her body was. She would faint after just 2 steps. The little girl had nothing to do. She looked at the only child in the shack that she could play with. Slowly she shuffled over to Lin Shichi, who was wrapped in a blanket. Lin Shichi was only 8 months old. An 8-month-old should be plump and fair, but Lin Shichi was extremely thin with tiny hands and feet and sparse golden hair on his head. She turned to look at her stepmother, who was playing with a light brain. She had long golden hair, but it had not been cared for in a long time, and had lost its original luster. Lin Shirlu reached out to tease Lin Shichi, muttering, "So ugly." Neo Lily, who was playing with the light brain, glared at Lin Shirlu in displeasure and sneered. "Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you say that about my Shichi?" Lin Shirlu didn't argue. She had already seen her reflection in the metal, eyes too big, thin, and small, utterly ugly. No choice. Before age 3, she hadn't gone out to scavenge, so she was just eating for free, naturally getting the least food. Seeing Lin Shirlu silent again, Neo Lily, bored, lowered her head to play with her light brain. This light brain was provided free of charge by the Federation government to parents with children on the garbage planet to facilitate the residents' access to parenting knowledge. From the transparent light panel in the air came laughter and joy. Clearly not parenting knowledge. A light brain. How awesome. She really wanted to borrow it and take a look, but Lin Shirlu didn't say anything, saying it would only invite trouble. She should rest well tomorrow. She still had to go out and scavenge with the others. Only by interacting with more people and things could she find a way to leave the garbage planet. No Prince Charming would descend from the sky to save you. You had to save yourself. That evening Lin Shirlu squatted by the table along with Lin Shirwu. Lin Shirwu was waiting for the nutrient fluid while Lin Shirlu was mentally preparing herself. She was about to drink nutrient fluid that tasted like dirty socks with the texture of snot. Neo Lily was behind the large table adding expired nutrient powder to boiling water. Bang! Lin Wu kicked open the shack's door. The barely assembled wooden planks instantly shattered into pieces. Damn it, what's there to be proud of? As soon as he entered, Lin Wu started cursing. Seeing the children squatting by the table waiting for nutrient fluid only made him angrier. Lin Wu grabbed Lin Shirlu and threw her out. "You good for nothing. You still want to freeload? Get out." The word "get out" was deafening. Lin Shirlu curled up and rolled twice on the ground to absorb the impact, barely avoiding injury. Lin Shirlu got up and hid in the corner, not daring to come forward. Clearly, as a freeloader, she was the best punching bag now. She picked up the dirty cloth that Lin Shirwu had covered her with earlier and ran to the bed she shared with Lin Shirwu. Lin Shirwu was her half-brother from the same mother. Lin Shirlu had been mostly raised by Lin Shirwu. Compared to Lin Wu, Lin Shirlu would rather call Lin Shirwu father. Even though she was somewhat disgusted by the dirty little bed, Lin Shirlu patted the soles of her feet and climbed in. The nights on the garbage planet were very cold, and she didn't want to sleep on the floor again. Curling her toes, she tried to warm her feet while half listening to Lin Wu's curses. From Lin Wu's cursing, she learned that another trash scavenger had a son who, during today's 12-year-old examination, was found to have awakened his special ability. He was recruited by a Starfire gang in the inner city and could take his parents with him to the inner city. Lin Wu was cursing now because he was jealous. Lin Shirlu then realized that there were ability users. So even on a garbage planet there was a division between inner and outer city. Lin Wu sat by the square table cursing them all as useless, saying none of them had awakened any ability. Lin Shirlu didn't know the probability of awakening abilities in this interstellar era, but it must have something to do with genetics. If you're a worm yourself, don't have high hopes for your children. Lin Shirlu recalled her luck of always getting "thank you for your patronage" in lottery draws, so she didn't have much hope of awakening an ability. Amid Lin Wu's curses, Lin Shirlu overheard terms like physique and mental power, but she only understood them vaguely. Lin Wu continued his tirade. The others, watching his expression, hastily handed over their day's earnings, a motley collection of paper money and coins. Lin Shire only gave 2-star coins and Lin Wu slapped him right away. Lin Shire only gave 2-star coins and Lin Wu slapped him right away. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I don't care who you flirt with, but you must give me at least 5-star coins every day, or I'll sell you to the space pirates, understand?" Lin Shire covered her face and nodded with tears in her eyes. Lin Wu, cursing and hitting, took his nutrient solution and left. Before leaving, he shot a venomous glare at Lin Shire, for he had not handed over his star coins, and he was wearing a freshly purchased optical brain on his wrist. Lin Shire was not at all intimidated by Lin Wu now. He sipped his nutrient solution leisurely. He had grown up. If it came to a real fight, Lin Wu might not be able to defeat him. You haven't awakened your own supernatural ability, yet you expect us to awaken. Dream on, that's more realistic. Lin Shi didn't lower his voice at all. Lin Wu in the inner room must have heard it. Lin Shi secretly gave Lin Shi a thumbs up. But this small gesture was spotted by Lin Shi, who raised an eyebrow and looked over. Lin Shi quickly hit her thumb. The optical brain Lin Shi must have been secretly saving up money all along, but he had resisted buying it. Now that he was older and more capable, he bought it, or rather he finally dared to wear it. Of course, there was also a way to get one without spending star coins having a child. Once you gave birth, the Federation would provide a free optical brain. Evidently Lin Shi had no such plan. Lin Shi lay on the bed brainwashing herself. Lose weight, lose weight. This is weight loss. I'm deliberately losing weight. Shirley, here, I saved some for you. Lin Shi came over with his portion of nutrient solution. Lin Shi caught the smell and quickly sat up. Lin Shi grinned and handed the nutrient solution to her. Lin Shi already saw Lin Shi running toward her. Lin Shi quickly took the nutrient solution and with the fastest speed poured it into Lin Shi's mouth. Lin Shi had wanted to refuse, but once the nutrient solution entered his mouth, his body's instinct began to swallow. Indeed, one bag of nutrient solution was meant for one person. Diluted with water and shared among 6, how could it satisfy their hunger? Lin Wu only cared that they stayed alive. As long as they lived, he could do nothing and still receive 50 star coins per person each month. Lin Shi swallowed the last of the nutrient solution and stared at Lin Shi. Shirley, why did you give it to me? Lin Shi, who hadn't snatched the nutrient solution, glared at Lin Shi. Lin Shi put on a weak smile. 15th brother, drink it. I'm not hungry. Just now when Lin Shi handed the nutrient solution to her, her body's reaction was not to drink it, but to uncontrollably feel nauseated. She feared that if she didn't act, even if Lin Shi didn't take it, she would throw up. Lin Shi wanted to slap herself. At a time like this, why was she being so finicky? Lin Shi patted Lin Shi's head. Shirley, how obedient. Lin Shi was at a loss for words. Lin Shi, 3 years older than her, was only 6, yet he looked after her in every way. Lin Shi had already climbed onto the small bed. Skillfully, he hugged Lin Shi, patted her back with his hand, and clamped his thighs around her cold little feet. Lin Shi, having missed out, angrily pushed Lin Shi's back. Lin Shi, holding Lin Shi, shuffled forward a few steps. After pushing Lin Shi ran off to sleep with Lin Shi. Nyo Lily finished the nutrient solution in her bowl, and then took out another bag to drink. As for why she had to share such a meager amount of nutrient solution with the children, it was what she deserved, so why shouldn't she drink? Only Lin Shi touched her face, tears dropping silently in just that short while it had already swollen up badly. Lin Wu didn't hold back, he hit everyone equally. Lin Shi's cheeks were still swollen on both sides, let alone Lin Shi. No one comforted Lin Shi. Even her blood-related siblings Lin Shi and Lin Shi ignored her. They were exhausted after a long day, lacking the energy, and only wanted to sleep and regain their strength. Lin Shi cried herself out, sobbed, and returned to her own bed to sleep. Lin Shi quietly lifted her head in Lin Shi's arms to look around. The children's beds were all in this hall. They were all made of crude wooden boards or metal plates piled with layers of rags for warmth. The hall was small to begin with. There was no way for each person to have their own bed. Lin Shi, being young, slept with Lin Shi. Lin Shi slept with Lin Shi. Lin Shi had a bed to himself. Lin Shi, being a girl and older, had her own separate bed. Cramped and crowded. A single lift of the head could see everyone. Exhausted from the day, snoring soon filled the air. Shirley, wake up. It took Lin Shi a while to wake Lin Shi. With bleary eyes, Lin Shi got up and, urged by Lin Shi, went out the door. When Lin Shi, holding a torn bag, was pushed out the door by Lin Shi, she felt her soul was still on the bed. Once outside, the cold wind hit her, and she shivered. She glanced at the sky. Damn it, she hadn't gotten up this early even during her college entrance exam. Lin Shi, Lin Shi, ages 7, 6, and 3. The 3 of them, like short radishes, followed behind the 14-year-old Lin Shi. Lin Shi tugged at Lin Shi's clothes and watched Lin Shi, leading the way ahead. Lin Shi was the brother who had fought earlier. Surprisingly, he didn't shake them off like Lin Shi had. Lin Shi was a bit annoyed at Lin Shi's slow pace and kept urging her. Shirley, hurry up. A few ships of new garbage are coming today. If we're slow, the good stuff will be snatched by others. Only Lin Shi was barefoot, everyone else had at least something wrapped around their feet. Lin Shi carefully avoided sharp objects on the ground, afraid of cutting her feet. Lin Shi quickened her pace, while muttering to Lin Shi, I'm going as fast as I can, 15th brother. My legs are short, and I can't run fast. But Lin Shi's pace was getting slower and slower. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, she couldn't speed up even if she wanted to. After stopping twice to wait for Lin Shi, the leading Lin Shi grew impatient. He scooped Lin Shirlu up, tucked her under his arm, and ran on with her like that. Ignoring Lin Shirsi's disapproving glare, Lin Shirlu grinned, showing a few tiny teeth. Thank you, 11th brother. A 3-year-old child could only utter 3 or 4 words at a time. Her tongue still needed practice. Lin Shi ignored Lin Shirlu and just kept hurrying. The following Lin Shirsi shouted at Lin Shi in displeasure. Lin Shi, you never carried me like this. Why? No matter how loudly Lin Shirsi yelled, Lin Shi didn't stop. They finally halted at a garbage dump. Lin Shi set Lin Shirlu down. Lin Shirlu carefully found a flat spot to stand. All around were scavengers. Adults stood in the front while children stood at the back, only able to pick up what the adults left behind. Lin Shirlu crouched down and rummaged through the nearby garbage, trying to find shoes or something to wrap her feet. Unfortunately, she didn't know what most of the things on the ground were. The only things she recognized were some small screws. Lin Shirlu picked up a screw and held it up to show Lin Shi, who was sitting nearby waiting for the trash to be dumped. Lin Shirsi, seeing Lin Shirlu's action, immediately slapped the screw away and sneered, "That's worthless. It's trash." This screw clearly had its uses too. Just as Lin Shirsi was about to gloat to Lin Shirlu over knowing what items were worth star coins, a garbage transport ship arrived. The airflow generated by the ships could be felt even from Lin Shirlu's distant position. 5 ships dumped their garbage in 5 separate locations. Rumble. The garbage pile where Lin Shirlu stood trembled continuously with the commotion of dumping. A screw rolled down from the garbage mound like a signal, and everyone rushed toward the garbage. Lin Shirlu was swept along by the tide of people. There was no choice but to run. If she fell behind and was shoved down by someone as an obstruction, she likely wouldn't survive. Lin Shirlu tried her best to keep up, though she stumbled and staggered all the while. When they reached the garbage mountain, everyone scattered to begin scavenging. Lin Shirlu looked around but couldn't find anyone. Everyone was bent over, rummaging through debris in search of something valuable. Lin Shirlu clutched her tattered cloth bag, cursing under her breath. She didn't know anything. Even if she was collecting trash, she needed to know what was valuable. Never mind, she would look for things she could use herself. The star coins wouldn't go into her pocket anyway. Lin Shirlu began squatting down and carefully sifting through the garbage beneath her. She was still too small to climb higher. The edge position was just right. After digging for a while, Lin Shirlu sighed at her small hands. They were too tiny. Preparation prevents poor performance, so she wandered around until she finally found a suitable stick. The silver stick looked expensive, but judging by how the other children ignored it completely, it was probably worthless. With a proper tool in hand, Lin Shirlu's scavenging speed increased significantly. Since she didn't know what was valuable anyway, she stuffed anything that caught her eye into her bag. She couldn't find any shoes, but she did find some soft cloth which she wrapped around her feet. Her feet already had several small cuts. Seeing Lin Shirlu's bag full, an older child knocked her down and grabbed her bag to run. This wouldn't do. If she went back empty-handed and also lost this ragged cloth bag, she would get 2 more slaps. She wrapped her arms tightly around the boy's waist like an octopus terrified of being beaten, and kept babbling. Take it, take everything, the bag, don't take it away. The bag was already worn and torn, and the shaking caused some contents to spill out, all worthless trinkets. The boy glanced at it and immediately turned the bag upside down, pouring out everything, all worthless junk. Haha, Dujia, why are you grabbing this garbage? Other children her age turned to look and couldn't help but mock. Look at her size, does she even know what's worth star coins? She only picks prettier looking things. And you can't even pick your targets properly. Dujia slammed the bag onto the ground and kicked Lin Shirlu's collection hard, then spat on the ground. Bad luck. Lin Shirlu immediately jumped off Dujia and picked up her bag. Around her, other children had already started fighting over valuable items. Lin Shirlu silently gathered up the things on the ground. These were all things she had picked at random. Since she didn't know what was valuable, she might as well take a bit of everything. Lin Shirlu squatted on the ground and arranged everything carefully. She placed the smallest metal spheres into a small box, filled the gaps with fluorescent cloth, then wrapped the small box in larger cloth layer by layer. After emptying the bag she had originally filled and reorganizing everything, Lin Shirlu immediately freed up half the space. However, the weight was already at the limit of what Lin Shirlu could barely drag. Anything heavier and she simply couldn't move it. No need to push herself too hard. Lin Shirlu dragged her tattered cloth bag and began searching the garbage mountain for her brother. She couldn't find Lin Shi, but she found Lin Shi. Looking up, Lin Shirlu saw Lin Shi standing on higher ground, wielding a crowbar and mercilessly striking a man's shoulder, beating him until he tumbled down. Seeing the ferocious expression on Lin Shi's face, Lin Shirlu felt some fear and dared not approach. She dragged her bag and left. Her 10th brother had clearly found something valuable and wouldn't care about her now. Lin Shirlu walked along the edge of the garbage mound and finally found Lin Shi. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu were there too. Panting heavily, Lin Shirlu ran over to Lin Shi and squatted nearby to begin scavenging. With effort, Lin Shirlu pried open a large metal plate and opened the box underneath. Inside were several sealed pouches looking like nutrient solution. Lin Shirlu counted them. There were 7 pouches. It wasn't a complete set. She guessed they didn't taste good, and after forcing down 3 pouches, they were discarded. Lin Shirlu picked up all 7 pouches of nutrient solution, and with fading strength stumbled over to Lin Shi holding up the nutrient solution. Brother Shi, is this nutrient solution? Lin Shi could tell at a glance that this was nutrient solution, likely a decent quality one. He took the nutrient solution and said, yes, it's nutrient solution. This garbage planet doesn't sell it. I don't know if it's expired, but it should be exchangeable for star coins. Lin Shirlu was puzzled. Exchange? Why? Before he could answer, she opened her mouth, bared her small teeth, and bit open a pouch of nutrient solution. Even if she exchanged it for star coins, they wouldn't go into her pocket anyway. A strange flavor spread across her tongue. It didn't taste good, but it was better than the stinky sock-flavored nutrient solution, and the texture wasn't like the mucus she remembered. It was somewhat like porridge. While drinking, Lin Shirlu waved her hand at Lin Shi. For Brother Shi. Lin Shirlu finished drinking as fast as she could, and having regained some strength ran to find Lin Shirlu handing him a pouch of nutrient solution. Lin Shirsi immediately came over. Lin Shirlu gave him 1 pouch as well, leaving only 3 out of the original 7. Lin Shirlu carefully stored the nutrient solution. This would be her rations for later. 5 minutes later, Lin Shirlu could clearly feel her strength recovering. She scampered back to her bag, but other children had already occupied the spot she had been using before. Lin Shirlu's bag had been turned over, its contents scattered messily on the ground. She was somewhat angry, but she didn't let it out. After all, there were no cameras here, and she didn't know who had done it. She muttered curses under her breath while organizing her voice so low that no one could hear. Soon after tidying up, Lin Shirlu found another spot not far from Lin Shi to continue scavenging. She gathered various small items that didn't look like ordinary garbage. Anything she didn't understand, she put into her bag. Things were occasionally thrown down from above, and those below had to frequently dodge. Mutant beast. A startled shout made all the scavengers look up. In the distance, the crowd swarmed in one direction. Was that really a mutant beast? That was meat. On the garbage planet, apart from nutrient solution, mutant beast meat was one of the few things that could be eaten. The children who heard about the exotic beast also got up to run and watch the spectacle. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu ran off to see what was happening, but Lin Shi did not go, nor did Lin Shirlu move. As Lin Shirwu left, he shouted to Lin Shirliu, "Shirliu, keep an eye on our stuff." Before Lin Shirlu could even reply, the boy was gone. The crowd around them quickly thinned. Lin Shirlu hurriedly gathered whatever he could find, stuffing anything small enough into his bag without thinking. Lin Shirwu and the others were back shortly, their faces alight with excitement as they discussed the exotic beast with Lin Shirsi. Lin Shirlu continued filling his bag until the seams were barely holding. He tugged at it with all his might but could not budge it an inch. Some had already started walking back. Those who were quicker could make several more trips after selling their haul. Lin Shirlu stayed crouched near Lin Shi. When Lin Shirwu came over to call him to go sell the collected items, Lin Shirlu did not move. It was too dangerous for 3 children that young. Lin Shirlu simply waited for Lin Shi to finish gathering everything, for he was the only one who could help carry the load. Seeing that he could not rouse Lin Shirliu, Lin Shirwu took Lin Shirsi and their bags and left first, not bothering to wait for him, even though Lin Shirlu had warned that 2 children alone were too risky. Before long, Lin Shi's large bag was full. He lifted it and walked over to Lin Shirliu, then effortlessly hoisted Lin Shirliu's bag onto one shoulder. "Let's go." Lin Shirlu watched in bitter envy as Lin Shi lifted the bag that he had been unable to drag even an inch. When they had come, he had been barefoot, and now his knees and feet were wrapped in cloth and his belly was full. He trotted to keep up with Lin Shi, coquettishly whining all the while. "Brother Shi, walk slower. My legs are so short." Lin Shi did not agree, but secretly slowed his pace. By the time they reached the exchange station for star coins, a long queue had already formed. From a distance, Lin Shirlu spotted several burly men wielding weapons to maintain order. Lin Shirlu had never seen such weapons before. Pointing at them curiously, he asked Lin Shi beside him, "Brother Shi, what are those?" Lin Shi led him to the back of the line and answered concisely, "Lightsabers and plasma guns." Lin Shirlu gazed at the weapons in those men's hands and couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, they looked so advanced." At first glance, he looked like an ordinary curious 3-year-old, just less endearing because of his overly emaciated appearance. In truth, Lin Shirlu was observing those men. They did not seem like professional collectors at all, more like gang enforcers. He knew well that the scrap collecting trade was highly profitable. Scavengers like them were already living in such wretched conditions, yet someone still exploited them. Realizing that he himself was part of the exploited Lin Shirlu felt a pang of heartache for his own pitiful fate. Settlement up ahead moved quickly. Most people did not dare to argue with those armed men at whatever price they stated was the final word. During this time Lin Shirlu spotted Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu heading back. Judging by their expressions they had exchanged quite a few star coins. As for whether they had been shortchanged, who could say at 6 or 7 years old. They only cared about how many coins landed in their own hands. Soon it was Lin Shirlu and Lin Shi's turn. After Lin Shi finished his settlement it was Lin Shirlu's turn. Lin Shirlu naturally noticed the thick stack of shimmering blue bills and the handful of coin-like metal pieces Lin Shi received. When Lin Shirlu's turn came, Lin Shi did not make decisions for him. Instead, he stepped aside and let Lin Shirlu handle it himself. On Trash Star, most children were raised this way by their older siblings. It was not strange. There were also those who blindly obeyed their elders, but unless they had decent parents or siblings, they would meet a miserable end here. But on Trash Star, normal families were as rare as phoenix feathers. Lin Shirsan, their 13th sister, had died exactly like that. She had always relied on her brothers and sisters obeying whatever they said. Naive and innocent, she gave every star coin to Lin Wu without keeping a single one. Lin Wu loved her the most. She was pretty and obedient. One night someone had lured her out, and when they found her, not a square inch of her body was unbruised. Lin Shirlu took out the things he had gathered one by one. To his surprise, many of them could be exchanged for star coins. Lin Shirlu held a round pitch-black sphere no larger than his palm with a small dent on its surface. This ball was worth 50 star coins, but Lin Shirlu did not sell it right away. Instead, he asked, "Sister, what is this ball?" The woman tallying accounts ahead waved her hand impatiently. "Sell it or don't. If not, get lost." Lin Shirlu quickly took out all the remaining items from his bag. When it was time to calculate the star coins at last, he asked once more, "Pretty sister, what is this?" Perhaps the word pretty lifted the woman's mood slightly. She glanced at the ball in Lin Shirlu's hand. A live-streaming ball. You won't be able to use it even if you keep it. You don't have a light brain. Lin Shirlu did not sell it. Instead, he took 5 coin-like tokens from his settled star coins and handed them to the woman. "Thank you, pretty sister." It was clear that it was not that he only gave 5 coins, her hand could barely grasp 5. Seeing the tiny fingers barely manage to hold 5 star coins, as if trying to grab as many as possible, the woman's mood improved slightly. Lin Shirlu gathered up all the star coins on the table and followed Lin Shi out. Walking behind Lin Shi, Lin Shirlu noticed that the path they were taking was not the usual route for scavenging. Confused, Lin Shirlu asked, "Aren't we going to collect trash?" Lin Shi led the way ahead. "We have to hand the star coins to Lin Wu first." Oh, he understood. They were afraid of them hiding coins or being robbed. After all, they had just emptied the garbage today, so they would surely earn more star coins than usual. Lin Shirlu immediately began stuffing star coins into the cloth wrapped around his soles, just 2, 1 under each foot. Back at the shed, as expected, Lin Wu was already waiting for them. Lin Shi handed the star coins to Lin Wu, who counted them with delight. Lin Shirlu, with his sharp eyes, noticed that Lin Shi had secretly kept some. Lin Wu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shirlu. "I almost forgot, you're 3 years old too. Hand it over." Lin Shirlu passed the coins to Lin Wu just like Lin Shi had, except that after noticing Lin Shi had hidden some, he also concealed his only paper bill and did not hand it over. With only a dozen or so coins, Lin Wu was visibly displeased. "Why so few? You didn't hide any, did you?" Lin Shirlu pried the coins from the soles of his feet and handed them to Lin Wu. Under Lin Wu's persistent scrutiny, he then dug out the coins from under his other foot as well. Only then did he whisper to Lin Wu, "That's all. I don't know what's valuable. I just picked whatever I could find." Lin Wu sneered at the cloth wrapped around Lin Shirlu's legs and feet. "Do you think you're so precious? Still wrapping yourself in cloth? Take it off." Lin Shirlu slowly began to unwrap the cloth from his feet. There really was nothing left. Lin Wu searched Lin Shirlu from head to toe, confirming there was nothing hidden. Only then did he wave his hand, dismissing them to go scavenging. Lin Shirlu took the cloth and followed Lin Shi outside. Once outside, Lin Shirlu called out to Lin Shi and hurriedly rewrapped his feet with the cloth on the ground. The live-streaming sphere, nutrient solution, and star coins were all placed into that worn cloth bag by Lin Shirlu. Lin Wu had searched her body, yet overlooked the bag meant to carry their findings. Following behind Lin Shi, Lin Shirlu gazed at his retreating figure and finally mustered the courage to ask, "Senior brother Shi, is the light brain expensive?" Lin Shi strode ahead briskly. 3,000. Even the cheapest second-hand light brain cost 3,000, so exorbitant. How long would it take her to save up such a sum? What struck Lin Shirlu as even more devastating was the realization she could not read. The interstellar script was utterly incomprehensible to her, and she did not even know the denominations of the star coins. How terrifying that was. Upon reaching the garbage mountain, Lin Shiru immediately approached Lin Shiru. Brother Shiru, do you know how many star coins this round one is worth? Lin Shiru looked up. Huh. Isn't one round coin equal to one star coin? Alright, Lin Shiru could tell this brother didn't know either. She turned to ask Lin Shiru only to receive a look of disdain in return. The blue ones are worth 1 star coin and the purple ones are worth 2. Confirmed, he didn't know either. Though she remained uncertain about the value of these small round coins, she was absolutely certain that one of these 2-colored star coins was not worth merely 2 star coins. Finally, she went to Lin Shi for answers. She received a far more reliable response. The blue coins were worth 1 star coin, the purple ones 5, and the paper bills came in denominations of 10, 50, and 100. As expected, the older ones had more knowledge. Having obtained the answer, Lin Shiru asked again. Senior brother Shi, can you read? Lin Shi was busy searching through items and seemed not to hear. Lin Shiru repeated the question, but still received no response. She already knew the answer. Someone nearby sneered upon hearing Lin Shiru's question. What use is literacy? You'd be better off spending that effort picking up a few more electrolyte plates to exchange for extra star coins. Lin Shiru took a deep breath. So everyone here believed literacy was useless. As long as one could recognize the numbers on star coins, that was enough. You're only 3 years old. You're still just a little toddler. Lin Shiru said nothing in rebuttal and lowered her head to search through the debris. As she placed items into her bag, her mind raced with thought. She had to learn to read, this was a must. She was determined to leave the garbage planet someday. Without literacy, she would be easily deceived everywhere she went. Besides, passing the examination to leave was another path forward. But where could she learn to read here? Only the inner city, perhaps. For Lin Wu to allow her to study was like dreaming. Even if she offered to pay with her own star coins, she would likely only receive a brutal beating. In Lin Wu's eyes, her star coins were his star coins. What was truly terrifying was that Lin Wu's reasoning was not entirely wrong. As her legal guardian, he could easily take her star coins. Even if she secretly saved money to buy a light brain, Lin Wu would eventually find out, since any light brain purchased by a child under 16 would automatically link to the guardian. Taking a deep breath, she realized that in such an environment, only those in the inner city who had access to knowledge might stand a chance of escaping the garbage planet. Where those who claimed reading was useless, simply numb from knowing they could never change their circumstances. After sorting through her thoughts, Lin Shiru felt a tightness in her chest. She would save star coins first. Whenever she had enough, she could buy a light brain. Another spherical object was found among the debris, slightly more refined than the previous one. Lin Shiru tossed the sphere into her bag and continued digging. Occasionally sounds of fighting echoed nearby, and Lin Shiru carefully avoided each disturbance. Once her entire bag was filled, Lin Shiru squatted beside Lin Shi and waited for him. They were not the only ones waiting. Lin Shiru and Lin Shiru waited nearby. There was no time to make another trip. It was safer to stay together to prevent anyone from being robbed. Only when Lin Shi finished filling his own bag and also picked up Lin Shiru's did Lin Shiru grow dissatisfied once again. You've never carried it for me. Lin Shi ignored him completely. Lin Shiru chased after him, whining grievously. Lin Shiru, trotting behind, couldn't resist chiming in. Brother Shiru, could you carry it for me? Don't dream about it. Lin Shiru simply ignored him. When the group returned to their shelter, Lin Shiru no longer hid her star coins. This time she handed them all over without reservation. While Lin Shiru kept nothing for herself, Lin Shiru and Lin Shiru were caught concealing some. Each received a sharp slap. Their dinner was confiscated. When Lin Shiru finally received her bowl of nutrient solution, she held her breath and prepared to drink. Others could drink it, why couldn't she? The moment it touched her lips, a violently pungent stench erupted into her nose. Ugh. It wasn't that she didn't want to drink it. Her body was instinctively rejecting the nutrient solution. But she had consumed it before, and it had never been like this. There was no logical reason she should suddenly be unable to drink it now. Defiant, Lin Shiru tried to force it down. Ugh. This must have been a resistance coming from the very soul. It was even worse than the smell of luosafen. Lin Shiru's condition infuriated Lin Wu. He seized her hair and yanked her closer. Why won't you drink it? He prepared to force it down her throat. Lin Shiru began dry heaving again. Lin Wu lifted her up. Have you drunk other things before? Lin Shiru did not conceal the truth. I found a bag of nutrient solution. In the past 2 days, Lin Shiru's troubles had been endless, making Lin Wu increasingly displeased with her. He shoved her aside roughly. He looked at Lin Shiru with a cold sneer. What? Having tasted other nutrient solutions, you can no longer stomach this one. Do you think you're a young miss from the inner city? We are all scrap pickers, destined to rot here. Lin Shiru rose from the ground and said nothing more. She felt perhaps she was being overly sensitive herself. She took her bag to a corner and began sorting through its contents. During her scavenging that day, she had deliberately picked up items printed with characters resembling written script, hoping to find someone literate she could ask in the future. In addition, Lin Shirley had collected several pieces of clean cloth. She folded them neatly and set them aside. She placed all the scavenged items into a large box. On the outside of the box's bottom, Lin Shirley slipped the star coins into a hidden compartment. She had not brought out the nutrient solution or the black live-streaming sphere, only the silver live-streaming sphere had been sold. She did not dare to display the nutrient solution openly, so she kept it in her bag. Looking at the tattered bag in her hands, Lin Shirley wanted to mend it, but she lacked needle and thread. Never mind, I'll manage for now. Rome wasn't built in a day. Take it one step at a time. Picking up the cloth, Lin Shirley slowly spread out the crumpled, dirty linens from her and Lin Shirley's bedding. After spreading them out, she laid the clean cloth she had scavenged that day on top. Lin Shirley, who had no nutrient solution to drink, came over to watch Lin Shirley toiling away, but made no move to help. Lin Wu disapproved of Lin Shirley's busy work and kicked over the neatly folded bedding with a single strike. Lin Shirley looked up and saw the clear mockery in Lin Wu's eyes, whether she understood it or not. You're the daughter of a scavenger. You should rot here just like me. Lin Shire had split half of Lin Shirley's nutrient solution and was humming happily. Hearing Lin Wu's words, Lin Shire's humming stopped. She dared not argue against Lin Wu's words, but her eyes betrayed her resentment and unwillingness. At 3 years old, Lin Shirley could not understand, but Lin Shire understood perfectly. Lin Shirley paused her work and sat silently aside. Only after Lin Wu had taken the star coins and left to gamble did she rise to continue arranging her bedding. What a contradiction! He wanted his child to awaken some power and lift him into a good life, yet simultaneously wished for his child to remain rotting here alongside him. Lin Shirley, who was helping Lin Shirley to one side, heard her quietly mutter, "No one should ever be destined to rot here." A bag of nutrient fluid. A childish voice rang out in the cluttered general store. Lin Shirley was 6 years old, yet she had failed to nourish herself properly. In fact, her condition had deteriorated even further. Before awakening memories of her past life at age 3, she had appeared thin and small, but otherwise normal. Now, however, her oversized eyes seemed set into a disproportionately large head, creating a deeply incongruous appearance. From behind the counter, a head with high cheekbones, small eyes, and a somewhat sharp visage poked out and looked down. A head perched atop a fluorescent green cloak proved impossible to overlook. 8 star coins. Slapping the coins onto the counter, Lin Shirley grabbed the nearing expiration nutrient fluid and stuffed it into her mouth. She was starving. Lin Wu had truly meant what he said. He never again allowed her to drink from the family supply of nutrient fluid. To avoid starvation, Lin Shirley was forced to find her own food. She had once found expired nutrient fluid in the garbage piles, but her body seemed to react to it as though allergic. No matter how much she consumed, it would all return unchanged. No matter how many times Lin Shirley tried, the result remained the same. It seemed she simply wasn't hungry enough. She could not afford to visit a doctor, nor did she dare to. When hunger became unbearable, she could only secretly purchase nutrient fluid at 10 star coins per bag, hoping Lin Wu would not discover her. Ever since learning that this general store sold near-expired nutrient fluid at a discount of 2 star coins, Lin Shirley had become a regular customer. Needles, thread, and books could all be found here. This place could virtually be considered an interstellar treasure shop. After finishing the nutrient fluid, snap. A small white hand slapped another blue star coin onto the counter, projecting the confidence of someone spending 100 star coins with a single one. The general store owner skillfully put on his glasses. Which character? Lin Shirley hastily retrieved a book from her bag and pointed to a character upon it. After receiving the answer, she produced a tattered pen and began marking crooked pinyin annotations. She dared not use the script from her past life. Who knew whether records of that civilization existed here? Even her pinyin was deliberately written in a crooked, haphazard manner. The books were densely covered with Lin Shirley's annotations. She had already spent 152 star coins learning characters here, 1 star coin per character, and in her estimation it was a worthwhile investment. The general store owner watched the little cone-shaped figure depart, recalling those pale small hands, and tossed the star coins in his palm while muttering to himself. Could this girl be deliberately starving herself like this? The moment Lin Shirley stepped out of the store, she spotted Lin Shirley waiting for her. Shirley, I understand this character now. The moment Lin Shirley heard Lin Shirley mention characters, a headache seized him. He slipped his hands into his pockets, turned with an air of nonchalance, and led the way ahead in a cool, aloof manner. The only issue was that Lin Shirley wore the same style of fluorescent green cloak as Lin Shirley, making his pretense of coolness appear particularly ridiculous. The two soon arrived at the garbage pile and separated to scavenge. After exchanging all the collected items for star coins, Lin Shirlu hid in a corner before heading home and carefully sewed a 50 star coin bill into her cloak using needle and thread. Lin Shiwu and Lin Shirsi also found their own corners to conceal their star coins. Within moments, the 4 children in fluorescent green cloaks walked in a line back toward their shelter. Lin Shirsi deeply resented the cloak he wore. "Can't you change the color?" Lin Shirlu would not indulge him. "Having one at all is an improvement. Then did it have to be made like this?" The cloaks Lin Shirlu sewed were sturdy but hideous. All 4 of them now resembled green cones placed upright with a head growing from the top. "Then don't wear it." "If only I had other clothes." "Then shut up. You who haven't helped with anything have no right to complain." Lin Shirsi fell silent, then spun around, ran behind Lin Shirliu, scooped her up, tossed her into the air, and caught her again. Aya. After being caught, Lin Shirlu clung tightly to Lin Shirsi and would not let go. Though the toss was not particularly high, she was still pale with fright. Lin Shichi clapped and cheered from the sidelines, while Lin Shiwu hurried to pick up the 2 bags on the ground, never forgetting to advise. "Shirsi, be careful." Lin Shirlu was furious and wanted to pinch the flesh at Lin Shirsi's waist, but laughably his corded muscles were unyielding. "Lin Shirsi, you're only 10 years old. How dare you?" Lin Shirsi carried Lin Shirlu under his arm just as Lin Shi had done before, an expression of unmistakable triumph on his face. "I am only 10, yet pinning down a tiny sprout like you is child's play." When the group returned to their shelter, Lin Shirlu, whose mood had been quite good, saw 3 tall men standing at the entrance, and her heart skipped a beat. Their immediate reaction was to turn and flee, but they were intercepted. Bracing themselves, they entered the room. The floor was littered with books and objects bearing interstellar script that Lin Shirlu had collected over the past 3 years. All the books had been torn to shreds. Upon seeing Lin Shirlu return, Lin Shirer, as if finding it insufficient to provoke her, fiercely ground the pages beneath her high heels right in front of her. Lin Shirliu's mind went blank and her body launched forward like a cannonball, shoving Lin Shirer off balance. Lin Wu moved quickest, steadying Lin Shirer before delivering a kick toward Lin Shirlu. Prepared for this, Lin Shirlu immediately sidestepped to avoid it. Watching Lin Shirlu clumsily dodge Lin Wu's blows, Lin Shirer said with an arrogant expression, "I'm entering the inner city." Her tone dripped with boastfulness. Lin Shirlu gazed at her sister before her, 15 years old, slight and frail in build, yet her delicate features remained unmistakable. With such beauty, it was not impossible that someone from the inner city might take a liking to her. Moreover, Lin Shirer had begun plotting how to attach herself to a wealthy man since she was 12, though Lin Shirlu could not comprehend why. "You're entering the inner city, so why tear up my things?" Lin Shirer tilted her head back, her scorn utterly unmasked in her eyes. "Because I despise you. Who do you think you are, still wanting to read? Are you worthy?" Lin Shirlu flew into a rage, snatching scraps of paper from the floor and hurling them at Lin Shirer, then launching herself onto her sister's body, clinging to her like an octopus. She shouted directly into Lin Shirer's ear. "Why am I unworthy? I'm worthy, perfectly worthy, supremely worthy, divinely matched. I deserve the finest things in this world." The final words came out as a scream from Lin Shirlu. As she spoke, she seized Lin Shirer's chestnut hair and began scratching at her face. Fearing Lin Shirer's face would be disfigured, Lin Wu immediately intervened to help, gripping Lin Shirliu's hair and yanking her backward. Lin Shiwu quickly moved to assist Lin Shirliu, while Lin Shirsi surprisingly did not side with Lin Shirer. Lin Shichi cautiously lingered in the corner, afraid to show himself. The 3 burly men outside heard Lin Shirer's screams and came in to help. 5 versus 3, the 3 were pinned to the ground. Lin Shirer glared hatred at her half-brother. "Ungrateful wretch. I was planning to bring you into the inner city to live in comfort." Lin Shirsi spat blood. Such injuries were minor for someone who fought frequently like him and Lin Shiwu. "What kind of good life?" "Like Lin Shirsan's." Lin Shirer showed no trace of guilt, flirtatiously playing with her hair. She brought her own stupidity upon herself. Who else should she blame? Lin Shirer slowly bent down, producing a packet of nutrient fluid and beckoning to Lin Shichi as one would lure a puppy. "Shichi, come here to your 12 jia." Lin Shirer left, taking Lin Wunyo, Lily, and Lin Shichi with him, leaving the 3 of them behind. "Lin Shirsi, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I might barely forgive you." Lin Shirsi rolled her eyes at her. Lin Shirer stomped her foot in anger. "I'll wait for you to regret this. It won't be as simple as kneeling then." As she left, Lin Shirer kicked Lin Shirlu hard. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Shirlu had never encountered someone like this and felt extremely wronged. Enduring the pain in her body, she picked up the torn pieces of paper from the ground one by one. Lin Shiwu, lying on the ground, couldn't help but advise, "Shirliu, stop picking them up." Lin Shirliu, as if provoked, looked at Lin Shiwu on the ground, tears streaming down. "Why shouldn't I pick them up? Do you also think we are only fit to rot here?" At this moment Lin Shirlu was no longer pretending to be a child looking at her two brothers lying on the ground, her voice soft. When she learned to read, she would always run over to these two to study, secretly hoping he could absorb some of it. Isn't that right? This is a garbage planet. Even if you can read, what good will it do? You still can't get out anyway. How can we not get out? Lin Shirlu retorted vehemently. Lin Shirwu looked at Lin Shirlio's somewhat disproportionate large head and dared not provoke her, but Lin Shirsi dared, cruelly shattering Lin Shirlio's dream of saving money to escape the garbage planet. Do you know how many star coins a spaceship ticket from the garbage planet to a remote star costs? 200,000, and that's just for one person, and that's only the ticket price. Do you think just buying a ticket will let you live on another planet? Stop dreaming. Why would they accept residents from a garbage planet? How many star coins do you have? People from the garbage planet are looked down upon wherever they go. You can't find a job, so where will you get star coins? By then you might even struggle to survive. Move to another planet. I can't even find out how many star coins it costs. Lin Shirlu stared straight into Lin Shirsi's eyes, her gaze shining brightly. You want to get out? The tone was very certain, and Lin Shirsi did not refute. Who doesn't want to get out? But we can't. Lin Shirlu had never hidden her desire to escape the garbage planet, but which resident of the garbage planet didn't want to? Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had secretly inquired, only to be met with disdainful glances from the inner city people as if they were daydreaming. That look was even more painful than a beating. Lin Shirlu crouched down, picking up the torn paper pieces, bit by bit, her mind racing. If buying a spaceship ticket wouldn't work, what about passing an exam to get out? We can pass an exam to get out. After we pass, we go to school and we'll have skills. Huh. Just us. Yes, just us. Lin Shirsi sat up with a spring, thinking Lin Shirlu was daydreaming. What do we have to compete with others? Not to mention other planets, we can't even compare to people from the inner city. How can we not compare? Lin Shirlu argued loudly. You are amazing at fighting. In one-on-one combat, even adults can't beat you. Your physique must be very high, so your spiritual power must be good too. Someone had already quietly crept closer to Lin Shirlio's small shack. The sounds of arguing came from inside the shack. I want a stable life without fear, without having children, a life where I can enjoy my old age. The garbage planet can't give me such a life. I want to get out. Bang! 5 tall men kicked open the broken door of the shack. Hey, we've got a daydreaming kid here. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Shirlu didn't think she was funny, but her eyes were still brimming with unshed tears, making her look aggrieved and pitiful. The 5 men looked at the children on the ground. This is our place from now on. Get lost. They were 5 cowards who only bullied the weak. If it came to a fight, they might not lose, but it wasn't necessary. Lin Shirlu quickly hugged the torn paper in her hands, placed it in her scavenging bag, and prepared to leave. The 3 children were all sensible, but they were stopped. Who allowed you to take things away? Lin Shirlu put down her bag and ran off. It was fortunate that Lin Shirlu looked like she was barely alive, otherwise those men would not have let a little girl like her leave. Taking advantage of the fact that the moonlight was not yet too dark, the 3 had nowhere to go and unanimously ran toward Lin Shi's shack. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were somewhat better off, but Lin Shirlio, who was already scrawny from hunger, had been beaten and kicked, and was now covered in tears and snot. Lin Shi and Lin Shi's shacks were next to each other. Not only these two, but Lin Wu, Lin Lu, and Lin Chi's shacks were also nearby. Lin Shi was lounging in front of a shack. Seeing Lin Shirlio's appearance, he pointed at her and asked Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, "Who is this?" "A humanoid alien beast." Already feeling miserable, she now began to sob, gradually turning into a loud wail, looking even uglier. Lin Shirlu didn't receive any comfort. Instead, Lin Shi kicked her. "Shut up." "Oh." Lin Shirlu hiccuped, was kicked to her knees by Lin Shi, pursed her lips like an old woman, and became quiet. Lin Shi took out a rolled cigarette, put it in his mouth, and asked vaguely, "Kicked out?" Lin Shirsi skillfully found a small stool and sat down, looking indifferent. Lin Shire has climbed the social ladder and entered the inner city. "Oh. You didn't go with her." Lin Shirsi let out an exaggerated, "Huh. Go with her, and then be sold off like Lin Shirsan." Lin Shirsi was very concerned about Lin Shirsan's death. He didn't expect any familial affection between them, but Lin Shire had directly tricked Lin Shirsan into going out to entertain clients. That was too much. Couldn't she have chosen someone unrelated? Lin Shire knew about this. He lit the cigarette in his mouth and blew out a smoke ring. How do you think Shire managed to climb up to the inner city people? Shirsan was much prettier than Shire. Lin Shirlu was helped up by Lin Shi. This brother didn't talk much, but he was very good to her. Several times he had secretly given her nutrient solutions. Lin Shirlu grabbed Lin Shi's sleeve and said in an almost pleading tone, "Brother Shi, can you be my guardian?" Lin Shi, who was still teasing Lin Shirsi, turned to look. Lin Shirlu kept going. She couldn't care less. Even if this wasn't something a 6-year-old child would think of, it was an opportunity. Changing guardians couldn't make things worse. Lin Wu had just entered the inner city, so he was probably still excited and wouldn't care about the 100 star coins per month. Lin Shilu and Lin Shiwu's biological mother had died, so the subsidies all went to their father. Now was the best time otherwise. Once he came to his senses and realized that the inner city also required spending star coins, it would be even harder to change guardians. Lin Shi was her brother, 17 years old, and had been living independently on the garbage planet for a year. He should be able to be her guardian. That's how Lin Wu had taken Lin Lu and Lin Shi away. Even if it was against the rules, this was the garbage planet with not many rules. Brother Shi, be my guardian and you'll get 100 star coins every month. I don't need you to do anything. I just want to buy a light brain. Okay. Lin Shilu was rambling on about her reasons for wanting him as her guardian, and before she could promise anything, Lin Shi agreed. Stunned by the huge surprise, Lin Shilu could hardly believe her ears. Lin Shirsi let out a shout and lunged forward, the half-grown boy pouncing onto Lin Shi's broad shoulders, gripping his neck and shaking him vigorously. Why should it be him? If anyone is to become my guardian, it should be me. I'm the one closest to you. Afraid that hesitation would lead to complications, Lin Shilu woke her 3 older brothers in their shelter for the first time ever, urging them to accompany her to process the guardian change. They were among the first to enter the inner city and the first to visit the garbage planet's administrative hall. For the guardian change, children must be present in person and guardians ought to be there too, but since Lin Wu failed to appear, the office dispatched his data tablet. Still lost in his dreams, Lin Wu could hardly believe he had received news of the guardian change so early in the morning, and he flew into a rage, cursing loudly. He had originally planned to lock up Lin Shilu and the other 2 for a while longer. As long as they stayed out of public view, no one would know they were split between the outer and inner cities, and no one would report them. Yet barely had he entered the inner city when those 3 shameless wolves rushed headlong to change their guardians. In the end, Lin Wu consented reluctantly, as if casting off a burden. There was no choice. Though Garbage Planet administration ran laxly, if they discovered he had abandoned the children in the outer city while residing in the inner city, he would lose his subsidies and face fines in star credits. When it came to finding star credits, Garbage Planet officials showed more eagerness than anything else. Lin Shilu felt as though she were dreaming. Lin Wu, whom she had believed would be her burden until she turned 16, was finally gone. With her mouth agape, she stared at Lin Shi, hands busy, tears pooling in her eyes, ugly crying yet somehow deeply heart-wrenching to witness. Lin Shi scooped Lin Shilu into his arms and perched there. She could no longer hold back her tears, which fell in thick streams. It felt as though life was finally improving. Lin Shirsi watched Lin Shilu crying again, puzzled. Wasn't this a happy occasion? Why the tears? He opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Shiwu swiftly covered it. MPH. With tensions rising, Lin Shi delivered a kick to each of them, leading Lin Shilu back through the inner city toward their shelter. The 5 burly men inside, who had not gone scavenging that morning, saw Lin Shilu return and instantly rose, fists clenched. Lin Shilu started to explain her belongings were worthless, she could exchange them for star credits. But Lin Shi was already fighting them, gouging at noses and eyes, striking temples, the 6 of them locked in a tangled brawl. Before Lin Shilu's mind could catch up, her body moved on instinct, pulling the iron rod she had hidden in the corner and driving it forcefully inward. A sharp rip echoed through the air, the sound of fabric tearing. A cry rang out that somehow mixed agony with an odd quality that made Lin Shilu pause and wonder. Heat rose to her cheeks, yet her hands did not slow. Withdraw, thrust again. A low moan curled through the air, so resonant it made her toes curl with an inexplicable urge. Feeling as though she had done something utterly shameful, Lin Shilu dared not aim there again. She withdrew the rod and swung it at the man's neck, but her small frame lacked the strength to do real damage. When her strike proved ineffective, Lin Shilu grabbed the rod and bolted outside. She would rather not get in the way if she could not help. By the time Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu finished their own scuffles and entered, they saw the scene inside and immediately sprang into action, spinning and delivering a kick aimed squarely at the man at the doorway. Lin Shilu's ankle was grabbed mid-struggle as she was being lifted upside down, but Lin Shirsi caught her smoothly, pushed her outward, and slammed the door shut. Pushed outside, Lin Shilu hurried around to the side of the shelter and strained to topple a bucket against the wall. Climbing onto it, she rose on tiptoes to peer through. Lin Shi had already brought all 3 men to the ground and was searching them, pulling out scattered star credits. Lin Shirsi executed a precise side kick to one man's waist, sending him crashing down, while Lin Shiwu grabbed another by the head and repeatedly slammed it against the floor. Relieved, she carefully climbed down from the bucket and sat outside the shelter, resting her chin on her hands as she waited. Only when Lin Shi came out and called her did she hurry inside, stepping over the unconscious bodies without a glance to gather her belongings. Her possessions were few and simple, mostly learning materials, and all she needed fit into a single bag, far from filling even her scavenging sack. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu meanwhile turned the entire place upside down searching. Lin Shilu watched them pry apart the bed slats, crevices around Lin Wu's door, and gaps in the shelter walls to recover the star credits they had hidden away. The sight left Lin Shilu utterly speechless. She suspected Lin Wu had known about these hiding spots all along, deliberately letting them accumulate until they were ripe to take. Once back at Lin Shi's shelter, and having emptied her belongings, she grabbed her bag and headed straight for the dump. The morning was still young, plenty of time to scavenge more. That evening, when the group returned from scavenging, Lin Shi made no demand for Lin Shilu and the others to hand over their star credits. Lin Shirsi bounded around the shelter with excitement, making happy sounds while Lin Shiwu counted the credits earned that day, his eyes shining with quiet pride. Only Lin Shilu sat quietly piecing together torn pages. Paper books were rare across the stars now, and she considered every one precious. "Shirlio, weren't you wanting to buy a data tablet?" Lin Shiwu suggested gently after tallying his earnings, and Lin Shirsi nodded eagerly in agreement. Lin Shi sharpened a dagger outside the shelter, while Lin Shir leaned against the frame watching Lin Shirsi and asking, "You've already saved 3,000. Huh." Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu were stunned. A data tablet cost 3,000, yet they had barely scraped together a few hundred star credits between them. In their eyes, that was already a fortune. Seeing the two frozen in disbelief, Lin Shir shook the ash from his cigarette and let out a derisive laugh. Unable to piece the fragments together right away, Lin Shirlu found a box and carefully stored them, then retrieved a live stream sphere from her scavenging bag, one she had found 3 years prior. Scavenging had its learning curve. Besides that first live stream sphere, she had never found anything similar again. Rolling the sphere in her palm, Lin Shirlu peeled off her worn cloak and began unpicking the seams. The four watched in utter disbelief as Lin Shirlu produced over 40 star credits from that very cloak. "How did you manage to hide this from Lin Wu?" Without looking up, Lin Shirlu methodically folded the credits. "I sewed them in securely." "You mean it could be done like that? Then why didn't you tell us?" Lin Shirlu finally glanced up. "Haven't I said this before? I've told you many times that this cloak can conceal items where no one would think to look. You never understood. Do I need to spell it out for you? With so many people around, someone might overhear and report to Lin Wu, and then none of us could hide our star credits." Lin Shirlu's cloak had 5 layers. She needed only to unravel one to gather 3,000 star credits, enough for a data tablet. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu combined had just 653 star credits. The gap was far too large. After Lin Shirlu set aside her own 3,000, she still had another 1,300, yet even giving that to them would not be enough to buy a single data tablet. Even Lin Shir was surprised that Lin Shirlu could hoard so many star coins, not counting what she had previously handed over to Lin Wu. A normal child earning over 1,000 star coins a year was already considered impressive, yet Lin Shirlu had saved more than 4,000 in just 3 years. It was absurd. Looking at Lin Shirlu's frail frame, Lin Shir couldn't believe it. "You have star coins and yet you're starved like this." Lin Shirlu felt equally wronged. She didn't want to be this way either. "Lin Wu definitely knows I've hidden star coins, but he can't find them. He keeps a close watch on me." She rarely even had the chance to steal enough to buy nutrient solution. "How did you manage it?" Since there was no need to hide anything anymore, Lin Shirlu spoke up. "I spent 100 star coins to buy information from a grocery store owner. The Federation has established a dedicated scrap recycling station where the buyback prices are much higher. Those who knew about this kept it secret and never spread the word." Lin Shirlu had deliberately concealed this from Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu. "Why didn't you tell us?" Lin Shirsi pinched Lin Shirlu's cheek. Lin Shirlu mumbled, "What would telling you guys accomplish? The star coins wouldn't end up in your pockets anyway, and it would only expose me." It was true. Lin Shirlu handed 3,000 star coins to Lin Shi. "Brother Shi, tomorrow I'll take you to that recycling station, and you take me to buy a light brain, okay?" "What do you mean you're only bringing Brother Shi?" Lin Shir glared at Lin Shirsi as if he were an idiot. "Going one at a time, taking several together. Are you trying to get us silenced by the Gravel Gang?" The Gravel Gang controlled the recycling stations as second-hand dealers. Many scavengers knew about this, but no one dared speak of it openly. Everyone kept it hidden. Lin Shirlu nodded in full agreement and said gravely, "Every time I go there I can see Gravel Gang members around. There are always people guarding the area surrounding the recycling station." After much discussion, they finally decided on the order. Tomorrow Lin Shirlu would take Lin Shi first, then Lin Shi would take Lin Shir, followed by Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu. The next morning, Lin Shi instructed Lin Shirlu to go ahead to the recycling station first. Lin Shirlu led him through the inner city gate, winding and twisting past numerous garbage mountains for a long time before they finally spotted the recycling station. Glancing at the garbage recycling station from a distance, Lin Shi then took Lin Shirlu to buy a light brain. At this hour most people had already gone out scavenging, so Lin Shi led Lin Shirlu to the grocery store. Hearing that Lin Shirlu wanted to buy a light brain, the grocery store owner wasn't surprised, as this girl was known to be clever. He took out a box containing 5 or 6 black light brains, all quite worn. "They're all 3,000, pick one yourself." The models were identical, so Lin Shirlu chose the one that looked the sturdiest, strapped it to her wrist, and quickly bound it under the shop owner's guidance. In truth, no guidance was needed. The light brains all had voice-activated smart modes. Lin Shirlu didn't leave right away. Instead, she took out the broadcast sphere she had hidden for 3 years, tapped it against the light brain, but nothing happened. The shop owner leaned over and kindly explained to Lin Shirlu, "A broadcast sphere. Are you planning to earn star coins through live streaming? I'd recommend you stream on the Star C platform." Lin Shirlu directly used voice search to find the Star C platform. After opening the app, the broadcast sphere in her hand lit up. "Star C live streaming platform detected. Would you like to connect? Broadcast sphere model N16575 detected. Would you like to connect?" So that's how it works. Lin Shirlu quickly browsed through the introduction to the Star C live streaming platform and found nothing problematic. Connect. Connection successful. To the faded model, black sphere lit up, sprouted 2 small wings, and flew into the air, orbiting around Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu's eyes filled with wonder, and she quickly registered a live stream account, naming it "Saving Up to Escape the Garbage Planet." Ding dong. As soon as Lin Shirlu finished registering, a notification chimed on Guardian Lin Shi's light brain. But Lin Shirlu only had time to be curious for a moment. She was eager to start scavenging. Without star coins, you couldn't even afford to use a light brain. Using a light brain required star coins too. Lin Shi found Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, who were absent-mindedly picking through trash, and then left. The items here didn't fetch good prices, so mostly children were the ones rummaging through them. Lin Shirlu happily ran toward Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu with the broadcast sphere trailing alongside her. She was too excited to notice the way the other children were staring at her. Upon seeing the light brain on Lin Shirlu's wrist, Lin Shirsi immediately rushed over while Lin Shirwu eyed the broadcast sphere beside her. "Let me see your light brain. Isn't this the black lump you've been hiding for so long?" They spoke in unison. Lin Shirlu awkwardly maneuvered the holographic screen of her light brain to show them. "This is a broadcast sphere. Look, I'm live streaming. Maybe there'll be tips. If there, we'll have another way to earn star coins." At that moment, viewers were already entering Lin Shirlu's live stream. "Oh, a child from the garbage planet. How rare. Why do you look so strange, streamer? Call me Big Brother, and I'll send you a gift. Streamer's ugly, I'm out." A string of messages flashed by. Lin Shirlu understood most of them, but Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu could only make out a few characters. What does all this mean? Lin Shirlu pushed Lin Shirwu aside and sweetly called out, "Big Brother." Clearly, this wasn't directed at the two standing beside her. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu beside her got goosebumps all over. Lin Shirsi frantically rubbed his arms while Lin Shirwu couldn't help but plead, "Stop being so cloying, it's terrifying." Effort to lose weight tipped 50 star coins. Effort to lose weight, the person beside you is right, stop being creepy. Lin Shirlu's expression instantly changed, and she thanked the viewer in a normal tone. "Thank you, Big Brother, for the 50 star coins. Next, Shirlu will show everyone our daily life on the garbage planet, scavenging." Lin Shirlu didn't feel ashamed at all. What was the daily life of the garbage planet, if not scavenging? Even people from the inner city had to come out and rummage through trash. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu squeezed their heads closer. "Is there really 50 star coins? Let me see, let me see." Lin Shirwu grabbed Lin Shirlu's hand and physically moved the holographic screen. "She has a light brain." Someone shouted, and a crowd of children turned to look. 6 years old, a little girl, thin and frail, but she had a light brain. Easy pickings. A mob surged forward, dozens of children charging at Lin Shirlu to snatch the light brain from her hands. A single light brain could fetch over 1,000 star coins. It was a huge sum. In an instant, the children erupted into chaos. The broadcast sphere immediately rose into the air under Lin Shirlu's control. But the delay cost her. Lin Shirlu was knocked flying. Curling up to roll and absorb the impact, Lin Shirlu grabbed her silver rod from her waist and struck the nearest attacker hard on the head. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu naturally refused to stand by and watch Lin Shirlu being robbed. Lin Shirsi kicked away the boy who had charged at Lin Shirlu, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Shirlu smashed her rod into the attacker's temple. She couldn't run. If she wanted to keep live streaming, things like this would happen often enough in the future. This was the daily grind of a garbage planet. Some children were remarkably agile. They were fighting tooth and nail, even willing to spill brains, all for a mere optical brain. Lin Shirlu had no chance to look at the optical brain. Her eyes were bloodshot and her hands trembled as she gripped the stick. Spitting out blood, she was caught but remained calm. She had bet her opponent used the dizziness to break free and fell to the ground unsteadily. Her mind buzzing, she crawled forward dizzily without waiting to regain full consciousness, occasionally getting stepped on or deliberately kicked hard. She grabbed the foot that was savagely kicking her stomach and looked up. Figures blurred and she couldn't tell who was who. Above, a live streaming sphere recorded everything clearly. Some children who couldn't squeeze in through things at the sphere, making it wobble. Summoning all her strength, Lin Shirlu swept her leg at the legs in front of her, but it was useless. She was too weak. She gave up and sat on the ground, enduring trampling and fists, and poked at groins with precision. Ouch! Lin Shirlu aimed more carefully. Lin Shirsi cried out in pain. Lin Shirlu couldn't help it, her eyes were swollen shut, and she couldn't see anything. Lin Shirlu didn't answer. She just kept poking until the children in front of her gradually dispersed. The silver rod in her hand was covered in blood. Lin Shirlu gasped for breath, feeling as if she were floating on clouds, her whole body limp and weak. In the end, the three of them didn't pick up anything. Lin Shirwu carried Lin Shirlu on his back as they headed back first. Lin Shirsi followed beside them, and traveling together was safer. Back in the shed, Lin Shirlu lay on a wooden plank. Her head was covered in bumps and her body was bruised purple. She retched in discomfort. But she couldn't bring anything up. Lin Shirwu's left arm was bent at an unnatural angle, and Lin Shirsi was holding his stomach, gasping for breath, his clothes stained with blood. This couldn't go on. Without treatment, they would only die. Struggling to get out of bed, she first took off the optical brain, too tired to check how the live stream was going, and went offline. She called Lin Shirwu and helped Lin Shirsi to his feet. Where are we going? Lin Shirsi asked, holding his wound as he followed Lin Shirlu out of the shed. To see a doctor. We don't have star coins. I do. It's not enough. It is. Blood was flowing more and more from Lin Shirsi's stomach. There was no time to wait. Lin Shirwu carried Lin Shirsi on his back and ran to a small clinic in the inner city. Lin Shirlu, dizzy and lightheaded, clung to Lin Shirwu's clothes, afraid of falling behind. The clinic had a very peculiar name, Black Clinic. True to its name, it charged exorbitant fees, but it was the only clinic on the garbage planet, so even with high prices, patients came in an endless stream. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Shirlu and her companions entered the clinic, a man waiting for treatment grabbed them and searched them thoroughly, taking the 5-star coins that Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had on them. Lin Shirwu glared at the burly man. Lin Shirlu looked at the lightsaber and ion gun on his belt, then tugged at Lin Shirwu's clothes. They were about to enter the clinic when the burly man stopped them again. Dr. Lon won't treat you without star coins. He began scanning them again, trying to find where they might have hidden star coins. Lin Shirlu looked at the man. Our brother will come to pay the star coins later. Let us go in and wait. She tried to enter, but he grabbed her. Then wait until your brother comes to redeem you. Lin Shirlu's face flushed with anger. She was too rule-abiding. Let us go, my brother is injured. None of my business. Lin Shirlu kicked at the burly man while hanging off the ground, but it had no effect. Her tiny kicks only drew laughter from the crowd. Lin Shirlu cursed that his arm would never heal. A pebble hit the burly man's head. A man's voice came from inside the clinic. Are you sure your brother will bring star coins? Lin Shirlu nodded frantically. Let go. The burly man reluctantly released her. Lin Shirwu quickly carried Lin Shirsi into the clinic. There were only 3 people waiting for treatment. The patients who left all had good complexions, but wore sour expressions. Soon it was Lin Shirlu's group's turn. Dr. Lon examined the 3 of them and quoted a price. 5,000. Treat or not. Lin Shirlu gritted her teeth. This doctor really knew how to set prices. Can you make it cheaper? Dr. Lon took off his gloves. I don't bargain here. Taking a deep breath, she said, treat. Dr. Lon leaned back in his chair and spun around. I don't do credit. Pay the star coins and I'll start treatment. Lin Shirlu took off her cloak and began searching for the seams, pulling out star coins. She turned the cloak inside out piece by piece, pretending to barely scrape together 5,000 star coins. After handing them over to the doctor, she put the cloak back on, feeling much lighter. First, Dr. Lon applied a transparent gel to Lin Shirsi's wound, then used a treatment device to scan it. Next, he set Lin Shirwu's arm straight. After Lin Shirsi's stomach healed, he scanned it a few more times. Lin Shirlu was last. She looked the worst, but she was actually the least injured. Dr. Lon only gave her a tube of ointment and told her to apply it herself. You're done. But you're severely malnourished. Drink more nutrient solution. Don't be stingy with star coins. Truly a black clinic. Lin Shirsi was already bouncing around. Lin Shirlu was still thinking about her 5,000 star coins, her heart aching. She clutched her chest and stood off to the side, her soul having wandered off for a while. Lin Shirsi shook Lin Shirlu. 16, do you have any star coins? Lend me some. I want to buy an optical brain too. I'll pay you back later. Lin Shirlu took off her cloak with a slap and gestured for him to search. If you can find one more star coin, it's yours. Lin Shirsi actually searched. Lin Shirlu immediately tried to snatch the cloak back. Why wasn't he following the script? She put the cloak back on. Lin Shirlu watched Dr. Lan humming a tune utterly lacking in medical ethics. By the time Lin Shirwu's arm healed, it was already dusk. Now only Lin Shirlu was still injured. The key point was that Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had gotten hurt because of her, so she couldn't bring herself to ask them for star coins. I have no star coins left. If we get this badly injured again, we'll have no choice but to die. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu didn't believe her at all. Lin Shirlu looked at the treatment device on Dr. Lan's desk, her mind plotting how to get one. The three of them slipped back through the back door of the black clinic, fearing they'd run into the burly man and be held for ransom. Returning to the shack, Lin Shi had already come back and was sharpening his dagger outside. Frowning at the sight of Lin Shirlio's injuries, Lin Shirlu went straight to her hidden optical brain and scanned the medicinal ointment in her hand. Seeing the price of 50 star coins, Lin Shirlu cursed fiercely. Damn, they really have no medical ethics. She tried to place an order but received a prompt from the optical brain. This planet does not support interstellar link transportation. The 3 exclamation marks on the screen seemed to mock her. Lin Shirwu, who had been secretly peeking, asked curiously, Shirlio, what does that mean? Lin Shirlu couldn't be bothered to explain and simply opened the Shanghai live streaming platform, where she saw a tip of 560 coins. Huh. Lin Shirlio's eyes widened in disbelief. She opened the back end to check the records. The most tips came during the brawl among the children. Wow, ruthless. Hit him hard, knock his head. Just a glance and Lin Shirlu immediately closed the page. What kind of people were these, inciting violence like that? Were all interstellar residents like this? With that thought, Lin Shirlu opened the sections of Shanghai Live. There were fights with alien beasts, underground boxing, cat-eared girls performing striptease, and planet fishing. It was a motley mix of everything. She skimmed through the various categories, then switched back to search for information about Shanghai Live. It turned out that Shanghai Live was the most lenient streaming platform in the Federation, its biggest selling point being that you could stream anything as long as you dared. It was also the platform with the most users in the Federation. No wonder the grocery store owner had recommended it. In her past life, a scene like today's brawl would have been banned immediately, let alone earning tips. Pushing away Lin Shirwu, who kept crowding her, Lin Shirlu opened the search bar and typed how to leave the trash planet. The results were overwhelming. Lin Shirlu patiently read through them one by one. When she encountered unfamiliar characters, she had the optical brain read them aloud. The sound soon quieted the two beside her. Even Lin Shi and Lin Shi outside the shack pricked up their ears. Though they had all searched this before, after reviewing everything, the most reliable method remained studying and passing the entrance exam. Federation citizens could take the university entrance exams of other planets after turning 16. Once admitted and graduated, moving would become much easier. Regarding how to migrate to another planet, the optical brain's answer was more comprehensive than Lin Shirsi's. Simply buying a spaceship ticket wasn't enough. Even if you arrived on another planet without an employer or a fixed residence, you would be deported within half a year. If you resisted, you'd become an undocumented resident, losing all Federation citizen rights. Although they were residents of the trash planet, they still enjoyed a sliver of Federation citizen benefits, such as the damnable child allowance. The migration standards differed for each planet. Some remote planets only required purchasing a house, while others needed a legitimate job. In short, the requirements varied. Lin Shirlu voice typed, how can a 6-year-old leave the trash planet? This time far fewer answers appeared. Most said the child could follow their guardian, and if the guardian migrated to another planet, the child could go along. If the guardian was admitted to a university, the child could accompany them to that planet and attend local schools. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirlio's eyes lit up. Lin Shi felt a chill down his spine and turned around to see Lin Shirlio's unusually large eyes sparkling at him. Lin Shirsi poured cold water on her. Shirlio, you're not thinking of having Lin Shi study his way out and take you along, are you? Don't kid yourself. Even the rich folks in the inner city can't get into university. Lin Shirlu really hated Lin Shirsi's mouth. She is also your guardian. If he gets in, you can go too. Lin Shirsi fell silent. After thinking it over, it wasn't her own effort anyway. She could occasionally supervise Lin Shi's studies. The thought was pleasing. Lin Shirlu immediately searched again which schools accept students from the trash planet. The optical brain answered the 4 military academies and the 8 comprehensive schools all accept. Wasn't the difficulty level a bit high? There were so many planets in the Federation, and the good universities only admitted a limited number of students each year. Lin Shirlu scrolled down slowly and got the answer. The better the school, the less it cared about background. The lesser schools had many nitpicky requirements that were even more numerous than those of the 4 military academies. Lin Shirlu saw that many remote planet schools had explicit statements, "Do not accept students from the trash planet." She began to look at the admission standards of the 12 universities. Who said residents of the trash planet couldn't pass? You never know until you try. The optical brain read out the admission standards of the 12 schools from previous years. Lin Shirlu found a crumpled piece of paper and a pen, jotted down the notes, and looked up at Lin Shi. "Shi, let's learn to read together in the evenings." Lin Shi tightened his grip on the dagger, clearly thinking Lin Shirlu was dreaming. People like them could never get into those universities. Lin Shirlu looked at Lin Shi, tapped the optical brain, and it began to speak. Major General Hilarion, born on trash planet Z15224, entered the first military academy in the year 2537 of the stellar calendar. A series of names and planets followed, all achievements of residents from various trash planets who had been admitted to the 12 major institutions. Though only a few had succeeded, it was proof that it was possible. Lin Shirlu looked at Lin Shi. "Shi, how do you know you can't pass without trying? If someone else can, why can't it be you? Let's start small, just with literacy. We have nothing to do in the evenings anyway." With that faint glimmer of hope hidden in their hearts, Lin Shi and Lin Shirlu began their days of scavenging and fighting, and their nights of learning to read and healing wounds. After being pestered by Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu for half a month, Lin Shirlu relented and lent them star coins to buy optical brains on the condition that they would join the literacy lessons. The optical brain could search for tutorials on children's literacy. Lin Shirlu had awakened memories of her past life, and Lin Shi was 17, so after 2 months of stumbling, they had roughly learned all the characters. Now they could read the study materials without much trouble. If they encountered an unfamiliar character, they could simply look it up. After mastering the common interstellar characters, Lin Shirlu began attending classes with Lin Shi. In private, she started searching for past exam papers from the various schools and compiled them into a booklet. Exams were just about getting the right answers. She could figure out the rest after getting in. During this time, Lin Shirlu also persuaded Lin Shi to go to the inner city to test his constitution and spiritual power. Constitution v spiritual power, C. Not bad, at least he passed the minimum threshold. Lin Shirlu then began searching how to improve constitution. Indeed, physical constitution could be enhanced. Besides, Lin Shi was only 17, still young. However, the methods found on the light brain were as varied as 100 flowers, blooming diverse in kind and vastly different from one another. For methods that promised swift results, Lin Shizikshu did not dare let Lin Shi attempt them. What if the boy ruined his body in the process? The best course of action would naturally be to consult a specialist physician, yet such consultations were prohibitively expensive, costing 500 star coins for a single inquiry on the StarNet. It was not that they lacked these star coins, but rather fear of being deceived. With so few star coins to begin with, what would happen if they fell prey to a scam? Were they expected to file a report with the authorities on this garbage planet? What a laugh, go to the police just to provide some entertainment. The core issue was their poverty. They simply could not afford to be conned. Unable to hire a doctor, they would turn to the military's official website to see if there were publicly available methods for enhancing physical constitution. To their surprise, such methods did exist, though they differed sharply from the eclectic options flooding the StarNet. The military's approach was remarkably straightforward: weighted running, squats, weightlifting. While these were time-worn techniques, they were exhaustively detailed, specifying exactly which movements required attention and providing nutritional guidelines on minimum daily intake. Many on the StarNet ridiculed the military's published methods as hopelessly outdated, arguing that a single vial of gene enhancer would be both safer and more efficient. These methods certainly did not yield overnight results. They required sustained effort over time. Yet to Lin Shiliashi, they were more than adequate, especially for residents of this garbage planet like themselves. Gene enhancer. What was that? She had only encountered it in escapist novels from her past life. On this garbage planet, she had never even heard of such a thing. Curiosity got the better of her, so Lin Shiliashi consulted the light brain and felt as though an entire new world was unfolding before her eyes. The galaxy's gene medicines had reached a high level of refinement. Basic formulations were now mass-produced, while the wealthy could commission pharmacists to craft personalized preparations tailored to their individual constitutions. A single vial of mass-produced basic gene medicine came to a staggering 100,000 star coins. Absolutely extortionate. Lin Shiliashi stared at that string of zeros, her vision blurring momentarily. In the span of a single blink, she clearly watched the inventory count drop by 2 digits. TSK, what difference would it make if one more rich person joined the world? Lin Shiliashi muttered to herself as her fingers habitually swept downward across the holographic display hovering in the air. A cascade of pharmaceutical names came into view. At first the names seemed ordinary enough: basic healing medicine, intermediate gene medicine, basic mental medicine, calming incense, basic repair medicine. But the further she scrolled, the stranger they became. Rainbow-hued light medicine permanent smile fixative fire-breathing pills. What on earth was this? Even if she could not afford it, she simply had to click through to see what it was. Rainbow-hued light medicine, once consumed the body would emit a rainbow-colored radiance, with the effects lasting 12 hours. Permanent smile fixative would force the corners of one's mouth upward involuntarily lasting an entire month. Fire-breathing pills, true to their name, caused flames to erupt from the mouth whenever one spoke with effects lasting at least 5 hours. Lin Shiliashi could only marvel at the absurdity. She felt these names would be far more fitting if they dropped the word medicine rainbow-hued agent smile fixative agent fire-breathing pill. Would not those sound better? It had to be admitted, the conventional medicines deterred her, but these bizarre concoctions practically beckoned her to click through each one. How strange, where did such peculiar medicines even come from? She searched it out and discovered the answer across the galaxy. Different planets hosted entirely unique materials, each with their own distinctive properties. The light brain helpfully compiled a catalog of these worlds' signature flora. Take the breadfruit tree of Campbell Star for instance. Its leaves swell instantly upon contact with water, transforming into edible bread. The nutritional supplement derived from these leaves boasted not only exceptional nutritional value, but also a remarkable taste. However, since each leaf varied in its nutritional composition, mass production proved impossible. Only a pharmacist could craft these supplements individually. On certain worlds, trees absorbed starlight after dark. Elsewhere, a particular plant species acted like a living sponge, absorbing far greater volumes of water than its compact size suggested. Given the sheer variety of peculiar flora discovered across the galaxy, it was inevitable that pharmacists would develop equally strange formulations. The more Lin Shiliashi read, the brighter her eyes grew. If she had to work someday, she might as well pursue something she genuinely enjoyed. Of course, being a freeloader would be ideal. In her current state, that was merely a dream. Lin Shiliashi also discovered that most people in the galaxy lived past 400 years, with some reaching over 5 centuries. Unbelievable. After her marveling, she turned to researching the academic requirements for various institutions. This at least proved relatively straightforward. Lin Shiliashi transcribed every required subject one by one, and the rows upon columns of examinations left her feeling dizzy. For subjects requiring nothing more than rote memorization, such as interstellar history, she would have the light brain loop the material repeatedly. If one pass did not suffice, she would try twice, if twice failed, 3 times. In her streaming room, children were typically engaged in chaotic brawls, while her light brain continued playing interstellar history. Viewers constantly rotated through, some offering mockery, others encouragement. It had become quite the spectacle for her broadcast. It was difficult, genuinely difficult. Everything others had learned since childhood, Lin Shi wanted to catch up. It was truly challenging. Lin Shiliashi systematically listed out the admission requirements and specific examination content for each major across the 4 military academies and 8 comprehensive universities. With everything laid out, the decision rested with Lin Shi. It was impossible to tackle all of it at once, certainly not feasible. Instead, they needed to select a single major and focus intensively on the core subjects required for that discipline. Only then would there be a realistic chance of success. The academic programs across the 12 institutions were largely similar, with the exception that the military academies offered a dedicated command specialization, an obviously mentally demanding field that Lin Shiliashi immediately ruled out. They were still struggling to master basic literacy themselves. How could they possibly compete with those naturally gifted minds? They would have to temper their ambitions accordingly. After organizing the required subjects into neat rows, Lin Shiliashi turned back to the light brain to search for study materials covering each discipline. A single volume of the Mechanical Suit Maintenance Beginner textbook on the StarNet cost 500 star coins. Could they really afford to purchase every one? Lin Shiliashi bit her finger in frustration, her hand constantly scrolling across the holographic screen, desperately searching for any resources that would not cost star coins. But interstellar intellectual property protections were too strict. Every piece of legitimate knowledge required payment. Her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the box of shredded paper on the floor. Those books Lin Shire had torn to shreds. Unless she misremembered, they should have been repair manuals. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shiliashi nudged Lin Shi, who was studying characters on the light brain nearby, and showed him the materials she had compiled. Lin Shi looked at the 5 full pages handed over by Lin Shirliu, the characters densely packed on them. For quite a few of the characters he had to pause for a moment to recognize what they were. He looked at Lin Shirliu with some confusion. Lin Shirliu crept closer, speaking in a low voice. 11th brother, pick a major from these, and then doggedly study all the content required for that major. A large hand reached out from behind Lin Shirliu, grabbing her head and shaking it left and right. Speaking so softly, are you a thief? Afraid someone might hear. It was Lin Shir. Lin Shirliu did not retort. Instead, she nodded solemnly, pressing her head against Lin Shir's. Yes, can't let others hear. Lin Shi with a shortened cigarette, but dangling from his mouth let out a sneer. As if anyone would come to cause trouble. Lin Shi turned around looking at Lin Shi seriously. There definitely is. I don't know about others, but if Lin Shire finds out she'll not only mock us, but also cause trouble. Lin Shirlio with Lin Shi's hand still on her head looked at him and asked, "10th brother, are you also here to learn characters?" At these words Lin Shi felt a bit awkward and wanted to deny it, but Lin Shirlu was quicker taking his hand and making him sit down. Lin Shirlu wore an expression of I understand, and made Lin Shi and Lin Shi look at the materials she had compiled. Lin Shi glanced at them and immediately frowned. So many. Lin Shirlu opened her light brain shaking her head while searching for information. Not many. This is everything. If you pick a major it's not that much, only about 5 or 6 subjects to test. In truth the military academy's solo soldier major had the lowest academic score requirements, but the competition was fierce and the physique requirements were high. At the very least Lin Shi's current physique of B level was not sufficient. Lin Shi and Lin Shi might not be able to pass the exams. But it's okay, just give it a try. She had checked the 8 comprehensive universities had enrollment times staggered with the 4 major military academies. So they could first try the military academies, and if they didn't pass they could take the exams one by one afterward. Lin Shirlu didn't say it out loud, but those from the garbage planet who had entered the military academies were mostly those with both physique and mental strength at S level. S-level physique and mental strength could be considered among the top tier in the military academies. As Lin Shirlu sent the methods for improving physique, she had found to Lin Shi and Lin Shi, she said. These are methods for improving physique from the military official website. But they require long-term training to be effective. If you want to train you'll need to drink better nutritional liquids from now on so your nutrition can keep up. Lin Shi didn't look closely at the materials Lin Shirlu had compiled. He felt a headache coming on. He suspected it was due to his genes. Seeing dense characters gave him a headache, and he was not cut out for studying. Just tell me directly which major has the lowest admission score. Lin Shirlu lifted her big head and looked at Lin Shi and Lin Shi very seriously. These 12 universities are the best institutions in the entire Federation. How many planets are there in the Federation? The number of admitted students each year is fixed. Even the major with the lowest admission score will have a huge number of applicants. Lin Shirlu pointed at the materials she had compiled, not at all like a 6-year-old child. So you'd better pick a major you're interested in or one you have a talent for. As she spoke Lin Shirlu opened the introduction videos of various majors from different universities that she had found and showed them to her 2 brothers. At that moment Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu returned from outside. As soon as they entered the shed they pulled out the nutritional supplements they had hidden in their underwear. It gave Lin Shirlu a heart attack. At first Lin Shirlu was unwilling to drink the nutritional supplements they had stored in their underwear, but Lin Shirsi, disgusted by her fussiness, pried her mouth open and forced it down her throat. Because of this incident Lin Shirlu didn't speak to Lin Shirsi for 3 days, but Lin Shirsi didn't even notice that she was angry at him. He just carried on as usual. Seeing that Lin Shirlu still wouldn't drink the nutritional liquid he naturally forced it down her throat again. After 2 times Lin Shirlu learned her lesson. She took the nutritional liquid Lin Shirsi bought and inwardly kept comforting herself. It's not your star coins anyway, it's free and you're still complaining. If you don't drink it you're wasting it. Taking the nutritional liquid from Lin Shirlu told Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu to go watch the major introductions. Now Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were even more extreme than Lin Shirlu. Because of the dreams Lin Shirlu had painted for them they couldn't stand seeing Lin Shi idle. As soon as they saw him free they would urge him to study. The knowledge for elementary and middle school was free on the StarNet. As long as you had a light brain you could access it and learn. Recently Lin Shi and Lin Shi had been studying on it every night. Lin Shirlu moved the light screen of her light brain in front of her eyes and enlarged it, then took out the torn paper pieces and began to piece them together bit by bit. Lin Shirlu started browsing knowledge forums, deliberately looking for posts by people who liked to teach others. She saved them one by one thinking that maybe later she could ask questions. Never mind whether the answers were correct or not, at least someone answered. She looked up at the 4 older brothers in front of her had all finished watching. Finished. Which major do you plan to take, brothers? She needed to know so she could dig up past exam papers. Lin Shi and Lin Shi said nothing, but Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu exclaimed excitedly, the solo soldier is so cool. The mecha is so cool. Lin Shirlu ignored the 2 brainless ones, they still hadn't even fully learned their characters. Seeing that her 2 older brothers hadn't answered she could only say, can't decide. Then finish learning elementary and middle school knowledge first. I've checked if the content touches on all majors, but only at the most superficial level. Lin Shirlu had originally wanted to let them pick the major they wanted to study so that they could learn elementary and middle school knowledge while also studying the content required for the university entrance exam. She would help sort out past exam papers, compile them, and whatever had been tested was the key point. Didn't understand. So what? The exam-oriented education just required passing first get in then get out of the garbage planet. For now they just had to finish learning elementary and middle school knowledge as fast as possible, just pass and have a basic understanding. The two boys started learning elementary school knowledge on their light brains in different postures, clearly both distracted. Lin Shirlu didn't bother. Being distracted meant they weren't interested. She began to piece together the torn paper in her hand bit by bit. First she took the bag of nutritional liquid and rinsed it under the tap, then poured the liquid into a cup and drank. Lin Shirsi started playing with his light brain. While drinking the nutritional liquid, Lin Shirlu continued to piece together the paper. She had only assembled half a page so far, but half a page was enough for her to recognize what kind of book it was. Lin Shirlu hadn't been mistaken. It was a book about repair. She just wasn't sure what kind of repair, mecha repair or weapon repair. Putting the nutritional liquid aside, Lin Shirlu focused on piecing together the book. These were all star coins. Lin Shirlu held an iron rod prying out a metal plate weighed down by an irregular chunk of metal. She sat aside, panting heavily. Examining the worn edge of the thick metal plate before her, Lin Shirlu scrutinized it carefully and concluded she was right. This piece of metal was used for crafting mecha, though it was rarely employed nowadays. The livestream orb faithfully recorded Lin Shirlu's every movement beside her. Xiaotao, you should ask the livestream orb to come closer. It's hard to see clearly. Indeed, this is star ironwood. It looks like metal, but is actually a type of wood, a material used for making mecha. Without the flaking coating, she wouldn't have recognized it. However, this mecha material isn't widely used, is it? There are several alternative materials. Lin Shirlu glanced at the livestream chat and grinned. Even if it's rarely used, it can still fetch a good price. Lin Shirlu still wore her oversized green cloak, her head appearing somewhat disproportionately large. But over these 3 months she hadn't gone hungry once. It wasn't obvious from the outside, but beneath the cloak her body had already started filling out. Without Lin Wu, Lin Shirlu and the others had taken excellent care of themselves. 3 months had passed, and now no children came to snatch Lin Shirlu's optical brain. Usually she only needed to be careful around those tall grown adults. However, most adults already possessed optical brains. Even if they wanted to steal one, they would target children who were all alone. Lin Shirlu was not in that category. At first the three of them, Lin Shirsi, Lin Shirwu, and Lin Shirlu, returned to their hut each day with injuries, barely managing to protect their optical brains from being stolen. Half a month later, not to mention Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, even Lin Shirlu's combat skills had improved considerably. Indeed, practice was always the fastest way to enhance one's strength. Before buying the optical brain, Lin Shirlu rarely fought. She relied on her small, barely sufficient mind to use strategy and avoid conflicts with others. After acquiring the optical brain, small fights happened daily and big brawls every 3 days. The fighting never stopped. She now had her own weapon. Seeing that Lin Shirlu and the other two returned injured every day, Lin Shir brought them to Lin Wu. He was their eldest brother. Actually, there were older ones, but Lin Wu was the eldest, still alive. 30 years old, Lin Wu was built with tough, muscular frame. He looked like someone who could fight. Lin Wu felt little affection for them, but he could spare some time in the evenings to teach them some basic combat techniques. Lin Shirlu grew even busier. She needed to study elementary and middle school material and prepare for the worst-case scenario. If Lin Shi and Lin Shir failed to leave the planet, she would need to take the exam when she turned 16. She busied herself collecting information, at least needing to understand how residents of the garbage planet took the examination. Lin Shirlu also discovered that exam papers from recent years were simply unavailable on the Star Network. She could only find papers from 60 years ago, and even those required star coins to purchase. Fine, knowledge had common threads. Papers from 60 years ago were still exams. She bookmarked the website for later. She was busy collecting the assessment standards for junior alchemists from the Star Network and studying alchemy knowledge. She had already decided she would become an alchemist in the future. How interesting that would be. She could already imagine brewing a potion that when drunk would turn her fingernails every color of the rainbow, saving her the trouble of nail polish. Hee. She was busy studying garbage recycling knowledge. This was the subject she studied most diligently. It was the most crucial. Star coins. Only by thoroughly mastering this would she avoid overlooking valuable items on the garbage planet. She busied herself scavenging. What they lacked most right now were star coins. The fare for the spacecraft leaving the garbage planet alone was 200,000 star coins. She dared not imagine how much they would need to prepare for departure. Although the Federation provided student loans, what about their living expenses afterward? She was busy learning martial arts from Lin Wu. Every night she was the one who got beaten the hardest. There was no helping it, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu's combat skills were far superior to Lin Shirliu's. Occasionally she also had to dodge Lin Shire's interference. She couldn't understand what that woman was thinking, she simply couldn't stand the sight of Lin Shirlu, and came to flaunt her presence from time to time. If Lin Shirsan resented Lin Shire because Lin Shirsan was more beautiful, more pure, and more innocent, then what about Lin Shirlu? Was there really anything better about her than Lin Shire? There seemed to be nothing. She looked far shabbier than Lin Shire. Every day was packed with tasks, and even when going out to scavenge she had to avoid Lin Shire, afraid the woman might discover something. Perhaps accomplishing something wasn't difficult, but destroying it was far simpler. Lin Shirlu wished she could split herself into 8 pieces to get everything done. Lin Shirlu sat beside the star ironwood waiting for Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu. This piece of ironwood was too large and heavy for her. She couldn't carry it alone. A sound came from behind and Lin Shirlu instantly gripped the long whip strapped to her waist which Lin Shi had made for her. She was somewhat afraid of close quarters combat, feeling that anyone could easily break her ribs now. They had tried swords, blades, and staffs. Lin Shi even lent Lin Shirlu her ion pistol for her to test the feel. But after Lin Shirlu nearly blew Lin Shi's head off with a single shot, she lost the privilege of owning an ion pistol. What frightened her was that in a dangerous encounter the first person she'd shoot might be one of her own. In the end the long whip proved the most comfortable to use. Turning around she saw a girl about her age with golden hair, far more beautiful than herself. Lin Shirlu recognized her. She was called Lilith. Orphaned, but she had a brother who loved her dearly. The two of them had relied on each other for survival on the garbage planet. She seemed to have a harder life than Lin Shirliu, but in reality she lived far more comfortably. Her brother was fierce and ruthless, a dangerous character. Very few people dared to provoke them. Lilith kept glancing cautiously at the star ironwood behind Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu hadn't noticed at first, but she was live streaming. Xiao Tao, that girl is eyeing your star ironwood. Oh, so besides Xiao Tao there are other children who recognize this ironwood. This star ironwood had clearly been sitting here for a long time, the coating on it was mottled and faded. Otherwise Lin Shirlu wouldn't have recognized it either. Lin Shirlu watched Lilith warily and elevated the livestream orb hovering beside her lest it be damaged in a coming fight. Lin Shirlu simply sat down on the star ironwood as if declaring sovereignty. This is mine. Lilith looked at Lin Shirliu, chin raised proudly. Yours. Can you even carry it? Lin Shirlu rolled her eyes at her. None of your business. Lilith drew the dagger from her ankle and charged toward Lin Shirlu. What I lay eyes on is mine. Lin Shirlu also pulled out her long whip and swung it toward Lilith. Wow. They're fighting again. Guess who will win this time, Xiao Tao? That little girl looks much healthier than Xiao Tao. But Xiao Tao's whip is very long, she might be able to whip that little girl away from a distance. In Lin Shirliu's livestream some viewers enjoy watching her scavenge like opening a mystery box, no one knows what she'll find today. There are also those who love watching kids fight a clash of noobs. How amusing. Lily C was quick, but Lin Shirliu's whip whistled through the air forming an impenetrable barrier around her. Lily C couldn't get close. She reached to her waist and pulled out a small ion gun. Lin Shirliu immediately jumped down from the star ironwood dodging the ion gun shots. Even so Lin Shirliu's whip still lashed across Lily C's cheek leaving a long mark. Lin Shirliu's whip was specially made by Lin Shi complete with barbs. Lily C cried out in pain covering her cheek while Lin Shirliu swiftly closed in. Though she was somewhat afraid of close combat she would still approach when the opponent had an ion gun. Close range gave her a better chance to snatch the ion gun. The two girls soon became entangled and Lin Shirliu seized an opportunity to throw Lily C's ion gun far away. Lily C was far superior to Lin Shirliu in close combat, gaining the upper hand and leaving several cuts on Lin Shirliu's body. Lin Shirliu was not afraid. Even at close range she swung her whip determined to hit Lily C even if it meant hurting herself. If I suffer no one else will have it easy. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had arrived, but neither helped Lin Shirliu. Instead, while Lily C's attention was on Lin Shirliu, they quietly moved away the star ironwood that Lin Shirliu had found. Lin Shirliu had said this stuff was worth a lot of star coins. If they helped her move it she would give each of them a 10% share. Lin Shirwu, sharp-eyed, also quietly swiped the ion gun nearby. The two came quietly and left quietly. Lin Shirliu and Lily C fought fiercely, nearly beating each other's brains out. Lin Shirliu was covered in wounds, her green cloak was stained red, tattered, and even revealed the star coins hidden inside. Lily C's neck was wrapped round and round by Lin Shirliu's long whip, choking her until her eyes rolled back. The red marks on her neck were shocking. Neither would let go, each determined to kill the other there. The discussions in the live stream didn't stop either. No matter how many times I see this I'm still scared. I prefer when Xiao Tao scavenges. Scared. You haven't seen the underground boxing ring. It's even more brutal than this garbage planet. But they're only 6-year-old kids, killing each other over a few star coins. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Someone will stop them soon. Even a garbage planet is under Federation jurisdiction. Such things won't be allowed. It's not an abandoned planet. The commotion of Lin Shirlu and Lily C's fight had long been detected by aerial surveillance robots, but fights on the garbage planet were ignored by everyone. Not until they were both covered in blood and on the verge of death did the garbage planet's security officers finally arrive. As soon as they came, each officer kicked Lin Shirlu and Lily C, separating them. After separating them, they locked them up and took them away, waiting for their guardians to come and redeem them. If there were no guardians, they would be sent to the garbage planet's orphanage, which was said to be far worse than the shantytown. Even if a child on the garbage planet was alone, they would pretend to have a guardian unwilling to enter the orphanage. When Lin Shirlu was pulled onto the hovercar, her face was pale from blood loss. The livestream orb kept following her. Lin Shirlu reached out to put away the orb and refused the officer's offer to spray medicine on her, afraid of being extorted for star coins. Lily C seemed less injured than Lin Shirlu, but she was hurt on the neck and the blood wouldn't stop. The officer sprayed a healing agent on Lily C, and only then did the bleeding cease. The officers showed no kindness to the two who had added to their workload. They brought them back to the security department and locked them up without even interrogating them. Interrogation. Unnecessary. This kind of situation happened daily on the garbage planet. Those who fought too severely, if caught, would be taken to the security department and locked up. Want to get out? Fine, pay star coins. After release, there would be no record. Those without star coins would be detained for a while and then assigned to labor reform on the garbage planet with only basic nutrient fluid and endless work every day. They were still locked up together. Minors had to be picked up by their guardians. Lin Shirlu suspected this was because not many star coins could be squeezed from children. Soon the cell became lively with jeers erupting everywhere. Lin Shirlu and Lily C started fighting again. They targeted each other's wounds. Lin Shirlu felt pain even when breathing, but her thumb was firmly digging into Lily C's neck, half a fingernail deep. The smell of blood excited the bored people around even more. Quiet. The guard outside banged hard on the cell door. Neither Lin Shirlu nor Lily C let go. The guard felt challenged, opened the door, separated them, and slapped each one. Lin Shirlu and Lily C were knocked to the ground, and in tacit agreement both passed out. When Lin Shirlu woke up, she was in an illegal clinic. Beside her stood Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, who were turning to watch Lin Shi and Lily C's brother Hualai Shir confronting each other. The atmosphere was tense and the unethical Dr. Lan was watching the spectacle nearby. After waking up, Lin Shirlu turned her head and saw Lily C still unconscious beside her with a bandage wrapped around her neck. Her hand was faster than her mind. By the time Lin Shirlu realized it, her palm had already slapped. Smack. To Lin Shirliu, the sound was crisp and delightful. The atmosphere was instantly ignited by Lin Shirlu. Hualai Shir rushed forward, his palm the size of a fan, aiming to slap Lin Shirliu's face. How could Lin Shir and Lin Shi just stand by? Neither side argued about right or wrong, they only cared about winning. The three began to fight. Lin Shir and Lin Shi might not be able to beat Hualai Shir one-on-one, but 2 against 1 gave them a chance. Lin Shirlu snapped to attention and immediately pulled the watching Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu to start moving things so as not to damage Dr. Lan's belongings. Instead of stopping the fight, Dr. Lan closed the clinic door and started recording with his optical brain. It was obvious he planned to extort them afterward. The 3 in the middle fought fiercely while the 3 on the side moved things energetically. Every time Lin Shirlu looked up and saw Lin Shir or Lin Shi being hit, her hand uncontrollably slapped Lily C. Smack. It's all that girl's fault. Wallace's eyes burned with rage as he watched from the corner of his eye. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shir smacked him hard across the face. No wonder they were siblings, they both loved slapping people. After piling all the Black Clinic's belongings into a corner, Lin 16 snapped out of it. Looking at her body wrapped in bandages, she asked anxiously, "Where's my cloak?" It had star coins hidden inside. While Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu continued sniping from the sidelines, Lin Shirwu took a moment to respond to Lin 16. "I put it away for you." Lin 16 felt relieved. Dr. Blue was watching the spectacle unfold, but the 3 of them had been fighting for a while now. Why hadn't they damaged his belongings yet? Glancing over his shoulder, he realized Lin 16 and the other 2 had already organized everything. The 3 kids were positioned between them, shielding the clinic's possessions from stray blows. His interest plummeted instantly, and he barked out a reprimand. "What do you think you're doing? Do you still want to come here for medical treatment?" At Dr. Blue's sharp rebuke, the 3 finally relented and stopped their attack. Dr. Blue scanned his clinic before pointing at a trash can on the floor. "This bin is broken. All 3 of you, Each pay me 40 star coins. Such extortion. He'd picked up that trash can outside and was charging 120 star coins for it. Had a dog eaten his conscience? Still, the three who had been fighting didn't argue much. After all, this was the only clinic on the garbage planet. Dr. Blue was indeed shady, but he had some skill to back it up. Scowling, Dr. Blue collected the 120 star coins and then shoved Lin 16 and her siblings out the door. Get out as soon as you wake up. Lin Sherwu removed his cloak and draped it over Lin 16. She was wrapped up like a mummy now, though she wasn't wearing any clothes underneath. After pulling on her cloak, Lin 16 asked breathlessly, how much did the Star Ironwood sell for? Don't tell me we took a loss. They'd had to pull her out of the security bureau and pay for this shady clinic's medical bills. If they ended up losing money, she'd stop fighting altogether. Well, try to stop fighting at least. Lin Sherwu had offered to carry Lin 16 back on his back, but she refused. Being carried only made her hurt more. Meanwhile, Lin Shersi's eyes lit up as she leaned close to Lin 16's ear, speaking in a hushed, excited tone. We made over 30,000 star coins. 800 to get you out of the security bureau and 2,000 to that shady clinic. We still netted over 20,000 star coins. Hearing about that many star coins made Lin 16's breathing grow heavier. She could feel the pain in her ribs. Pressing her hand against the area, she knew it wasn't actually hurting. The treatment device had already healed it, but it still felt sore. Back at the shed, Lin 16 immediately demanded her share of the star coins. Reluctantly, Lin Shersi transferred them over, deducting the 10% that belonged to Lin Shersi and Lin Sherwu. After receiving the star coins, Lin 16 transferred her ransom and medical expenses from her optical brain to Lin Shi. Lin Shi was examining Lin 16's long whip, planning further modifications. Thankfully, due to Lin 16's blood loss, she wouldn't have to go to Lin Wu's place to be beaten today. Lin Shi was studying on her optical brain. Both of them had seemingly found their strength in mechanical engineering. Recently, Lin Shi had taken to collecting broken circuit boards and electroplated panels to modify into useful components, while Lin Shi was experimenting with assembling weapons on her own. The issue was they'd only scratched the surface and still couldn't grasp the fundamentals. Lin 16 was now accelerating her book assembly pace, while Lin Shi and Lin Shi each gathered stacks to work on, though both lacked patience and would abandon their efforts after a short time, leaving most of the work to Lin 16 to complete. Lin Shire, what are you doing here? Lin Shersi's voice came from outside the shed. Lin 16 quickly crumpled her cloak and stashed it away, removed Lin Sherwu's cloak, then lay down on her wooden board, putting on a weak appearance. Lin Shi and Lin Shi also quickly tidied up the study materials inside the shed. I heard Lin 16 was injured, so I came to check on her. Only Lin Shire herself believed those words. Still, Lin Shersi didn't try to stop her, otherwise Lin Shire would likely cause trouble for the next couple of days. Lin Shire swaggered into the shed and immediately spotted Lin 16 lying weakly on her small bed, her slender frame topped with an oversized head. Seeing Lin 16's pitiful state made Lin Shire feel a deep sense of satisfaction. Each time Lin 16 witnessed Lin Shire's condescending demeanor, she couldn't understand it. What did she have to be so arrogant about? Behind Lin Shire trailed a small shadow. It was Lin Shichi, though compared to 4 months prior, she appeared considerably more timid and cowed. Her glances toward Lin Shire were consistently cautious and guarded. Lin 16 glanced at Lin Shichi, then over at Lin Shire, then back at Lin Shichi once more. It was as if to say, is this it? Good life. Is this it? Lin Shire grew flustered under Lin 16's steady gaze, but noticing Lin Shi and Lin Shi still present in the shed, she composed herself and stifled her temper. What's with that look? Lin Shichi followed me into the inner city, receives a bag of nutrition solution daily, and the air there is much fresher than out here in the outer city. As she spoke, she deliberately waved her hand before her nose. Lin 16 carefully observed Lin Shire, who had come dressed in a silver-white gown that accentuated her charm and innocence. In just 4 months, she had grown even more attractive. Despite Lin Shire's beauty, Lin 16 found the situation utterly tedious. 12th sister, did you come to gawk at my misfortune? Are you satisfied now? Is there anything else? Lin Shire stepped forward cautiously, her face beaming with a forced sweetness as she looked at Lin 16. This shed's conditions aren't great. 16, would you like to come to the inner city with me? If you consume nutrition solution properly for a few months, you'll surely recover. Huh. Lin 16 could never have imagined Lin Shire would say such a thing. Didn't she despise her? Lin Shire continued her persuasion. Lin Shirlu sneered. Would you like to have this blessing? You didn't look for a man until after you turned 15. How old am I? I'm only 6 years old. Lin Shirlu wasn't hysterical. She simply watched Lin Shire in silence, speaking each word deliberately and slowly. Lin Shirlu wanted to retort that she wasn't as foolish as 13th sister, but the words caught in her throat. Better not to say anything so provocative. Before Lin Shire could continue, Lin Shirlu spoke first. Lin Shire, I'm not stupid. I'm living well now, thank you for taking Lin Wu away, otherwise who knows how much suffering I'd be enduring. Hearing this, Lin Shire's delicate features contorted for a moment before she glared at Lin Shirlu with hatred. I'll wait and see you regret this. She dragged Lin Shichi along and slammed the door behind them, nearly toppling the child when Lin Shirlu shoved her. Lin Shirlu watched Lin Shichi's retreating figure with a flicker of concern. She had raised her since she was 3. Lin Shi noticed Lin Shirlu's lingering gaze and continued her work while offering reassurance. Don't worry, no, Lily isn't foolish. Lin Shichi is her firstborn. A first child naturally drew more devotion, and she would never permit Lin Shire to lay claims on Lin Shichi. Otherwise, Lin Shire wouldn't be targeting Lin Shirlu in the first place. Besides, Lin Shichi was far more ruthless than Lin Shirlu. On multiple occasions, she had attempted to snatch Lin Shirlu's belongings, and at just 3 years old, she had already plotted against her from the shadows. Had Lin Wuxia not been so vigilant, Lin Shirlu might have ended up tumbling down the garbage mountain several times over. Lin Shirlu responded with a casual, retrieving her cloak to restuff the star coins deep inside before stitching it shut. Only then did she haul over a bucket and begin washing the garment. By the time Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu returned from their punishment under Lin Wu, Lin Shir had also come back, and the group began squat training in the cramped shelter, everyone except Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu genuinely thoroughly detested physical exertion. Without the threat of having her possessions stolen, she wouldn't even bother fighting. Watching the others perform squats, Lin Shirlu checked the hidden nutrient solution in the shelter. It was sufficient. She then activated her light brain to stream interstellar history. The group studied while exercising, clearly enduring discomfort. Lin Shirlu began searching for past mechanical engineering exam papers. This search made Lin Shirlu frown. Mechanical engineering was an overly broad field with varying emphases across institutions. Military academies focused on mech design and maintenance, while other universities had different specializations. However, Lin Shirlu felt the differences were negligible. The exam scope should remain consistent with only variations in each institution's focus. Besides, she wouldn't be the one studying it. Lin Shirlu began ordering fundamental mechanical engineering textbooks through her light brain. Though they were all entry-level materials, the cheapest digital copies still cost 500 star coins. Knowledge literally equated to star coins. The Mechanical Introductions series alone spanned 3 volumes, which Lin Shirlu purchased without hesitation, draining over 8,000 star coins from her account. All of this was to escape the garbage planet sooner. Lin Shirlu checked her remaining balance, still far short of the 200,000 needed. She agitated the soaking cloak in the bucket, drained the bloody water, and refilled it for another cycle. After returning, she resumed searching through her light brain. Since purchasing it, she had only used it for research, never for actual entertainment. Exam papers from 60 years ago gave her pause, but she decided against purchasing them. She hadn't even begun her studies yet. Once that was done, Lin Shirlu started piecing together torn pages. After the younger siblings completed their squats and push-ups, Lin Shirlu distributed copies of the materials she had purchased to Lin Shir and Lin Shi. Gazing at her light brain, Lin Shirlu resolved to secretly visit the general store the following day to purchase a backup device. She would split her star network coins between the 2 light brains as a precaution. Ever since Lin Shirlu began learning waste recycling techniques and her finds on the garbage mountains improved, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had started studying on their own initiative. They couldn't afford to fall behind. If they ever got the chance to leave the garbage planet, they certainly wouldn't want to have fewer star coins than Lin Shirlu. Once Lin Shir and Lin Shi received the materials, they became completely absorbed in their light brains. Lin Shirlu worked faster in the corner. She believed that within 5 days at most, she could reconstruct the entire mechanical maintenance manual. Yawning, Lin Shirlu closed her eyes and drifted to sleep. The next morning, she was roused early by Lin Shirwu again. Instead of heading out to scavenge immediately, she first went to the general store and purchased the backup light brain. Concealed beneath her cloak, Lin Shirlu strapped the spare light brain to her thigh. This device was strictly for storing star coins. She would absolutely never use it openly. With her scavenging bag in hand, Lin Shirlu selected a garbage mountain and began her day's work. The livestream sphere dutifully trailed alongside her. Occasionally, viewers in the livestream would kindly alert her to items she might overlook. Each time, Lin Shirlu would think, there were still good people in the world. It was simply her circumstances that were harsh. Lin Shirlu. A furious female voice rang out from above. Lin Shirlu looked up and sighed. It was Lilith. What terrible luck. She set down her scavenging bag, released the livestream sphere into the air, and drew the long whip from her waist. Swish crack. Lilith charged down from the garbage heap. Lin Shirlu stood ready with her whip, waiting for the right moment to strike. They collided again, both targeting each other's fresh wounds from the previous day. Lin Shirlu fought alone while Lilith had her brother with her today. When Lilith was struck by the whip, she screamed loudly, "Brother, brother, come help me beat her." The moment Lin Shirlu heard Lilith calling for her hamburger bun, brother, she immediately gathered her whip and fled. She had no intention of confronting that brute directly. Besides, every time she saw Lilith's brother, she couldn't help but think of Wallace's hamburgers, something she craved but could never obtain. Lilith pursued Lin Shirlu, relentlessly desperate not to lose her while continuously shouting for her brother to come and help. Lin Shirlu darted toward areas crowded with other scavengers. As more people scattered across the terrain, both of them stumbled through the uneven ground. Soon Lin Shirlu spotted a familiar figure, Lin Chi. "Sister Chi, help. Lilith called her brother, and they're going to beat me to death." Lin Chi was lazily sorting through trash when she heard Lin Shirlu's cries and turned around to see her sprinting toward her with a sweaty cone-shaped head. Lilith immediately stopped when she realized Lin Shirlu had found an ally. Wallace followed close behind, and the two parties eyed each other from a distance. Blood ties were strange. Despite lacking genuine affection, they still offered assistance when it counted. Wallace made no move to intervene and instead led Lilith away. Lin Chi holstered her whip and clicked her tongue at the filthy sight of Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu understood why Lin Chi made that sound. Lin Chi was even more appearance-obsessed than she was, and every encounter ended with that same disapproving click. Lin Shirlu was equally worried. She feared she might never recover her proper form. Though she consumed one nutrient pouch daily, healing her body properly would not happen overnight. Noticing Lin Chi's gaze, Lin Shirlu pouted discontentedly. "Sister Chi, I will definitely grow back to normal. Look at Lin Shirwu, he is so handsome now, and I will turn out just as well." Lin Chi bent down to search for things, rummaging through debris with clear disdain. "Lin Wu is only good for this much." Lin Shirlu nodded in agreement and stayed close, sifting through garbage alongside her. Like Lin Shirlu, Lin Chi had a long whip fastened at her waist while her hands wielded a stick to dig through useless scraps. Her arm muscles stood out firm and powerful. Her hair was cropped short into a sharp crew cut. She wore a tank top and cargo pants with wrist guards strapped to her forearms. A lightsaber was secured to her left lower leg, and an ion pistol was tucked into her right thigh, giving her an intimidating, fierce beauty. She looked thoroughly unapproachable. Every time Lin Shirlu saw Lin Chi, she felt her older sister was extraordinary. They had both learned whiplash from Lin Wu, but Lin Shirlu's whip could not survive 2 moves against Lin Chi's. On Trash Planet, many women earned star credits without giving birth. Without exception, they were all formidable fighters. Lin Chi was one of them. The first time Lin Shirlu saw her, Lin Chi was wielding a whip that left a man groveling on the ground in terror. Lin Shirlu had thought she was incredibly awesome. That was when she decided to learn whiplash. Lin Shirlu rummaged through garbage nearby. There were few children around, mostly adults, and she dared not stray far from Lin Chi, so she picked up only small items. Lin Shirlu scavenged enthusiastically. Indeed, there were more valuable finds here than below. While sorting through debris, she interacted with her live stream viewers. She dared not let the broadcasting orb fly down, fearing it would be snatched. The holographic screen of her neural computer was pulled close to her face, moving with her expressions. She quickly filled her bag. As expected, children only scavenged what adults had already discarded. Lin Chi tirelessly kept sifting. Many were the same. They dismissed the odd coin or 2 of star credits and sought more valuable items. Lin Shirlu bid farewell to Lin Chi and left. In the livestream, someone urged her to keep searching. Perhaps she might find something more valuable. "Little Tao, you should keep sifting. That bag in your hand is worth at most 10 star credits." Many viewers in the stream offered their advice. Lin Shirlu dragged her sack and departed, explaining as she walked. 10 star credits is not insignificant. I will take what I have back to the shed first and can come back for another round. But staying here sifting does not guarantee I will find something valuable. It is better to secure these 10 star credits first. On the way back to the shed, Lin Shirlu deliberately left her bag untied, letting others see she had not scavenged anything valuable. People around eyed Lin Shirlu's scavenger bag, not because they lacked the desire to snatch it, but on the contrary, many had already tried. The result was always the same. They discovered the contents were hardly worth a few star credits, and then Lin Chi would seek revenge. Lin Chi alone was not frightening. The real danger was if beating Lin Chi brought Lin Shir, and then Lin Wu, Lu Chi, and the rest. After Lin Shirlu was robbed several times, no one bothered with her scavenger bag anymore. They said she lacked sense, collecting only worthless items that people did not even want to carry. She paused to pant after a few steps, then walked a few more before catching her breath again. Lin Shirlu wondered why she had such bad luck today. She had walked for so long without meeting anyone. Usually at this time she would encounter an older brother. "Lin Shirlu, what worthless things did you scavenge today?" Without turning around, Lin Shirlu knew who it was: Hannah, who was also 6 years old. just as annoying as Lin Shire. Shall we compare? Who wants to compete with you? Lin Shirlu quickened her pace, but Hannah followed closely, occasionally peeking into her scavenger bag. She mocked as she looked. You picked this stuff up too. I heard a ton only trades for 10 star credits. How much do you have? Not enough to earn 1 star credit. 0.1 star credits. She chuckled endlessly. Her manner was strikingly similar to Lin Shire's, yet different in key ways. Lin Shire rarely fought and cared deeply about her appearance, keeping long chestnut hair. Hannah, like Lin, she had a crew cut, carried a lightsaber, and wielded an iron rod. She looked every bit a fighter. Like Lin Shirlio, she was among the rare children who owned a neural computer. Both were targets of rivalry among their peers. Lin Shirlu was somewhat lazy. If someone stole her scavenger bag, she usually ignored it. But if they threatened her neural computer, she would fight to the death. But Lilith and Hannah were different. They would never let it go until one of them perished. Hannah's family was much like Lin Shirlio's parents, surviving on Federation breeding subsidies, having one child after another. Hannah had 2 formidable older sisters, while Lin Shirlu had 3 brothers and sisters she barely knew, but were undeniably powerful. 5, 6, 7, so Hannah did not compete with Lilith. She preferred to measure herself against Lin Shirlio, finding satisfaction in every small victory. Rattle, a cascade of garbage tumbled from above. Both Lin Shirlu and Hannah recognized the sound immediately. It was not the scattered clatter of loose debris. They sprinted at full speed. Those around them did the same. Within moments, a thunderous crash echoed behind them. The garbage mountain had collapsed. Lin Shirlu ran forward frantically, but Hannah quickly caught up and overtook her, leaving Lin Shirlu behind. Lin Shirlu could barely keep running. The sounds behind her grew closer. She dared not look back. One collapse triggered the rest. When a garbage mountain fell, an entire section would crumble. Several collapses occurred every year. If you did not flee quickly enough, you would be buried beneath the debris. Whether you could be rescued then depended entirely on fortune. Lin Shirlu drew her long whip and glanced around. Everyone else was fleeing. She could only see wastes, nothing else. Even if she wanted to change direction, she could not. She was being swept along by the crowd. Panicked shouts filled the air. With no other option, Lin Shirlu pushed herself faster, though she felt she was falling behind. Her steps faltered. Lin Shirlu forced herself to stay upright. If she fell now, it would be over. Slowly, painstakingly, she edged toward the periphery. At that moment, Lin Shirlu sincerely hoped her broadcasting orb was strong enough to carry her into the sky, sparing her from this exhausting chase. Thud! Lin Shirlu stumbled again. This time she was not as lucky. As she fell to the ground, others immediately trampled over her. Feeling the crushing weight on her back, Lin Shirlu gritted her teeth and tried to rise, but failed. She could already taste blood in her mouth. It hurt too much. Even if she was going to die, it could not be like this. Gritting her teeth, Lin Shirlu closed her eyes and grabbed the pant leg of whoever passed by, holding on tightly. She was dragged across the ground for several meters. Damn it! A furious curse rang in her ear. Not knowing whose ankle she had grabbed, but this was no time to stop. She paused only for a moment, cursed, and then ran forward. Lin Shirlu was dragged along with her cheek pressed against the ground. But after being dragged for only 100 meters, she was forced to let go, curling up into a ball. The person ran in a zigzag, and Lin Shirlio, clutching his ankle, had her face rubbed left and right against the ground until she could no longer bear it and let go. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Shirlu kept telling herself. She could not outrun the speed of the garbage collapse. She knew her own body. But she could not just sit and wait for death either. She was still young, but that was not without its advantages. The sound of the collapsing garbage pile roared behind her. There was no time left. Lin Shirlu curled up and struggled to roll to the side a few times. The distance between the garbage mountains was not large to begin with, otherwise, when one collapsed, they would not collapse in a chain. Struggling to stand up, Lin Shirlu looked up and saw nothing but people. The shoes under her feet felt wet. There was no time to think. Lin Shirlu quickly climbed up the garbage mountain, but the tremors from the collapsing pile behind her made the garbage mountain beneath her feet unstable. But that was fine. She had not intended to climb this garbage mountain anyway. She struggled up a few steps, looked back, and at last her line of sight was no longer filled with wastes. She could see heads. Lin Shirlu crawled back a few more steps, chose a spot. Deep breath. Sprint. Jump. It went smoothly. Lin Shirlu landed on someone's shoulder. No one would willingly be a stepping stone. The person beneath Lin Shirlu quickly reached with his left hand toward her ankle, but she did not delay. After landing on that person's shoulder, she immediately leaped forward. There was no time to think. She instinctively felt she could not stop. If she stopped, she might not survive. She staggered forward, leaping all the way, which was much faster than when she ran on the ground. Her takeoff speed was fast enough. Even if she was unsteady on the shoulders and about to fall, she recklessly jumped forward. Lin Shirlu continued jumping forward in a zigzag, stepping on others' shoulders and heads. Wherever she passed, a chorus of curses erupted. Lin Shirlu's mouth did not stop either. She offered insincere apologies. Sorry. I'm not that heavy either. Just a little step, thanks. Some children saw Lin Shirlu's method working and tried to imitate her, but most failed. The main reason Lin Shirlu succeeded was that she was light enough with hardly any flesh on her bones, just skin and bones. Moreover, she jumped fast enough that those whose shoulders she stepped on could not catch her in time. Once she was out of danger, she immediately ran toward the shack. She had to run after stepping on so many people's shoulders and heads along the way. If she were caught, she would either be beaten to death or blackmailed for a huge sum of star coins. She quickly took off her conspicuous green cloak, revealing strips of bandages wrapped around her body. She was still young. Even if she wore no clothes, no one would care. Lin Shirlu silently consoled herself. Besides, it wasn't as if she was completely naked. The bandages wrapped around her were almost like clothes. Back inside the shack, only when she quieted down did she feel the pain all over her body. The left side of her face was a bloody mess. Hiss! The pain made her tears flow uncontrollably. She found a piece of reflective metal. The shack was a bit dim, so Lin Shirlu walked to the door, took out a homemade pair of tweezers, and used the metal to pick out the small stones embedded in her face. The tweezers had only been simply rinsed with water, and then heated over a fire. Lin Shirlu used them directly. Carefully, she pinched off the dangling skin, and then slowly extracted the grit embedded in her face, one grain at a time. During the process, she accidentally poked the flesh, and the tears would not stop. Her hands were trembling, and her vision was blurred by tears. By the end, Lin Shirlu could not bring herself to continue. She carefully wiped away her tears, thought about the star coins in her pocket, and gritted her teeth. She had to do it even if she couldn't. When Lin Shirlu returned to the shack, he saw Lin Shirlu sitting in front of it, her exposed skin black and blue, half her face bloody and raw. She was trembling as she poked at something inside the reflective metal, while the live stream orb dutifully circled around her, recording. As he approached, he heard Lin Shirlu's voice. Does it hurt? If I say it hurts, will you tip me star coins? Why not go to the hospital? There's only one clinic here, and it's an illegal one. The fees are astronomical. If I can avoid it, I will. I still have some ointment. It's not a big deal. Hiss. Does this garbage mountain collapse often? It's terrifying. I've never seen this before. Probably once or twice a year. If it collapsed often, we wouldn't dare go up to scavenge. You should go to the clinic anyway. You're not good looking already. If you get disfigured, you'll be even uglier. I'll cover the cost. Lin Shirlu's eyes lit up and her head perked up so much that the tweezers stabbed into her wound. Hiss, really? You said it, don't go back on your word. I'm telling you, this illegal clinic charges exorbitantly, easily thousands of star coins. For my face, it'll definitely be more. Hardworking Dieter tips a hover car. A hover car cost 1,000 star coins. Lin Shirlu's eyes sparkled, and she quickly put down the tweezers, ready to head to the illegal clinic. As she walked, she said, I'm not lying to you. Let's go. I'll livestream the whole thing and you'll see. She turned around and met Lin Shirlu's gaze. 15th brother, how are you? Are you okay? She tilted her head to look behind him, but didn't see Lin Shirlu. Where's Lin Shirlu? Lin Shirlu cupped Lin Shirlu's face, frowning as he looked at her. Forced to raise her chin, Lin Shirlu. Knowing that Lin Shirlu cared about her, she explained softly. It's nothing, just a bit painful. I'll go to the illegal clinic later and get it checked. She pointed at the live stream orb. Brother hardworking Dieter is paying the star coins. Lin Shirlu nodded and answered Lin Shirlu's question. Shirlu and the others went to scavenge garbage. Although the collapse of the garbage mountain was dangerous, after it collapsed, the buried garbage surfaced, making it easier to find good stuff. Lin Shirlu nodded. Good, that's fine. Then she started walking toward the illegal clinic, pushing Lin Shirlu away as she went. 15th brother, you go scavenge too. Don't worry, I'll be fine. She knew Lin Shirlu had come back because he was worried about her. In the live stream room, seeing Lin Shirlu push Lin Shirlu away, the conversation turned to him. Little escape, I've never seen your brother before. What does your brother look like? Yes. What does he look like? Speaking of this, Lin Shirlu was especially proud, showing her little teeth. All my brothers are very handsome. Every single one, I mean every one of my brothers and sisters is very good looking. I don't believe it unless you let me see. It must be said that the interstellar community excels in privacy protection. When Lin Shirlu was live streaming, anyone captured on camera without permission would automatically have their appearance altered into AI-generated faces. Lin Shirlu gazed at the screen filled with responses. She refused to budge, only deflecting with casual jokes. My brother is so handsome, I won't show you. Let's go, I'll take you to see our clinic. They moved against the crowd toward the black clinic. It took nearly an hour before Lin Shirlu could make out the clinic in the distance, while the viewers in the live stream had long grown impatient. Lin Shirlu kindly explained. This garbage planet only has one clinic. The location is prime, far from the Shack district. At this hour the Black Clinic was nearly empty with only Dr. Blue present. Lin Shirlu had come early. By now the residents of the entire garbage planet were either scavenging or rescuing others. After a while the clinic would be packed inside and out with patients seeking treatment. Lin Shirlu entered the Black Clinic with half her face bloodied. The regulars in the live stream were still discussing. Dr. Blue looked up from his data pad upon hearing visitors arrive. Noticing the injuries on Lin Shirlu's face, he glanced back down and said nothing about the live streaming orb beside her. 1005. Upon hearing the price, Lin Shirlu immediately changed direction. Sorry to bother you, she explained to the live streaming orb. 1005. That's too expensive, I can't afford it. 3 floating vehicles amounted to 3,000 star coins. After the platform took its half, that still left 1,500. Lin Shirlu changed course once more and said to the physician devoid of medical ethics. Treat it. Lin Shirlu's face appeared severely injured, but it was merely a superficial abrasion. Those without star coins would simply apply ointment, while those who could afford it would use the treatment chamber. People with strong constitutions would heal without intervention. After paying the star coins, Dr. Blue instructed Lin Shirlu to sit in the chair. Lin Shirlu obediently took a seat and watched as Dr. Blue produced a vial of blue liquid, applying it to the injured half of her face. Lin Shirlu had no idea what it was and instinctively closed her eyes. She was unaware, but her live stream viewers knew, and it was rather unbelievable. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that disinfectant sold at 10 star coins a bottle? You're not mistaken. It's the cheapest kind with absolutely no pain-relieving properties. True to its name, this was indeed a Black Clinic. Unable to see the datapad screen, Lin Shirlu was in such pain her eyes were squeezed shut like 2 crumpled flowers. Even though Lin Shirlu didn't cry out, the viewers in the live stream could tell she was in great pain from her suddenly rapid breathing. It gave them phantom pain just watching. Who would have thought the young girl could endure so much? In truth, Lin Shirlu could barely endure it at all. She wanted to howl like a wolf everywhere she went.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
It was evident that Dr. Blue was picking out sand. Lin Shirlu struggled to keep her face still. Dr. Blue showed no mercy whatsoever. She could feel the tweezers probing into her flesh and extracting something. Time seemed to crawl by. Why wasn't it over yet? Only when a tingling sensation spread across her face did Lin Shirlu dare to open her eyes. She saw Dr. Blue using a treatment device to scan her face. It felt slightly itchy and Lin Shirlu instinctively wanted to scratch, but Dr. Blue stopped her. If you scratch it and ruin it, I'm not responsible. That single sentence froze her hand in place. This was 1,500 star coins after all. To distract herself, Lin Shirlu turned her attention to the datapad where her live stream fans were already discussing. Calling it a Black Clinic was entirely appropriate. Besides the treatment device, the cost doesn't even reach 50 star coins, does it? This treatment device seems to be a model from 30 years ago. The retail price back then was apparently 13,000. It was a home-use device. TSK. Why do I feel like star coins on the garbage planet don't stretch as far as on my resource planet? It's not just a feeling, it really is. Lin Shirlu cautiously opened her mouth. Seeing Dr. Blue didn't stop her, she resumed interacting with the fans still in the live stream. Our garbage planet seems to just have higher medical costs. Nutrient solutions and such are actually quite affordable. This was indeed true. When will Xiaotao take us to explore other parts of the garbage planet? It's not that I don't want to, I'm just too young and easily robbed. The viewers in the live stream understood. After all, they had seen quite a few people attempt to rob Lin Shirlu in her broadcasts. While Lin Shirlu was still chatting with the live stream, Dr. Blue put away the treatment device. That's it. If there's nothing else, get out. Lin Shirlu immediately touched her face and rushed to the clinic's mirror to check. She glanced at the time. She had felt like she'd sat there for ages, but it had only been 10 minutes. She rubbed her face vigorously. The interstellar medical solution was truly remarkable. Yet the viewers in her live stream claimed it was inferior medicine. With a grand gesture of her small hand, Lin Shirlu boldly said to her fans in the live stream, "Let's go, I'll take you scavenging. We'll definitely find a lot of good stuff now." Lin Shirlu hurried home, grabbed her scavenger bag, and set off. Someone had already made a trip back with their own bag and was heading out for a second round. With her live streaming orb floating beside her, Lin Shirlu unexpectedly encountered another child who was also live streaming. However, that child appeared much older than her, an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Judging by his clothing, he was from the inner city. Lin Shirlu noticed the person, and naturally that person noticed her as well. Both had live streaming orbs floating beside them, though Lin Shirlu's orb looked considerably more worn. That was a group from the inner city, yet there was only one live streaming orb among them. Seeing the person beginning to walk toward her, Lin Shirlu immediately pretended to hurry off scavenging. She felt that if she didn't run she would lose her live streaming orb. "Hey! You with that big head up there, stop right there." As if she would stop. Lin Shirlu ran even faster, twisting and turning through the alleys until she could no longer hear the sounds behind her. Lin Shirlu found a hole and hid inside. After waiting 5 minutes, she emerged with her live streaming orb in hand. Instead of going scavenging, she returned to the shack and put on her cloak first. Lin Shirlu dressed herself and pulled up the hood of her cloak to conceal her large head. With a gesture, the live streaming orb circling around her flew into her hands. She found a rope inside the shed and tied it into a net pouch. Placing the live streaming orb inside, she hung it around her neck and secured it with a homemade safety pin. Only after finishing everything did Lin Shirlu speak to her live stream viewers. "Sorry to keep you waiting." This was not the first time she had done this. She was not afraid of the children and adults from the Shed district coming to snatch her live streaming orb. What she feared were the children from the inner city. Once they targeted her belongings, she would have no choice but to hand them over. Could she really risk her life for a live streaming orb? Except for nutrient paste, it was extremely difficult to transport other goods to this garbage planet. Everyday items were all scavenged from piles upon piles of trash. Exaggeration aside, Lin Shirlu had never seen a single tree on this garbage planet. Mountains and plains were covered entirely with waste. Usually Lin Shirlu avoided the inner city children, but this time fate seemed to align against her. She had locked eyes with one of them. This was going to cost her dearly. While chatting with her live stream viewers, Lin Shirlu walked toward the garbage sea. The collapsed garbage mountain lay as flat as the ocean, which is why she called it that. Sigh. What bad luck. I hope those inner city folks don't come looking for me specifically. You're wearing a hood now, they probably won't recognize you. Hard to say. It seems I'm the only kid from the Shed district doing live streams. There were plenty of people live streaming on the garbage planet, but most were from the inner city. Pushing aside these troubling thoughts, Lin Shirlu quickened her pace and ran toward the garbage sea. When she arrived, planetary sanitation officers were leisurely searching for residents buried under the garbage. Scavengers, however, were far more diligent, constantly digging through the waste beneath their feet. Most people rushed toward the center, convinced that valuable items were hidden deeper inside. Lin Shirlu, however, searched along the edges, knowing that items on the periphery were not necessarily worthless. The current garbage pile was far looser, and Lin Shirlu immediately began sifting through it and stuffing things into her bag. Lin Shirlu moved quickly, uncovering many circuit boards and some broken machinery underneath. These items were mostly damaged and normally worthless. Everyone wanted to scavenge items of value in star coins, so few bothered with this kind of scrap, deciding they could come back for it later. Someone always had to go first. But Lin Shislu and Lin Shi had been studying mechanical engineering recently. Maybe she could bring these back for them to practice on and actually repair. The price difference between working and broken items was significant. Lin Shirlu quickly gathered these mechanical scraps while explaining to her live stream viewers. "My older brother has been studying mechanical engineering lately. I'm bringing these back for them to practice on." Quickly filling her bag, she pulled it along and ran back, dumping everything out the moment she reached the shed. Clatter, she shook it twice and immediately ran back toward the garbage sea. She aimed to make several trips. Some people were already guarding the entrance, hoping to rob others of their haul. Lin Shirlu felt very clever for collecting worthless items at a time like this to avoid being robbed. Lin Shirlu loaded another large bag of mechanical parts and headed back. She didn't even know what many of these things were used for, but she figured she would figure it out later. She was intercepted halfway back. Facing the towering man in front of her, Lin Shirlu did not resist. She simply tipped her bag over, spilling its contents everywhere. Then everything was taken. Muttering curses under her breath, Lin Shirlu took her empty bag and went back to continue scavenging. Her live stream viewers laughed at her misfortune. "You think you're the only one with a brain. The stuff you collected might look worthless, but if repaired it becomes valuable. I saw a few power boards in there. Once fixed, they'd be both convenient and profitable." The reasoning was sound, but Lin Shirlu remained grumbling. Why didn't they just go search for it themselves? Because robbing you is effortless. Lin Shirlu fell silent, unable to retort. Holding her empty bag, she first scavenged half a bag of circuit boards. Once done, she contacted Lin Shirwu via her optical brain. Following the location shared by Lin Shirlu quickly found him. Lin Shirwu was nearly finished filling his bag. Lin Shirlu approached and, using the area he had already dug open, began collecting those scattered energy blocks into her own bag. Lin Shirlu carefully unearthed a box from the side and gently gathered the scattered energy blocks. She was terrified that one hard grip from her small hands would shatter the already fragile blocks. The larger and more intact the block, the more valuable it was. While scavenging, Lin Shirlu discussed plans with Lin Shiwu. Brother 15, let's find Brother 10 and Brother 11 afterward. Someone is guarding the exit and two of us alone will definitely get robbed blind. Lin Shiwu quietly stowed a fist-sized energy stone. He had found it while dismantling a piece of machinery. Lin Shirlu was right, he needed to keep learning or he would have missed this energy stone today. After hearing Lin Shirlu's suggestion, Lin Shiwu contacted Lin Shirsi on his optical brain. Lin Shirsi answered almost instantly. Spit it out. His tone was extremely displeased. Hearing Lin Shirsi's tone, Lin Shirlu tilted her head and looked over her hands, never stopping. Lin Shirsi, you haven't been robbed, have you? Damn it. A string of curses, short and powerful. But what good was cursing? They had already been robbed. Did he want them to take it back? No, he simply couldn't win against a group alone. He wasn't Superman. Lin Shirsi continued shouting in front of his optical brain. Just wait until I build up my physique. I'll beat those bastards to death. Lin Shiwu perfunctorily responded with a couple of hms, offering half-hearted encouragement. MHM. You got this. For some reason Lin Shirlu felt that Lin Shirsi had become even angrier. Lin Shiwu stopped wasting words with Lin Shirsi. Then hurry back and scavenge some more. We'll find Brother 10 and Brother 11 and head back together. Lin Shirlu soon filled her bag. As expected, the quality of items inside was better than those on the surface. In just a short while she had found several pieces of higher value metal. A small piece alone could sell for 50 star coins. However, she was essentially benefiting from Lin Shiwu's earlier work. When Lin Shirlu arrived, she already knew that Lin Shiwu had been in a fight with someone here earlier. The two carried their bags and followed the location on their optical brains to find Lin Shi. The four of them would head back together, no longer afraid of being robbed. Along the way, whenever Lin Shirlu spotted individual circuit boards or mechanical panels, she stuffed them into her bag furiously. When her bag wouldn't fit anymore, she shoved them into Lin Shiwu's bag instead. If Little Tao's brothers can really repair all of these, wouldn't they earn far more star coins than just scavenging trash? Lin 16 did not harbor high hopes. After all, surprises often arrive precisely when one has none. Lin 16 dragged his sack behind Lin 15, making his way toward Lin 11. They were heading outward and Lin 11 should have been waiting for them outside. When Lin 16 finally found Lin 11, he saw him gazing at his optical screen with Lin 14 squatting at his feet, face battered and bruised. Looks like it wasn't a matter of not resisting, it was a matter of losing the fight. Lin 16 and Lin 15 hurried over, and after waiting a moment, Lin 10 soon joined them. The group made their way back to the shelter district. Indeed, on their return they spotted snatchers, groups of 4 or 5 closing in on lone wanderers, forcing them to hand over what they had carried. Refuse and they would beat you. Whenever Lin 16 saw such scenes, a sense of gratitude welled within him for having been born into the Lin Wusheng family. At least he did not need to lodge with strangers nor pay protection fees. The 5 returned to their shelter, set down their haul, and immediately headed back out to scavenge. They would need to make several more trips before dark. None of them wished to sell their finds immediately to second-hand dealers. Why not bring them to the official buyer piece by piece? It was simply a matter of walking a few extra steps. By the time dusk fell, Lin 16 trudged back to the shelter, limbs so weary they felt as though they no longer belonged to him. The moment he entered the shelter, Lin 16 collapsed like a mound of wet mud, unable to rise no matter how he struggled. Meanwhile, Lin 15 and Lin 14 followed Lin 11 in their training. After lounging for a short while, Lin 16 managed to sit up, fetched a basin of cold water, and roughly washed himself before picking up his optical screen to scan and catalog the mechanical items he had collected that day. One by one he scanned each item and recorded the details. After sorting today's findings into categories, Lin 16 turned his attention to searching the optical screen for past exam papers. His eyes never left the optical screen as he handed a broken photonic power plate nearby to Lin 11. Brother 11, can you fix this? A photonic power plate was worth at least 200 star coins here, and most residents of the garbage planet would purchase one. But that did not include Lin 11, and the others who felt a cold water rinse would suffice. When Lin Wu was still alive, their home had one as well. Unfortunately, they had taken all the valuable belongings with them when they left. Lin 16 had long wanted to buy one, but even with money such items were not always available. This time Lin 16 had found one among his scavenges. If he could repair it, he would save 200 star coins. Lin 11 nodded, saying he would try, then resumed his squats. Lin 14 did push-ups on the ground, conspiring with Lin 15 as he went. Hey Lin 15, should we go out tonight and try our luck? Perhaps we could catch a few mutants. At night many mutants lurked in the garbage heaps, so most residents preferred to stay inside the shelter district after dark. However, those with courage and agility would deliberately remain in the garbage zone at night to hunt mutants. A single mutant could fetch several hundred star coins, equivalent to a month's scavenging income. Lin 16 had once seen a caught mutant. It was merely a rat half a meter long. Pitch black and with needle-sharp teeth, the sight made Lin 16's scalp tingle with dread. He could hardly imagine what would happen if such a creature sprang at him while he was scavenging. Those teeth could tear a chunk of flesh from his body without effort. And these creatures often traveled in packs. Anyone brave enough to stay behind at night to hunt mutants truly was a warrior. While looking up information, Lin 16 kept talking to Lin 14. If you want to go, don't drag brother 15 along. Many people try hunting mutants at night to earn star coins only to end up bitten and hospital bills piling up. A mutant fetches only 500 or 600 star coins, but treatment at an underground clinic runs over 1,000 per visit. Is that a smart trade? Lin 14 wanted to retort, but after thinking it over he found the argument reasonable. Their recent income had indeed improved considerably, but they were still far short of 200,000. Lin 16 had given him hope, which only made him more anxious. Seeing Lin 15 doing push-ups with ease, Lin 16 placed a cloth over his sweaty back and proceeded to sit right on him. Lin 15's face flushed crimson at Lin 16's words. Drawing in a deep breath, he attempted to rise, but his arms trembled like reeds in the wind.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
In the end, Lin 16 sat upon Lin 11's back to continue browsing materials, occasionally casting a mocking glance at Lin 14 and Lin 15, both crushed beneath him. Humming to himself, he remarked, "With this much strength you still dream of catching mutants." Lin 14, still doing squats, huffed discontentedly. "How dare you criticize me? You're the one who pants after running 2 steps. Lin 16 admitted he was indeed a physical wreck. But I'm not the one going after mutants. The following day, Lin 16 trailed behind Lin 11 collecting mechanical parts. Beyond that, he hoped to focus his search on larger pieces of metal. However, Lin 16's hopes were overly simplistic. Large metal scraps, even at low unit prices, were bulky, and bulk meant transportation costs of dozens or even hundreds of star coins just to carry them back. So Lin 16 could never compete for them. Incidents like the mech armor materials he had lucked into previously would not happen every day. Even so, following behind Lin 11, he still managed to gather quite a few small items. Even with these modest hauls, he had collected no small amount. Most items alone could fetch 10 star coins. A full bag would easily yield 100 or 200 star coins. Occasionally, while scavenging, Lin 16 would ask about matters of interstellar history. At first, Lin 11 would be stumped, ready to stop and search his optical screen for answers. At such moments, Lin 16 would simply tell him the answer directly. Out of 10 questions, 9 would be answered incorrectly, and one of those would be wrong. Interstellar history was a compulsory exam subject after all. Gradually, after being asked repeatedly, Lin 11 began to answer correctly. Still with their hands never ceasing their work, Lin 16 also tried asking some mechanical engineering questions. But when he opened the purchased exam papers, his eyes dimmed in despair. He could not comprehend a single thing. Even if the answers were placed right before him, he would not recognize them. In the end, Lin 16 simply gave up, deciding it would be better to let them learn through practice by collecting mechanical parts. Why torment himself? Lin 16 had accumulated so many mechanical items, yet these were not for sale. A single circuit board would fetch only 10 star coins. Lin 16 could not bear to sell them. Once prepared, each could be sold for at least 80 star coins. Lin 11's shelter was already overflowing, so Lin 16 moved some of the items to Lin 10's shelter. After all, their shelters stood adjacent. Lin 16 also struck a deal with the others. If they managed to repair these items and sell them, the proceeds would be split 6-4, with Lin 16 taking the larger share. Though Lin Shur spoke words of disdain, she did not stop Lin Shurliu from hauling those items into his shack. Afterward, Lin Shurliu, under the dim glow of the light brain, resumed piecing together the books. Almost there, almost complete. Before dawn broke the next day, Lin Shurliu squinted and followed the crowd into the garbage sea. With time pressing, he could still bring back plenty of things. By the time they arrived, the sky was already turning gray. Lin Shurliu fought off drowsiness and began stuffing things into his bag, the live streaming orb dutifully recording his every move. With no energy to pick and choose, grabbing circuit boards and the like was the safest bet. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Shurliu had filled a sack to the brim and hurried back with a clatter. Fortunately, it was still early and no one was out to intercept and rob him. He dumped the contents on the ground, splashed his face with cold water to wake himself up, then dashed back toward the garbage sea. Lin Shurliu ran back and forth, hauling loads tirelessly, the smallest of them all, yet the most diligent. It wasn't until people began blocking the way on the return trip that he started to pick more carefully. Besides circuit boards and mechanical screws, Lin Shurliu also picked up several pieces of fabric, enough to make a few more sets of clothes. Dragging his foraging bag, he found Lin Shurwu and planned to scavenge for leftovers behind him. When he arrived, he spotted Lin Shire. His steps faltered and he turned to leave, but Lin Shire's eyes like radar caught sight of him from afar. Seeing Lin Shirlu about to leave, Lin Shire feigned warmth and called out to stop him. Lin Shirlu couldn't help but admire Lin Shire. In his view, they had already fallen out, yet Lin Shire could still greet him with an unruffled demeanor. Hearing Lin Shire's call, Lin Shirlu quickened his pace. What had been a quiet retreat turned into a full sprint the moment he heard her voice. Lin Shire never summoned him for anything good. Every time they met, he ended up the one at a loss. Seeing the little runt bolt at her voice, Lin Shire stamped her foot in frustration. Lin Shirwu scavenged in silence, picking what he wanted and then preparing to leave with his bag, but Lin Shire grabbed hold of it. Lin Shirwu followed the force and looked at Lin Shire, who was holding his bag. She still wore that contemptuous expression. After sizing him up from head to toe, she began her pitch. Shirwu, how about I find you a wealthy guardian? Lin Shi has no star coins, you must be living poorly. Lin Shirwu mustered his strength and yanked his bag back, utterly ignoring Lin Shire's nonsense. He only said lightly, "That's exactly what you said to Lin Shirsan before." Enraged, Lin Shire kicked Lin Shirwu's foraging bag. "Since you knew, why didn't you stop her then? You just stood by and watched Lin Shirsan walk to her death. Stop pretending." Lin Shirwu paused, turned around, and looked at Lin Shire with utter seriousness. "How do you know we didn't try?" "We did, but Shirsan trusted you completely, more than she trusted us." Lin Shire felt a shiver under Lin Shirwu's gaze, but still seeing those black eyes so reminiscent of Lin Shirlio's only made her hate them more. Lin Shirsan trusted Lin Shire, but Lin Shirlu did not. That was why Lin Shire loathed Lin Shirlu, because she could never get what she wanted from him, so she opposed him at every turn. Lin Shirlu grabbed his bag and ran off, while the live-stream audience stirred up more trouble. "Isn't that your sister? Running that fast? No wonder, she's snatched things from Little Escape several times." Lin Shirlu answered the audience, while continuing to scavenge. "No wonder Lin Shirlu ran so fast." Ever since moving into the inner city and life improved, Lin Shire had come to rob him multiple times, even willing to spend star coins just to take his things. Not only that, but she would also beat him after every robbery. He couldn't understand it, truly baffling. In the end, Lin Shirlu would take a detour whenever he saw her. He was afraid. Absolutely insane. He pried open items bit by bit, searching through them. Someone in the live stream reminded him, "Little Escape, didn't you want your brother to get into university?" Hearing that, Lin Shirlu perked up, his voice growing louder. He tossed aside the unwanted items and looked up at the streaming orb. My brother has been studying lately." "Then you should check the university he wants to apply to. Registrations have started recently." "So soon?" Lin Shirlu thought this year might not be the right time. They had only been studying for a short while. But at least they could test the waters. If not for the audience's reminder, he wouldn't have known the exams were starting soon. Lin Shirlu quickly thanked them. "Thanks, I wouldn't have known otherwise. I plan to have my brother try this year." After only a few months of study, he was sure they wouldn't pass. Just a few days ago, when he asked Lin Shi about interstellar history, there were still many questions he couldn't answer. Lin Shirlu suspected that even if Lin Shi and Lin Shi knew the answers, they would write the wrong characters on the exam. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. While scavenging, Lin Shirlu decided he would send Lin Shi and Lin Shi the practice papers he had gathered from the Star Network and have them memorize those first. Thinking as he walked toward Lin Shi, he suddenly felt his bag being tugged. He turned around and a sense of dread washed over him. "Lin Shire, are you insane? Why are you always targeting me?" Lin Shire clung to his bag, her expression clearly declaring her intent to steal his things. Lin Shirlu felt helpless, but he wasn't about to let her take his belongings. He just couldn't understand why she was fixated on him. There was no deep-seated hatred between them. The look in Lin Shirlio's eyes only infuriated Lin Shire further. "What's that look? Wipe it off, or I'll have someone gouge out your eyes." Lin Shirlu lowered his gaze and tried to yank his bag back with all his strength, but Lin Shire held on tight, much tighter than when she had grabbed Lin Shirwu's bag. The two of them silently wrestled, neither yielding. Looking at Lin Shire, Lin Shirlu realized there was a clear difference between the inner city and the outer city. Her mental state was noticeably better now. This wasn't something that could be fixed by merely drinking nutrient solution. He had heard that the reason the inner city was called the inner city was because it had a low-level energy shield, invisible, but capable of protecting the residents' minds from contamination. What exactly mental contamination was, Lin Shirlu didn't know, but it likely had something to do with the rampant violence in the shantytown. One person being irritable was understandable, but everyone being irritable was highly unusual. Lin Shirlio's strength was no match for Lin Shire's. Soon the scavenging bag in his hand began tilting toward Lin Shire. The tendons on his small hands stood out from the strain. Even so, Lin Shire snatched the entire scavenging bag away. With a clatter, most of its contents spilled out as Lin Shirlu let go. Many people nearby watched the confrontation between Lin Shire and Lin Shirlu. Free entertainment was not to be missed. Lin Shirlu panted angrily while Lin Shire did not forget to taunt him. Didn't you say you were worthy of the best things in the world? Why are you here scavenging trash? Lin Shirlu reached out to snatch his bag back. None of your business. Lin Shire tossed the trash bag high into the air, determined not to let Lin Shirlu retrieve it. It's none of my business, but I just can't stand the sight of you. Lin Shirlu swiftly drew the whip coiled around his waist and lashed out at Lin Shire. Even so, he made every effort to avoid striking her face. In terms of raw strength, Lin Shirlu was indeed no match for Lin Shire, but when it came to fighting, Lin Shirlu had the edge. Over these past 4 months, he may not have excelled at much else, but his whip skills had become quite proficient. A whip strike from Lin Shirlu left a fresh wound on Lin Shire's arm, who cried out in pain while clutching it. Lin Shirlu held nothing back, lashing out repeatedly at Lin Shire. Though she dodged constantly, he always managed to land a blow. Now it was Lin Shirlu's turn to chase Lin Shire down. He resolved to whip her until she learned her fear, ensuring she would never dare come after him again. Lin Shire screamed as she ran. Anyone. I'll pay 100 star coins to whoever can knock this little bitch down. Great rewards bring forth brave men. Quickly someone stepped in front of Lin Shire to attack Lin Shirlu, but ultimately he whipped toward Lin Shire instead. Lin Shirlu slowly backed away, abandoning his bag and shooting threats at Lin Shire. The next time you come after me, I'll beat you every single time. Covered in whip marks from head to toe, Lin Shire screamed at Lin Shirlu. Capture her. Quick. Whoever catches her gets another 100 star coins. Lin Shirlu turned and fled. Wow. Lin Shire had struck it rich, 100 star coins given away so casually. Before moving into the inner city, she had only managed to scavenge 5 or 6 star coins a day for Lin Wu. Had hooking up with someone from the inner city made star coins so plentiful now. The nearby area was a sea of garbage, not a mountain. Rubbish stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, and every step sank slightly into the unstable waste. One wrong move, and it was easy to tumble down. Lin Shirlu stumbled as he ran, occasionally whipping at those chasing behind. Between breaths, he shouted to his pursuers. Remember to keep an eye on Lin Shire while you're chasing me. Don't let her deny her promise later. He panted heavily. Several times he was nearly caught, but his willingness to push himself to the limit and his small stature kept him ahead. Whenever he was about to be overtaken, he would crouch low or roll across the ground to dodge. But tricks lose their effectiveness over time, and eventually Lin Shirlu was caught by a boy with a scarred face. That person could grip both of Lin Shirlu's wrists with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. They dragged him before Lin Shire, who generously paid the star coins and used Lin Shirlu's own whip to bind him. Bound with his own whip, Lin Shirlu dared not struggle further. He knew all too well what that whip could do. The whip was covered in barbs. The more he struggled, the more it cut. Even after Lin Shirlu went still, Lin Shire showed no mercy and slapped his face twice. Lin Shirlu's ears rang and his head spun. It was not over. Lin Shire delivered a vicious kick to his stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. She kicked him repeatedly while cursing. No one in the crowd intervened. They merely watched the spectacle. Above, a broadcast sphere recorded everything, and tips actually increased. After being bound, Lin Shirlu lay motionless like a dead dog, letting Lin Shire do as she pleased, simply waiting for her to tire out and release him as she always had before. Seeing Lin Shirlu refuse to resist, Lin Shire quickly lost interest. She crouched beside him and patted his cheek. How about I find you a new guardian? Hearing this, Lin Shirlu finally reacted, his already swollen eyes struggling to turn toward Lin Shire. He could barely make out her figure through his blurred vision. Lin Shirlu knew that agreeing with Lin Shire would be the smartest move right now, but for some reason he simply refused to give her the satisfaction. I'd rather not. Slap. Lin Shirlu's cheek was already too swollen to swell further. He spat a mouthful of blood to the side and turned his head to look at Lin Shire. Lin Shire, why do you hate me so much? Lin Shire gave him no answer, merely repeating her question. Come with me to the inner city, and I'll get you a new guardian. No. Slap. 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 This time Lin Shire delivered 3 brutal slaps, then grabbed the whip and dragged Lin Shirlu along. As she dragged him, a cold smile crossed her face. If you won't come to the inner city with me, then you can just die. Lin Shirlu was dragged through the garbage piles like this. By the time Lin Shire found the person she was looking for, Lin Shirlu was gasping more than breathing. Through his haze, he heard Lin Shire bargaining. I'm selling this kid to you for 500 star coins. Lin Shire, are you joking? This girl is barely alive. 500 star coins. She's my sister. With proper care, she'll be just as good as Lin Shirsan. 200 is the most. She's so young and not even pretty. Who the hell would want to raise her? 300. Hearing this, Lin Shirlu fainted. When Lin Shirlu woke up, he was surrounded by bound children. Looking around, he could hardly believe it. In an age of interstellar travel, human trafficking still existed. He touched the optical brain on his arm. It was still there. Did Lin Shire not know he had one? Then his broadcast sphere should still be outside, right? Lin Shirlu sat motionless among the group of children, lost in thought. So was this how Lin Shirsan had been sold by Lin Shire? He had heard rumors of human trading on the garbage star, but in the shantytown people disappeared almost every day, some killed in secret brawls with their bodies disposed of, others buried beneath garbage or dying in agony from mental breakdowns. So the rumors went largely unnoticed. Lin Shirlu surveyed the surroundings and noticed the captives were divided into two categories: the old, weak and sickly, and the beautiful. Lin Shirlu was cast aside into the group of the weak, sick, and elderly. The atmosphere on both sides was markedly different. The pretty children only showed a slight panic at being sold. In their minds, staying here until adulthood meant eventually seeking patronage from a powerful master. Being sold might even land them a wealthy benefactor. The tension in Lin Shirlu's group was palpable, with some already sobbing softly. She still couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Until someone told her that those with poor looks fetched no price and would be sold to underground laboratories for experiments. Even a resident of a garbage planet knew what awaited them in an underground lab. The realization sent a chill through Lin Shirlu's blood. Thinking of Lin Shire's delicate face filled her with dread. Lin Shire, truly ruthless. Did Lin Wu know what Lin Shire had done? He must have known, even if he didn't before. Now that he and Lin Shire had entered the inner city, he surely knew. Lin Shirlu lowered her head. Even if Lin Wu knew, he would pretend otherwise. Without cunning, a man of his appearance wouldn't have survived this long. Lin Shirlu tried to move her fingers, struggling against her bonds to no avail. The sobbing around her grew louder, stirring a deep irritation within her, a desire to break something. Realizing her state was off, she forced herself to calm the raging agitation. Feeling the light brain on her forearm, she thought there might still be hope. But the question remained, would it be in time? Lin Shirlu sat alone in a corner, pondering how to escape, when someone else finally snapped. "Shut up. Stop crying, it's annoying." Someone scolding, but it did little good. The soft whimpers turned into choked sobs, as if the criers were desperately trying to suppress themselves, only to fail and burst into loud wails. Lin Shirlu curled up in a corner, unable even to take a deep breath. The room was crammed with too many people, the air stifling. From time to time, people came in to pick out victims and drag them out, followed by lewd laughter from outside. Everyone knew what awaited those taken. At this moment, Lin Shirlu felt a strange relief in her own homeliness. All those dragged out, regardless of age, were good-looking. New faces were constantly added to the room, but those dragged out never returned. After the first few were taken, the remaining people stopped crying, huddling together in silence, terrified of drawing attention from the guards outside. Unable to do anything and with her corner taken, Lin Shirlu simply lay down on an open patch of floor, closed her eyes, and pretended to be dead. She drifted into a daze, and after an unknown time a commotion stirred her. Damn, who called the security bureau? How did they get here so fast? Boss, look. Is that a live stream orb up there? What? Let me see. It is. Someone's been broadcasting us. Boss, why is your face so green? Boss, why'd you hit me? The door suddenly swung open and the blinding light stung their eyes. Lin Shirlu remained curled up on the ground, too weary to move. After all, no one would pick her, the ugly one. The others in the room pressed together in a tight cluster, leaving Lin Shirlu alone in the middle, unmoving. She hadn't even opened her eyes yet. Then came a series of bio sounds, the noise of cheap ion guns. Ear-piercing screams and pleas for mercy followed. She had been about to stretch her body but froze instead, straining to play dead. Even so, 2 shots hit her in the abdomen. It was just a casual act. Lin Shirlu bit the inside of her cheek to keep from crying out. With every ounce of her acting skill, she lay motionless on the ground. "All right, let's go," someone outside urged. Lin Shirlu faced down, heard the footsteps fade away. Damn it. She hadn't even seen their faces. What a useless piece of trash. Cursing inwardly, she dared not move a muscle, not even to cover her wounds. Her body felt sticky and strange, limbs cold, her head growing dizzy. They must be gone by now. It's been a while. She tried to press her hands against the wound, but her limbs wouldn't obey. Only her head, being round, could wobble slightly. My God, this one's still alive. Quick, take her to Old Lawn. What happened next, Lin Shirlu couldn't recall. When she regained consciousness, she saw a transparent dome above her, surrounded by blue liquid. Startled, she opened her mouth to breathe. After a flurry of panic, she realized she could breathe in the liquid. Before she could marvel at it, a face appeared above the dome. Seeing she was awake, the face opened the treatment pod with a sour expression. "Get up, you're awake. Others are waiting to use this." Lin Shirlu's mind was still foggy, but she obeyed Dr. Lan's words and rose. As she stood, she realized she was completely naked. For a moment she didn't know which part to cover, so she finally covered her face. With her face covered, the first thing that came to her mind was her 2 light brains and then the star coins in her cloak. She abruptly dropped her hands and turned to Dr. Lon. "Where are my light brains?" Dr. Lon clicked his tongue at her accusing expression. He called in the security officer waiting outside. "She's awake. Take her away." Lin Shirlu was still naked, but she didn't move, staring at Dr. Lon. Dr. Lon pointed at the security officer. "Light brains?" asked the officer. "You didn't have any when you came to me. Don't pin it on me." Lin Shirlu said, "Oh," then looked at Dr. Lon. "Where's my cloak?" There were star coins in her cloak. He'd better not try to steal them. Would Dr. Lon steal? He would. He casually grabbed a shirt he didn't wear and tossed it to Lin Shirlu. "That shit green cloak of yours, I threw it away, it was an eyesore." Lin Shirlu clutched the shirt with all her might, looking furious, but too afraid to speak. Dr. Lon was unafraid. He was the only doctor on the garbage planet. Offend him, and you'd be begging for death. In the end, Lin Shirlu pulled on Dr. Lan's white coat, fuming, and rode the security officer's hovercar to the station for questioning. She unhesitatingly told them she had been sold by Lin Shire. The officer who took her statement looked unimpressed, but recorded it as routine. After the record was done, Lin Shirlu immediately demanded her light brains. "Optical brain. Where's my optical brain?" "Still 2. Huh." Seeing that the security guard still didn't understand, Lin Shirlu was so furious she was about to boil over. "Then what about my live streaming ball?" This security guard could answer. "It's broken. When the space pirates left, they fired a shot and knocked your live streaming ball down. Even broken, she wanted it back. Then what punishment will Lin Shire receive?" The recording security guard looked up, gazing at the frail girl before him. "No punishment, insufficient evidence." How could that be? Lin Shirlu clenched her fists. The security guard for once took pity on her and whispered, "Your evidence has already been destroyed. The star coins inside are gone too." In the end, Lin Shirlu, eyes shimmering with tears, walked out of the security station penniless, clutching her broken live streaming ball. At least the injuries were healed, and she didn't have to pay for that. No wonder Dr. Lon had such a sour expression. Security station star coins were not so easily swindled. At the security station entrance, Lin Shirlu saw Lin Shirwu. The moment she laid eyes on him, her tears could no longer be held back. Lin Shirwu watched Lin Shirlu's tears fall one after another, helplessly wiping them away, wanting to comfort her but not knowing how. "Gone, everything's gone. The optical brain is gone. The star coins are gone. All gone." Whoa. The star coins Lin Shirlu had painstakingly saved were all gone. Just one visit to the security station, and one to an illegal clinic, and they were all gone. Lin Shirwu patted her back with concern, carrying her back to the shack district. When they returned to Lin Shi's shack, Lin Shi and Lin Shirsi hadn't come back yet. They always had to make a living. They couldn't afford to skip earning star coins just to pick up Lin Shirlu, could they? Knowing she was safe was enough. Lin Shirlu sat on her small bed, clutching her live streaming ball, her spirit utterly drained. Being penniless, there was nothing more terrifying than that. Lin Shirwu handed her 2 pouches of nutrient fluid, patting her head, as if to say he'd make sure she didn't starve. But he didn't offer any star coins. Lin Shirlu's current state of being penniless said it all. He feared she wouldn't be able to hold on to them even if he gave. Tastelessly sipping the nutrient fluid, Lin Shirlu turned her gaze to Lin Shirwu's optical brain. 15th brother, let me borrow your optical brain." She got the optical brain with ease. Lin Shirlu logged into the Star Sea live streaming platform and saw that the tips in her account were indeed 0. There had been a full 5,000 star coins. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shirlu opened the records. Someone had used her account to tip. Clicking in, she saw the name Starfire Gang Xiao Wang. Lin Shire had become the mistress of the Starfire Gang leader. Scrolling further down, she tried to open the live stream recording feature. Nothing. Everything had been wiped clean. Taking another deep breath, she left a message in the live stream announcement: "The streamer's live streaming ball is damaged. Broadcast suspended for today." Then she logged out of Star Sea Live and entered her Star Network account full of hope. The Star Network account, in theory, could only be accessed by the owner herself. Seeing the numbers in her account, Lin Shirlu's heart relaxed a little. Thank goodness, at least she wasn't completely broke. Logging out of the Star Network account, she then logged into a Star Network bank and saw that the deposits were untouched. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the 5,000 star coins from the livestream account. A lot, but not enough to cripple her. Clutching her chest in pain, she returned the optical brain to Lin Shirwu. Lin Shirwu packed up and prepared to go scavenging with his rag bag. Lin Shirlu wanted to go too, but looking at the oversized gown she was wearing, she decided against it. She took out a needle and thread, found some fabric she had recently collected, and began sewing herself some clothes. By the time night fell and Lin Shi returned with Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, Lin Shirlu had already made herself 2 outfits. They were cloak-style with an ugly little hood at the back, best she could do since the simplest method was to cut a hole in a piece of cloth for the head then roughly stitch the sleeves. Good enough to wear. Seeing the three of them return, Lin Shirlu forced a bitter smile. Lin Shirsi put down his bag and said to her, "That smile is hideous." Lin Shirlu immediately wiped off her smile, drooping her brows as she tidied up. Lin Shi patted her head and handed her a pouch of nutrient fluid. Lin Shirlu took the nutrient fluid from Lin Shi. Lin Shirwu had already given her one earlier. In her past life, when she was upset, her younger siblings would give her their favorite candies. She felt that Lin Shi and Lin Shirwu meant the same thing, the only difference being that the candies had become nutrient fluid. Lin Shirsi didn't give her any nutrient fluid, but while tidying his things he accidentally dropped his own packet onto Lin Shirlu's small bed. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened. Lin Shirlu didn't stand on ceremony, she tucked the nutrient fluid away. When the three of them started their exercises, she joined in. When Lin Shir arrived at Lin Shi's shack and saw Lin Shirlu also exercising, he wasn't surprised at all. This time Lin Shirlu had almost been sold. If it had been Lin Shirsi or Lin Shirwu, Lin Shire would never have been able to take them away. At the root it was because Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were far more capable than most people. Even if they just ran instead of fighting, Lin Shire couldn't catch them. While doing sit-ups, Lin Shirlu discussed the exam applications with Lin Shir and Lin Shi. She suggested they pick a school to test the waters. Lin Shir and Lin Shi debated which school to apply to. Lin Shirlu cut in directly, "Let's go with the first military academy." The application fee for the first military academy was the cheapest, only 200 star coins. Lin Shir and Lin Shi had no objections. They knew they probably wouldn't pass this time. Their main goal was just to see what the exam format was like. Lin Shirlu no longer had her optical brain, but she had already looked up how to take the exam. "We don't have full immersion helmets. We'll have to go to the inner city. There should be helmets for rent there." But to take the exam smoothly, they couldn't let anyone know they were going for that purpose. Lin Shirlu was a little scared now. It felt like everyone she met wanted to take the star coins from her pocket. Lin Shirlu panted heavily as she did sit-ups, listening to Lin Shir and Lin Shi discuss how to get to the inner city for the exam. Her heavy breathing alone drowned out the sounds of the other four in the shack. Even though it was agonizing, she didn't stop until she had completed her daily exercise quota. Lin Shirlu was drenched in a cold sweat, hastily wiped himself with cold water, and then tremblingly began piecing together the sheets of paper. It only took half an hour for Lin Shirlu to assemble the final page. He carefully placed the mechanical repair manual in an open area, not forgetting to warn them. "Be careful, don't damage this book again." Lin Shizia, the most curious of them all, stepped forward to reach out, but Lin Shirlu slapped his hand away. "Don't touch it, it hasn't dried yet." Lin Shirlu hadn't expected it to take him so long to piece together the mechanical repair manual. The book was already thick, and after Lin Shirlu had pieced it together page by page, it was even thicker, swollen, and warped, the pages curling like damp paper. Lin Shirsu picked up the other dried pages and flipped through them repeatedly. Lin Shirlu carefully stored the bound pages and reminded Lin Shirsu once more not to disturb them while drying, then climbed onto the bed and fell asleep, exhausted to the bone. The next morning Lin Shirlu gritted his teeth and drank a pouch of nutrient solution. Ever since regaining his past life memories, he had developed a severe lack of appetite, refusing to drink unless absolutely desperate. Lin Shirlu's desire for food had dropped to its lowest point, and the nutrient solution was only to maintain basic bodily function. Even so, swallowing it felt like it was climbing up to his throat. He forced the nutrient solution down, grabbed his scavenging bag and silver rod in one hand, each dressed, and followed Lin Shirwu out to scavenge for trash. He would no longer yield an inch. If someone tried to snatch his things, he fought back, even if he couldn't win. Even if his belongings were taken, Lin Shirlu would grab his rod and chase after them to reclaim what was his. Even knowing the chase would end in a brutal beating, Lin Shirlu didn't care. Being beaten to a pulp was still better than being sold to an underground laboratory. The inevitable result was that Lin Shirlu lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated, his things still gone. He remained there for a long while, only slowly rising once the pain dulled. That evening when he returned to the shelter, his face was bruised and swollen, but Lin Shirlu never complained. He set down his scavenging bag, applied the remaining salve to his wounds, and then went to find Lin Wu. It was the first time Lin Shirlu had ever sought out Lin Wu so eagerly. 3 hours later, covered in whip marks, he dragged himself back to the shelter and, gritting his teeth, began physical training alongside Lin Shi. By the end of the day, the morning's nutrient solution had long been digested, and he had consumed another pouch midway through. After the grueling session, Lin Shirlu felt his body was no longer his own, his head ringing with a constant hum. But he still couldn't sleep. Lin Shirlu took out the pages he had painstakingly assembled and began stacking them in order one by one. It was quick work. Once stacked, he found a needle and thread and began stitching the pages together, far simpler than mending clothes. Lin Shirlu did these tasks without needing to think at all, finding a rare sense of peace in the process. Over 5,000 pages Lin Shirlu worked through the entire night. By the time he finished stitching, his eyelids could barely stay open. The moment he finished, he collapsed into sleep. Before drifting off, Lin Shirlu couldn't help but wonder, in his past life, he had been a champion of all-nighters. Why could he no longer stay awake? He was woken again by Lin Shirwu that morning. Lin Shirlu fastened the whip Lin Shi had made for him, his face still marked with fresh welts, and followed Lin Shirwu with fierce determination. He was going to make up for yesterday's losses. No one was taking anything from him ever again. The day descended into chaos as before. That evening, Lin Wu looked at Lin Shirlu's dislocated right arm and waved his hand dismissively as if shooing a fly. "If you're injured, don't come." But Lin Shirlu refused to budge, his face twisted with grim resolve. "What if someone tries to sell me off later when I'm hurt?" Lin Wu seemed to have guessed what Lin Shirlu had endured, looking down at the boy's head, which seemed disproportionately large for his emaciated frame. "At the very least, you need to let your body heal. Even if I wanted to teach you, your current state couldn't handle the load." Lin Shirlu pouted, still reluctant to leave. He wanted to learn more. Lin Wu grabbed Lin Shirlu by the collar and tossed him toward the passing Lin Shi. Lin Shi caught the thrown figure and immediately heard his fifth brother's cold voice. "Take him away. He's not to come back until he's healed." Looking down at Lin Shirlu's pitiful expression, Lin Shi immediately relaxed his grip, and Lin Shirlu dropped to the ground with a thud. Clutching his bruised rear with his uninjured hand, Lin Shirlu glared at Lin Shi's expression of innocent confusion and kicked him squarely in the calf. Lin Shi didn't dodge. After being kicked, he actually offered a thoughtful evaluation. "Not bad. Your strength has increased considerably." From within Lin Wu's shelter, the anguished howls of Lin Shirlu and Lin Shirwu could already be heard. Lin Shirlu desperately wanted to go in and see, but Lin Wu forbade it, fearing he might injure his other arm. Who knew what might happen if they got carried away and threw Lin Shirlu and Lin Shirwu at him? In the end, Lin Shirlu could only return to Lin Shi's shelter and begin his daily physical training. He didn't stop until he was drenched in sweat. Looking at Lin Shi and Lin Shi still training, Lin Shirlu didn't disturb them. Instead, he picked up the mechanical repair manual and began reading. Starting from the first page, he read on, and then just a few pages in, he no longer understood anything. Lin Shirlu refused to believe it, flipped back and reread. One more page, and still incomprehensible. It was like in his past life when during math class, he bent down to pick up a pen that had fallen from his desk, and when he looked up, he couldn't understand a single thing the teacher was saying. Lin Shirlu refused to accept it. He checked the page count of the mechanical repair manual 3 times, convinced he must have mixed up the order. Perhaps page 5 was actually page 500. After triple checking, he confirmed it wasn't the pages that were wrong, it was his own brain. Lin Shirlu didn't believe it, so he started from the beginning again. Yes, he still couldn't understand past page 5. It must be because this book wasn't basic enough. He had never encountered this problem with the alchemy texts. Lin Shirlu set the hefty volume aside, convinced it was the book's fault. Lin Shi noticed Lin Shirlu's serious expression. While listening to basic mechanical knowledge from his neural interface and doing push-ups simultaneously, he still found the leisure to ask Lin Shirlu, "What's wrong with the book? You look so stern." Multitasking at its finest. Lin Shirlu frowned and answered with equal seriousness. "Something's wrong. This book seems to be missing several pages. Otherwise, how could the knowledge inside jump so drastically, leaving him completely lost all at once?" Refusing to believe his own mind was the problem, Lin Shirlu immediately sat down on Lin Shi's back, mechanical repair in hand, and began asking all the questions he didn't understand. In his mind, if he didn't understand it, surely these two brothers of his wouldn't either. Lin Shirlu's weight was nothing to Lin Shi. He didn't even pause, training with unusual smoothness, answering Lin Shirlu's questions while moving. Lin Shirlu sat on Lin Shi's back, holding a book, flipping through the pages while asking questions. Starting from the first page, Lin Shi quickly gave answers that matched the book. Lin Shirlu asked page by page, but by the 5th page her questions grew increasingly foolish. "Huh. Why is that the answer?" Lin Shi said, "You asked earlier, the minerals in aerial iron can channel energy." Lin Shirlu retorted, "Yes, it can channel energy, but what does aerial iron's conductivity have to do with the optical energy operation of machinery? They're completely unrelated." Lin Shi replied, "You asked me about a formula earlier, didn't you? Plug it in, eh?" Lin Shirlu asked, "Plug it in? Why? Where does it say to do that? It's not mentioned before or after. What does that have to do with the formula? How did you think of that formula? There are several formulas, how did you know which one to use?" Lin Shi's explanation was a stream of formulas, and Lin Shirlu's mind felt like it was stuffed with cotton. She couldn't understand a thing. Lin Shirlu was practically the reincarnation of why. Every word out of her mouth started with why. Not only did Lin Shi explain, but Lin Shi also joined in. But Lin Shirlio's mind just wouldn't open up. In the end, she could only memorize a few formulas by rote. Finally hugging the book, she complained to Lin Shi and Lin Shi. This book must not be basic enough. It definitely skipped many steps. She knew that the final answers in math problems always omitted the intermediate steps and only gave the result. Lin Shi wondered how to politely say this was already very basic. Lin Shi bluntly said, "This is very basic. It's your brain that's slow. Better drink more nutrient solution. A big head doesn't mean you're smart." Lin Shilu angrily grabbed the thick book to hit Lin Shi's head. Lin Shilu barely hit him. Lin Shi doing push-ups delivered precise verbal blows. "What are you doing? Even if you knock me stupid, it won't change the fact that your brain is dull." Infuriated, Lin Shilu jumped off Lin Shi's back with the book, Mechanical Repair, and refused to play with him anymore. She refused to give up opening the pages and trying to memorize the knowledge by rote, hoping that reading it over and over might make it click. Damn it, in her past life her math was decent. She could score at least 90 out of 150, passing, and on good days even 140 plus. Why couldn't she understand this? She completely forgot that she only passed physics in the first exam. From the second exam onward, she never passed, hovering around 40 to 50. Staring at the book's content, Lin Shilu tried hard to grasp what Lin Shi and Lin Shi had said, but she just couldn't understand. She pestered the more patient Lin Shi, asking about every part she didn't get. Lin Shi's ears were filled with Lin Shirlio's endless, "Why? Huh? Why is that?" Lin Shi had an incredible temper with Lin Shilu. Even though it was obvious he was losing patience, veins bulging on his forehead, he still answered her questions. After 40 minutes of questioning, Lin Shilu finally barely understood what the 5th page meant. It was only a shaky understanding. Lin Shilu felt that if she didn't immediately write down her thought process by tomorrow, her mind would be blank again, forgetting everything Lin Shi had taught her. Lin Shilu took out her paper and pen and meticulously recorded the points she didn't understand from the 4th to 5th pages. In the process, she forgot some content again and had to ask Lin Shi once more. For this transitional material alone, Lin Shilu filled 3 full pages with her own unadorned, straightforward understanding. Holding the 3 pages, Lin Shilu declared confidently, "I told you it skipped a lot of steps." To prove she was right, she even wanted to see the first volume of Introduction to Mechanics on Lin Shi's light brain. Lin Shilu scrolled through the light brain a few times. Indeed, it was more basic than the Mechanical Repair she held, but not by much. The difference was that with Introduction to Mechanics, she could slowly figure things out on her own given time. She could probably understand it. But with Mechanical Repair, she simply couldn't grasp it without someone patiently explaining it to her over and over. Lin Shilu turned off the light brain and curled up in a corner, utterly baffled. They all had the same father. Why was she a liberal arts brain while her brothers were science brains? She refused to believe it. Maybe it was because their mothers were different. Lin Shi and Lin Shi's mother was more scientifically inclined, while hers leaned toward the humanities. Surely they had studied Introduction to Mechanics first, which was why they could quickly understand the problems in Mechanical Repair. Lin Shilu refused to admit she was dumber than her brothers. She had always considered herself quite smart, at least not dumber than anyone else. Taking a deep breath, she convinced herself it was because they had learned it first, not because she was stupid. She picked up her notes and began to review slowly. Lin Shi asked, "Weren't you planning to become an apothecary? Why are you studying this?" Lin Shilu swept her small hand in a half-circle, pointing at the piles of mechanical parts in the shed. "Look at what's in our shed, just trash. On a garbage planet you can salvage machinery, but when have you ever seen plants? That doesn't conflict with studying alchemy." Lin Shilu continued reviewing. "It doesn't conflict, but right now I need to solve the star coin problem. If I can also fix things, I'll earn more star coins. Learning Mechanical Repair is the best way to earn star coins. Unless a new shipment of garbage arrived or a trash mountain collapsed like a few days ago, scavenging yielded too inconsistent an income. But if she learned Mechanical Repair, fixing one item a day could earn at least 80 to 100 star coins." Putting down the book, she picked up the live stream sphere. It had a round burn mark from an ion gun. Holding the sphere, Lin Shilu decided not to buy a light brain yet. Buying one immediately would be too conspicuous. She would wait a while. First, she needed to fix this live stream sphere. Holding the live broadcast ball in her hand, Lin Shilu turned it over, up and down, left and right. Apart from the scorch marks left by the ion gun, there was not a single trace of a seam to be seen. There were no gaps, no screws. She felt that it couldn't be fixed anytime soon. Lin Shilu placed the broadcast ball on the table, intending to have Lin Shi take a look at it after his workout to see if it could be repaired. This broadcast ball was the most advanced thing they had ever come across. Lin Shi had long wanted to take it apart and examine it, but he had never felt comfortable asking Lin Shi for it, mainly because Lin Shi had been live streaming every day before. Now that the broadcast ball was broken, it was as if it had broken right into Lin Shi's heart. Lin Shi stopped his push-ups altogether and got up to inspect Lin Shi's broadcast ball while Lin Shi sat on her small bed, unable to understand his urgency. It's not like it's going to run away if you leave it on the table. Brother Shi, you should finish your workout first. Lin Shi picked up her paper and book and began searching for the tools described in the book among the machinery in the shed. It didn't matter if she didn't understand, maybe she would grasp it once she got her hands on it. By the time Lin Shi and Lin Shi returned from their beating, Lin Shi was still rummaging through everything. Lin Shi and Lin Shi were busy studying how to take apart Lin Shi's broadcast ball. Even after Lin Shi had fallen asleep, they still hadn't figured it out. From that day on, Lin Shi had one more task to add to her list: learning the knowledge of mechanical repair. Perhaps Lin Shi truly had no talent for it. Lin Shi and Lin Shi grasped mechanical knowledge in an instant and could quickly start fixing things, but she had to rely on Lin Shi and Lin Shi explaining over and over again before she could understand. Fortunately, despite her lack of talent, Lin Shi was willing to learn. She memorized by rote, strained to comprehend, and slowly she began to get the hang of it. The junk planet had nothing else, but it did have plenty of discarded machinery. She could work on repairs without worrying about breaking anything. During the day, Lin Shi was full of energy, fighting and scavenging and fighting. In the evening, she returned to the shed. Depending on the severity of her injuries, if they were light, she would go to Lin Wu's place to practice her skills. If they were heavy, she would obediently go back to train her physique. After completing her daily targets, Lin Shi would start selecting mechanical items to try to repair. When Lin Shi fixed things, she was nothing like Lin Shi, or Lin Shi. They were gifted and could grasp the principles by analogy. In front of Lin Shi was the solar panel she needed to repair it. To her left were the barely usable tools she had salvaged from the trash heap. To her right were her densely packed notes. Lin Shi would constantly put down her tools to flip through her notes, then set the notes aside to pick up her homemade magnifying glass to check where the damage was, then pick up her notes again to flip through. In a single evening, she would flip through her notes 800 times, just barely managing to understand a little. However, this method had its advantages. Once Lin Shi understood a concept, she remembered it extremely clearly. When she encountered similar things later, she could handle them well, not to mention that she also had a mountain of notes to refer to. It was worth noting that although Lin Shi was somewhat slow in the mechanical aspect, she was quite skilled at crafting small gadgets. The magnifying glass she currently used was one she had made herself. Her 4 brothers found it very useful and even specially gathered materials to ask her to make a few more. Now each of them had a Lin Shi brand magnifying glass. Carefully tightening the last screw, Lin Shi picked up her notes again to double-check. After ensuring everything was correct, she set down her tools. She gathered her belongings into her own little corner, then picked up her clothes to go take a bath. Yes, the bath. Ever since her brothers started delving into mechanical knowledge, they had repaired many things. Now their shed was brightly lit. There was even hot water for bathing now. Lin Shi no longer had to wash with cold water. Not only that, but her wallet was also getting thicker. All the mechanical items in the shed were ones she had brought back. Before, none of the 4 brothers had thought of repairing things to sell, so most of the machinery in the shed had been carried over piece by Lin Shi from the trash heap. The sheds of Lin Shi and Lin Shi were already piled full. They split the profits 6-4. Hehe. Apart from Lin Shi, the other 4 were getting faster and faster at fixing things. A month later, Lin Shi bought 2 more optical brains. Yes, 2. Now Lin Shi had learned her lesson. She wore one optical brain on her wrist and dug a small hole in the corner of the shed wall to hide the other. She divided the star coins she earned into 3 parts. Half went into the optical brain on her wrist, half went into the other optical brain, and she kept a small amount on her person. Every citizen in the interstellar realm could only have 1 optical brain account, and Lin Shi didn't know hacking. So the star coins and the optical brain on her wrist were linked to her star network account. The optical brain hidden in the corner had no star network account, only the star network bank. Lin Shi would transfer star coins from her star network account to the star network bank, and the optical brain on her wrist had no shortcut to the bank. For safety, she chose the federal bank, worried that her star coins might be swallowed up if she deposited them in a small bank. She carried very few star coins on her. Ever since all her star coins had been siphoned away by that Dr. Lon, while those on the star network remained, Lin Shi felt that keeping star coins on her person was unsafe. Still, she carried a little on her. After tidying up, Lin Shi sat on her small bed, opened her optical brain, and began to study. She started with Introduction to Mechanics. Gradually, the more she read, the sleepier she became. so she switched to Introduction to Elementary Alchemy that she had found. She read it with great interest and soon wasn't sleepy anymore. It wasn't Lin Shirlio's fault. The plants in this interstellar world were truly bizarre. There were even plants that could chase after people. How amazing! Were they considered plants or animals? What Lin Shirlu loved most was reading about the plants introduced in the book. The more she read, the more energetic she became. But usually at this point she would force herself to close Introduction to Elementary Alchemy and open Introduction to Mechanics Part 1 to read. When she felt sleepy, she switched to Alchemy Knowledge. When she felt alert, she went back to Mechanics. Besides that, Lin Shirlu also bought the exam papers from the first military academy from 60 years ago. She wasn't afraid of being scammed. She downloaded them directly from the academy's official website. Not only did it have the papers from 60 years ago, but also those from 61, 62, 63, and all previous years. Lin Shirlu downloaded them all and directly sent these papers to Lin Shi and Lin Shi. There was only 1 month left until the exam. There was no time, so she might as well just memorize by rote. Every night Lin Shi and Lin Shi were forced to memorize the papers Lin Shirlu gave them. Not only did Lin Shirlu push them, but Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were even more relentless, pressing them harder than Lin Shirlu did. Now the two of them looked completely drained of energy. They were utterly wilted. Lin Shirlu had absolutely no interest in mechanical knowledge. She only knew that when she purchased materials on the StarNet, she discovered that there were many knowledge points to study regarding mechanical mecha, which made her head spin. Seeing the downloaded past exam papers, Lin Shirlu felt dizzy from the dense text. She could only understand the parts related to interstellar history. For mechanical repair, she could barely grasp part of the meaning, but answering questions was out of the question. Lin Shi and Lin Shi received the portion Lin Shirlu sent them and began to read it. After Lin Shirlu sent the materials to them, she paid no further attention to the matter. She only went to take the trial exam, and the most she moved was her mouth. She would occasionally move her mouth to ask questions about the exam papers. She couldn't understand the questions, but she could understand the words, so she could still check the answers. It was just a matter of moving her mouth. There was nothing more. She was already too busy to handle it all. Lin Shirlio's speed in repairing items was still the slowest, but she did indeed fix them properly. When she moved the solar panel to the general store and sold it for 80 star coins, looking at the number on her light brain, Lin Shirlu was overjoyed. It truly meant she could earn a living by her craft. Lin Shirlu also asked the general store owner if there were any live streaming orbs for sale. The store owner said bluntly, "No, unless someone from another planet brings a live streaming orb to our garbage planet. The only other way is to rely on luck to find one in the trash heap." To be honest, I was already surprised when I saw that you had a live streaming orb. So that was it. Lin Shirlu didn't ask further. Even if such an orb existed, it was definitely not something she could afford. Lin Shirlu bought several bags of nutrient solution, carefully hid them on her person, and then left the general store. As soon as she stepped out of the general store, Lin Shirlu saw Lin Shi. She found it unlucky, but judging by Lin Shi's demeanor, it seemed she was deliberately waiting for her. Lin Shirlu stood still, her hand already reaching for the long whip at her waist. Lin Shi was still the same as before, showing no guilt toward Lin Shirlu. She walked up to Lin Shirlu and looked her up and down. Her tone was like stating a fact. "Didn't expect you to be quite lucky. A bit better than Lin Shi-san." She is a bit better than Lin Shi-san. Better in what? In that she didn't properly consume nutrient solution and didn't end up plump and white. Looking at the two burly men following Lin Shi, it was obvious they were there to protect her. "Are they here to protect you?" Lin Shi crossed her arms. "Of course." Lin Shirlu finally asked. "Then since you're doing well, why do you still dislike me?" "I haven't provoked you." For this, Lin Shi felt no guilt either. "What does my well-being have to do with my hatred of you and my wish for you to be miserable? Does one need a reason to hate someone?" Lin Shirlu felt a bit helpless. In her previous life, she too knew that some people's malice needed no reason. "Why me?" Lin Shi snorted with a laugh, looking down at Lin Shirlu. Through Lin Shirlu, she seemed to see that innocent and beautiful Lin Shi-san again. "Why you?" "Of course, because you're weak." "Why don't I pick on Lin Shi or Lin Shiwu?" "Because I can't beat them. If things didn't go as planned, I'd fear their retaliation. But you I can beat, and I'm not afraid of. Although you're a bit smarter than Lin Shi-san, Lin Shirlio, you're also very kind. But there's still a slight difference from Lin Shi-san. I can mess with you without fearing your retaliation. Even if I sell you, so what? Do you want to kill me now?" Lin Shirlu didn't know what to say for a moment. Was she kind? Probably. After all, in her previous life, she had received a good education, and her worldview was already formed. Even on this garbage planet, she had never actively provoked others. Up to now, she still didn't have the thought of killing Lin Shi. Was it because Lin Shi realized this that she acted without restraint? Lin Shirlu looked up, her black grape-like eyes staring straight at Lin Shi. How impressive, Lin Shi. Then why are you here? Wanna sell me again? Lin Shi circled around Lin Shirlio, watching her. Sell? How could that be? The crackdown has been tight recently. As much as I like star coins, I wouldn't sell you now. Then what are you here for? Come to see your miserable state to show off. Who would have thought that you have over 5,000 star coins in your Star C livestream? Pretty impressive. Lin Shirlu didn't want to deal with Lin Shi anymore and walked toward the shack. Lin Shi didn't chase after her but shouted at her back. I told Lin Wu that you have star coins. Don't mention it. Lin Shirlu felt that Lin Shi was a bit off her mind. She thought Lin Shi hated her, sold her, and now came to warn her. Is kindness wrong? But she didn't think she was kind, she just minded her own business. She just didn't bully others like others did, but if someone came to bully her, she would fight back. She quickly ran back to the shack. The door of Lin Shi's shack was open. Who? Had someone returned? Lin Shirlu entered the room and saw Lin Wu sitting majestically in the house, not stopping his hands as he rummaged through things, apparently looking to get some star coins. The floor was littered with screw tools, and the magnifying glass she had made was smashed by him. Lin Shirlu immediately called Lin Shi on her light brain, telling him that Lin Wu had come to the shack and was rummaging through things with a pouch of Lin Shi's hidden nutrient solution hanging from his mouth. Lin Shirlu stood outside the shack and said to Lin Wu, I've called Lin Shi. Stop rummaging. Lin Wu saw Lin Shirlio, his eyes fixed straight on the light brain on her wrist. He strode forward and tried to snatch it. Lin Shirlu naturally wouldn't let him succeed. She immediately ran out. In the past she would have been easily caught by Lin Wu, but times had changed. Lin Shirlio was different now. She picked up the whip and lashed it toward Lin Wu. Lin Wu hadn't expected Lin Shirlu to dare to strike him. In the past she would cower pitifully in a corner, not even crying out when beaten, making people lose interest in hitting her. It was extremely boring. Now seeing Lin Shirlio's appearance, it was all an act. Indeed, he had long noticed that Lin Shirlu was not honest. Otherwise, when he stopped giving her nutrient solution, she should have starved to death. How could she still be alive? Lin Wu reached out to grab Lin Shirlio's whip. Lin Wu was not only handsome, but also clever. Even though the Federation provided subsidies for having children, he insisted on exercising. So even though he hadn't gone to scavenge much, he still had a muscular build, looking strong and powerful. Lin Shirlu was no match for Lin Wu in strength, so she didn't resist. She let go of the whip and Lin Wu snatched it and lashed it toward her. Lin Wu deeply believed that all of Lin Shirlio's star coins were his. Hand over all your stellar coins. Whoosh crack! Lin Shirlu dodged Lin Wu's whips as she ran toward the exit. Compared to her fifth brother's whips, Lin Wu's skills were still lacking. Lin Shirlu danced around, leaping to evade the lashes aimed at her. As their father, Lin Wu certainly deserved the title, having sired so many children while never lacking lovers, and his stamina remained remarkably impressive. His whip was wielded just as skillfully as Lin Shirlio's own. While dodging the strikes, her mouth never stopped chattering. Lin Wu, you've already entered the inner city. Why are you still obsessing over my pitiful stash of stellar coins? She couldn't believe it. For a veteran player like Lin Wu, surely he could find someone to keep him in the inner city. Heaven only knew how shocked she'd been upon discovering her biological father already had 17 children. And mostly, he had many wives, but also many who had died. A thoroughbred wife-cursed man. Throughout his life, Lin Wu had married 6 women. Besides the still-living Nyo Lily, 5 had died. She couldn't help but admire Nyo Lily's courage. With 5 predecessors already dead, didn't she fear the same fate? Lin Wu swung his whip, pursuing Lin Shirlu closely. Don't think I don't know, you earned plenty from your live streams. You owe me at least 1,000 stellar coins. Otherwise hand over your light brain. Lin Shirlu still had the composure to think Lin Wu's demands are actually quite restrained, only asking for 1,000. Lin Shirlu leaped sideways, dodging Lin Wu's lash. None. I have no stellar coins now, and my light brain was only purchased recently. Didn't Lin Shire tell you she sold me? Lin Wu showed no surprise at the fact that Lin Shire had sold Lin Shirlu. He simply didn't care. All the stellar coins from my livestream were transferred away by Lin Shire. I'm broke now. Then give me your light brain. Lin Shirlu sped up even further, darting toward the garbage pile while dodging lashes. On the way, she snatched up a stick and swung it at Lin Wu. Given Lin Shirlio's short stature, she couldn't reach him at all. Even jumping, she could barely graze his shoulders, causing absolutely no harm. When the strike failed, Lin Shirlu bolted instantly. I knew it, I'm suited for a whip. This stick is useless. She muttered bitterly. Lin Wu's whip lashed out, curving mid-flight as it neared Lin Shirlio, wrapping around her calf and trapping her. Dragged toward Lin Wu, Lin Shirlio's first instinct upon being caught was to grip her light brain tightly and leap upward, headbutting Lin Wu squarely. Taken by surprise, Lin Wu suffered a nosebleed from the blow. Smack! Lin Shirlu was sent flying by the counterattack. Before she could even process the pain of being slapped, she scrambled to her feet and fled. She didn't dare look back as angry curses echoed behind her. Lin Wu, clutching his nose, watched Lin Shirlio's fleeing figure and made no attempt to pursue further. That headbutt had been precisely on target. Lin Wu cared for nothing, not stellar coins, not his possessions, except for one thing: his own face. Though he never boasted about it in this place, his ability to keep siring children and collecting federal subsidies depended heavily on his appearance. Hand pressed to his nose, Lin Wu forgot all about chasing Lin Shirlu. He carefully released his palm, watching blood still trickle freely. Instead of worrying, he gently pinched and swayed his nose, checking both sides until confirming nothing was broken. Only then did he sigh in relief. He casually wiped away the blood, turned and dashed into Lin Shi's hut to rummage through things. Since he was already here, he figured he might as well take something worth something. Lin Shirlu stumbled forward for some distance. With no pursuit sounds behind her, she glanced back, confirmed no one was following, and finally stopped breathing heavily. Lin Shirlu didn't return to the hut. What was the point? Better to scavenge for garbage and earn some stellar coins instead. Why did everything always go wrong whenever she acted alone? Why did misfortune always seem to follow her? Instead of looking for Lin Shirlu found Lin Shi. Lin Shi merely glanced at her before bowing his head to continue scavenging. Lin Shirlu didn't idle. She opened her light brain and began querying practice questions from those exam papers, deliberately avoiding mecha and mechanical topics since those required calculations and no computational environment was available now. Instead, she focused on interstellar history questions, the kind requiring memorization rather than calculation. These represented a smaller portion of the exam, but they were easier points to secure. Trailing behind Lin Shi, Lin Shirlu kept asking questions while her hands never stopped moving, brandishing a stick to prod through refuse. Since she lacked a scavenger's bag, she could only carry high-value items back with her bare hands. So whenever she spotted unfamiliar items, she immediately scanned them with her light brain to identify them. Knowledge was power. By the time Lin Shirlu returned, she was clutching a box filled with small black gold stones that looked quite valuable. A single box of these black gold fragments could fetch 200 stellar coins. Today had been fortunate indeed. Following Lin Shi back to the hut, Lin Shirlu held the box, grinning ear to ear. Heh. Meanwhile, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had returned earlier and were busy tidying up inside the shelter. Lin Shirsi cursed Lin Wu while packing his belongings. The hut had been tossed inside out by Lin Wu, and not a single pack of nutritional solution remained for him. Everyone clearly knew Lin Wu had been there. In the corner, Lin Shirlu retrieved the massive tome. Thank the stars Lin Wu hadn't found this copy of Mechanical Repair. If it were torn apart again, she wasn't sure she could piece it back together. Lin Shirlu had lost her more. She looked up at Lin Shi, raised both hands, and formed the universal gesture for nothing left. Lin Shi understood. I'll make you a new one. In this household, Lin Shirlu was the weakest fighter. Going unarmed was simply not an option. Lin Shirlu nodded and pulled out the nutritional solution vial hidden on her person. After carrying it close to her body for so long it had absorbed her warmth. Lin Shirsi grabbed a vial and drank it immediately. After a full day of scavenging, he was starving, and he still needed to train later. He couldn't afford to work on an empty stomach. Lin Shirlu consumed a vial as well, then began her daily training routine. Once everything was done, she lay down on her bed and for once fell into troubled reverie. Will I truly be able to leave this garbage planet? What she'd seen today, Lin Shire and Lin Wu, made both seem remarkably capable. Yet neither had ever escaped the garbage planet. She wasn't any better than them. Could she really make it out? In the darkness, Lin Shirlu activated her light brain and opened the promotional videos for the Federation's 4 major military academies and 8 great institutions once more. She wanted to see the beautiful world outside and steel her resolve. Only when her eyelids grew too heavy did she uneasily drift off to sleep. Morning came and Lin Shirlu picked up her scavenger bag and followed Lin Shirwu to the garbage fields. Once they arrived, they split up. If she stayed glued to Lin Shirwu's heels, how could she ever practice her combat skills? How convenient. Another day ending with a bruised face. Cling, ding, rattle. Lin Shirlu sat on the chair, carefully wiping the whip in her hands. Lin Shi had made it for her revised several times until each version was better than the last. She treasured this whip dearly. Riot, Lin Shirlu could no longer endure it. With a sharp smack, she slammed the whip onto the table and kicked Lin Sishi, who was pacing anxiously right in the rear. Lin Sishi was already distracted and received the kick full force. Under normal circumstances, as the weakest fighter in the family, she would rarely be able to kick Lin Sishi unless Lin Sishi was teasing her. Lin Sishi rubbed her buttocks and turned around in confusion, looking at Lin Shirlu. What are you doing? Lin Shirlu's brows were tightly furrowed. What are you doing making so much noise everywhere? If you truly have nothing better to do, go pick up some scraps. Have you saved enough for your 20,000 star coin flying vessel ticket? Lin Cixi sat in front of Lin Shirlu. Aren't you worried? Lin Shirlu picked up her small whip again and began carefully wiping the bloodstains off it. 3 years. Lin Shi and Lin Shi had been taking the exam for 3 years. In the first year, they only took the test at the first military academy as a warm-up and failed miserably. In the second year, they applied to all 4 major military academies and 8 prestigious institutions, but none of them passed, falling short even of the lowest cutoff scores. In the third year, Lin Shirlu forced Lin Shi and Lin Shi to take the exam once more, but that year only Lin Shirlu held on to any hope. Lin Cixi even suggested to Lin Shirlu that they didn't necessarily need to apply to those 12 schools. They could try the lower tier ones and might actually get in. Lin Shirlu vetoed the proposal immediately. Her reason was simple: only those 12 schools permitted bringing dependents to relocate to their home planet. That year, Lin Shi and Lin Shi performed exceptionally well. Lin Shi missed admission by just 10 points and Lin Shi by 6. This reignited their hope. Lin Cixi even discussed it in advance with Lin Shi. If Lin Shi didn't get in, Lin Shi would serve as his guardian, allowing them both to leave the garbage star together. Lin Shi immediately started haggling with Lin Cixi over the price. Their negotiation turned into an argument, and the two nearly came to blows over a university that existed only in their dreams. Because they had performed so well the previous year, there was great hope this time. And because there was hope, Lin Cixi felt extraordinarily restless. Today was the final day of Lin Shi and Lin Shi's exam. The two had been taking tests continuously for a full month, and today was the last day. Lin Cixi paced back and forth inside the shed, rummaging through everything and throwing the place into complete disarray. This was precisely why Lin Shirlu wanted to kick him out. Lin Cixi was still restless, his leg bouncing uncontrollably. Aren't you worried? What if they don't get in? What if Lin Shire and Lin Wu come to cause trouble? What if? Smack. Lin Shirlu slapped her whip onto the table again and took a deep breath. Does worrying help? Will worrying raise brother 10's and brother 11's scores? What about Lin Shire? Aren't you worried about her? A little, yes. But I don't think she'll come to cause trouble. She'll only come after the exams to mock us. Lin Shire had known from the first year that Lin Shi and Lin Shi were preparing for university entrance exams. She had come to harass them at first, but after they failed for 2 consecutive years, she stopped interfering in the third year, only appearing after each exam to throw barbs. Because of Lin Shire, nearly everyone in their area now knew about their delusional ambition to attend university, and they were frequently mocked for it. Lin Shirlu dealt with every insult using her whip. She had graduated from Lin Wu's training 2 years prior, and once Lin Shirlu could protect herself on this garbage star, Lin Wu no longer taught them. 2 years ago, very few people could snatch things from her. A year ago, she could hunt mutated beasts alongside Lin Cixi and Lin Shirwu at night. Now Lin Shirlu could catch at least 1 black smoke rat every night. Combined with the scavenged goods during the day, her live streaming income, and her repaired mechanical items, Lin Shirlu had already saved enough. As long as Lin Shi got in. As long as Lin Shi got in. Not to exaggerate, Lin Shirlu was quite well known in the area. 3 years had been enough to transform her. She had grown into a beautiful young woman, her features sharp and striking. She may not have been as gorgeous as Lin Cixi, but Lin Shirlu had that delicate, fragile charm. Even with her hair cropped into a buzz cut, she carried an air of pitiful vulnerability. The first thing Lin Shirlu thought when she realized her beauty was what a close call. Thankfully, she had exercised relentlessly throughout these 3 years. If she had looked like this 3 years ago, she would surely have been taken away long ago, and Lin Wu would never have let her go. Truly a narrow escape. Fortunately, she now had the power to protect herself. Along with her beauty, Lin Shirlu's whip also became famous. A pretty girl wielding an excellent whip sent every boy who tried to smooth-talk her scrambling away in tears. Seeing that Lin Cixi was still bouncing his leg, Lin Shirlu could only speak up to shoo him away. If you really can't sit still, find something to do. Go scavenge like Brother 15 or repair items to earn some star coins. Or go spar with Lilith, that might calm you down. Lin Shirlu only learned about this when Lin Shire came to mock them. It turned out Lilith's brother Hamburger had also taken the exam. Lin Shire hadn't spared anyone, mocking them all. Lin Shire pretended to be angry, but Lilith's eyes burned with genuine fury. She pulled out her ion gun and fired directly at Lin Shire. Lin Shire's head was nearly hit. The two came to blows, and Lin Shirlu simply watched from the sidelines, practically cheering them on. Because of this incident, Lilith bore a grudge against Lin Shirlu as well. In her eyes, Lin Shire was both her sister and her enemy. Lin Shirlu was not afraid of Lilith. The two of them, one wielding a whip, the other a dagger, created such a terrifying presence that scavengers in the area went out of their way to avoid them, fearing collateral damage. As the fights escalated, they inevitably dragged Lin Shi, and Hua Lashi into the conflicts as well. When Hannah learned that both Lin Shirlu and Lilith's brother wanted to attend university, she mocked them too. She didn't miss a chance in the second year either, but in the third year her own sister took the exam. Then her sister got in. Though no one knew which university she attended, she was accepted and left, taking Hannah along with her. Damn it. Lin Shirlu found herself completely in sync with Lilith, both of them deeply envious and resentful toward Hannah. How could she be so lucky? Her sister took the exam once and got in, and even took Hannah away with her. The only time Lin Shirlu could sit down and chat in peace was when she and Lilith gossiped about Hannah together. Lin Shirsi was finally chased out of the shed by Lin Shirlu. He sat on the chair, continuously shaking his leg, making the table tremble incessantly, which greatly hindered Lin Shirlu's work. Lin Shirlu carefully picked off the flesh and blood from the barbs on the whip. It was delicate work, but Lin Shirlu was not short of patience. Using a homemade small tool, she easily removed the debris from the root barbs. After cleaning them off, Lin Shirlu moved on to the next one. Actually, a bit of minced meat on the whip wouldn't affect its use, but cleaning the whip helped her find inner calm. What she needed now were tasks that required no deep thought, things that allowed her mind to wander and empty itself completely. Only after polishing her whip to a brilliant shine did Lin Shirlu check the time on her light brain. It was only 3 o'clock. Looking at the sun outside, she decided not to venture out for scavenging today. Securing the whip at her waist, Lin Shirlu began rummaging through the machinery in the shed, planning to repair something and earn some star coins. She was actually quite nervous too, but Lin Shirlu knew that the later you got, the less hope you should place. Only those who had taken the exam once truly understood how difficult it was to get out. With so many planets across the interstellar space, one could imagine how many people were applying to those 12 universities. It was truly difficult. Not much different from taking the 985 and 211 exams in her past life. It was even harder than that, with even more people competing. In the novels Lin Shirlu read in her past life, getting into a military academy was effortless. But that didn't exist here unless you had 3S, level physical and mental attributes, plus an awakened ability. Perhaps with maxed out stats one could get into a military academy with ease. Lin Shi and Lin Shi had come so close last year, falling just a few points short of getting out. The following year they could be said to have studied as hard as anyone ever had, hair suspended from the beam, thigh stabbed with an awl. If only they could escape this garbage planet, what was there to complain about enduring the hardships of studying? After deciding what to repair, Lin Shirlu took out her toolbox and began working on maintenance, slowly calming her mind. She had done everything she could. Now all there was to do was wait. Hurrying wouldn't help. Lin Shirlu wasn't anxious, but someone else was. Lin Shirlu was carefully soldering the connections for her finger lightsaber. Materials to repair the lightsaber circuits were hard to come by on the garbage planet, so she took extra care while soldering. The lightsaber handle was only this small, and Lin Shirlu's hands were trembling slightly. Just one step away. Once fixed, this lightsaber could sell for at least 500 star coins. Lin Shirlu. A sudden voice from Lilith outside the shed made Lin Shirlu's hand jerk. The circuit that was about to be soldered properly got 2 unrelated wires connected together because of Lin Shirlu's sudden shake. Lin Shirlu looked up at Lilith, who had burst into the shed, clearly seeing the slight upward curve of Lilith's lips, but it quickly flattened out. She did it on purpose. A small spark exploded from the lightsaber under Lin Shirlu's hand due to her mistake. Lin Shirlu calmly covered it with a dirty cloth nearby, and that little spark was extinguished silently. Lin Shirlu looked at Lilith with an unfriendly expression. Spit it out. Lilith looked somewhat disappointed. It seemed she hadn't caused any real damage to Lin Shirlu. Oh, nothing much, just wanted to tell you about Hannah. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirlu didn't even put away her tools, her eyes shining as she looked at Lilith. Oh, did you find out something? Both Lin Shirlu and Lilith were truly jealous of Hannah. How could she be so lucky? Hannah left quietly without telling anyone, slipping away with her sister Hanli without a word. It was only when her parents discovered they had left that they raised the commotion. It was nothing more than Hanli not taking them along when she left, causing resentment and constantly cursing the two of them. But what of it? Long before her sister decided to take the university entrance exam, Hannah had registered herself under Hanli's name, so there were no obstacles when Hanli took her away. Only then did everyone learn that Hanli had actually gotten out, which caused a stir in the shantytown. This was something even inner-city residents hadn't accomplished. This also led to an unusually large number of people taking the university entrance exam this year. Everyone felt that if Hanli could do it, they could too. Not only that, they openly looked down on Lin Shi, Lin Shi, and Wallace, believing that failing the exam 3 times meant they simply weren't smart enough. Lin Shirlu, Hannah, and Lilith, these 3 had a relationship where they frequently fought and sometimes snatched each other's belongings. Once Hannah left, the two found their fights somehow unsatisfying, sensing the other was holding back. In reality, without Hannah, they had fewer wounds anyway. Lilith pointed to the light brain in her hand and said to Lin Shirlu with an expression of pride. I added Hannah's light brain. As she spoke, she opened her light screen for Lin Shirlu to see. The screen was filled with a series of Hannah's boasts and provocations, and after looking at it, Lin Shirlu gave Lilith a strange look. Lilith felt very uncomfortable under Lin Shirlu's gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Shirlu pointed to the chat records above. Aren't you angry? Lilith's temper was far more explosive than hers. It wasn't like she'd explode at the smallest thing, but she wasn't particularly good-tempered either. For girls like them who planned to forego having children to receive the Federation's fertility subsidy, none of them had good tempers. Lilith smiled at Lin Shirlu, then kept scrolling down the light screen until Hannah mentioned the name of the university Han Li had been accepted to. Lin Shirlu looked closely and realized it wasn't any of the 12 universities. She remembered their names very clearly. 1st Military Academy, 2nd Military Academy, 6th Military Academy, 9th Military Academy, Federation Comprehensive Research University, Tootle Star System, Alliance University, Beckhamno University, Orphis Star, 5th Alliance University, Canilla University, Tutuhar University, Extreme North Star System, 3rd University, Starlon University. The rankings of the 12 universities changed every few years, and these 12 schools weren't always at the forefront. If they continued to produce no results, it was entirely possible for other schools to replace these top 12. As for how the rankings were determined, Lin Shirlu had researched it. The system was complicated. Interstellar leagues between schools accounted for a small portion. Any university registered with the Federation could participate along with the contributions made by outstanding individuals from each school to the Federation. All of this was calculated by the Federation's AI brain. It was open and transparent. Even if some information couldn't be made public, it would still be mentioned just without specific names and deeds, only the school names. Except for military academies, the top 8 universities would receive preferential treatment from the Federation. Military academies had always been crucial training grounds for military talent, but if results remained consistently poor, the Federation would take action. Throughout history, there had been several instances where military academies were disbanded and reorganized due to unsatisfactory performance. The 6th and 9th military academies were formed this way. The Federation's ability to do this was beyond reproach. The military had always been the place with the highest casualty rate. If military academy graduates couldn't contribute as much as students from comprehensive institutions, then disbanding and reorganizing was actually responsible for the students' lives. This was a unanimous decision between the Federation and the military. Because of this policy, military academy rankings have consistently stayed ahead of comprehensive institutions. Lin Shirlu wasn't surprised at all. How could they not rank at the top? If other schools performed poorly, they would simply lose Federation resource support. But for military academies, one misstep meant losing everything. Wouldn't military academy teachers have to teach their students with their whole hearts? They feared nothing more than their academy being disbanded and reorganized during their tenure. That would be an utter disgrace, enough to be ridiculed by peers for an entire year. Lin Shirlu was deeply puzzled. Since Han Li hadn't been admitted to one of the top 12 universities, how had she managed to take Hannah away? Lin Shirlu scrolled down the light screen belonging to Lilith, which was filled with Hannah's boastful posts and Lilith's indignant rebuttals. What was she arguing about? She was arguing that her brother hadn't failed to get into university. Their target was the top 12, and she urged them to wait. Her brother would surely succeed. Hannah mocked her on the optical brain for being delusional. Below were nothing but personal attacks from both sides. Lin Shirlu stopped scrolling once she found what she wanted, though a trace of confusion lingered. Since Han Li got into an ordinary university, what about Hannah? Lilith reclaimed her light screen and rolled her eyes at Lin Shirlu's question. Who cares? She won't die anyway. My brother will definitely get in this time. She clenched her fist as if to bolster her own confidence. Failing to get an answer from Lilith, Lin Shirlu opened her own optical brain to search. The Star Network quickly provided the answer. Some schools allowed students to bring their dependent children, but the policies weren't as generous as those of the top 12. For ordinary universities, if you wanted to bring your child to the local planet, you had to find a school yourself, and the schools willing to accept them weren't necessarily good. Moreover, tuition fees were your own responsibility, and most importantly, children had to pass entrance exams to study. Getting into university merely opened a door. How wide that door would be depended entirely on your own abilities. The top 12 universities were different. Once admitted, the school tuition and housing for the students' dependents were all taken care of, a comprehensive service, as long as you passed the exam. Still, Han Li's school was probably decent. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Shirlu turned off the optical brain and uncovered the cloth on the light sword, checking if she could salvage it. Lilith insolently shoved Lin Shirlu's shoulder. Lin Shirlu looked up. Why are you still here? If you have nothing to do, you can get lost. Lilith's tone was as arrogant as ever, yet a hint of nervousness was audible. Hey, do you think they'll make it this time? Wallace had applied for a different major than Lin Shi and Lin Shi. He chose the soldier program, which had the lowest academic requirements, but was also notoriously difficult to get into, attracting far more applicants than other majors. Lin Shi had accompanied the examinees in the first year and seen no actual exam format, but according to Lin Shi, the tests were extremely strict. Cheating, which might have been possible on a garbage planet, was simply not an option. The invigilators came from other planets, in fact, because it was a garbage planet the scrutiny was even harsher. Apart from the initial physical, mental, and ability tests conducted externally, passing those benchmarks was necessary to proceed, a single standard that eliminated most residents of the garbage planet. The remaining exams were taken via full immersion helmets, where invigilators uploaded every detail of the examinee's physical condition to the Star Network. All exam content was completed within the virtual network. The virtual network might not allow examinees to unleash their full potential, but the Federation strove for fairness. After all, with so many planets, finding real-world venues large enough for the exams was impractical. Only the virtual network could accommodate them. The exam process would be made public afterward, ensuring transparency. Lin Shi didn't know if they would succeed this time, but she felt confident about Lin Shi and Lin Shi. Still, she kept it to herself. What if she jinxed it? No idea. Let's wait and see. Her tone was casual, which irked Lilith, making her own anxieties seem like an overreaction. Lilith plopped down on Lin Shi's desk, chin raised high, and declared loudly, "My brother will definitely get in this year." Lin Shi taunted, "And if he doesn't, are you going to cry?" The memory of last year came rushing back. Wallace hadn't made it, though he was reportedly close, just like Lin Shi and Lin Shi. Lilith had cried for 2 days, and Lin Shi had gone to watch the spectacle. While speaking, Lin Shi swiftly moved everything from the desk to the floor. Just as Lilith, enraged by the words, was about to lash out, Lin Shi flipped the table. Lilith, perched on the edge, tumbled off in a clumsy heap. She sat on the floor staring at Lin Shi in a daze, while Lin Shi dusted off her hands with an innocent expression. "If you have nothing to do, get out. I've got things to do." Honestly, did everyone have too much free time coming to her for attention? Did she look like a caring sister? Nervous and seeking comfort here? Ridiculous. Lilith sprang to her feet and aimed a kick at Lin Shi's stomach. Lin Shi sidestepped the kick and grabbed Lilith's clothes, dragging her toward the door. "Are you crazy? Get out of my house. Do I even know you?" Lilith thrashed and clawed, refusing to leave. The two of them started brawling inside the shack. One seized every opportunity to pull the other out, while the other clung to large objects inside, refusing to be expelled. Finally, Lin Shi stopped fighting, crossed her arms, and sneered at Lilith. "What's the matter? Got your eye on one of my brothers?" Lilith immediately bristled. "Eye on them? Pfft. Who do you think you are?" With that, she stalked out of the shack, without any further urging, giving the door a heavy kick on her way out. Lin Shi thought Lilith was insane. She righted the overturned table, placed the tools and light sword back on it, and prepared to resume her repairs. But she found herself staring blankly at the light sword, unable to concentrate. Eventually, she opened the optical brain and looked up the admission scores of the 12 universities over the past few years. She then opened the recent practice exams of Lin Shi and Lin Shi, which were covered in markings and notes, a testament to their diligence. 3 years had been enough for her to understand the content. She went through each sheet, and with every review her confidence in Lin Shi and Lin Shi grew. They might just be able to stretch their reach. After reviewing their latest completed exams, Lin Shi felt calmer and picked up her tools to resume repairing the light sword. She was still at it when Lin Shi and Lin Shi returned from the exams. Lin Shi had already gone into the inner city to wait for them, while Lin Shi had yet to come back. Hearing the noise at the entrance, Lin Shi looked up and stretched. After a series of cracks, she saw her 2 brothers returning from the exam. The 3 years of relentless physical training had made them taller and more handsome. Noticing the fatigue in their eyes, but also a relaxed expression, Lin Shi didn't ask about their results. The exam was over. Asking now would only heighten the tension. Only Lin Shi wore a look of wanting to ask, but daring not to. Lin 16 grabbed Lin 14, who wanted to ask something, and said to Lin 10 and Lin 11, "We plan to hunt mutated beasts tonight. Brothers 10 and 11, you should rest well." Lin 14 was reluctant, but he was still pulled away by Lin 16. Under Lin 16's grip, Lin 14 remained uneasy. 16, do you think I'll pass this time? Lin 16 was tapping her light brain to contact Lin 15 outside, and didn't even look up at Lin 14's words. "Even if you don't pass this time, you can take the exam again in a few years. By then your fate will be in your own hands, and you won't need to be nervous." Lin 14 was speechless at Lin 16's words. The logic is sound, but if I could avoid the struggle, that would be ideal. Lin 16 had already tracked down Lin 15's location and pulled Lin 14 toward him. What do you mean, huh? After leaving the garbage star, you won't take the exam anymore. Brother 14, you told me before that it's hard for people from our garbage star to find work on other planets. One wrong move and we'd be sent back. If we all get into good schools, we won't have to worry about that problem anymore. Lin 16 was only saying it casually. She wasn't actually worried about Lin 14. All her brother's mechanical brains were sharper than hers. She should be more worried about herself. Hurry up. Regardless of whether you pass or not, earning more star coins is never a bad thing. Lin 16 also brought along her live streaming sphere. The live streaming sphere hovered tilted around Lin 16, covered in numerous patches, looking particularly wretched. There was no help for it. Lin 10 and Lin 11 had already done their best to repair it. After a year of repeated destruction and rebuilding, Lin 16's live streaming sphere could finally broadcast, even though it flew a bit crookedly now. But Lin 16 was satisfied. She wouldn't let Lin 10 and Lin 11 take it apart to fix it anymore. Even though she knew they often secretly took the live streaming sphere in hopes of repairing it. But they never managed to fix it and eventually suspected the materials might be the problem. Xiao Tao, how did your brother do on this year's exam? Lin 16 was asked as soon as she started her livestream. Pretending to be disappointed, she replied, I don't know. But judging by my brother's expression, he'll probably have to fight again next year.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
After blocking too many, Lin 16 simply stopped blocking them altogether. She addressed her livestream viewers, tonight we've decided to hunt black smoke rats. The livestream had very few viewers, only 6 people. Apart from Lin 12's accounts, there were only 5 real viewers. Not bad, at least someone was watching. In the past, Lin 16 wasn't attractive, so she never bothered to hide her appearance. But ever since her mind cleared and her face matured, she began using AI face swapping and hasn't appeared with her real face since. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she couldn't on the garbage star. She wanted to avoid trouble whenever possible. At least until she left the garbage star. After greeting her viewers, Lin 16 spotted Lin 15 ahead. Lin 16 immediately ignored Lin 14, beside her ran toward Lin 15 and jumped onto his back in one swift motion. Lin 15 had spotted Lin 16 long ago. Carrying her on his back, he gave a little bounce and then said seriously absurd things. Have you lost weight? Lin 14 rolled his eyes at the back, twisting his mouth sarcastically. Thin. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Look at the muscle on 16's arm, how can you claim she's thin? Lin 15, carrying Lin 16 on his back, answered her earnestly. But she is thin. Ha ha. A brother's filter, thinking his own sister is too thin. Filter. I also think my sister is thin. I've always wished she'd gain some weight, but she keeps complaining about dieting. Lin 14 glanced at the lean muscle on Lin 16's arm and wisely said nothing further. He had seen several times how Lin 16 simply backhanded the uncle who tried to steal from her, knocking him unconscious. Thin. Lin 16 was indeed petite, but she was far from weak. One slap from her could make him cry for a long time. Lin 15 didn't let Lin 16 down, he simply carried her through the dusk to hunt black smoke rats. It was almost nightfall and most people had already returned to their shelters. The three walked farther and farther away, the surrounding crowd shifting from sparse to dense. Lin Shirlu and her 2 companions ventured deeper into the wilderness, moving farther away from the shantytown where more and more alien beasts roamed. It was likely because the inner city was shielded by an energy barrier, so beasts rarely appeared there, and the shantytown adjacent to the inner city naturally saw fewer of them. Lin Shirlu had not descended from Lin Shirwu's back since she climbed onto it. Abiding by the principle of idling whenever possible, she was never one to endure hardship willingly. Having discovered that Lin Shirwu among all her brothers was the most indulgent toward her, she always acted a bit more spoiled in his presence. For instance, when she didn't feel like walking such a long distance, she would have Lin Shirwu carry her. For such trivial matters, he would always indulge her. Lin Shirsi walked ahead of them. It was now nightfall and the alien beasts would soon emerge. Upon spotting a black smoke rat with glowing green eyes, Lin Shirsi signaled behind him. Lin Shirlu immediately dismounted from Lin Shirwu's back and Lin Shirwu readied his ion gun. The three split up, each heading in a different direction. Lin Shirwu murmured a low warning to Lin Shirliu, be careful, before departing. Lin Shirlu nodded in acknowledgement, moving with no delay. They separated to hunt black smoke rats individually, but never strayed too far apart so that if one faced danger, the others could lend a hand. Lin Shirlu soon encountered a black smoke rat half a meter in size. Over the past year, she had hunted countless such rats. Seeing this huge rodent no longer terrified her into immobility as it had the first time. Now in Lin Shirliu's eyes, those big rats were nothing but gleaming star coins. With a swift motion, she drew her long whip and lashed it toward the black smoke rat that was gnawing at some garbage. With a single strike, the whip in Lin Shirlio's hand seemed to have eyes coiling around the rat's neck with remarkable agility. She pulled backward, dragging the rat toward her. There was no rush. She wasn't going to kill this rat just yet. Sounds of commotion came from Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu's directions. Both were the crackling of ion guns. The trapped black smoke rat tried to bite the whip, but could not reach it and failed to break free. It let out squeaking cries, and soon other black smoke rats were drawn by the noise. However, that rat, upon seeing Lin Shirlu and the bound one, did not attack her but instead dashed toward its trapped companion. Its sharp incisors sank into the skull of the bound rat, which writhed violently under the assault. Lin Shirlu did not release the whip until the rat in her grasp stopped struggling, its life nearly extinguished. Only then did she loosen her hold on the first rat. As she released it, the second rat's teeth were already deeply embedded in the first skull. But the moment Lin Shirlu freed the first rat, it risking its brain being split in two bit at the second's neck. Lin Shirlu had already lashed out with her whip a second time, wrapping it around the second rat's belly and firmly restraining it, leaving it unable to move. By now other black smoke rats were gathering around. Lin Shirlu dodged and weaved to avoid the charging rodents. She was accustomed to this. After a year of training, even a swarm of rats could be handled with ease. Once the first two rats were dead, Lin Shirlu moved swiftly, drawing a dagger strapped to her calf before the other rats could reach them. She cleanly slit the throats of the two rats that were feigning death on the ground. Whether they were truly dead or not, she treated all as faking. After ensuring the two were thoroughly dead, Lin Shirlu stood guard over them and began cracking her whip to catch more rats. Though these rats were large, they seemed to have no brains at all. Lin Shirlu used the same method to trap a third rat. The third rat squeaked, and immediately a fourth rushed in, hoping to scavenge an easy meal. The same drama of mutual destruction unfolded, and Lin Shirlu only needed to watch for attacks from other rats. This was the method she had devised half a year ago to maximize yield with minimal effort, allowing her to haul away many black smoke rats at once. Every time in the dead of night, Lin Shirlu would have to call Lin Shirwu and the others to help, because before long she would have over a dozen trophies. Eventually the most rats would be drawn to her spot, and both beasts and humans would try to snatch her prey. Both Lin Shirwu and Lin Shirsi were skilled with ion guns. Initially the rats would charge fearlessly, trying to bite off a chunk of human flesh. But once the ion guns fired, the rats would scatter after a few shots. With an ion gun, it was best to have good aim, one shot, one kill. Otherwise, after a single shot, the rats would flee at the sight of you. Lin Shirlu suspected that black smoke rats had sensitive ears and disliked the pew-pew sounds of the ion guns. At first, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were content with bagging one rat each per night using their ion guns. But after half a year, once Lin Shirlu devised her method, they began practicing with lightsabers. Now both of them wielded their lightsabers with considerable skill. As expected, each dragged a black smoke rat as they came to find Lin Shirlu. Seeing that Lin Shirlu's pile of rats was noticeably larger than theirs, they showed no surprise. Lin Shirlu merely glanced at them and said nothing, then kicked a rat that tried to ambush her. With a couple of squeaks, the kicked rat collided with another rat nearly a meter in size. Seeing an easy meal, the larger rat opened its jaws and bit at the newcomer's neck. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shirlu released the ninth rat, flicked her whip toward the tenth's neck, then swiftly moved beside the ninth and delivered a single stab. Dragging the ninth rat by its tail, she added it to the pile with the first 8. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu guarded the perimeter of the pile of 9 rats, cutting down any black smoke rat that charged at the small mountain of carcasses with their lightsabers. The pile in the center grew larger, drawing more and more black smoke rats, over 30 in total, each at least half a meter long. Lin Shirlu felt it was enough. Any more would be too much to carry away. She coiled her whip and discussed with Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu. "Let's go." Lin Shirsi checked his light brain watch. "Isn't it too early?" Lin Shirwu said, "Let's go. Only the 3 of us came this time, we can't take any more." Lin Shirsi looked back at the number of black smoke rats and nodded reluctantly. Lin Shirlu took the ion gun Lin Shirwu handed her. Though the pile of rat meat behind them would make the rats forget their fear of the ion gun, it could still serve as a deterrent. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu began assembling the gear they had brought. Lin Shirlu aimed at a meter-long black smoke rat and fired. She aimed at its skull, but the shot hit its ear. From behind came Lin Shirsi's snicker. Lin Shirlu's face flushed red with embarrassment. She fired several more shots, but they only grazed the black smoke rats, with one shot even bouncing off a rat's fang. The fangs of the black smoke rat were the hardest part of its body, and the ion gun could only leave a faint scratch on them. Fortunately, the sound of the ion gun managed to scare away quite a few of the rats. Lin Shizuju's mocking laughter echoed from behind. As for Lin Shirlio's marksmanship, he no longer bothered to hide his ridicule, openly and shamelessly laughing. Lin Shirlu grabbed her gun, turned around, and roared at Lin Shizuju behind her. "Shut up. Stop laughing and hurry up. There's nothing I can do about my aim." Every shot cost star coins, and honestly making Lin Shirlu practice gunnery would likely have her shooting her own people. Her older brothers had initially allowed her to practice, but at first she lacked sufficient arm strength. Moreover, from her past life she harbored a deep reverence for firearms, considering them weapons only for police, and felt frightened whenever she pulled the trigger. Between the ion gun's recoil and her poor accuracy, she nearly shot Lin Shirlin and Lin Shi. After several such incidents, they finally accepted Lin Chi's suggestion, and stopped letting Lin Shirlu practice with the ion gun. So to this day Lin Shirlu's marksmanship remained as terrible as ever. Lin Shizuju's hands never stopped moving, nor did his mouth. I'm loading them as fast as I can. If I keep firing, I'm just wasting star coins. Hey, don't turn around. Careful, careful. Fine. Lin Shirlu huffed, turned back, and continued using the ion gun to deter the black smoke rats attempting to sneak up from the front. She fired a few more shots, but her aim remained embarrassingly poor. The black smoke rats, growing restless, prepared to charge all at once. Luckily at that moment Lin Shizuju and Lin Shiwu had finished assembling the makeshift transport baskets. Lin Shiwu took the ion gun from Lin Shirlu and let loose a rapid series of bayubayubia shots, 1 kill per bullet, dropping over a dozen rats in succession. The black smoke rat swarm, only 2 meters away from Lin Shirlu, scrambled in panic and fled into the garbage mountain. Lin Shirlu began loading the black smoke rats she had captured one by one onto the transport basket. This contraption was something Lin Shirlu had devised herself. Whenever there was a way to make things easier for herself, she always figured it out quickly. The transport basket was simply a rectangular frame with 4 wheels attached beneath each corner. Each large wheel was assembled from 3 smaller wheels, and those smaller wheels were crafted from cloud magnetic iron. Cloud magnetic iron is a type of magnetic cloud iron with adjustable magnetism. Lin Shirlu spent 3 days calibrating it before she could make these wheels hover above the garbage mountain. When crafting the wheels, Lin Shirlu was so focused on calibrating the magnetism that she neglected their appearance. As a result, the wheels varied in size. But since they hovered in mid-air, aesthetics hardly mattered. The middle frame was sewn by Lin Shirlu using cloth scavenged from the garbage mountain. She simply needed to line the 4 edges and reinforce the bottom with stiff iron rods. The iron rods underneath were also modular, carefully filed and polished by Lin Shirlu herself. They connected easily, each rod about the length of her forearm. The entire transport basket could be disassembled, and the parts were compact enough to carry. When the 4 corner wheels were assembled, they would hover above the garbage mountain. Lin Shirlu only needed to load the black smoke rats onto the basket and pull it along. Since it floated midair, she could effortlessly return to her shelter without exerting much effort. Every time Lin Shirlu went hunting, she would have her brothers carry this transport basket with them. When Lin Chi saw the transport basket, Lin Shirlu had made her eyes lit up. Ever since she adopted Lin Shirlu's method of hunting black smoke rats, her catch had increased dramatically, but hauling them back was always a trouble. It made her feel frustrated every time she went out hunting. She would stop once she reached the required quota, because carrying more than that back was simply impossible. Seeing Lin Shirlu's transport basket, she naturally wanted Lin Shirlu to make one for her too, except the cloud magnetic iron was difficult to find in the garbage mountain, so the idea was shelved. Lin Shirlu could only drag 1 black smoke rat at a time, loading them one by one into the transport basket. Meanwhile, Lin Shizuju and Lin Shiwu had dragged the freshly killed rats back and carelessly tossed them onto the basket. Seeing her brothers return, Lin Shirlu stopped dragging rats. Truthfully, her dragging efficiency was rather low compared to Lin Shizuju and Lin Shiwu, who could carry one in each hand. Their strength was considerable. Even after 3 years of rigorous training, Lin Shirlu's strength still lagged behind theirs. Fortunately, she was reasonably satisfied with her overall combat ability. Lin Shirlu ran up the garbage mountain and stood at a high point to check whether anyone else was nearby. It was nighttime, making it easy to spot people. If someone nearby was hunting beastkin, there would surely be the flash of gunfire. Even without lightsabers or ion guns, movement would betray their presence. The glowing eyes of black smoke rats could also reveal whether someone was nearby. Lin Shirlu quickly spotted people nearby, quite a few in fact. She immediately ran down to find Lin Shizuju and Lin Shiwu. Let's go quickly. There are several groups of people nearby. Lin Shirlu's method for capturing beasts is no longer a secret. There's no hiding it. Bringing back so many black smoke rats in one trip would surely attract attention. Lin Shirlu had no intention of hiding anything. After all, she was still live streaming. Only now did she have the leisure to check the live stream. Not bad, 68 viewers already. Little Tao's skills are getting better and better. But I haven't seen Little Tao's face in a while. Haha, understandable. She is quite pretty after all. AI face swapping is acceptable, especially on a garbage planet. Before, Little Tao said all her brothers and sisters were handsome, and I didn't believe it. But after watching her recover little by little, I'm convinced. Well, they were all longtime followers watching her grow stronger step by step. Thinking of Lin Shire, who had been monitoring her, Lin Shirlu felt another headache coming on. Little Tao, how many black smoke rats did you catch this time? Lin Shirlu did not direct the live stream orb to film the transport basket behind her. Instead, she smiled at the orb. I'd rather not say. You know, I'd only invite trouble. I'll tell you once we're safely back at the shelter. The live dream orb orbited diagonally around Lin Shirlu, filming, but deliberately avoiding the trophies behind her. Lin Shirlu urged them on. Let's move faster. This time we should be able to avoid Lin Shire's people. Since they caught fewer black smoke rats this time, the whole operation took less time. The people Lin Shire sent to cause trouble should still be hunting. The three of them quickened their pace toward the shelter, carefully avoiding other hunters along the way. They feared someone might come after them. After all, their haul was considerable, and not everyone could wield a whip as skillfully as they did. It went smoothly. None of the three encountered anyone. Lin Shirlu even took the small lantern hanging from Lin Shirwu's waist, took out the bag folded in his pocket, unfolded it, and began collecting items under the moonlight and lantern glow. Of course, Lin Shirlu didn't go rummaging through anything. He simply picked up what he saw along the way and placed it in the bag. After all, since he was already here. Both Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu kept watch over their surroundings without pausing their steps. Since the transport basket hovered 20 centimeters above the ground, they didn't need to exert themselves. They only had to stay alert. Both of them were relatively at ease, and Lin Shirlu, bowing his head to collect debris, kept pace swiftly without falling behind. Lin Shirlu glanced at the banter between fans on his light screen while picking up trash, occasionally interacting with his viewers. Thank you, not eating little fish, for the donation. There's nothing particularly heartbreaking about it. My life now is far better than before. Days are measured by comparison. Compared to the days of going hungry and surviving on nutrient solution, Lin Shirlu's current life was already quite good. Of course, she felt it could still be better. Indeed, Lin Shirlu was someone with a strong sense of self-worth. The words she had told Lin Shire, that she deserved the best things in the world, were spoken from the heart. Why must Lin Shirlin and Lin Shi attend the top 12 schools? Other slightly lesser universities also had policies, just like Han Li Han's older sister. But Lin Shirlu simply felt that her brother deserved the best. Just like in her past life, whether he could get in or not, she believed he deserved Tsinghua and Peking University. In her past life, she had firmly told her parents, even though I only got into a 211 university, if I repeat a year I can definitely get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Lin Shirlu truly believed this. The reason she hadn't repeated was that her family was truly not well off at the time, and she couldn't bring herself to ask. She only discussed it with her parents after she started working. Although she took the exam 3 times, wasn't that just like attending high school? It was merely taking the college entrance exam once each year from 1st to 3rd year. What was there to be disappointed about? This time they would definitely get in too. Following behind her 2 older brothers, Lin Shirlu returned to the shed smoothly. She glanced toward Lin Shir's shed. He was probably still resting. Then she watched as Lin Shirwu and Lin Shirsi unloaded the black smoke rats from the transport basket. Only at this moment did Lin Shirlu have the live stream orb film their spoils. She continued explaining from the sidelines. This hunt yielded relatively few. I still have 2 older brothers who didn't come along. I was afraid that if we didn't call it quits, another dozen or so black smoke rats would come, and we wouldn't be able to handle them. So we only hunted this many. Some first-time viewers of the live stream found it exaggerated. That's it. Are you sure you're not showing off? Fans who had followed Lin Shirlu since the beginning stepped up to explain on her behalf. Bro, you don't understand. This really counts as a small haul. Before, when Little Escape acted together with her older brothers and sisters, now that was something. She made 3 round trips in a single night, and each trip carried around 100. That's right, that's right. I saw it clearly back then. Her older brothers and sisters were all quite skilled. The livestream fans chatting enthusiastically about Lin Shirlu's older brothers and sisters made it obvious that they truly wanted to see what they looked like. Just the descriptions of their figures had the viewers' imaginations running wild. Lin Shirlu sometimes had to admit that aside from the 3 who hadn't yet grown up, from Lin Shi down to Lin Wu, every one of them possessed a powerful aesthetic physique. Even Lin Shire was no exception. Lin Shirlu fetched an iron bucket and began draining the blood from each black smoke rat one by one. Lin Shirwu started prying open their incisors, while Lin Shirsi began skinning them. The 3 had clear divisions of labor. Lin Shirlu made no effort to hide her actions from the live stream audience, her movements crisp and efficient. Lin Shirlu actually would have preferred to sell the black smoke rats whole. However, the price difference between whole and processed rats was considerable. Most people would process them before selling. Selling a whole rat fetches at most 300 star credits, but if processed and then sold, the price ranges from 500 to 800 star credits. If the difference had been minor, Lin Shirlu might have simply sold them one by one. But with a gap of nearly double, she gritted her teeth and decided to do the processing herself. She skinned, deboned, and removed the teeth from each black smoke rat, separating the usable parts and storing them individually. Once one was done, she moved on to the next. Buckets of bloody water accumulated one after another. Every part had its use. The least useful part of the black smoke rat was actually its edible meat, because the meat required special medicinal solution treatment before it could be consumed. Eating it directly would corrupt one's spiritual energy, and excessive consumption could cause mental collapse and death. These were rats that had been devouring garbage their entire lives. How could their meat possibly be harmless? Lin Shirlu had hunted so many black smoke rats and had never tasted the meat herself. She was quite craving it, but she didn't know how to process it. After selling them, she had never managed to buy toxin-free meat. Everything had been snapped up by people in the inner city. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that Lin Shirlu and the other two finished processing all 48 black smoke rats. Lin Shirlu washed her hands thoroughly, though she felt as though she still carried the stench of black smoke rats on her body. Even so, Lin Shirlu had no intention of sleeping. She simply sat on a small folding stool outside the shed and waited. Lin Shirsi went inside to wake Lin Shi and Lin Shir. Those two would need to be present for price negotiations. After all, they were the strongest fighters. If talks broke down and violence erupted, they wouldn't need to fear. Lin Shirlu wasn't long in waiting. Lin Shire arrived with people to purchase the black smoke rats. She had known all along that Lin Shire had been monitoring her livestream. Lin Shirlu directly ignored Lin Shire, who walked at the very front, always coming to stir up trouble, and instead looked at the sharp-eyed woman walking behind him. That was the dedicated purchaser from the Starfire gang. Gao Yan stepped toward the already processed black smoke rats and reached out to inspect them, but Lin Shirlu stepped forward to stop her. Lin Shirlu gestured with her chin. You need to roll up your sleeves. They had previously been ignorant of these tricks. Some buyers would secretly sprinkle powder on their cuffs. When the black smoke rat's blood and flesh came into contact with the powder, they would change color. Those buyers would then claim the meat had spoiled and use it to drive down the price. They had suffered considerable losses because of this. Later, someone had informed Lin Shirlu during her livestream. However, that powder did not actually cause the black smoke rat's blood and flesh to spoil. On the contrary, it was precisely a step in the detoxification process for black smoke rat meat. But this had cost Lin Shirlu a considerable amount of star credits. When she found out, she secretly cursed them. So many schemes, may you all grow shorter in the future. In Lin Shirlu's eyes, people who were full of schemes never grew tall. This was mainly because Lin Shirlu herself was always the shortest in the family, even in her past life. To her, cursing someone to remain short was among the most vicious curses imaginable. After learning the truth, Lin Shirlu established a rule: when inspecting the meat, one must roll up one's sleeves for her. Otherwise, no looking allowed. Gao Yan pursed her lips, and Lin Shirlu also rolled her eyes at her. If you're going to look, roll up your sleeves all the way. Why do you always have to test it each time? Lin Shirlu didn't understand. Gao Yan rolled up her sleeves and began checking item by item. Lin Shirwu stood nearby, keeping a watchful eye. He was the most meticulous among them, for Lin Shirlu's attention often wandered to unexpected places, leaving room for others to take advantage. Gao Yan had no objection to being watched, as she even took a moment to send Lin Shirwu a flirtatious glance. But he ignored her completely. Lin Shir was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, catching up on sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was reading the patched-up copy of Mechanical Maintenance that Lin Shirlu had assembled. Once Gao Yan finished her inspection, they moved on to bargaining. That's when Lin Shirsi stepped in. In this household, he had the sharpest tongue. Neither Lin Shirlu nor Lin Shirwu could match him. Only their neighbor Lin Shir could barely hold his own against him. Lin Shirwu's initial dismissal of Lin Shire had already irritated Lin Shir greatly. Seeing Lin Shi holding a book and studying earnestly only fueled Lin Shire's displeasure, and she spoke with biting sarcasm. TCH, what's the use of reading so many books? You still won't get into university. I advise you to accept your fate and stop struggling. You've been testing for 3 years without passing. If you were meant to succeed, you would have by now. The previously noisy courtyard fell silent for a moment because of Lin Shire's words. Even Lin Shirsi and Gao Yan, who had been arguing over prices, stopped. Lin Shir opened his eyes and looked at Lin Shire. Lin Shi, however, seemed completely unaffected and continued reading his book. Lin Shirlu treated Lin Shire's words as nothing but empty noise, leaning against Lin Shirwu's shoulder to catch some more sleep. She'd need to go scavenging soon and had to make the most of any rest she could get. Lin Shirsi immediately lost his temper and waved at Gao Yan to leave. Damn it, we're not selling anymore. Get out of here with that cursed stuff. Gao Yan felt a surge of annoyance as well. Usually Lin Shire was quite shrewd. That's precisely why she'd become one of the gang leader's mistresses. But there seemed to be something twisted in her, a strong desire not to let her own family fare better than she did. Lin Wu and Niu Lily hadn't faced such suppression, but Lin Shiqi and the rest of the siblings were periodically subjected to Lin Shire's veiled provocations. The harm wasn't severe, but it was sufficiently irritating. Watching Lin Shirsi fly into a rage, Lin Shire crossed her arms with a smug expression, as if to say, "See, I told you so." What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? I'm not lying. None of you passed this time either. Lin Shirlu even said so on the livestream. If you can't get in, then you can't get in. I wouldn't laugh at you anyway. Ha ha. A string of laughter erupted from Lin Shire's mouth, and the members of the Xingho gang who had come along joined in the mockery. Lin Shirsi clenched his fists watching his sister's manic laughter. He wanted to retort, but some shred of reason held him back, and he swallowed his words. If Lin Shire found out their grades were actually decent, then even if they were admitted, they might never be able to leave this garbage planet. Lin Shire saw Lin Shirsi's reaction as nothing but stubborn pride. Lin Shirsi's face flushed red with anger. If we don't pass this year, there's always next year. That sounded more like desperate clinging to hope, and Lin Shire regarded Lin Shirsi with pity. Perhaps you should just give up. The registration fee alone is several hundred star credits. Little brother, if you were to kneel and beg my forgiveness, I might even take you into the inner city to live in comfort. With that, she let out a maniacal laugh and walked away. Lin Shirsi glared furiously at Gao Yan and ordered them to leave. Get out. We're not selling to you anymore. Go. Gao Yan sighed inwardly. Why did Lin Shire have to mock them at the worst possible moment, right when they'd nearly sealed the deal? All her persuasion had been for nothing. As for Lin Shirsi's threats about never selling to them again, she didn't take them seriously at all. On the garbage planet, only 3 buyers could handle such large quantities of black smoke rats in a single transaction. If they refused to sell to the Xingho gang, wouldn't the other 2 families drive down the prices? As long as they made a statement, the other minor factions wouldn't dare to buy from them either. Oh sis, how do you know Xiao Tao and the others aren't lying to you? What if their grades are actually good this year? They've failed for 3 consecutive years, so of course, she doesn't believe Xiao Tao is deceiving her. But people can improve. Opening champagne halfway through is the most dangerous thing. Just wait for the slap in the face. Lin Shirlu didn't even notice the barrage of comments on the livestream as she was leaning against Lin Shirwu's shoulder, catching up on sleep. When Lin Shirwu shook her awake, Lin Shirlu could barely keep her eyes open. Squinting, she made out Lin Shirwu's blurry figure. What's wrong? Are we going scavenging? Lin Shirwu shook his head. No, we're going to the grocery store to sell things. Mention of star credits instantly woke Lin Shirlu up. Huh. What's going on, bro? That sarcastic tone. Lin Shirwu adopted the same mocking tone. What could it be? It's all because of our dear sister. She got brother Shirsi so worked up that he boldly declared they wouldn't sell to them anymore. Lin Shirsi shouted loudly from behind. We'd rather throw them away than sell to them. Pfft. Wow, X2. Sarcasm X2. Lin Shirsi threw 2 cups at Lin Shirwu and Lin Shirliu, which they caught effortlessly. They neatly placed the disassembled black smoke rats into transport baskets. The 3 carried the goods to the grocery store, where after another round of haggling they walked away with 26759 star credits, a considerable sum. The 3 divided the star credits. Lin Shirlu received 8888, which wasn't bad. Her savings had grown once again. After purchasing several bags of nutrient solution, the trio grabbed their scavenging bags and headed straight out. Having stayed up all night, none of them had much energy left, so they decided to scavenge together rather than split up. Lin Shirlu nodded off while gathering trash all day. The transport basket had been taken apart and left unused. After all, there wasn't anything particularly valuable to be found, and bringing it out would only invite unwanted attention. No point in the trouble. A livestream orb orbited around Lin Shirliu, recording what she collected. Has Xiao Tao not gotten used to it yet? Every time she hunts bizarre beasts until late at night, she always looks like this. Look, Xiao Tao's older sister's here. It's the same every year. After the exams, she comes to continuously mock Xiao Tao. But last year during this time, Xiao Tao had been hunting bizarre beasts day and night, completely inverted to avoid her sister's mockery. Her sister had mocked her through the live stream last year. We all saw it. Exactly. She really doesn't treat us like outsiders at all. At this point, Lin Shire had already arrived in front of Lin Shirlu. Sleep-deprived and barely thinking clearly, Lin Shirlu was groggily picking up an empty bottle. With her limited mental capacity, she pondered for a moment and concluded that this bottle in her hand should be worth 1 star credit. The moment she picked it up, Lin Shire's high heel kicked it away. Looking down at Lin Shire's high heels, Lin Shirliu's sleepy brain managed one thought. She actually came scavenging in high heels. That's seriously impressive. Lin Shire had already begun to taunt, her voice loud, as if she wished she could pick up a loudspeaker and unleash a comprehensive barrage of mockery at Lin Shirliu. Shirliu, didn't you want to leave the trash planet? How come you haven't left yet? Oh, I see. You want to leave but can't. Oh dear, Lin Shi and Lin Shi didn't pass the exam this year, did they? Wasting so many star coins. You'll have to scavenge for days to make up for that. Tisk, I told you long ago, just accept your fate. You actually want to study. Haha, that's the biggest joke in the world. And you don't even look at who gets into university. People like you think you can get in. So many people from the inner city have failed to get out, so what makes you think you can? Overreaching. These harsh words reached Lin Shirlio's ears as nothing but a buzzing sound, buzz, 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 buzz. It was like a lullaby to Lin Shirlu. The laughter and mocking gazes around her had zero effect on Lin Shirlu. What was wrong with striving to improve? They were just jealous of her. Lin Shirlu shook her head, ignored Lin Shire's mockery, and continued scavenging. She was immune to Lin Shire's taunts. The less she responded, the angrier Lin Shire became, and she could work herself into a red-hot fury all on her own. Seeing that Lin Shirlu paid her no attention, Lin Shire indeed turned red-hot with rage. However, she no longer dared to start a fight. She was no match for Lin Shirlu now. Even though she had enforcers from the Xingho gang backing her, it was useless. If she gave Lin Shirlu a little lesson, Lin Shirlu would retaliate in kind. In a fight with Lin Shirlio, she had no chance of getting away unscathed. Even if she managed to escape unscathed that day under the protection of the Xingho gang, Lin Shirlu would find her on the second or third day and demand repayment with interest for every wound she had inflicted on Lin Shirlu. After many such incidents, Lin Shire became afraid of laying a hand on Lin Shirlu. In 3 years, Lin Shirlu had made sure that Lin Shire no longer dared to attack her easily. Ha ha ha, big sister, you really can't beat her but still come to provoke her. I remember before she even sold Xiao Tao. That's right, it's her. But Xiao Tao has such a good temper, even now with her sister standing right in front of her, Xiao Tao doesn't make a move. Don't underestimate Xiao Tao's sister. Not only did she sell Xiao Tao that time, but Xiao Tao has almost fallen into her hands several times. She makes a move on Xiao Tao every so often. I really don't know what to say. What? Is that true? What? Is that true? What? Is that true? Yes, it's because Xiao Tao has grown up and become beautiful. But Xiao Tao has taken her revenge. Her sister was beaten badly by her. Xiao Tao didn't even take her life. She's still too soft-hearted. What are you saying? If someone were to die even on the trash planet, it would be subject to federal law. Wanting someone's life in a live stream. Are you out of your mind? Haha, that's true. It's mainly because fighting and brawling are so common here that people forget this place is also bound by federal law. Lin Shire had said a whole lot, but Lin Shirlu ignored her completely. Lin Shire did indeed turn red-hot, and she kicked Lin Shirlio's scavenging bag. The scavenging bag was kicked over, but Lin Shirlu showed no reaction. She even yawned, making Lin Shire look even more like a joke. Lin Shirwu saw that Lin Shire was about to lay hands, so he stepped in between Lin Shirlu and Lin Shire, frowning with a look of aloof disdain, staring at Lin Shire without a word. Lin Shire was extremely displeased by Lin Shirwu's gaze, but since he was more responsive than Lin Shirlio, she turned her fire on him. What are you looking at? Isn't what I said the truth? You can't even get into the inner city, and you want to leave the trash planet. Dream on. Lin Shirwu, we just love to dream. Lin Shire, you're quite proud of your wishful thinking. That's right, I'm proud. Lin Shire, I tell you, you'll never leave the trash planet in your whole life. You'll rot here together, just like Lin Wu said. None of your damn business. Lin Shire was so angry that her hands trembled. The reaction Lin Shirwu gave was even more infuriating than Lin Shirlio's non-reaction. Lin Shire couldn't take it anymore, and was about to claw at Lin Shirwu's face, but she was stopped by the enforcers of the Xingho gang behind her. The two men kept comforting their gang leader's lover. Calm down, calm down. They just can't pass the exam. Why get angry with them? It lowers your status. Lin Shirsi sneered from a distance. What status? We're all residents of the trash planet. Who is nobler than whom? Lin Shire turned her gun on Lin Shirsi. We inner city people are nobler than you outer city people. Lin Shirsi imitated Lin Shirwu's manner and replied seriously, you still have to come out and scavenge. Where's the nobility in that? With that, Lin Shirsi shook her head and bent down to continue scavenging. Lin Shire was shaking with rage. She had many lovers, but she wasn't the most favored one, otherwise she wouldn't have to scavenge. The two Xingho gang members grabbed Lin Shire, who was about to jump up and fight, and dragged her away. They had no choice. Now that it was the three of them against those three siblings, they really had no chance of winning. Lin Shirlio's livestream was filled with laughter and cheer. Ha ha ha, every time the sister gets dragged away like this. Isn't that just giving herself a way out? Lin Shirlu slowly picked up her bag, neatly arranged the spilled items, and didn't return to the shack until evening. She was the first to rush in and take a shower. After changing into slightly cleaner clothes, Lin Shirlu collapsed onto her small bed and slept until dawn without opening her eyes. She woke up naturally, and when she did, her brothers hadn't gone scavenging either. Lin Shirlu knew they were preparing for the night's hunt of black smoke rats. In 1 month the school results would be released, and then they would know if they had passed. If they passed, an admission notice would be sent to the examinee's optical brains, and they could report to school 2 months later. During these 3 months they would not scavenge during the day, instead they would hunt black smoke rats at night. Lin Shirlu wouldn't stream every day, roughly once every other day. On the surface it was to avoid the overt and covert mockery of others, but in reality it was to prepare for leaving the trash planet. If they passed they would have to leave quietly, trying not to attract attention. Hunting black smoke rats at night was a perfect excuse, that way not appearing during the day wouldn't seem unusual. No one objected to this arrangement. There were plenty of people who couldn't stand to see others doing well, and would try to hold you back from a better life. Lin Shirlu lazily got up, splashed her face with cold water, bit open a bag of nutrient solution, and after drinking her fill began the day's physical training. This stuff was really effective. Lin Shi and Lin Shi's physique had reached A grade, and their mental power had reached B grade. The results were simply remarkable. Lin Shi and Lin Shi had been tested during the exam, but Lin Shirlu and the other two hadn't been tested for fear that Lin Shire would discover how hard they were working to prepare for leaving the trash planet. Exhausted from completing the day's training, Lin Shirlu wiped the sweat from her brow with her clothes. Though she had tried her utmost, she remained the least physically fit member of the family. Without even testing, she knew her training regimen was the lightest, yet she finished at the same time as Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu. Lin Shirlu sat on the ground feeling as though she could not move another muscle, her body utterly drained. No matter how many times she endured this, the sensation never changed. She loathed physical exercise. The smell of her own sweat filled her nostrils. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Shirlu cleaned herself thoroughly and glanced at the time, 4 in the afternoon. Lin Shirlu began to prepare the items she would need for the night: a dagger, a light sword, a whip, and a small nightlight. Since she had little strength, she was generally not required to carry the parts of the transport basket. Lin Shirlu was now acting coy, with Lin Shi trying to coax him into letting her use the ion gun. "Brother Shi, I haven't used the ion gun in ages. Let me bring one this time." Lin Shirlu had learned this tone from Lin Shire. She had seen Lin Shire use that same coquettish manner when chatting with the leader of the Spark Gang on her light brain. Not to mention Lin Shi's reaction to such cajoling. Lin Shirsi was the first to jump up in opposition at the mere mention of Lin Shirlu taking an ion gun. Even Lin Shirwu, who doted on her the most, objected. "No way," they both said in unison. By then Lin Shirlu had already reached for the ion gun Lin Shi had set aside, but Lin Shirsi snatched it away. Lin Shirlu stamped her foot and lunged to reclaim it, only to be intercepted by Lin Shirwu. Without a word he lifted her up and carried her away from the ion gun. Furious, Lin Shirlu grabbed his ears and shook them, grinding her teeth. "I'll just practice more. Isn't that how I mastered the whip?" Lin Shi didn't refuse outright, but he quickly secured both his ion guns to his waist, avoiding her reproachful gaze. Muttering, "I'll go check on Lin Shi," he fled the shed. After Lin Shi left, Lin Shirsi's reckless voice echoed from inside. "Practice more. Can you compare the ion gun to the whip? With the whip, even if you mess up, we just get a few extra wounds. With the ion gun, if you practice more, will we still be alive?" Lin Shirlu struggled in Lin Shirwu's arms, but this time she wasn't reaching for the ion gun. She was flailing toward Lin Shirsi. As long as she didn't go near the ion gun, Lin Shirwu deliberately loosened his hold. Lin Shirlu leaped up and swiped at Lin Shirsi's face, but he dodged nimbly, circling around the shed to evade her. "Wasn't it just yesterday that you let her shoot? Did she practice?" Lin Shirwu replied, "She did practice, she just didn't hit us." Lin Shirlu had been chasing Lin Shirsi, but at Lin Shirwu's words she turned and pounced on him instead. "Shut up. You only say things I don't like." He was usually so quiet, yet when he did speak he knew exactly how to infuriate her. Lin Shirlu stomped her feet in frustration, her trembling finger pointing first at Lin Shirsi, then at Lin Shirwu. Soon Lin Shi pushed the door open with a bag of nutrient fluid in his mouth. He found a spot and sat down, urging them, "Go on, I'm just here to watch the fun." Lin Shirlu took a deep breath, attempting to reason with her brothers. "My aim may be terrible, but have I ever actually hit any of you? What's wrong with me wanting to practice more?" She had looked it up. Once they left the junk star, they wouldn't be able to use guns freely. One careless move and they'd end up in the security bureau. So why shouldn't she indulge herself while they were still on the junk star? Lin Shi drank his nutrient fluid without answering, but Lin Shirlu noticed the corner of his mouth curl up beneath the bag. She took another deep breath. Lin Shirwu fidgeted awkwardly before finally speaking. "Shirlio, you didn't hit us, that's true." Lin Shirsi added, "But more than once the ion bullets grazed our scalps." "I'd rather you hit my limb directly," said Lin Shirwu. "That grazing the scalp is pure mental torture." Lin Shirsi agreed. "I'm genuinely scared." Lin Shirsi and Lin Shi nodded in unison. Lin Shirlu turned and headed for the door. "I'm done talking to you. But Lin Shirsi blocked her way, and she couldn't slip past no matter how she dodged. What are you doing? Let me go. Lin Shirsi stood firmly in front of her, refusing to budge.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
Lin Shirlu retorted, that was last time. Didn't I do fine yesterday? Lin Shi had 2 ion guns. What was the harm in lending her one? Lin Shirwu said that's because there were fewer black smoke rats. Lin Shirlu refused to admit it. Bullshit. It's because my marksmanship improved. At that Lin Shirsi, and Lin Shirwu all chuckled involuntarily. Even Lin Shirlu blushed a little, but she remained stubborn. Lin Shirsi, the ion gun you're wearing right now was handmade by me. What's wrong with me using it? Lin Shirsi let out a sarcastic, huh, and gritted his teeth as he replied. Do you remember how many times after you made that ion gun you fired it and the ion bullet skimmed past my scalp? At that Lin Shirlu felt a bit guilty. She had been standing tall and defiant in front of Lin Shirsi, but now her eyes began to wander. Lin Shirsi crossed his arms and looked down at her. If your ion gun hadn't treated Lin Shi, and Lin Shirwu the same way, I'd think you were doing it on purpose. Lin Shirliu, though lacking justification, remained assertive. It's your fault for stepping into my line of fire. At this, everyone fell silent, at a loss for words. It was truly baffling. Lin Shirliu's marksmanship was indeed terrible, but not to the point of deliberately targeting her own people. Every time she fired at a beast, one of her brothers would suddenly appear in the trajectory. Initially, Lin Shirliu had been operating with Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu. At that time, she was not yet prohibited from using the ion gun. Earlier, Lin Ji had forbidden it. She aimed at a beast ahead and fired, but the beast dodged, and to her horror Lin Shi's head popped up from that direction. The ion bullet narrowly missed Lin Shi's head, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Later, when they asked Lin Shi, he said he had come to check on them out of concern, never expecting such a fright from Lin Shirlu. This scenario repeated itself with each of her siblings, even Lin Shire. Finally, Lin Wu made the decisive call. Lin Shirlu was banned from owning an ion gun. Thinking back, Lin Shirlu felt aggrieved. It's clearly your fault. Why did you all keep stepping into my line of fire? Thinking back, Lin Shirlu felt aggrieved. It's clearly your fault. Why did you all keep stepping into my line of fire? The group fell silent, then silence once more and again. A single occurrence might still be an accident, but what about twice? 3 times? 4. 5. At first, Lin's siblings would reflect on themselves, for it did seem they were indeed placing themselves in Lin 16th's line of fire. But as the frequency increased, they could no longer ignore the troubling pattern. They understood that Lin 16 had no way of knowing which direction they would approach from, nor was she deliberately aiming at them. Yet each time fate seemed to conspire, the shots narrowly grazing their scalps. Every one of them had been brushed by Lin 16's ion blaster at least half a dozen times. It was terrifying, each encounter a brush with death. They had given her every opportunity to learn restraint, but their patience had worn thin. Their consensus was clear: Lin 16 and the ion blaster were incompatible, and she should have minimal contact with the weapon. Yesterday, Lin 16 had been permitted to handle the ion blaster because Lin 15 knew their older siblings wouldn't be present. As long as Lin 16 didn't direct the weapon toward them, the likelihood of injury remained low. But tonight was different. They could encounter Lin 5 and the others. If Lin 16 were handed the ion blaster again and a bullet grazed someone's scalp, Lin 5 would surely twist their heads off. Lin 15 attempted to comfort Lin 16. Next time you could try a different weapon. Yet on the garbage planet were there even other types of firearms to be found. Lin 16 remained unwilling to yield and pressed her case once more, but Lin 14 pinched her lips shut, a manual mute button. Enough, Lin 14 said firmly. We don't want to hear it. You are forbidden from using the ion blaster unless absolutely necessary. Lin 15 added, when you fire you miss the black smoke rats and scatter them entirely, putting us all in greater danger. 16 It's all about the star coins. Only Lin 15 truly knew how to drive words straight into Lin 16's heart. She failed to secure permission for the ion blaster even after pleading throughout the evening. Her lower lip trembled with frustration, and her pent-up anger found its outlet in the gray smoke rats. Lin 16 lashed out with her long whip, attacking the black smoke rats as though harboring a deep personal vendetta against them. Their hides bore the marks of her fury, yet her siblings merely watched without intervention. She channeled her frustration into each strike, hoping the release would ease her distress. The broadcast orb captured every motion as viewers noticed her agitation. What's wrong with the streamer? She seems deeply upset. A veteran viewer responded that newcomers often missed these dynamics. The community explained that regular followers could easily predict Lin 16's behavior stemmed from her brothers denying her access to the ion blaster. Another agreed that whenever the ion blaster found its way into her hands, her siblings kept placing themselves directly in the line of fire. Anyone would hesitate to let her wield such a weapon. The newcomers expressed bewilderment, prompting veterans to launch into detailed explanations, filled with platform-specific abbreviations and shorthand. The established viewers shared stories about Lin 16's marksmanship and the absurd incidents involving her brothers, leaving the new audience astonished. Lin 16 only found some relief after inflicting severe wounds upon a single black smoke rat. The metallic scent of blood drew countless others, and the five quickly fell into action as the transport baskets lay assembled and ready. Rather than remaining through the night, they filled their baskets and began the journey back to their shelter. The path was fraught with ambushes, sparking another violent confrontation. Lin 16 swiftly repositioned the broadcast orb away from the conflict. Even though Star Sea Broadcast boasted they would stream anything daring enough to capture, she had no intention of broadcasting this evening's brutality. As long as their actions remained unrecorded, they could maintain their status as law-abiding citizens of the Federation. This differed sharply from scavenging garbage by day, which yielded only dozens or hundreds of star coins. The nocturnal beasts were far more valuable. They had already collected at least 80 black smoke rats in their transport baskets. This was no trivial sum of money. Looting the black smoke rats would net tens of thousands of star coins, enough to live lavishly within the inner city for an extended period. Such a sum warranted ruthless action. Lin 16 gripped her whip and swung it horizontally forward, the weapon extending rapidly in her grasp to ensnare all five attackers in a single motion. The whip crackled with electric energy and the five captives collapsed in spasms. Retracting the whip, Lin 16 did not. The fallen survived. Deprived of mobility, they would vanish by sunrise regardless. The black smoke rats would devour their bones completely. Initially, Lin 16 hesitated to kill, believing that rendering someone defenseless or extracting an apology would suffice. However, after showing mercy to two individuals, they feigned retreat and seized the opportunity to disarm her when her guard dropped. They subdued Lin 16 and attempted assault, but Lin 15's timely arrival prevented the worst outcome. In that moment, Lin 15 sustained a devastating wound from shoulder to abdomen while defending Lin 16, nearly dying before medical intervention. Lin 16 exhausted virtually all her savings to keep Lin 15 in a medical stasis pod for an entire month until recovery was achieved. That blade had barely missed severing Lin 15's neck. Even then, Lin 15 had been nearly split in two. From that day forward, anyone attempting to rob her became a target, and Lin 16's hands would tremble as she ended their lives. She always ensured the broadcast orb was positioned to avoid capturing the violence. Lin 16 wielded her whip while fending off black smoke rats drawn by the scent of blood, delivering strikes to any who approached. The five opponents fell back to use the transport baskets as cover. The rhythmic crack of ion blaster fire echoed continuously, with the black smoke rats piled in their baskets, absorbing much of the incoming damage. Lin 16 couldn't see their enemies, but alongside her the others wielded ion blasters, firing opportunistically before retreating behind cover. Neither side gained the upper hand initially. After 5 minutes, the enemy's firing rate noticeably decreased. From behind her cover, Lin 16 called out to her four brothers. "Are you injured?" she asked. Only Lin 15 had been wounded by an ion blast to the thigh. Lin 16 instructed him to lean on the transport basket as they pushed forward together. Though outnumbered, they maintained an advantage. The towering piles of black smoke rats atop their baskets served as effective cover. The five advanced incrementally, pushing their barricade forward. Their opponents, not lacking in cunning, recognized the pressure and began retreating while returning fire with ion blasters. The principle of sparing a routed enemy held no weight here. Each opponent eliminated was one less threat. Lin 10 and the others opened fire on their retreating backs, and Lin 16 finally obtained Lin 11's ion blaster as she had desired. Daring not to expose themselves for fear of instant death, they took cover behind the transport baskets and fired blindly toward their opponents. The familiar crackle of ion blaster fire rang out once more. Lin 16 fired with satisfaction, uncertain whether her shots found their marks, but when ammunition ran low, one of her brothers would always supply a fresh magazine. This expedition had not encountered Lin 5, Lin 6, or Lin 7, and with all her brothers nearby, she reasoned the risk of friendly fire had significantly diminished. Lin 16 fired again, but the projectile struck an unknown metal fragment on the garbage mound and ricocheted back toward them. Though a ricochet seemed unlikely to strike them directly, fate intervened. The ion bullet bounced 5 additional times before whizzing past Lin 10's scalp and embedding itself in a black smoke rat corpse nearby. The 5 concealed behind the rat corpses fell silent, ceasing their fire as 4 of them turned their heads toward the one person desperately trying to avoid attention. Lin 14, standing nearest, snatched the ion blaster from Lin 16's grasp. This time she dared not protest and surrendered the weapon meekly. She muttered softly despite herself, it truly wasn't intentional. She hadn't meant to endanger them, but they feared a single misstep could cost them their lives. Though wronged, her determination to earn star coins remained unshaken. Assuming the area was clear, she summoned the floating broadcast orb and equipped a small night lamp around her waist to search for objects capable of deflecting ion projectiles. Those items would undoubtedly prove valuable in star coins. Lin 14 and the others waited behind the transport baskets, showing no inclination to assist. She was 9 years old enough to handle her own tasks. When Lin 16 returned, the 4 siblings fell silent upon seeing the 5 tiny fragments resting in her small palm. The 5 metallic fragments varied in composition and size, the smallest no larger than a fingernail, the largest roughly the dimensions of a bottle cap. Each fragment bore distinct impact marks from the ricocheting ion bullet. Based on the echoes, the projectile had deflected 6 separate times across different surfaces before narrowly missing Lin 10's scalp. Such an extraordinary coincidence fell to Lin 16. Swallowing hard, she murmured to herself, could I be chosen by fate? Lin 10's temple throbbed with rage upon hearing her words. He delivered a sharp smack to the back of her head, causing her to stumble forward. Chosen by fate. Does a chosen one specifically target her own brothers for torment? Have we wronged you in some way? Must you subject us to such suffering? Lin 16 remained silent, chastened by the blow and lacking conviction. Meanwhile, the broadcast orb captured the scene as viewers erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this happens every time. He scolds her harshly now, but she'll be reaching for the ion blaster again in no time. History repeats itself. This is absurd. A ricochet with such infinitesimal probability actually occurred, even when bouncing that bullet chose to graze her brother's scalp. Am I the only one wondering what metal Lin 16 found? That kind of deflection material should command a high price. The viewers, unable to witness the exchange, directly deduced the outcome from Lin 10's visible frustration. The AI technology is remarkable. It can replicate even these nuances in facial swapping. Lin 16 carefully deposited the 5 metal fragments into her pocket, deciding to keep them since they had already gathered sufficient star coins for their vessel. The 5 returned to their dwelling unharmed except for Lin 15's wound. The remaining 4 immediately began processing their catch, while Lin 16, free from danger, engaged with her streaming audience. How many star coins do you think we'll make this time? I'm not sure. Many of the black smoke rat pelts were damaged, so probably less than usual. The teeth are quite valuable materials. It's a shame you lack interstellar shipping access. If you did, I'd purchase directly and save considerably. Lin 16 nodded vehemently in agreement. Indeed. What a fortune we're losing out on. Lin 16 continued working while maintaining conversation with the 50 to 60 viewers in her stream, occasionally joined by Lin 10 and Lin 14. The silence would have been unbearable without their banter. Even Lin 11 sometimes chimed in to chat with the audience. By dawn they had processed 96 black smoke rats, though 6 remained unfinished. As the night shifted to day and viewers came and went, Lin 16 washed her hands and went to fetch Lin 15, helping him to the physician. The broadcast orb circled closely, capturing clearly as Lin 16 paid Dr. Lon 13,000 star coins. Dr. Lon removed the bullet and bandaged the wound with practiced efficiency, never once blinking, an everyday occurrence for him, handling 5 or 6 gunshot wounds daily. Lin 16 watched helplessly as that profiteering doctor extracted a hollow bullet casing, thin as a blade, still stained with Lin 15's blood. She reached out instinctively to claim it. Dr. Lon snatched it away with forceps into his own tray. What was she thinking? That casing alone was worth 50 star coins. He certainly wouldn't let her take it. Lin 16 could only watch as Dr. Lon pocketed the casing, offering no protest. After all, he was the sole physician on the garbage planet. Lin 16 found the projectile fascinating each time she saw it. Though she could construct ion blasters by hand, the underlying principles eluded her. Her knowledge came entirely from rote memorization. Her greatest confusion remained: how could such a thin, hollow, cylindrical projectile possess such devastating power? The inventor of the ion blaster was truly brilliant. Lin 15's wound proved superficial and healed completely after treatment with a medical scanner. Lin 16 then purchased a month's supply of medicines at the clinic, making her purchase openly before the numerous patients present, while the broadcast orb dutifully recorded the transaction. Upon returning to their shelter with Lin 15, they found the black smoke rats outside, already processed. Lin 10 and the others were absent, likely having gone to the general store to sell their catch. Lin 16, reeking from the day's labor, quickly washed under the water stream. Though she lacked soap, she cleaned herself as best she could. After washing, Lin 16 climbed into her blankets and activated an AI-powered lecture on basic potion-making principles on her datapad, then promptly closed her eyes and drifted to sleep. Sleep came naturally as the pharmaceutical knowledge played. Lin 14 had once objected to this habit, arguing that the content induced drowsiness. Lin 16 had merely stared at him blankly. Wasn't she only listening when she intended to sleep anyway? This argument only irritated Lin 14 further, who claimed it disrupted his late-night datapad gaming, earning him a sharp rebuke from Lin 11. The star coins from the black smoke rats would be divided later that evening before their next hunting expedition. Thus began 3 months of inverted days and nights. After skinning, bleeding, and dismembering the last black smoke rat, Lin Shirlu was utterly exhausted. She washed her small hands and took out a pouch of nutrient solution to drink. It was already 6 o'clock, with only 2 hours left until the various institutions would release the exam scores. The 5 of them were all extremely nervous. Lin Shirlu did not start her live stream today, fearing that Lin Shire might detect something amiss. However, under normal circumstances, the Spark Gang would have already arrived at the shack to negotiate the price for the black smoke rats. Lin Shire probably intended to come back at 8 o'clock to add a few more taunts. What Lin Shirlu could foresee, Lin Shir and Lin Shi naturally could as well. They had already started packing their belongings, planning to move them into the grocery store. Lin Shirlu did not move. She had no intention of going with them, as she was too tired and any chance to rest was precious. Lin Shirsi, the most impatient of them, reluctantly followed Lin Shir and Lin Shi, his face betraying his anxiety. Lin Shirlu thought this was fine. With Lin Shirsi acting like that, anyone would assume that Lin Shir and Lin Shi had failed the exams again. This time many residents of the shack area had applied to schools, all believing themselves to be the next Hanli. Lin Shirwu stayed in the shack to keep Lin Shirlu company. With nothing else to do, Lin Shirlu began to adjust her whip. She placed it in a spot inside the shack where it could catch the sunlight. On the whip, Lin Shi had installed a small light energy conversion device that could transform light energy into electrical energy. The whip could also extend to a great length, enough to bind over a dozen people at once, and then quickly retract. After securing the whip, Lin Shirlu took out her notebook and began selecting machinery pieces in the shack, starting to repair them just like Lin Shirwu did. While inspecting the machinery in her hands, Lin Shirlu pondered what kind of machine she should assemble, flipping through her notebook. From time to time she turned around to look for other components, but the noise she made did not disturb Lin Shirwu, who was assembling a light sword. After finding the parts, Lin Shirlu began assembling, but still feeling a bit drowsy, she started a conversation with Lin Shirwu for no reason. 15th brother, I haven't seen Lilith for days. She hasn't even come to find me. It wasn't just that Lilith didn't come to her, Lin Shirlu hadn't gone to see Lilith either. The two of them tacitly avoided each other. Lin Shirwu gave a non-committal grunt. Lin Shirliu, 15th brother, why are the tickets for the flying boat so expensive? Lin Shirwu, Lin Shirliu, the airships from other remote planets to the central star cost at most 1,000,000 star coins. Lin Shirwu, Lin Shirliu, it's barely any distance from here to the remote planets, yet it costs 2,000,000. Lin Shirwu, Lin Shirliu, and it's a flying boat, not even an airship. Lin Shirwu, Lin Shirwu responded to every sentence, but every response was just But Lin Shirlu didn't care. She herself didn't even know what she was saying, as she was just talking unconsciously. One was assembling a solar panel, the other was assembling a second light sword, and they waited like that until 8 o'clock. Lin Shir and Lin Shi still hadn't returned. At exactly 8 o'clock the voice of Lin Shire rang out from outside the shack. 10th brother, 11th brother, how did your exams go? Neither Lin Shirlu nor Lin Shirwu got up to open the door, so the door was kicked open by Lin Shire and her people. Lin Shire saw 2 people who had been reversing day and night for a month, and should have been sound asleep at this hour. Lin Shirwu and Lin Shirliu, both with matching dark circles under their eyes, stared at the visitors. Lin Shire had been somewhat worried that Lin Shir and Lin Shi might have actually passed the exams and left for a better life, but now seeing Lin Shirlu and the others looking so down and out, it was obvious they had failed again this year. She immediately broke into a smile, looking around while laughing, and crossed her arms as she stared at Lin Shirlu. Where are Lin Shir and Lin Shi? Lin Shirlu answered without hesitation. They went after Lin Shirsi. 14th brother said Lilith has a crow's mouth and that failing the exams this year was all because of Lilith's curse. Her tone was weak and listless. Actually, she was just tired, but to Lin Shire it sounded like Lin Shi had failed the exams and was feeling dejected and disappointed. Thinking of Lilith, Lin Shire laughed again, flicked her chestnut hair, and began to coax Lin Shirlu once more. Lin Shirliu, stop placing your hopes on Lin Shi. How about I take you into the inner city to enjoy a life of luxury? Lin Shirliu, while tightening a screw in her hand, refused without any emotion. Not interested. Why haven't you given up yet? After tightening the screw, she handed the solar panel to Lin Shirwu for him to check. While putting away her tools, Lin Shirliu dismissed Lin Shire. I will not follow any of your suggestions. Lin Shire of course knew that Lin Shirliu wouldn't agree, but she insisted on saying it anyway. Lin Shire stared at Lin Shirlio's increasingly captivating face and offered a piece of advice. Shirlio, have you ever thought about growing your hair long? Lin Shirlu currently had a crew cut, but even so she still exuded a certain delicate charm. In the family of 5 aside from Lin Shirlu herself, the other 4 loved to pat her head. The reason was simple. Lin Shirlio's hair was very soft, and with a crew cut it felt excellent to touch, completely different from the rough feel of Lin Shirsi's and Lin Shirwu's crew cuts. The crew cuts of Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were prickly to the touch, far less pleasant than Lin Shirlio's. Lin Shirlu rolled her eyes. What pipe dream are you having? Would long hair fetch a better price? Get lost. Her tone was full of impatience, which to Lin Shire seemed to indicate that Lin Shirlu was in a bad mood because her wish to escape the junk planet had once again been dashed. Lin Shire looked at Lin Shirlu with a mocking expression, but refrained from taunting her directly and turned to leave. If she taunted her now, she feared Lin Shirlu might whip her. She had brought too few people today, as she would bring more in a couple of days to taunt her again. Only after Lin Shire had left did Lin Shirlu take out her light brain to notify Lin Shi and the others. After receiving Lin Shirlio's message, Lin Shi brought back the 2 who couldn't hide their excitement. The 5 of them gathered together in a corner of the shack. By now it was well past 8 o'clock, almost 9. Lin Shirsi, barely containing his excitement, kept urging them. Hurry, hurry, check the scores. Lin Shir and Lin Shi with trembling hands opened their light brains and entered their examinee numbers to check the results. The scores were listed in order of the school's rankings. 1st Military Academy 1203 points, not admitted. 9th Military Academy 768 points, not admitted. Tudor Galactic Alliance University 853, not admitted. Canilla University 1100 points, not admitted. 2nd Military Academy 951 points, not admitted. 3rd University of the Far North Galaxy 978 points, not admitted. 6th Military Academy 999 points, not admitted. Federal Comprehensive Research University 1020 points, not admitted. Xinglan University 1220 points, not admitted. Buchanan University 1305 points, not admitted. Tutihar University 1365 points, not admitted. 5th Alliance University of Orpheus Star 1326 points. Congratulations, you have been successfully admitted. The 5th Alliance University of Orpheus Star looks forward to your enrollment. After reading Lin Shi's admission results, Lin Shirlu let out an ah. He had been admitted to the 12th ranked university. After checking Lin Shi's results, Lin Shirlu went to look at Lin Shir's scores. It would be truly awkward if they all left, leaving Lin Shi alone on the garbage planet. Lin Shirlu stared at Lin Shir's optical brain scrolling from top to bottom. Like Lin Shi's, the upper part showed a string of failures, with only the last line reading, "Congratulations on your successful admission." Lin Shirlu glanced at the score. 1339 points. Just a few points higher than Lin Shi. Suddenly everyone's breathing grew heavier. Lin Shirsi immediately opened his optical brain to check when the next flying boat departing the garbage planet would arrive. Lin Shirlio, on the other hand, used her optical brain to search for this year's admission score lines for various schools. The first one that popped up was the 1st Military Academy. Lin Shirlu saw that the admission threshold was 1,452 points. Incredible. Out of a total of 1,500 points, the admission line was 1452, such a high standard. It wasn't just the 1st Military Academy. As Lin Shirlu scrolled through, the differences were minimal. The 2nd-ranked 9th Military Academy had a cutoff of 1420 points. With such fierce competition, Lin Shirlu directly checked the admission score for the 5th Alliance University on Orpheus Star, 1312 points. Tapping into it, she found the mechanical engineering cutoff was 1,326 points. Her 11th brother had barely scraped in. There was no such thing as adjustments in the interstellar system. The exams covered many elementary professional knowledge, so acceptance meant ability and failure meant inadequacy. Lin Shirsi's sharp eyes caught sight of Lin Shirlio's screen and the content displayed. He laughed heartily. Lin Shi, you're at the very bottom. Lin Shirwu quickly clamped a hand over Lin Shirsi's mouth. Shut up. Lin Shir, who was also checking the flying boat schedules, scolded Lin Shirsi in a low voice. Why are you being so gleeful? Do you want to shout it out so everyone around knows? There were kind people around, but no one dared to take that risk. Some might say that after leaving and achieving success, one could give back to the garbage planet, but even so, how much benefit would the residents of the bottom-level shantytown actually gain? Since there was little to gain, rather than watching others climb step by step, it was better to drag them down and make them rot alongside you in this garbage dump. Such things were never done overtly, but plenty of underhanded moves occurred, and even the official personnel of the garbage planet did nothing to stop them. Who doesn't have a dark side in their heart? Lin Shirlu turned off the optical brain screen, lay back on her small bed, and began searching for flying boat schedules as well. Lin Shir forcefully slapped her own face, trying to look as dejected as possible before returning to her shack. The five of them created a small group on their optical brains and began discussing when to leave the garbage planet. Flying boats didn't arrive at the garbage planet every day, only once a month. Lin Shirlu suspected that if it weren't for the Federation supplying nutrition fluids to the residents, even that monthly visit would cease. Lin Shirsi was the most excited. When do we leave? This month. Naturally, the sooner the better. School admission notices were sent starting from the best schools, descending to the ordinary ones. Lin Shi said, let's go this month. Many people took the exams this year and some must have gotten into universities. Lin Shi added, then chaos will definitely break out. This chaos wasn't just about being sabotaged. Some might have passed the exams but lacked star coins, and what they might do under those circumstances was anyone's guess. Lin Shiwu asked, when should we buy the flying boat tickets? Lin Shirlu replied, no rush I suppose. Lin Shi said, no hurry, we'll buy them on the day itself. Lin Shi said, we'll buy the tickets once we're at the flying boat dock. Tickets will definitely be available. That was true. 20,000 was a sum not everyone could afford. After hastily discussing their plans, Lin Shirlu drifted off to sleep. At 5 in the evening, she was woken up again by Lin Shiwu. Yawning, Lin Shirlu forced herself not to linger in bed, pushed herself to get up, and began checking her tools. Hunting alien beasts at night left no room for carelessness. The slightest mistake could result in injury at best or death at worst. So when heading out to hunt black smoke rats at night, Lin Shirlu rarely stayed in bed. Even if her eyes weren't open, her body was already standing. And then she was really amazing. Splashing cold water on her face, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger knowing her state was abnormal. Lin Shirlu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the irritability inside her. She knew it was due to the environment, which had made her spirit somewhat restless and agitated. Lin Shirlu had looked it up. This condition could be alleviated. Listening to music, admiring beautiful scenery to relax, or petting cute animals could help. Without those options, one could buy some medicinal agents. Well, none of these were available on the garbage planet. Lin Shirlu took another deep breath, but still couldn't control herself. She slammed her fist hard into the mirror in front of her. The mirror shattered with a loud crash. Her mood improved slightly. The three people busy in the shack paused for a moment upon hearing the noise, then continued with their tasks. This was the 20th mirror broken in the house recently. Lin Shirlu had broken 2, Lin Shi 7, Lin Shirsi 5, and Lin Shirwu 6. All things considered, Lin Shirlu had the mildest temper in the family, having only shattered 2 mirrors. Lin Shirsi was fiddling with the assembly parts of a transport basket, muttering while checking. I will have to go find another mirror. It's not that easy to come across one. After breaking the mirror, Lin Shirlu still felt some residual anger. Finally, she submerged her entire head in cold water, which helped her sober up considerably. Luckily, she now had a buzz cut, so a quick shake dried her off. After barely calming down, Lin Shirlu left the bathroom. She began organizing the items she needed for the night and turned on her live stream orb. As soon as Lin Shirlu started streaming, Lin Shire appeared impatiently. Seeing Lin Shirlu's cold expression, he began to taunt in the live stream chat. Oh, didn't get in, so you're putting on a long face. Lin Shirlu didn't even need to check the ID to know who it was. So what if I didn't pass? When I turn 16, I can take the exam myself. Dream on. Do you think university is that easy to get into? You'll rot on this garbage planet forever. Lin Shire, as if you're not on the garbage planet yourself. In the past, Lin Shirlu wouldn't have bothered with Lin Shire, but now already irritable, she spoke without thinking. I'm in the inner city, living a life of luxury. How can you compare to me? Oh, how wonderful for you, yet you still condescend to pick through the same garbage as me. Lin Shirlu, Lin Shi couldn't get in, and neither will you. You're all from the same father with the same brains. Lin Shirlu stopped responding to Lin Shire, having already realized what a foolish thing she'd done, arguing with Lin Shire of all people. After checking that her weapons were in good condition, Lin Shirlu began strapping them on. Her live stream already had fans asking about Lin Shi's results. Before Lin Shirlu could answer, Lin Shire started being sarcastic in the chat. How did he do? He definitely failed. We share the same father, so I know what kind of brains we've got. He didn't make it this time either, just look at her sour face. Hilarious, she says she'll take the exam herself when she turns 16. With that brain of hers. Fans asked just one question, and Lin Shire unleashed a torrent of mockery. Lin Shirlu tried her best to ignore Lin Shire's barrage of nasty comments and answered the fans' question. He didn't do well. Seeing Lin Shirlu's disappointed expression, the fans comforted her. The schools that released results today are harder to get into. Wait a bit longer. Lin Shirlu forced a disappointed smile. As dusk approached, she followed Lin Shi out of the shack. Looking at the fans' comforting words on the screen, Lin Shirlu smiled and changed the subject. Tonight we're still hunting black smoke rats. Don't worry about me. Even though my brother didn't get in, he's taking me out to earn star coins tonight. I've already saved enough to live a good life. Spying on her live stream, Lin Shire lost it. A good life. You're still in the shantytown, can't even get into the inner city. Lin Shirlu ignored him, completely interacting only with her fans, which made Lin Shire even angrier, flooding her livestream with a stream of hateful comments. However, Lin Shire's vitriol attracted passersby to Lin Shirlio's stream, curious about why someone was being so harshly criticized, inadvertently boosting her popularity. Seeing the livestream's traffic, Lin Shirlu deliberately thanked the camera. Thanks Lin Shire for bringing me viewers with your nasty comments. Seeing Lin Shire so angry, he typed gibberish. Lin Shirlu was delighted. Because they had been admitted to university, the 5 of them hunted black smoke rats with exceptional vigor that night, wanting to earn as many star coins as possible while still in their familiar environment. The livestream fans noticed. Why do Little Escape and her brothers seem extra hardworking today? What else? They didn't get in, so they're venting their emotions. Looks like Lin Shirlu isn't as calm as she seems. Lin Shirlu didn't need to come up with an excuse. Lin Shire was already shouting in the chat. When the 5 returned to the shack with a pile of black smoke rats, the familiar routine began: bleeding, skinning, and deadening. Then they sold the processed black smoke rats to the grocery store. This went on for 6 days straight, but on the evening of the 7th day they didn't go hunting. Today was the day the flying boat docked. Over the past few days, news had spread in the shantytown that several people had been admitted to university. Tuition wasn't expensive, but the flying boat tickets were exorbitant. Several incidents of star coin theft had already occurred. Some people came to Lin Shirlio probing, believing that since Lin Shi had failed the exams for 4 consecutive years, he must have saved enough for the ticket. Lin Shirlio's answer was always the same: she didn't know. If they persisted, she'd crack a whip. Her optical brain was playing basic pharmacology knowledge, but this time Lin Shirlu couldn't fall asleep. Too excited. Lin Shirlu got up, picked up the backpack she had made, and slung it on. Her movements alerted the 3 others, who were also unable to sleep. Lin Shirsi, curled up in his bed, asked in a hushed voice, "Shirlio, what are you doing?" Lin Shirlu whispered back, "I can't sleep, so I'm going to wait at the inner city gate." In her backpack were the few belongings she planned to take: her star coins, some handy tools, and rare materials she'd found on the garbage planet. The copy of Mechanical Maintenance was with Lin Shi, too heavy. Lin Shirlu found it a bit cumbersome. The most important things were her optical brains, one strapped to her arm, another to her thigh. Lin Shi thought for a moment and decided that leaving at night was a good idea. He notified Lin Shi on the optical brain, then got up and packed his own things. Soon Lin Shi also slipped out of her shack quietly, and the 5 of them groped their way to the inner city gate in the dark. Lin Shirlu crouched in a small corner waiting for daylight. Fortunately, they all had their optical brains. The 5 of them squatted in a row playing on their optical brains. For the first time, Lin Shirlu felt at ease enough to simply enjoy using her optical brain, whereas before she had always used it to look up information and do practice tests without a moment's rest. Lin Shirlu tried searching for minigames. She had wanted to do this for so long. A dense list of minigames popped up on the optical brain. It seemed interstellar entertainment was quite developed. The novels from her past life had misled her. Lin Shirlu immediately tapped the first minigame, something like a match 3 puzzle. The game could be projected in the air, but her optical brain was too outdated for that, otherwise she could have experienced full holographic gameplay. Lin Shirlu wasn't picky. Even a simple screen game thrilled her, and she tapped and swiped on the screen, letting the time slip away unnoticed. Just as Lin Shirlu eliminated 3 bouncing cats, the alarm on her optical brain went off. 6 o'clock. Lin Shirlu looked up. The inner city gate was slowly opening. The 5 of them instantly perked up, and the moment the gate was fully open, they dashed inside. And then, just like that, they locked eyes with Lilith and Wallace. Lilith and Wallace each carried a backpack looking somewhat conspicuous. Anyone could tell they were heading for the flying boat. Lin Shirlu and her group were different. Their backpacks were hidden under their cloaks, barely noticeable unless someone looked closely. None of the 7 had expected to meet here, but after a moment of surprise they all reacted. They entered the inner city together, then separated, each heading toward the flying boat dock. The flying boat wouldn't arrive until noon, but it was better to arrive early just in case. At 6 in the morning, the inner city gate opened and inner city residents came out to scavenge. Going against the flow at this time was conspicuous. Lin Shirlio alone first entered a grocery store and bought a bag of nutrition fluid. Then, sipping the nutrition fluid, she strolled leisurely along the main road. As she passed a small alley, Lin Shirlu pretended to be pushed over by someone tumbling into the alley, then quickly hid behind a pile of discarded trash. Sure enough, in no time 2 people appeared at the entrance of the alley. Lost them. Lost them. Do you really think they could have passed the exams and left? Let's go after them. We already took Lin Shire's star coins. Let's go, let's go. Lin Shirlio alone first entered a grocery store and bought a bag of nutrition fluid. Then, sipping the nutrition fluid, she strolled leisurely along the main road. As she passed a small alley, Lin Shirlu pretended to be pushed over by someone tumbling into the alley, then quickly hid behind a pile of discarded trash. Sure enough, in no time 2 people appeared at the entrance of the alley. Lost them. Lost them. Do you really think they could have passed the exams and left? Let's go after them, we already took Linshire star coins. Let's go, let's go. Let's go after them, we already took Linshire star coins. Let's go, let's go. After the others left, Lin Shirley crawled out from the heap of scrap, her clothes stained with grease. She didn't pull up her hood, just picked up a stick from the pile and stormed off toward the airship dock with a furious expression. She looked like she was heading out to pick a fight. With such a ferocious look on her face, no one dared to stop her. Some even felt guilty at the sight of her and immediately turned tail and ran. Well, Lin Shirley had no idea why that person was running, and no one else dared to block her. She made her way to the airship dock without any trouble. Lin Shirley tossed the stick aside and entered the passenger waiting area of the dock. She looked around but saw no one. Wallace and Lilith were nowhere to be seen either. Was she the first to arrive? She hadn't bought a ticket yet, but she didn't intend to buy one until Lin Shi showed up. He was the key to all her plans, and without him everything would be futile. Lin Shirley looked down at her own small hands, still too small. She sat down directly in the waiting area, convinced that Lin Shi would definitely make it. Within an hour, the 4 elder brothers arrived, one after another. Lin Shi and Lin Shi were the last. It seemed that Lin Shire also knew who was crucial, which meant more people were following Lin Shi and Lin Shi. But even so, no one really took it seriously. They all thought Lin Shire was overthinking things. Once Lin Shi arrived, Lin Shirley immediately waved at him. When Lin Shi got closer, Lin Shirley opened her light brain to buy the airship tickets. She glanced at the interface, then closed it with a blank expression. With a cold face, she transferred 200,000 to Lin Shi. 11th brother, buy it for me. Lin Shi had already bought his ticket quickly and looked up at Lin Shirley's frosty face. What's wrong? Lin Shirley's eyes were dead. 10th brother, you bought yours that fast. Lin Shi said, just buying a ticket, click to pay with star coins, of course it's fast. At that moment, Lin Shi exclaimed. What the hell is this? Lin Shi leaned over to look, and Lin Shi's purchase interface was drastically different from his. Lin Shi's interface was covered in text: reason for taking the airship, when returning to Z-1257 Trash Planet, a weather to apply for planetary migration, plus a dense list of Federation laws, and a required guarantee. Lin Shirley, like Lin Shirley, closed her light brain interface and transferred money to Lin Shi, asking him to buy the ticket for her. Seeing that Lin Shirley and Lin Shirley both had Lin Shi buy for them, Lin Shirley naturally closed her own interface and also transferred star coins to Lin Shi. As the guardian of the 3, when Lin Shi opened his light brain, he didn't need to input their information. Their data appeared automatically under his interface. He just had to check the boxes. When it came time to pay, the endless rules and guarantees that appeared on Lin Shirley's interface were absent. It seemed that once someone got into university, the Federation updated their student information in time, providing convenience for those from poor environments. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shirley also realized that these regulations made it even harder for Trash Planet residents to leave. After Lin Shi bought the tickets, Lin Shirley's light brain displayed a message that her guardian had purchased the airship ticket for her. Now all they had to do was wait for the airship to arrive. Lin Shirley stood up. I'm going to the restroom to wait. I'll come out when it's time. At this point, with the final step so close, it paid to be cautious. The restrooms were also in the passenger waiting area, even closer to the boarding gate, just a few steps away. Lin Shirley watched Lin Shirley slip into the restroom alone. The 4 exchanged glances, then stood up and headed for the men's restroom. Entering the restroom, Lin Shirley pushed toward the middle stall, determined to play on her light brain and wait there. But the door was locked. Someone was inside. She had to push open the next stall and sat down directly on the toilet lid. After settling in, she took a moment to look around. This place was even worse than the restrooms in the shopping malls of her past life. Lin Shirley lowered her head and set an alarm on her light brain. She sat there until the alarm went off, then asked in the group chat, Lin Shirley, has the airship arrived? Have they started boarding? The 4 in the group all went silent. Lin Shirley, what's going on? Lin Shirley, speak up. Lin Shirley, we're in the restroom too. Lin Shirley, there are only 5 stalls, right? Did you guys just occupy 4 of them? Lin Shirley, Wallace is here too, all 5 stalls are taken. Lin Shirley, Wallace was also in the men's restroom, so the stall next to hers. Who could it be? So hard to guess. Lin Shirley opened the restroom door, intending to listen at the entrance to see if boarding had started. Creak X2. She turned around and came face to face with Lilith. Both expressionless. Lin Shirley and Lilith walked toward the restroom door together, carefully peeking out. Many people were pacing around the boarding gate, and someone lay on the ground clutching their stomach, life or death unknown. Lin Shirley asked Lilith, do you know who those people are? Lilith also saw them. No, but I heard before that several people from the inner city, like us, have failed the exam many times. They say every year they send people to block the boarding gate, preventing those who passed from getting on the airship. Really? That can't be right. If you take the exam a few more times you might pass eventually. Why be so ruthless? I heard someone is taking it for the 56th time this year. Oh, then his jealousy is understandable. Some majors have age limits, and if you exceed them you can't apply anymore. Lin Shirlu opened her light brain and said to Lilith, "What's Hannah's light brain number?" She didn't even ask. She was certain Lilith hadn't asked Hannah how they got on the airship. Lilith immediately gave Lin Shirlu Hannah's number. She couldn't bring herself to ask, but she could piggyback on Lin Shirlu. As soon as Lin Shirlu sent a friend request, Hannah accepted it instantly. No sooner had she accepted than Hannah sent a few boastful messages. Lin Shirlu directly transferred 8888 star coins to Hannah's account. Hannah was shocked but quick to accept. Seeing Hannah had received the coins, Lin Shirlu immediately sent a video call request. For the sake of the star coins, Hannah answered quickly. Hannah and Hanli's faces appeared on the light screen. Before Hannah could show off, Lin Shirlu sweetly called out Sister Hanli. Hannah and Lilith beside her both grimaced. A smiling face is hard to snub. Hanli smiled and nodded. Seeing the scene behind Lin Shirlu and Lilith, she immediately realized what was happening. Are you at the airship dock? Lin Shirlu didn't deny it. Yes. Sister Hanli, how did you get on the airship back then? For the sake of the star coins, Hanli didn't hide anything. You can transfer some star coins to the dock staff. We took the employee passage. Once inside, the staff can use their machines to check your tickets. Lin Shirlu immediately thanked her. Hanli knew their situation and didn't say more, telling Hannah to end the call. Lin Shirlu and Lilith quickly shared the news with their brothers. Lin Shirlu discussed in the group how to find the staff. They had learned this information too late. If they had used the employee passage from the start, none of this would have happened. Lin Shirlu shot a sidelong glance at Lilith. She said nothing, but that look said it all. Lilith was so angry she wanted to throw a punch, but she gritted her teeth and held back. Lin Shirlu said a few words in the group, then looked around to confirm that Lin Shire was not present and that no familiar faces from the Spark gang were around. She stepped out directly. She was still young, not yet at the age to take the university exam, so she probably wouldn't attract attention. It seemed Lin Shire also knew that people were watching the dock, so he hadn't sent anyone to guard this place. Sure enough, the people blocking the boarding gate, seeing only a little girl like Lin Shirlio, paid her no mind. She found a staff member, easy to spot, sitting off to the side in uniform, watching the commotion. Lin Shirlu sat down next to the middle-aged man and held up 5 fingers. The man immediately understood. He whispered while looking at his light brain, 200,000. 4,000 per person, acceptable. Lin Shirlu reported the price in the group chat while quietly explaining their situation to the man next to her. The man opened his light brain to the transfer page. Don't worry, this is my business. At that moment, the star coins from the 4 in the group came through, and Lin Shirlu immediately scanned the 200,000. Following the man's instructions, Lin Shirlu called out Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu. The middle-aged man put away his light brain, stood up, straightened his clothes, and waved behind him. Another staff member emerged. That person walked toward the men's restroom. Follow me. Lin Shirlu and the other 2 followed the middle-aged man through a small door. After a winding minute-long walk, they arrived in front of the airship. The airship was still unloading cargo, all marked with the word nutrient solution. This was Lin Shirlio's first time seeing an airship. It was enormous. Standing in the middle, she felt she could see neither the front nor the back. Though it looked a bit worn, reportedly a retired model from the Federation's main star, this little country bumpkin, who had never seen anything, still thought it was beautiful. It had a blunt mechanical beauty. While Lin Shirlu was still gaping in awe, the middle-aged man used a device to tap on their light brains, and the device timed boarding successful. Wait here. When boarding begins, you can go up. The 3 came to their senses and nodded. The middle-aged man left after bringing them there. Soon Lin Shir and Lin Shi arrived wearing staff uniforms. Once there, they took off the clothes and returned them to the staff member. Lin Shirlu silently marveled. 200,000 for 2 minutes of work. Star coins were easy to earn. The 5 were all together now, waiting for the airship to depart. Before long, the middle-aged man led Lilith and Wallace over as well. However, Lilith was injured with a bruise on her face. Seeing Lin Shirlu unharmed, Lilith asked discontentedly, "How come you're not hurt?" Lin Shirlu looked at the backpack on Lilith's back and said slowly, "Probably because I don't have a backpack. I don't look like I'm leaving the trash planet." Lilith choked, finding no words to retort. The 7 looked at each other, and finally Lilith spoke. "Which university did you get into?" There was no need to hide. "Orpheus Star 5th Alliance University." "What about your brother?" "Beckham University." "Oh." After that, Lin Shirlu fell silent, sitting cross-legged on the floor, waiting for the ship to depart. Lilith had already started filming with her light brain, not to send to her other friends, she wasn't that foolish, but to send to Hannah. She boasted about her brother getting into a good university while sending the video. To make Hannah even angrier, she also mentioned the universities Lin Shi and Lin Shi had gotten into. Hannah indeed turned red with rage. Lin Shirlu caught a glimpse of the messages flooding Lilith's light brain nonstop. Lilith's little face was glowing with joy. Half an hour later, boarding for the airship began. There was another commotion at the gate, but Lin Shirlu and the others ignored it and stepped onto the boarding stairs. Once aboard, Lilith was very restrained, trying not to appear ignorant. In fact, everyone was like that, afraid of being looked down upon by the airship staff, except Lin Shirlu. From the moment she boarded, Lin Shirlu kept exclaiming, "Wow, what's this? Amazing." A series of ignorant sounds. Lilith glared at Lin Shirlu, but Lin Shirlu didn't notice. Her head seemed not her own, turning this way and that, looking at everything, unable to get enough. Fortunately, no one mocked her out loud. After all, she was still a child. Some people cast disdainful glances at Lin Shirlu, but she ignored them. After all, she really was ignorant. That wasn't her fault, so why hide it? Finding their seats, Lin Shirlu and the other two were all next to Lin Shi. Only when she sat down did Lin Shirlu take off her cloak, revealing a black-gray tank top and cargo pants underneath. She put down her small backpack and stretched. This made the muscles on her body even more pronounced, beautiful, and full of strength. Ignoring the stares around her, Lin Shirlu bundled up her cloak and put it away. Finally, no more cloak. It was so stuffy. The 7 seats were all close together. Seeing Lin Shirlu take off her signature cloak, Lilith also shed her heavy coat, feeling much lighter. Lin Shirsi, seeing Lin Shirlu remove her cloak, quickly took off her own as well. Except for Wallace, everyone took off their cloaks. Wallace was only wearing a tank top and pants anyway, nothing to take off. The 5 of them were dressed uniformly, black-gray tank tops and cargo pants. Looking at their faces, there was a family resemblance in their brows and eyes. Wallace and Lilith both had blonde hair. After taking off her coat, Lilith wore a black tank top and pants matching Wallace's. Instantly, the 7 attracted the attention of most people around them. It was because once the 6 took off their outer layers, the smell of sweat and body odor became much stronger. The airship's air circulation system automatically kicked in, and only after the odor faded did the eyes on them gradually disappear. None of the 7 noticed any smell on themselves, nor did they mind being stared at. They had been stared at often on the trash planet. It was nothing. The 7 days aboard the flying vessel did not bore Lin Shirlu. On the contrary, every moment of the journey filled her with wonder. Each day the flying vessel provided a bag of nutrient solution. On the first day, when the crew member pushed a cart to distribute the solution, they even thoughtfully asked Lin Shirlu what flavor she preferred. Oh heavens, there really were other flavors of nutrient solution. On the Logistar there were many types of nutrient solution, but only one flavor. At first Lin Shirlu didn't believe it. How could so many varieties all taste the same? After earning enough star coins, she went to the official nutrient solution store and bought 6 different bags to try. The result was that they all tasted identical. The only difference was that a single sip of the expensive one filled her up, while she had to drink an entire bag of the cheap kind to feel full. In the end, she couldn't finish the expensive nutrient solution, and she couldn't take 1 sip a day for half a month for fear of spoilage. Those 6 bags all ended up in the stomachs of Lin Shi and Lin Shi. After Lin Shirlu had only requested a plain nutrient solution, she smiled and asked the flight attendant, "Sister, what flavors of nutrient solution do you have?" The flight attendant held her breath and forced a smile as she answered Lin Shirlu's question. "There are quite a few flavors. Many girls love the haha fruit milk flavor. Would you like to try it?" Lin Shirlu wasn't oblivious to the flight attendant's reluctance. She simply thought the attendant didn't want to bother with her because she looked like someone without star coins. Lin Shirlu nodded eagerly, and the flight attendant handed her a pink nutrient solution. The nutrient solutions for Lin Shirlu's group were all transparent and colorless, and the 6 of them instantly fixed their gazes on the one in her hand. Lin Shirlu immediately bit open the bag and drank. As the nutrient solution entered her mouth, her eyes widened slightly. It wasn't particularly delicious, but for someone who had never tasted any other food since she could remember, it was incredibly good. A faint sweet and sour milky flavor. Though only subtle, her tongue finally tasted the essence of food. The nutrient solutions on the Logistar were all flavorless. Lin Shirsi regretted having taken the free nutrient solution so quickly. If he had been slower, he might have had the chance to choose a flavor like Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu slurped down the entire nutrient solution. After finishing, she checked her light brain and found only 103597 star coins remaining. The next stop for the flying vessel was Baiwa Star. From there they would transfer to another flying vessel to Mingjian Star, and then take a spaceship to Aophizi Star. What annoyed Lin Shirlu was that the journey from Baiwa Star to Aophizi Star involved 2 transfers and took 23 days, yet it only cost 98612 star coins. Moreover, Lin Shi and Lin Shi could get a discount on their tickets. That was less than half the cost from Z1257 Logi star to Biwa star. All because one was a garbage star and the other a remote star. After a brief moment of irritation, Lin Shirlu comforted herself. She stood up, waved to Lin Shi, and headed toward the observation area of the flying vessel. She had noticed earlier that there was one. Along the way, passengers who passed by Lin Shirlu would avoid her, some even covering their noses. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she realized something was wrong. She raised her arm and sniffed. No smell. Maybe the Logi star always had an odor, but since she had grown up there, she couldn't detect it. There was no helping it. Even if the flying vessel sold clothes, without a bath it would be useless. This was a flying vessel, not a hotel. There was no place to bathe. She couldn't very well ask someone to vacate their cabin for her. Anyway, it wasn't her who had to suffer the stench. Lin Shirlu continued walking toward the observation area. As she stepped into the observation area, the entire space dimmed. The ceiling of this section was made of some material that had turned transparent. Lin Shirlu looked up, and vast stretches of nebula filled her vision, a sight of breathtaking beauty. It was completely different from what she had seen on the light brain or in books. Lin Shirlu finally understood what her rich classmate from her past life had said: many sights must be seen with your own eyes to appreciate their beauty. In her previous life, she couldn't comprehend it, but now Lin Shirlu understood. One truly had to see it for oneself. Many passengers came to the observation area to enjoy the nebula view during the journey. Lin Shirlu found a corner and sat down, gazing at the nebula above her head. The nebula constantly shifted with the speed of the flying vessel. Lin Shirlu saw nebula of various colors and shapes. This was a feature of the flying vessel. Because it was not fast, it could slow down even more in scenic spots, allowing passengers to see different views. Spaceships were much faster than flying vessels, and the cost of slowing them down was far greater. Ordinary spaceships wouldn't do that. Lin Shirlu sat quietly in the corner, watching the nebula above until the flying vessel sped up and the material of the observation area returned to normal. Then she got up and left. She found a map of the flying vessel to see what other places were accessible. The dining area. Would it cost star coins? Probably. Lin Shirlu didn't go to the dining area. She didn't have enough star coins. After buying the tickets, there wasn't much left on her light brain. After arriving at Aofizi Star before school started, they would still need to rent a place and earn star coins. Star coins really didn't last long. After saving for so long, a single trip had halved them. Lin Shirlu couldn't imagine how Hannah and the others had reached their destination. She had been live streaming scavenging, hunting black smoke rats, repairing and assembling machines, 4 things at once, for 6 years, and now her savings were barely enough. Lin Shirlu returned to her seat and shared the scenery she had just seen with Lin Shirwu, recommending that her brother definitely go to the observation area when it opened again. Lin Shirsi leaned in. Is it really that beautiful? Lin Shirlu nodded seriously. Much better than the garbage mountain. Someone nearby sneered upon hearing Lin Shirlu's words. The 5 siblings all turned to look. The person felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze. What are you looking at, you bumpkins? Lin Shirlu glanced at them, and then turned back, continuing to share the sights with Lin Shirsi. Lin Shirsi, why aren't you angry? Lin Shirlu let out a puzzled, ah, and then scratched her short hair as she replied. I think I really am unsophisticated. But I really haven't seen it before, so it's normal to be amazed. Once I've seen more of the world, no one will say that about me. It's not my fault for being ignorant. Lin Shirlu answered confidently without lowering her voice. Lin Shirsi thought about it seriously and realized she had a point. However, Lin Shirsi was still very displeased and shot the man another fierce glare. Lin Shirlu twisted Lin Shirsi's head back. Not yet at the destination, do not provoke trouble. That single sentence was more effective than anything, and no one understood better than they how difficult it was to leave the trash star. The 5 siblings huddled together again, whispering. They had little star currency left and needed to spend it wisely. After disembarking from Biwa Star, they would have to stay for 2 more days until the skyship to Mingjian Star departed, so they would need to remain on Biwa Star for 2 days. None of the 5 noticed that the surrounding passengers were all looking at the one who had just mocked Lin Shirlu with expressions of condemnation. The 5 were unaware of the situation on Biwa Star. Unlike the trash star, they dared to buy tickets last minute before the skyship arrived, because they knew very few on the trash star could afford the 200,000 skyship fare, guaranteeing they would surely get tickets. But they were uncertain about Biwa Star. Their light brains showed that tickets from Biwa Star to Mingjian Star were still available, yet they feared unfamiliarity with the area might cause them to miss it. After much discussion, the 5 ultimately decided to purchase the tickets first. They reasoned they could probably cancel later, at most losing some star currency. As usual, Lin Shirlu and the other skyship tickets were bought with Lin Shi's help. Their star currency dwindled significantly again, but fortunately there was a discount. This star currency was a necessary expense. Fortunately, Lin Shi and Lin Shi could apply for educational loans for their studies. Otherwise, even upon reaching Orpheus Star, they would not have enough to cover university fees. With nothing to do, Lin Shirlu began wandering around the skyship, visiting every area passengers could access. She also visited the dining area, initially wanting to try something new, but a boxed meal priced at 800 star currency immediately dissuaded her. Though she didn't know the external prices, she had researched that the cafeteria of the 5th Alliance University on Orpheus Star was famously cheap and delicious, with a meal costing only 50 star currency, affordable, generous, and filling. The palm-sized box meal on the skyship was outrageously expensive. Lin Shirlu silently left the dining area and resumed wandering the entire vessel. Soon the other Lin siblings also began exploring like Lin Shirlu. Now that the star currency had been spent, they at least wanted to know what the skyship they were riding was like. Beyond that, the daily free nutrient solution was what the 5 looked forward to most. They secretly discussed which flavor of nutrient solution tasted best and what novel flavors existed. Not only were Lin Shirlu's 4 older brothers intrigued by the nutrient solution's flavors, but Lin Shirlu herself, with her past life memories, was equally fascinated. They were all tastes she had never experienced before. Each different novel taste felt like opening a blind box. When consumed, one truly never knew what flavor it would be. Even Lilith, who sat not far from Lin Shirlu, would join the discussion with the group. Over the 7-day journey, the 5 consumed a different nutrient solution flavor each time. They had already tried 43 distinct flavors, yet many remained untested. If anyone claimed the Starry Realm was a culinary desert, Lin Shirlu would absolutely not believe it. Darn it, one more avenue for earning star currency in the future was lost. Upon reaching Biwa Star, Lin Shirlu uncommonly bid farewell to Lilith and Wallace. The two would transfer to another skyship to a different star, requiring 2 more days of travel. Rarely did Lin Shirlu proactively provoke Lilith, but before departing she mimicked Lilith's manner of holding her chin high and speaking from above. "I'm off now. Goodbye, Lilith. I hope next time we meet my brother can beat your brother until he wets himself." That single sentence made Lilith leap from her seat, rushing forward to confront Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu, having delivered her brother's threatening words, slipped away quickly and disembarked, leaving Wallace to continuously comfort a hugging Lilith. Lin Shirlu's behavior of teasing Lilith and then fleeing amused the passengers seated around Lilith. Over the 7 days they had come to understand the awkward dynamic between Lilith and Lin Shirlu. As the 5 disembarked, they immediately noticed a difference. Lin Shirlu found herself taking several deep breaths involuntarily. The air here seemed fresher than on the trash star. It was truly different. Without comparison, one never knew, but now with it, perhaps possibly indeed, the air on the trash star had a smell. To be precise, the trash star was actually smelly. It was only because they were native residents that they had no perception of it. Upon exiting the skyship docking port, gazing at the distant green trees, the sparse green grass beneath their feet, and the clearly attractive and intact buildings influenced by Lin Shirlu, the 4 who had already stopped pretending joined in. "Wow, X5. After exclaiming, the 5 simultaneously looked down at their light brains. The immediate priority was finding a place to stay. On this point, a disagreement arose between Lin Shirlu and her 4 older brothers. Lin Shirlu thought they should find a legitimate nearby inn to stay for 2 nights. If too expensive, all 5 could share one room since they were siblings anyway. The 4 brothers, however, believed it unnecessary to spend that money. They thought they could simply find a place near the docking port at night and squat until dawn. They had done it before, after all. Moreover, the roads here were far cleaner than those on the trash star, not dirty at all. For against one, Lin Shirlu's persuasion fell on deaf ears. Finally, because the 5 had argued on the spot for so long that they blocked passengers trying to exit, dock staff drove them away, ending the dispute. From the staff, the 5 learned that robots patrolled the docking port at night, prohibiting long stays. Although Lin Shirlu had not persuaded them, she had won the day. Ignoring the opposition of Lin Shi and the others, Lin Shirlu directly booked the nearest inn on her light brain 2 rooms. The 4 objected but fell silent upon learning Lin Shirlu would pay with star currency. Lin Shirlu rolled her eyes at her 4 brothers. The inn was close, they could simply walk there. The 5 wore tattered clothes and reeked of a foul odor. From appearances, they came from a star further remote than Biwa Star, and ordinary people would avoid them. Yet someone approached. A man in plain, honest-looking attire blocked the 5. The middle-aged fellow had a faithful expression, patted the shoulder of the nearest Lin Shirsi, and looked at the 5 with gleaming eyes. Brothers, first time on Biwa Star at. Having grown up on the trash star, the 5 could sense whether others harbored ill will, a skill honed from childhood fights. They clearly detected the man's malicious intent. Lin Shir stepped forward, directly smiling at the man. "Yes, first time. Uncle, what can we do for you?" Standing at 1.96 meters tall, Lin Shir's approach made the 1.7-meter man seem diminutive. Coupled with his frequent brawls, he unconsciously emitted an oppressive aura. The middle-aged man involuntarily retreated a step to create distance, swallowing hard. Uncle also comes from another star. At first I suffered greatly. Seeing you young ones makes my heart ache. Uncle's place happens to need workers. Why not follow me? I'll ensure you eat well and drink well. Lin Shirlu knew Lin Shir's scheme. On the trash star, when someone tried to cheat Lin Shir, he would smile like this, pretending to follow, then identifying accomplices. By day he would beat them to a pulp, but by night feed them to rats. But this is Biwa's star, not the trash star. Trash Planet did have its merits, after all. Their historical archives were remarkably clean. On Trash Planet, murder and arson were no big deal as long as there was no solid evidence against you. Even if you were locked up in the Security Bureau, a sufficient payment of star coins would wipe your record clean upon release. Thus, even though Lin Shirlu and her companions had fought countless battles on Trash Planet, had blood on their hands, and bore a tarnished reputation, their archives remained spotless. They were pristine residents of Trash Planet. But this was Biwa Planet, not the chaotic Trash Planet. Lin Shi and Lin Shirwu held Lin Shir back, while Lin Shirsi eyed the middle-aged man up and down, calculating how many punches it would take to knock him out. Lin Shirlu forced a stiff smile and said, "We have somewhere to be, goodbye." Without waiting for the middle-aged man's reply, she led the way, staring at the light brain on her wrist. The middle-aged man could only watch as the five walked away. Lin Shir's oppressive aura was too strong for him to dare block their path. Yet the five were strikingly good-looking, and it was clear they were inexperienced. If he could trick them into being sold, they would fetch a handsome sum of star coins.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
Lin Shirlu set the navigation mode on her light brain to the interstellar children's version. The five moved smoothly, with the light brain promptly indicating where to stop and what each road sign meant. Thanks to the light brain's prompts, the five avoided embarrassment from not knowing how to read icons or cross the street. As soon as they entered, the staff at the reception desk covered their noses and frowned at Lin Shirlu and her companions. Lin Shirlu felt a bit embarrassed, but she still went forward to verify the information. After verifying the rental information as quickly as possible, the young lady behind the reception desk tapped a few times on her workstation and told Lin Shirlu that the check-in had been completed. No room card, no key, just like that. Hello. A mechanical voice suddenly came from near her feet. Lin Shirlu's hair stood on end, and she leaped up, grabbing the head of Lin Shi, who was closest to her. She hooked her leg around Lin Shi's neck, hanging her entire body off him. In a flustered voice she cried, what is that?" Lin Shi's head was tightly held by Lin Shirlu, so he couldn't see anything. Lin Shirlu herself dared not look down. It scared her. Something had come right up to her feet without her sensing it. What was it? Lin Shir, Lin Shirsi, and Lin Shirwu stared at the barrel-shaped object only knee-high, which had made the sound. They had clearly seen the little thing quietly staying by Lin Shirlu's feet. It only started moving after the staff member said the registration was complete. The little robot was also quite flustered. "My sincerest apologies, guest. I frightened you." Hearing the apology, Lin Shirlu finally dared to look down. It was a cylindrical robot. Because Lin Shirlu had been startled, the robot's display showed a panicked expression. Seeing it was a robot, Lin Shirlu's racing heart finally calmed. "Oh, it's just a robot." "Yes, guest. I am deeply sorry for startling you." Sensing no danger, Lin Shirlu released Lin Shi's head and jumped off his body. "It's fine. You just startled me with your sudden voice." With that, Lin Shirlu joined Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu encircling the little robot. This was their first time seeing a robot. "Wow, you're a robot." "Yes, I am a robot. Do you have a name? Or are you just called Robot?" "I have a name. I am called Xiaoji." "Is it the G from robot?" "Yes." "What can you do?" "Xiaoji can do many things. Xiaoji can guide the way. Xiaoji is here to guide the guests." The three of them surrounded Xiaoji, asking trivial questions with endless delight. Lin Shir and Lin Shi, considering themselves adults, did not join in the fun, but their eyes never left the robot. "Please follow Xiaoji. Xiaoji will take you to your rooms." The barrel-shaped Xiaoji spun around in place, slipped through the gap between Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, drawing another "wow" from Lin Shirlu and the others. This brought a big smiley face to Xiaoji's display. The five followed Xiaoji and quickly found their rooms. The doors were opened via the light brain. Lin Shirliu, Lin Shirwu, and Lin Shirsi shared one room, while Lin Shir and Lin Shi shared another. No choice, Lin Shir and Lin Shi were simply too tall and big. The room was small with only 2 beds. Lin Shirlu took one bed and Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had no objections. The room was spotless. Lin Shirlu looked around, touching and pressing things. She pressed a button and the small metal pipe automatically dispensed clean water. Lin Shirlu pressed it again and the water stopped. Lin Shirlu didn't find it remarkable, but Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were fascinated. They took turns pressing the button, playing with it. Lin Shirlu also sniffed herself, but couldn't detect any smell. She figured she could now place orders on the star net. She picked up her light brain and ordered clothes, pants, and shoes, choosing the cheapest options, 5 sets in total, 1 for each person. No sooner had the order been placed than a knock came at the door within 5 minutes. Lin Shirlu opened it to find the newly purchased clothes already delivered. How convenient. Lin Shirlu took her own set, told Lin Shiwu and Lin Shirsi to grab theirs, and asked them to deliver the clothes to Lin Shir and Lin Shi. Then she went into the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Shirlu spent a full hour in the bathroom scrubbing herself until a layer of dirt came off. Only when she was sure her entire body smelled of body wash did she emerge, and she also washed her discarded clothes. But no matter how she washed, the water turned black. In the end, Lin Shirlu simply threw the clothes away. It infuriated her. When she came out, she felt as if she had shed a few pounds. She must have scrubbed off 10 pounds of grime. She shooed Lin Shirsi into the shower, threatening, "If you come out still stinking, you're not wearing the clothes I bought you." Those were new clothes. Lin Shirsi for once heeded Lin Shirlio's words and washed himself thoroughly before carefully putting on the new clothes. Lin Shiwu didn't need Lin Shirlio's warning. He washed up clean and changed into the new clothes and pants. Lin Shirlu had accurately guessed their sizes. Everything fit perfectly. New clothes, new pants, new shoes, new life. Lin Shirlu rolled around happily on the bed. A clean bed, clean sheets, a bright room. This was the life she deserved. It wasn't until Lin Shi knocked on their door that Lin Shirlu got up from the bed. She was too happy to sleep. Lin Shi wanted to go out for a stroll and asked if Lin Shirlu and the other 2 wanted to join. They would be staying here for 2 days, so now was a good time to explore. Of course they would join. Lin Shirlu immediately put on her shoes and followed Lin Shi out. Lin Shir was already waiting in the hallway. The 5 wore identical outfits. Though cheap, they somehow made the clothes look fashionable. The main reason was that they had been exercising regularly and had good physiques. The vests and cargo pants accentuated their figures. Lin Shirlu thought they looked great. As soon as the 5 stepped out of the inn, they drew many eyes. Lin Shirlu followed Lin Shi and eventually arrived at a bustling alley. This felt familiar. It was a snack street. Though they had only ever consumed nutrient fluids, they knew about food. The 5 split up to buy treats that caught their eyes. Lin Shirlu stopped at a cart selling a rectangular block of food. It looked like the chocolate she had once seen, neatly square. The color was a dull yellow and, honestly, it didn't look appetizing. But there was a long queue in front of the cart. Lin Shirlu was drawn by the aroma. It smelled nice, fragrant, without being cloying. Lin Shirlu joined the line and soon reached the front. It cost 20 star coins per piece, not expensive compared to the food on the flying boat. Extremely cheap. Lin Shirlu brought the square candy to her mouth and bit down hard. Nothing happened. That wasn't right. She had seen others who bought this candy crunching into it with a satisfying sound. Lin Shirlu bit down again, even harder. Still nothing. Her jaw couldn't find the strength. How careless. She had been drinking only nutrient fluids and her teeth had hardly been used. Now they were too weak. Holding the square candy, Lin Shirlu walked around searching for her companions and also looking for easily edible food like octopus balls. Lin Shirlu was struggling to bite into the square candy. She had managed to create a tiny crack, and the sweet aroma and flavor that escaped made her bite even harder. Her head tilted involuntarily. Suddenly a large hand covered her mouth from behind, pulling her into an embrace. The tall figure completely blocked her body, and the man immediately tried to drag her away. Lin Shirlu reacted the instant she was grabbed, but she still had the square candy in her hand covered in her saliva. In the next moment, the hand behind her pressed the candy against her face. Lin Shirlu almost screamed, but her mouth was covered. It was unbearable, sticky, and disgusting. The man tried to take her away, but Lin Shirlu grabbed his head with both hands, flipped over, and landed on his back. Instinctively, she seized his head, ready to snap his neck. At the critical moment, she held back. Close call. This wasn't Trash Planet anymore. She quickly jumped off and delivered dozens of kicks to his groin until he collapsed and couldn't move. Only then did Lin Shirlio disgusted wipe her sticky face. Her expression turned cold, and she was about to kick him again. An elderly woman nearby stopped her. Little girl, stop kicking. Any more and he might not survive. Lin Shirlu then noticed the eerie silence around her. People had formed a circle, leaving a vacuum zone around her. Someone had already reported to the security station. Perhaps sensing the girl's discomfort, a kind-hearted vendor handed her a pack of tissues. Lin Shirlu shamelessly asked for some water too, and managed to wipe the sticky saliva off her face. The square candy on the ground was ruined. What a shame. Then Lin Shirlu ran back to the stall and bought another piece before the security officers arrived. When the security officers arrived, they saw a tall man lying on the ground, occasionally twitching, and a well-behaved girl standing nearby, struggling to bite into a square candy. On the way, the officers had gathered enough information. They checked the nearby surveillance footage. Though many people had blocked the view, they could still vaguely see that the fallen man had tried to forcibly abduct the innocent-looking girl only to receive a fierce counterattack. Kick after kick, brutal. Lin Shirlu was still wrestling with the square candy, paying little attention to the officers. She had done nothing wrong. Having lived on Trash Planet for 9 years, she had no reverence for security officers. After understanding the situation, one of the officers crouched in front of Lin Shirlu and spoke in a gentle voice. "Little sister, where is your family?" Lin Shirlu found it a bit strange. So much commotion, and not one of her brothers had come. She put down the square candy, shook her head at the officer, and looked around. "Exactly. Where are my brothers? With all this noise, why haven't they come looking for me?" She wasn't worried about their safety. If even she could handle this, there was no way they could capture her brothers. Dream on. Even if Lin Shire were here, they couldn't take him away. He was too weak. Lin Shirlu pulled out her light brain and called Lin Shi first, no answer. Then she called Lin Shirwu, Lin Shir, and Lin Shirsi, none answered. What was going on? Lin Shirlu looked at the crouching officer and tried to squeeze out tears to appear more pitiful. She couldn't manage it. She gave up. In a cautious voice, she said to the officer, "Big brother, I came with my brothers. We each went to buy food. But I just called all 4 of them on my light brain and none answered." Hearing 4, the officer's smile nearly faltered. He had just received word that his colleagues had brought 4 people to the station for excessive self-defense. One look at the man on the ground and he felt he had guessed the situation. In the end, the officer had no choice but to bring Lin Shirlu and the man on the ground to the station. Lin Shirlu's eyes lit up as she boarded the officer's hovercar. Another officer was inside with his feet propped on the control panel, lazily playing on his light brain. After confirming the man was not in mortal danger, he was placed in the trunk at the back. Lin Shirlu climbed into the back seat. It was quite spacious. This hovercar was far more advanced than those on Trash Planet. Lin Shirlu touched and examined everything with her little hands, not stopping her chatter. "Big brother, can I have a try driving it?" "No can do. If I let you drive, I'd be punished." The expected refusal. Lin Shirlu felt all over the back of the hovercar and found a bottle of water, 3 bags of nutrient fluid, and half a tube of some unknown medicine in a box. Lin Shirlu had some manners. She put the items back. Her actions were noticed by the 2 officers in front, and she knew they saw her. She smiled at them, pretending to be good. "Big brother, please don't lock me up. That man behind me covered my mouth first." The lazy officer squinted and replied languidly, "As long as the investigation shows you didn't strike first, and if what you say is true, it's just excessive self-defense. Nothing to worry about." "What are you afraid of?" Lin Shirlu blinked her big eyes. Afraid? Did she look afraid? She pursed her lips and smiled. But you can only lock me up for 2 days at most. I have a flying boat to catch in 2 days, so don't keep me too long." Though Lin Shirlu was dressed like a boy, her facial features were unmistakably those of a delicate, pitiable girl. Her soft, sweet voice made the officer driving the hovercar feel a surge of tenderness. He completely forgot that it was this same pitiable girl who had kicked the man in the trunk into unconsciousness. When Lin Shirlu entered the detention center, she still had a cube candy in her hand, gnawing at it with great determination. It was genuinely delicious. She just couldn't bite through it. Her guess had proved correct. There she spotted her 4 older brothers. The 4 were being reprimanded by an elder security officer, and the situation appeared relatively minor. Lin Shirlu was escorted by that same officer to stand beside the senior guard. Director Xiao Si was in the midst of scolding these 4 lads from the Trash Planet when he caught Soliel's voice. Turning his head, he spotted Soliel approaching with a young girl and Mare dragging an unconscious burly man behind them. Seeing the girl wearing the same attire as the 4 beside her with similar facial features, he immediately grasped the situation. They were attempting to round up the entire sibling group in one sweep. Unfortunately, they lacked sufficient strength. Soliel reported the matter to the director, and Xiao Si instructed Soliel to take Lin Shirlu downstairs to give her statement, speaking to the visibly distressed girl in a gentle tone. "Little sister, accompany that brother of yours to give a statement. Don't be afraid. If you haven't done anything wrong, you'll be released shortly." Lin Shirlu remained standing where she was, cautiously studying Director Xiao Si. "That person covered my mouth and I kicked them until they fainted. It wasn't intentional." "Do you think I'd believe that?" Xiao Si's mouth twitched, though he maintained his reassuring demeanor. "If it's deemed excessive self-defense, we'll simply educate you on proper conduct." Lin Shirlu made an ah sound. "How does the education work? Was it like what happened to Lin Wu, slapping as punishment?" Xiao Si gestured toward her 4 brothers. "I'm doing that right now." Relieved, Lin Shirlu followed Soliel downstairs to give her statement. Half an hour later, another figure appeared before Xiao Si. Perhaps with age comes the tendency to lecture, and Director Xiao Si kept drilling federal legal knowledge into them. "It's not easy getting admitted to the 5th Alliance University on Ofusi Star, and you certainly don't want to miss the start of school because of a brawl, do you?" If you don't want that, try holding back next time. This was an accident. Other planets in the Federation aren't actually this dangerous. You wouldn't want to accidentally kill a classmate after starting university, would you? You're truly impressive, getting into the 5th Alliance University on a fussy star. Our planet hasn't produced anyone accepted to a top 12 Federation university in quite some time. You're remarkable. Not only that, but you've managed to bring your younger siblings away from the trash planet. That's extraordinary. It would be even better if you could hold back in the future. Fortunately, no one was killed this time. If you'd pressed harder back, then someone could have died. Even if you were in the right, you'd still face 5 days in the detention center. It was evident the director meant well, likely because all 5 had hit so hard he feared they might actually kill someone next time. After all, getting out from the trash planet wasn't easy. They knew the difference between kindness and malice. Whatever they thought internally, their outward apology was sincere and well-rehearsed. Lin Shirlu took advantage of the lull to vigorously gnaw on her cube candy again, and Director Qiaoxi noticed, but said nothing. The 5 were detained for 6 hours of education before being released, and upon exiting the detention center they shared the same thought. Next time, hold back. I don't want to be lectured again. Lin Shirlu suspected that was precisely the director's goal. She'd only managed to bite off a small corner of the cube candy. It was too hard to chew. She hesitated to break it apart by hand, determined to use her teeth instead. It was already dark. She hadn't gotten to properly enjoy herself, all half a day spent at the detention center. The 5 spent 5-star coins on the hover bus back to the inn. Along the way, each of her 4 brothers broke off a piece of the candy to taste, and it shrank considerably in her hand, becoming awkward to hold. What comforted Lin Shirlu was learning she wasn't the only one whose teeth struggled. It was everyone's problem. The sight of 5 people gnawing on cube candies together on the hover bus drew considerable attention. Remembering this, Lin Shirlu bit down even more energetically. By the time Lin Shirlu finally lay down to sleep in the inn bed, she'd only managed to bite off a tiny piece from the candy. Lin Shirlu declared this cube candy would be her permanent teething stick. That night, Lin Shirlu slept unusually well. Waking up refreshed and radiant, she felt energized just looking in the mirror. Her 4 brothers felt the same way. Lin Shirlu sensed something off and checked her optical brain for similar cases. Most likely after long-term exposure to the garbage mountain environment, switching to a better setting caused her spiritual energy to relax, bringing a sense of ease. Lin Shirlu then queried her dental issue and found the answer. It was simply due to years of relying on nutrient fluid without using her teeth. Chewing on things more would gradually improve it. Closing her optical brain, she picked up the cube candy and resumed gnawing. The 5 returned to that snack street where Lin Shirlu bought grilled meat this time. Though she might not be able to chew it properly, she could still eat it. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and nothing, not even her teeth, would stop her. She had a dagger. Lin Shirlu also ordered a zebra bull steak and sat on the small stool beside the stall waiting. When the sizzling steak arrived, Lin Shirlu's mouth watered. Taking the disposable utensils provided by the stall, she cut a piece and shoved it into her mouth, chewing forcefully. Indeed impossible to bite through, but it doesn't matter. I'll just chew longer. If it still won't break, I'll swallow it whole. After all, it's already been cut small. Lin Shirlu had good taste in choices, either cube candy or zebra bull steak, one inherently hard to chew, the other famous for its chewiness. She'd picked 2 of the toughest items. Yet Lin Shirlu ate with great relish. One steak, and Lin Shirlu sat on the chair gnawing for an hour. But her enthusiastic eating inspired many passers-by to order zebra bull steak as well. The delighted boss treated Lin Shirlu to a glass of juice. Getting free juice, even without knowing what kind, was delightful. It was a vibrant green floating with ice cubes, looking absolutely gorgeous. Lin Shirlu carefully tasted a sip. Not only did it look good, but it tasted wonderful too. Sweet and sour with a hint of herbal freshness. Lin Shirlu gulped it down in one go, then left with a deeply satisfied expression. Lin Shirlu walked and shopped along the way. Though she couldn't eat much now, she could pack it to go. Only when her hands were too full to carry anything else did Lin Shirlu decide to return to the inn. As for her brothers, they weren't children anymore. After finishing their shopping, they'd make their own way back. Back at the inn, Lin Shirlu searched her optical brain for fun and delicious things to do on Biwa Star. If somewhere was nearby and didn't require star coins, she could check it out. She scrolled up and down through the travel guides recommended on her light brain, but none of them were close. Jiang Shirlu lay on the bed and dismissed the idea. With no money and no time, there was nowhere she could enjoy herself. Her eyes caught sight of the snacks on the table, 2 large bags too cumbersome to carry. Jiang Shirlu opened her light brain and the screen displayed only a handful of items on a single page. Space button. Staring at the string of zeros displayed, Jiang Shirlu extended her small hand and began counting one by one. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. The smallest 1 cubic meter space button cost 20 million, and this was already the cheapest option. She couldn't afford it even if she were sold. Jiang Shirlu checked the transaction records and found there were quite a few over 500,000 in total. Are there really that many wealthy people across the star realm? She wondered if second-hand space buttons were available, though even used ones probably wouldn't be much cheaper. The idea of killing someone to seize their treasure had already started forming in her mind. Realizing what she was thinking, she immediately slapped her own cheeks. Good heavens, had she been living on that garbage planet too long that her mind was being corrupted by its harsh environment? Jiang Shirlu lay on the bed muttering repeatedly, prosperity, democracy, civilization. What a joke. If she actually acted like that, she would have died countless times already. But she couldn't actively harm others either. Jiang Shirlu strained to push those murderous schemes from her mind. Moreover, the day before she had asked that peacekeeper named Sualier on Baiwa Star, all public areas were already under surveillance coverage. If they had lost yesterday, there wouldn't have been any life-threatening danger. The peacekeepers had been monitoring those criminal gangs for some time now, simply waiting for the right moment to sweep them all up. Jiang Shirlu wasn't willing to give up, so she tried searching for Baiwa Star's surveillance coverage on her light brain. When she saw the rough distribution map displayed, she realized how thorough the monitoring was. Even a remote star had such comprehensive coverage, which was enough to make her abandon any reckless schemes. Jiang Shirlu added that space button to her shopping cart. She would need to work hard saving star coins. With nothing else to occupy her time, Jiang Shirlu opened her light brain and ordered a set of sportswear for 50 star coins. When she noticed the buy 2 get 1 free promotion, she immediately placed an order for 4 sets, instead bringing her total to 6 sets. She kept 2 sets for herself and distributed 1 set to each of her 4 older brothers. This time Jiang Shirlu kept her eyes on the light brain to track the delivery time, only 2 minutes and 43 seconds, which was impressive. At that moment, Jiang Shirlu finally felt the reality of living among the stars. Her stomach still felt somewhat full, so she aimlessly wandered toward the docking port. Once the discomfort passed, she started jogging. Those 9 years on the garbage planet had left their mark on her. She dreaded the possibility of facing danger again with a body too frail to survive it. When Jiang Shirlu returned to the drenched in sweat, Jiang Shirsi and Jiang Shiru had also come back. Jiang Shirsi was already changed into sportswear, admiring himself in the mirror. Jiang Shirlu was too exhausted to speak. As soon as she entered the room, she rushed to the bathroom to shower, washed her clothes, and changed into fresh sportswear. Without saying a word, she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. Exhaustion had completely ruined her appetite. The 2 days on Baiwa Star passed quickly, and the skyship bound for Mingjian's star arrived at dock on the second evening. Jiang Shirlu and the other 5 arrived early at the docking port and boarded the skyship without difficulty. They drew attention as always, but this time it was because of their delicate features and matching outfits rather than any unpleasant odor. Seated on the skyship, Jiang Shirlu no longer exclaimed in wonder like she had at first. She placed the snacks she had purchased on the table in front of her and began nibbling on that square candy. Right, it had been 2 days and she still hadn't finished it. This particular journey to Mingjian Star would take 19 days. Upon arrival, passengers wouldn't need to exit the docking port. They could simply wait in the holding area for 2 hours before boarding the spaceship directly. Actually, that square candy wasn't so difficult to finish. It could be dissolved slowly in the mouth over time, which was exactly how Jiang Shirsi consumed it. Jiang Shirlu, however, had been using it as a teething stick, which is why it had lasted this long. Jiang Shirlu opened her light brain and accessed the fundamentals of potion-making, feeling as though it had been ages since she last studied. By studying a little each day, Jiang Shirlu hoped that by the time she turned 16, she could pass the examination and earn her level 1 potion master certification, becoming a junior potion master. This wasn't because Jiang Shirlu lacked intelligence. The level 1 potion master exam was genuinely difficult, comparable to university entrance examinations. There were 2 stages. Candidates had to randomly draw questions at the testing site and prepare 5 different level 1 potions, then pass a written examination. From browsing information on her light brain, Jiang Shirlu learned that the practical potion preparation could rely somewhat on fortune. If she happened to draw potions she was familiar with, passing would be relatively straightforward. The real challenge lay in the written exam, which covered an absurdly vast scope. Questions were randomly drawn from 125 textbooks and required flexible, adaptive responses. That flexibility was precisely where most candidates faltered. Roughly 80% were eliminated during the first written round. It was astonishing that merely graduating from the pharmaceutical program at the 5th Alliance University on Orpheus Star required obtaining a level 1 potion master certification through official examination, a basic requirement for entry-level practitioners. Jiang Shirlu ground her teeth as she read 125 textbooks. Even if each volume contained only 200 pages, the combined stack would be enormous. She had seen someone on the light brain arrange all 125 books together, and each one was at least half a palm thick. Stacked together, they would tower over her. The Star Network account notification on her light brain kept flashing persistently, but Jiang Shirlu chose to ignore it. Jiang Shirliu's light brain was an outdated model distributed free by the government 8 decades ago, no longer available in mainstream markets and only obtainable through second-hand dealers where collectors sometimes purchase them. Naturally, her light brain lacked any privacy features, so the screen was blatantly visible to everyone around her, and passengers behind could clearly see the potion knowledge displayed. Jiang Shiwu pointed at the incessantly flashing Star Network notification. "Who's looking for you?" Jiang Shilu smirked. "Besides those few, who else would I bother ignoring?" Lin Shire, Lilith Hannah. She had been in contact with the latter two recently, leaving only the first one. "Jiang Shiwu, aren't you going to tease her?" He didn't believe Jiang Shilu truly had no desire to provoke Lin Shire. Among the 5, Jiang Shilu actually held the most favorable impression of Lin Shire. She could sense this, and even harbored a certain respect for her. It was precisely this knowledge that allowed Lin Shire to act so recklessly toward Jiang Shilu. The other 4 brothers despised Lin Shire not merely because of Lin Shisan. They had all treated her well in the past, and despite their differences there was still some fragile familial bond connecting them all. After all, Lin Wu had beaten and scolded all of them indiscriminately, making it difficult not to develop some attachment. Yet they had all suffered greatly at Lin Shire's hands. Nobody would welcome such ingratitude, let alone grow close to it. Only Jiang Shirlu had endured significant hardships at Lin Shire's hands, while also teaching her numerous lessons, yet she never struck with full force. Her gaze toward Lin Shire held no disgust or contempt. Jiang Shirlu merely kept her distance from Lin Shire. "I do want to get back at her," she admitted, "but I'd prefer to wait until things settle down before I make my move." She refused to celebrate prematurely. Having read too many novels in her previous life, she knew better than to let her guard down. Ignoring Jiang Shiru's continued attempts to prod her, Jiang Shiru immersed herself in potion studies until the ship landed. Jiang Shiru pulled Jiang Shiru off the ship. When they had boarded, all 5 carried numerous bags and parcels, but now they possessed only a single small backpack. They had consumed everything. Upon reaching the passenger waiting area, Jiang Shiru leaned against Jiang Shiru and drifted off to sleep. 2 hours later, he roused her. Jiang Shiru slapped her cheeks firmly, hoping to sharpen her focus so she could properly take in the spaceship around her. At the edge of the waiting area, Jiang Shiru rose on her tiptoes to peer through the transparent glass and couldn't help exclaiming in wonder. The sensation was entirely different from the skyship. The vessel loomed larger, colder, and sharper, its mechanical elegance radiating an imposing presence. The journey from Baiwa Star to Mingjian Star took 19 days by skyship, yet the same route to Orpheus Star required only 4 days by spaceship, a clear testament to its superior speed. Jiang Shirliu's drowsiness vanished entirely as she watched the visibly more advanced spaceship dock at the port. Once aboard, Jiang Shirliu couldn't stop exclaiming in wonder. The interior was far more advanced than the skyship, with small robots constantly darting back and forth. Jiang Shirlu and her companions were assigned spacious seats, each with private compartments featuring comfortable recliners that adjusted smoothly between sitting and lying positions. A small robot accompanied Jiang Shirliu, and when she noticed other passengers traveling without one, she asked hers about it. "Why do some passengers not have a small robot following them?" The small robot replied, "We serve as guides, providing explanations to passengers. Of course, if you prefer not to have our service, you can select No on your light brain, and we will not disturb you." Jiang Shirlu smiled at the robot's casual use of that final particle and asked it to give her a tour of the Zingguanhou spaceship. The robot began its explanation, but Jiang Shirlu lay back in her chair and drifted off to sleep mid-tour. When she woke, the small robot was still standing beside her. "Guess you're awake," the robot announced. Jiang Shirlu rubbed her head drowsily. "When did I fall asleep?" She had asked casually without expecting an answer, yet the robot responded promptly. "You fell asleep while I was explaining the location of the escape pods on the Zingguanhou, specifically at 131530. Jiang Shirlu laughed. "Your name is 6667. "Indeed, guessed," the robot confirmed. "Would you like me to continue the tour?" "Yes, please continue." She recognized the importance of knowing where the escape pods were located. 6667 resumed the tour, occasionally interrupted by Jiang Shirliu's tangential questions, but responded to each promptly. The spaceship was enormous, and once it reached orbit, passengers could move freely throughout. Jiang Shirlu followed 6667, listening to its commentary while admiring the vessel's interior layout. She learned where the entertainment venues were, which dining options offered the best value, which nutritional supplements were exclusive to the Zingguanhou, where she could observe the scenery outside the ship, and which activities offered complimentary souvenirs. It felt almost like an actual vacation. The vessel was so vast that even after 4 days Jiang Shirlu had not fully explored it. Upon disembarking, she cheerfully thanked 6667. Thank you 6667. Your tour was incredibly helpful. I hope I get to meet you again on my next Xingyuanhou flight. The electronic eyes on 6667 screen curved into a crescent shape. It was my pleasure serving you 6667. Thank you for your positive feedback. Jiang Shirlu joined the crowd, disembarking a small Xingyuanhou model hanging from her backpack, a recommendation from 6667. Winning a minigame awarded a free model. When Jiang Shirlu saw the model cost 888 star coins, she eagerly attempted the game but failed. Since each ticket allowed only one attempt, she gathered her 4 brothers to try in succession. Finally, Jiang Shirsi barely cleared the challenge, allowing Jiang Shirlu to obtain the model while her brothers enjoyed the game itself. The 5 emerged from the docking port and immediately felt lost, unsure of what to do next. Orphistar was vast, considerably larger than the garbage planet Biowastar. Upon exiting the docking port, the 5 were overwhelmed by the dense foliage, towering spires, and the diverse crowd moving about around them. The 5 huddled together again, murmuring in consultation. They first used their light brains to check the distance from the docking port to the 5th Alliance University. Fortunately, the school was nearby, no need to cross to the opposite hemisphere. A direct hoverbus ride would take 3 hours. Their light brains also indicated that during the academic term, a dedicated shuttle service between the spaceship docking port and the university would reduce the journey to just 30 minutes. That was a considerable difference. Since the semester hadn't begun yet, visiting the university was unnecessary. The 5 turned their search toward finding affordable housing nearby. Affordability was their priority as their star coin reserves were dwindling. Moreover, they didn't believe this place posed greater danger than the garbage star. After filtering through numerous options, the 5 discovered a spacious house at an affordable price. But when they examined the route map on the light brain, Jiang Shiru couldn't help but complain. 6 hours and 30 minutes, where exactly is this? Jiang Shirsan, however, was quite pleased, pointing to the location on the map. The house sits beside Starlight Forest, where anomalous beasts frequently appear. Jiang Shirlu found this hard to believe. What? If that's the case, it should be in high demand. Why is it so cheap? Leaning closer, she discovered the explanation. The previous tenant had angered a brave crow. Brave crows were vengeful and coordinated, attacking in flocks. Currently, the area above that house was covered in crow droppings. Jiang Shirlu fell silent upon reading this. Nevertheless, the 5 ultimately decided to rent it, committing to a 2-month lease at 800 star coins per month, which amounted to practically free on Orphistar. Jiang Shirlu also looked into rental options near the 5th Alliance University, where the cheapest available was 10,000 star coins. Jiang Shirsan and Jiang Shi could reside in school dormitories once the term began, as the 5th Alliance University was adjacent to both the 5th affiliated primary school and the 5th affiliated middle school. There was no high school tier. Students who completed middle school would already be 16 years old and eligible to take university entrance examinations. To get into a good university, one must study independently. Relying solely on the basic content taught in class to aim for a prestigious school is nothing but a daydream. The interstellar era is fiercely competitive as well. Lin Shirlu and her 2 companions would most likely attend the 5th affiliated primary school next to the 5th Alliance, so they would need to rent a place nearby. With a minimum monthly rent of 10,000 star coins, Lin Shir and Lin Shi wouldn't help them pay it. They had to earn that amount within the next 2 months. As for skipping school and completing their studies in the holographic network, Lin Shirlu never considered it. With holographic networks so advanced, why did so many still choose to attend school? Because schools could provide more resources and channels. In the holographic network, one could only learn the content prescribed by the Federation. To learn anything else, they would have to pay star coins. By attending school, they could freely borrow many books from the library. The teachers were also crucial. They would never refuse a diligent student's questions. Moreover, since it was an affiliated primary school of the 5th Alliance University, they might even be taken by teachers to the university to broaden their knowledge, to come into contact with alien beasts and insect swarms, and to go on study tours to other affiliated schools. None of these opportunities could ordinary people obtain with star coins alone. They were absent from the holographic network. Having made their decision, the 5 of them boarded a hover bus. Such buses arrived every 2 minutes, plenty of them, and the seats inside were spacious. After a series of transfers, they finally arrived near the Starlight Forest. The landlord was already waiting at the bus stop. It was obvious that he was genuinely delighted to have the small courtyard rented out. The 5 got into the landlord's hover car. Lin Shirlu cautiously stole a glance at the landlord. He set the car to autopilot and began chatting with them about all sorts of things, proving to be quite talkative. Lin Shir also asked with a smile, "Brotherly, you don't seem to be short of star coins." Since the Yongming crows are so troublesome, why didn't you just stop renting it out? The landlord brotherly scratched his head at the mention of the Yongming crows, clearly troubled. Sai, you haven't seen the condition of the house. When someone lives in it, it's somewhat manageable. At least there's a path for people to walk. But if it's left empty after a while, no one dares to move in. As he spoke, the hover car arrived at the place. They got out and saw the state of the house. The 5 of them fell silent in unison. These Yongming crows really knew how to relieve themselves. The original appearance of the house was completely obscured. The crow droppings on the roof had piled up high. The courtyard in front of the house was also covered in bird droppings, which had accumulated to about 50 centimeters above the ground. The stench could be smelled from far away. All they could tell was that it was a large 3-story house with a yard. Everything else was indistinguishable at a glance, just a sea of bird droppings. Lin Shirlu found it hard to accept. Are we really going to live in this bird droppings for 2 months? The other 4 nodded in unison. No matter what, this was the most spacious and cheapest house they could find. There were no bird droppings inside, so what was there to fear? Brotherly also breathed a sigh of relief. He clearly wanted to rent out the house. He immediately opened his light brain to sign the contract. But then his eyes flickered and he sensed something wrong. He quickly called everyone to take cover in the hover car. And then Lin Shirlu was fortunate enough to witness a scene of bird droppings raining from the sky. The Yongming crows seemed to have a principle. They only relieved themselves on that house, not touching any other place. Lin Shirwu said they sure aim accurately. Lin Shirlu did not want to hear Lin Shirwu speak. It only gave her heart palpitations. Brotherly sighed regretfully. I once rented this house to a team of wasteland hunters. I don't know what they took from the Yongming crows, but the crows tracked them here. Even after they left, the crows still haven't let go of my house. It's been 2 years. The main problem is that ordinary rain bead deflectors are useless against the Yongming crow droppings. Many tenants have already backed out. Lin Shirlu was already racking her brain on how to put those bird droppings to good use. Lin Shir quickly signed the contract with Brotherly, and Lin Shirlu had already ordered an umbrella. The item was quite expensive, 500 star coins, almost a month's rent. Because interstellar technology was advanced, rain bead deflectors had been invented. By clipping one onto one's clothes, a thin protective shield would form around the body, deflecting raindrops, convenient and practical. There were many such items, delicate and beautiful. As a result, most Federation citizens no longer use such traditional items as umbrellas. After waiting 2 minutes, a delivery robot taller than Lin Shir approached. Lin Shirlio's light brain immediately sounded a prompt. By then the rain of bird droppings had stopped. Most of the Yongming crows flew away from the area without lingering, as if they had come solely to relieve themselves. Only a few Yongming crows remained nearby, one of which perched atop the hover car. The delivery robot took out the umbrella Lin Shirlu had purchased from its compartment, and she confirmed receipt on her light brain. Brotherly granted the 5 of them access to the house, and then sped off in his hover car. Looking at the fresh bird droppings on the ground, Lin Shirlu felt extreme reluctance. She immediately jumped onto Lin Shirwu's back and snapped open the umbrella in her hand. Lin Shirsi's eyes lit up at the sight of the umbrella in Lin Shirlio's hand and quickly asked where she had bought it. Lin Shirlu shared the purchase link in the group chat. That tiny umbrella cost more than the clothes they wore, almost as much as the rent. Lin Shirlu was carried into the house by Lin Shirwu. Inside, it was much cleaner than expected. The house was fully furnished, everything needed was there. But the windows were caked with bird droppings, blocking the sunlight. Without the lights on, it was pitch black even during the day. Fortunately, there was no smell inside. After a quick look around, Lin Shirlio's resistance softened. In just that short while, each of the 5 had bought an umbrella costing more than the rent. Lin Shirlu felt as if they had bought 5 umbrellas and gotten a 2-month stay for free. The 5 quickly chose their rooms. After such a long journey on the spaceship and hover bus, they were all exhausted. They went to their selected rooms and fell asleep. Lin Shirlu slept until she naturally woke up. The house had good soundproofing, at least she hadn't been disturbed during the night. There was no food in the house, so she ate the free nutrient solution from the spaceship. Sitting in the living room on the first floor, she began searching for knowledge on potion crafting. Bird droppings could be considered a material, couldn't they? She refused to believe that the Yongming crow droppings were useless. Unfortunately, among the 125 basic potion knowledge books, there was no information about the Yongming crow. Lin Shirlu could only search on the Light Brain forums. The results were all complaints from victims of the Yongming crow, but no one proposed a solution. Perhaps there were solutions, but no one had made them public. Lin Shirlu still couldn't give up. She thought of trying to approach it from a botanical perspective. At the very least, it might be usable as fertilizer. She searched again, but found no successful examples. There were cases of using other alien beast droppings to make compost, but none for the Yongming crow. So she posted on the thread asking if it was possible to use Yongming crow droppings as fertilizer. She soon received replies. Oh, another victim of the Yongming crow. How did you provoke them? Tell us about it. What kind of persecution have you suffered? Spill it out so we can have a good laugh. There was a flood of schadenfreude, but also some serious answers. I wouldn't recommend trying it. Many have attempted before, and it was useless. It only made the Yongming crow droppings even more foul. Lin Shirlu was still somewhat unwilling to give up. She considered leaning toward the field of botany. After all, it might serve as fertilizer. Lin Shirlu refused to believe him and kept searching. She eventually found a video of someone using the feces of fierce crows as fertilizer. She skipped to the end and saw the blogger vomiting from the smell. Lin Shirlu clicked into the blogger's profile where there were dozens of videos of the blogger attempting to turn fierce crow feces into something useful. All had failed without exception. The blogger, still unconvinced, tried using the composted feces to grow vegetables, flowers, and grass. Seeds wouldn't sprout, seedlings died when transplanted, and even a fully grown tree perished after being planted directly. Lin Shirlu looked at the tree in the video and felt it had died unjustly, a perfectly healthy tree killed for no reason. Lin Shirlu leaned back on the sofa. She had been feeling a bit down, but the sofa was so soft she couldn't help rolling around on it twice. Seeing no one else around, she picked up her light brain and asked in the group chat. Lin Shirlu, where is everyone? Why is it so quiet? Lin Shirwu outside Shirlu. There are so many trees out here, come take a look. Only Lin Shirwu replied to her. The others were too busy marveling at the green grass and trees, poking and plucking at them. Lin Shirlu picked up her umbrella, first opening it a crack to check if it was raining bird droppings. Only after confirming it was safe did she dare open the door. She closed the door as quickly as possible and walked out with the umbrella open. Someone had cleared a path, so at least she didn't have to step on bird droppings. She hurried out of the yard as fast as she could, but even so she didn't close her umbrella. Only after walking more than 100 meters did she put it away, her mind still racing with thoughts on how to deal with the bird droppings. Hiring someone to clean up was unrealistic. Given the relentless nature of the fierce crows, they wouldn't stop. From the pile of droppings, it seemed they had claimed the small yard as their toilet, coming in flocks every now and then to relieve themselves. Would she have to keep hiring people to cleaning? The cost would be high, and she certainly couldn't bear to spend those star coins. The only way was to make the droppings useful. Lin Shirlu, holding her umbrella, walked towards Starlight Forest while thinking. The place was right next to the forest, and she could already see the dense trees. She strolled leisurely toward the forest, watching people fly overhead in hovercars and others ride exotic beasts past her. Lin Shirlu thought she might be seeing things. How could the person riding a wolf-shaped beast have a tail under their seat? She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw, but before she could look again, the person had ridden away. Lin Shirlu immediately pulled out her light brain and searched for which races had tails. The results showed over a dozen species on different planets that had tails. Oh, so it was just her ignorance. In less than 5 minutes, she reached the edge of Starlight Forest. A few more steps and she would be inside. It was really close to the house. No wonder the fierce crows had been coming there to defecate for 2 years straight. It was convenient for them. She didn't see her 4 brothers, but she wasn't worried. Entering Starlight Forest, Lin Shirlu's first move was to pick the large patches of starlight grass covering the ground. The forest was named after this grass. When she asked on her light brain why a whole forest would be named after a type of grass, the answer was, I don't know. My grandmother's grandmother said so. It's always been called Starlight Forest. Lin Shirlu pulled up the starlight grass, a very ordinary little plant. She only knew that when ground into powder it was a material for making basic agility potions. But the grass was everywhere, so it wasn't worth many star coins. However, she didn't understand why some people would come specifically to Starlight Forest to pick it while others would buy artificially grown starlight grass. She couldn't see the difference. Was it like the difference between wild and cultivated herbs in traditional Chinese medicine? Examining the grass in her hand closely, it seemed very ordinary. She couldn't figure out why it was called starlight grass, so she tossed it away. She hadn't brought a bag this time, so she didn't plan to take anything back. She just wanted to relax, having gone too long without seeing green plants. Plants could help Lin Shirlu relax, as long as there weren't any caterpillars as thick as a palm. Seeing the creature squirming, sometimes straight and sometimes arched, gave her goosebumps. What a terrifying caterpillar. Before she could react, the caterpillar seemed to notice her, stopped crawling, and turned its head to look at her. With that huge fat head, Lin Shirlu's hand instinctively tightened on her whip. Then she saw the caterpillar suddenly open its mouth wide and let out an unpleasant hiss. Lin Shirlu felt a sharp pain in her head. She whipped out her long whip and lashed it at the caterpillar. It seemed this thing wasn't an ordinary bug, it was a beast. The whip struck the caterpillar, but bounced off with a dull thud, leaving it unharmed. What was going on? No time to be surprised. She felt nauseous. Flipping her wrist, she didn't whip the caterpillar, but instead wrapped the whip around it. Her fingers pressed a button quickly. Crackle, crackle. Finally, silence returned. Lin Shirlu retracted her whip and stared at the charred caterpillar from a distance. After hesitating, she decided not to go near it. Holding her head, she regretted coming in unprepared. Looking around carefully, she realized she didn't recognize many of the plants, let alone the creature she had just fought. She had thought that after reading 5 books on potion ingredients, she would be able to identify a lot of things. But now she only recognized starlight grass. And this was just the outer edge of Starlight Forest. She had only taken a few steps in. It was already this dangerous. She backed away step by step. Her energy was low and she shouldn't stay in the forest. The place was close anyway, she could come back another day. Better to go back and think about the bird droppings problem. Some ideas were already forming in her mind. Didn't people dry cow dung and use it as fuel?
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
As for how to use them after drying, she would figure that out later. The fierce crows were huge with a wingspan of over a meter. Their droppings were much larger than the crows she had seen in her previous life. Lin Shirlu felt that if she didn't find a solution soon, the small yard would be buried in bird droppings within 2 months. Soon she spotted the yard, and luckily, she had arrived just in time for the latest wave of droppings. They fell like rain. Lin Shirlu leaned against a tree and stared at the house deep in thought. She had only been on Orpheus Star for a day, and already she felt out of place. It was even harder to earn star coins here than on the garbage planet. They hadn't brought the transport basket she had made, which meant that, even if they went hunting for exotic beasts, they couldn't bring back as many as they did on the garbage planet. She searched for cloud magnets on the star net. 1 kilogram cost 2,000 star coins. The star net also sold disposable space buttons. The cheapest one cost 10,000 star coins and had a volume of 1 cubic meter lasting only 5 days. Items had to be removed before the button decomposed, otherwise they would be destroyed along with it. Lin Shirlu thought the disposable space buttons were useless for them. She didn't even know if they could earn 10,000 star coins from hunting in Starlight Forest, and the 1 cubic meter was far from enough. She frowned troubled. The fierce crows had finished their business. Holding her breath and suppressing her disgust, Lin Shirlu entered the house. As soon as she was inside, she took off her shoes and set a rule in the group. Lin Shirlu, anyone who steps on bird droppings is not allowed to step inside with those shoes. Take them off and leave them at the entrance. Lin Shi received. Lin Shi received. Lin Shirsi received. Lin Shirwu received. Satisfied with the responses, Lin Shirlu looked at her light brain and went to her room. Without even taking a shower, she searched on her light brain for the garbage dump on Orpheus Star, hoping to see if she could scavenge there. She found it. However, entering the dump cost 500 star coins, and whatever she found was hers to keep. Paying to scavenge. She immediately searched for a route. The hover bus took 5 hours, but renting a hovercar took only 1 hour, though it was more expensive, 80 star coins per hour. The hover bus was only 5 star coins, and even with transfers it would be 10 star coins at most. Lin Shirlu gritted her teeth. She felt she hadn't changed much even after arriving on Orpheus Star, but she still decided to get up early tomorrow and go to the garbage dump. She would pay the fee. After all, the quality of items in this dump was better than the garbage planet, since the garbage planet's items had already been picked through once here. No wonder so many residents of garbage planets couldn't make it elsewhere and returned. Lin Shirlu didn't bother with her 4 brothers. She started doing push-ups in her room. After completing her daily exercises, she opened the basic potion knowledge course. The more she studied, the more she realized how difficult it was to get the level 1 pharmacist certificate. No wonder fewer than 5,000 people in the Federation passed the exam each year. She took out her old notebook and began recording potion knowledge. A good memory is worse than a bad pen. Writing more would help. Lin Shirlu stayed in her room studying until 11 o'clock, only stopping when the alarm on her light brain went off. She massaged her wrist, washed up, set the alarm for waking up, and went to sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, the alarm rang. She woke up groggily. Had she traveled through time? She had only just closed her eyes. Seeing the time at 3 on her light brain, she resignedly got up. When she went downstairs and looked at the entrance, she was pleased to see 4 pairs of shoes there. Her mood improved a little. She went out and took the hover bus. The bus was autonomous, and since no one else was riding at this hour, she felt like she had the whole vehicle to herself. She started studying on her light brain. By the time she arrived at the garbage dump on Orpheus Star, it was 8 o'clock.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
People were already lining up. Lin Shirlu joined the line. There were no human workers, only robots maintaining and operating the dump. It opened automatically at 9, and scanning the light brain deducted the fee. The people in line all carried bags. To avoid standing out, Lin Shirlu took out her scavenging bag from her back pocket. When unfolded, it was bigger than her. She still didn't understand why she hadn't brought her transport basket, but had brought this scavenging bag in her backpack. What was she thinking? At 9 sharp the dump gate opened. People rushed in quickly and Lin Shirlu followed the crowd smoothly inside. Her heart was still aching over the 500 star coins, but seeing the familiar scene her hands automatically picked up a metal rod from the ground. Indeed, the inside was just the same. Besides the scavengers, many robots were sorting and organizing the trash. Lin Shirlu quickly ducked into the small piles of garbage. She was experienced at scavenging. She used the metal rod to pry open gaps and flip things over. She had to find what she needed before the dump closed at 6 in the evening. The dump closed at 6. Lin Shirlu worked fast. There were so many valuable items in this dump. She soon filled her scavenging bag and even found a large piece of cloud magnet. The 500 star coins were well worth it. It wasn't even 6 yet, but she was reluctant to leave. She found a large piece of cloth in the trash, tore it into strips along the edges to use as thread, found a sharp object, poked holes in the cloth, and threaded the strips through. She made a makeshift bag on the spot and continued scavenging happily. By the time the dump closed at 6, she had collected 5 large bags of trash. Most of it was mechanical materials. They had come to Orpheus Star lightly equipped, each carrying only a backpack and basic repair tools. Without materials they couldn't make anything. Lin Shirlu was bringing back the materials this time. She rented a hovercar since 5 bags were too many to handle with transfers. After getting off the hovercar, she felt like a hero to the family and didn't want to exert any more effort. She opened her light brain and called for help. No way was she going to do all the work herself. Soon Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu arrived. As expected, older brothers always made their younger brothers do the heavy lifting. Lin Shirsi had a nutrition stick dangling from his mouth, wore a wreath woven from vines on his head, had a flower tucked behind his ear, and a sapling sticking out of his pocket. It was a bit strange, but Lin Shirsi had delicate features, so after looking at him for a while it seemed acceptable. Lin Shirwu was more reserved, refraining from adorning himself with red and green trinkets. Instead, he gathered a large bouquet of plants resembling foxtail grass and cradled them gently in his palms. Upon spotting Lin Shirliu, Lin Shirwu hurried over and pressed the foxtail grass into her arms. For you. It was evident that Lin Shirwu treasured this large bunch of grass. Lin Shirlu glanced down at her hands, a subtle floral fragrance curling around her nostrils. This plant was called Mao Mao Chao. Despite being merely grass, it carried a delicate floral scent. Lin Shirlu fiddled with the foxtail-like leaves, an inexplicable joy blooming within her. Lin Shirwu had already noticed the several bags behind Lin Shirlu. While selecting the lightest one for her, he also vied with Lin Shirsi over the 2 lighter scavenging sacks. One hand cradling the Mao Mao Chao, the other dragging a scavenging bag, Lin Shirlu tucked her umbrella under her arm and made her way toward their rented courtyard. Behind her, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were already at each other's throats. By the time she reached the courtyard, the floorboards had thickened by another 5 centimeters. Lin Shirlu felt her previous worries were entirely justified. Squelch, she stepped right into a patch of wet bird droppings. Astonishingly, she had adapted to such misfortunes with remarkable speed. She carried the Mao Mao Chao inside first, then returned for the scavenging bags. Though no birds were dropping waste at that moment, Lin Shirlu refused to lower her umbrella. She was terrified. The droppings perched above might descend precisely as she passed beneath them. Back inside, she noticed several new pairs of slippers arranged at the entrance, one of them pink. Although Lin Shirlu had no fondness for pink, she knew those were meant for her. Slipping into the delicate pink slippers, Lin Shirlu placed her scavenged items in the living room and called out, "Don't touch my Yun Cit," before heading upstairs to shower. Lin Shirs and Lin Shi immediately rushed forward to inspect what Lin Shirlu had gathered. They separated the Yun Cit and began brainstorming what to make from her scavenged materials. By the time Lin Shirlu finished dressing and came downstairs, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu had already returned with their haul. But the living room was empty. Following the sounds, Lin Shirlu found her 4 elder brothers sitting on the floor in the adjacent room, sorting through the scattered remnants of her scavenging. The Yun Cit she needed sat isolated in one corner. Within moments, this cluttered room bore a striking resemblance to their shanty on the garbage planet. Lin Shirlu picked up the Yun Cit and her homemade cutter to begin crafting transport baskets. For the iron rods required in assembly, she simply outsourced the work to her 4 elder brothers. Unfamiliar with how the Yun Cit interacted with Orpheus Star's magnetic field and lacking the knowledge to calibrate it properly, Lin Shirlu had no choice but to use the most laborious method, testing incrementally as she had on the garbage planet. This delicate work could only be done by Lin Shirliu, for she possessed the most patience among them. Once she had calibrated the Yun Cit, the assembly process became remarkably straightforward. 2 days had passed since the transport basket was completed, a time frame ample for all 5 of them to thoroughly investigate the nearby town bordering Starlight Forest. Before them lay a giant rabbit even larger than Lin Shirlu herself, its body riddled with ion gun wounds. It was thoroughly dead. Lin Shirsi's ribs had been shattered by that same rabbit's kick, and he now clutched his side, phantom pain still haunting him. Medical treatment here was far cheaper than on the garbage planet, with exceptional quality. According to Lin Shirsi, he hardly felt any pain. The injury was simply healed for merely 800 star coins. Back on the garbage planet, such treatment would have cost no less than 20,000. Lin Shir dragged the long-legged rabbit by its ears toward the kitchen, chatting as he walked. They say the meat of these long-legged rabbits is exquisite. Wait here, I'll show you my culinary skills. Lin Shirlu sat on the sofa discussing with Lin Shi. Brother Shi, do you think we could actually sell these transport baskets? Not everyone could afford space buttons, and disposable ones offered poor value. Lin Shirlu believed her transport basket was an excellent alternative, easy to assemble and dismantle. Lin Shi could certainly envision the same possibilities, yet he disagreed with her assessment. I doubt they'd sell well. Shirlio, you haven't wandered the town recently. There are similar products here, more convenient than ours though somewhat pricey. What? Did I make all that for nothing? Not entirely. That product is simply expensive at 50,000 star coins. Indeed, that was prohibitively costly. She couldn't afford it. From the kitchen came the rhythmic sound of Lin Shir chopping bones. Lin Shirlu spread out all the transport basket components. When should we head into Starlight Forest together? The fastest way to earn star coins was through Starlight Forest. However, it was far more dangerous than the garbage mountains at night. In just 2 days, even at the forest's outermost edge, all 5 of them had been injured multiple times by the mutated beasts within. Thus they had resolved to move together until their strength improved. Lin Shirwu had already mopped up the rabbit's blood. Lin Shirlu stared at the bird droppings in their yard, headache brewing. She had tried having Lin Shi build a solar copying oven to dry the mess, but she dared not recall the process. The oven now sat abandoned in the yard alongside the droppings. The stench was unbearable, making an already foul courtyard utterly revolting. Finally, Lin Shirlu collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to think anymore. How she longed to be a salted fish. These were hardly concerns befitting a 9-year-old girl. Her peripheral vision caught Lin Shirsi scrolling through his light tablet. She closed her eyes again. If her 4 elder brothers weren't worried, why should she be? Soon Lin Shir emerged from the kitchen with his rabbit soup, waving excitedly at Lin Shirlu. Come, try the rabbit soup Brother Shir made. Lin Shirlu sat up to inspect it. It actually looked presentable, at least the fur had been thoroughly removed. Picking up her bowl and chopsticks, Lin Shirlu cautiously tasted a spoonful of broth. Swallowing with difficulty, she immediately broke into a beaming smile and offered a spoonful back to Lin Shir, her expression sugary sweet. Not bad. Brother Shir should try it too. Lin Shir swallowed his soup and immediately invited Lin Shirwu to join. Meanwhile, Lin Shirlio's mouth felt bitterly sour. How much seasoning had Lin Shir dumped in there? Had he been about to pour in an entire bag of salt? Sweet and salty warred simultaneously, every condiment battling in her mouth as if her tongue might explode. Despite this, Lin Shirlio's facial control remained flawless. With a radiant smile, she happily scooped a full bowl for herself. That was how Lin Shi was fooled into taking a sip. His expression went blank, yet he nonchalantly ladled another spoonful, bringing it to his lips and pretend blown, as if cooling it down. Siblings indeed. Lin Shirlu deceived Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu into tasting the soup as well. Everyone maintained perfect composure, nobody revealing their true feelings, but all kept stirring their spoons without taking a second sip. Eventually, Lin Shirlu could no longer endure the bitter, nauseating taste and was the first to dash for the sink to rinse her mouth. This acted as a signal. Everyone rushed off to rinse, desperate to wash away the terrible flavor from their mouths. That rabbit died for nothing, Lin Shirlu said while rinsing his mouth. Bullshit, this is my first time cooking. Just wait, I'll make you some stewed meat. The soup was ruined because of my lack of experience. Lin Shirsi's defensive expression was exactly the same as when Lin Shirlu had coveted the ion blaster from Lin Shi. Lin Shirlu didn't care. Then go ahead and cook. But let's make this clear, if it tastes bad, I won't eat a single bite. Not even worth compensating. Lin Shirsi confidently returned to the kitchen, and within moments emerged with a plate of pure stewed rabbit meat. Well, that'll work. Lin Shirlu picked up a piece of rabbit meat with his chopsticks, but didn't bring it to his mouth. He placed it in his bowl and poked at it, but it wouldn't yield. Lin Shirlu set down his chopsticks and said quite calmly, "Not cooked through." Lin Shirsi refused to believe it. How is that possible? He said, picking up a piece himself and putting it in his mouth, but spat it out before he could even bite into it. Lin Shirwu, not only is it undercooked, it's disgusting. Lin Shirsi. By the time Lin Shirlu returned to his room, Lin Shirsi was still nowhere to be found from the kitchen. The entire long-legged rabbit had been ruined by his attempts, its death utterly pointless. Opening his notebook, Lin Shirlu began studying potion knowledge. The next day at 8, Lin Shirlu struggled out of bed, dressed himself, equipped his whip and dagger, and headed downstairs to rendezvous with his 4 older brothers. As soon as he descended, he saw 18 plates of rabbit meat arranged on the table. The presentation looked decent, but all 4 people seated at the dining table were drinking nutritional supplements from their hands. Were the dishes on the table meant only for decoration? Lin Shirlu walked over, somewhat puzzled. He had seen Lin Shirsi following StarNet tutorials, so it should have turned out at least passably. Why was it only presentable in appearance? Lin Shirlu sat at the table and attempted to pick up a piece of rabbit meat, but kept it away from his mouth. The mere proximity made him set it back down. A foul, musky stench arose. How was he supposed to eat this? Lin Shirlu acted as though nothing were wrong and produced his nutritional supplement to drink. No one mentioned the rabbit meat on the table, and after a brief preparation, the 5 of them headed out. Re-entering Starlight Forest, Lin Shirlu was far more alert this time, trailing behind his brothers with the same vigilance as his first hunt for black smoke rats, carefully monitoring every movement around him. They hadn't walked long before spotting 5 long-legged rabbits. The town would purchase them, but the price was low, only 200 star coins each, even less valuable than black smoke rats. But quantity leads to quality, and since they couldn't hunt more valuable beasts right now, these long-legged rabbits were the best choice available. Bayubia, the ion blaster sprayed, scoring hits, but the damage was still minimal. Fortunately, Lin Shirlu flung his whip in time, binding one from a distance. These long-legged rabbits were nothing like the rabbits from Lin Shirlu's past life. They were extremely aggressive, and upon seeing the 5 of them dare harm them, they lashed out with powerful hind legs and charged forward. Lin Shirlu gripped his whip and watched one large rabbit charge toward Lin Shirlu, kicking her, his older brother, into the air, where he executed an inverted 3.5 rotation before seizing a midair branch, flipping gracefully and landing steadily on a thick fork nearby. To be honest, Lin Shirlu couldn't tell whether that was embarrassing or impressive. Watching the rabbit bound toward him with its neck still tied, Lin Shirlu immediately pressed the trigger on the handle. A wave of charred aroma wafted through the air. Lin Shirlu felt a sudden hunger. The smell was genuinely appetizing. How on earth had Lin Shirsi managed to make a creature taste so terrible? Then his lower back was kicked, sending him rolling awkwardly across the ground. Before he could even cry out, Lin Shirlu sprang up and narrowly dodged a flying kick from the long-legged rabbit. Only then did Lin Shirlu realize the scene had descended into chaos. Rabbits seemed to emerge from everywhere, some kicking his brothers, others leaping from tree branches, smashing the limbs beneath them as they charged toward them. Another kick followed. Tisk, they were going to end up with numerous broken bones. Lin Shirsan fired Bayubu with increasing accuracy, taking down one rabbit after another, but there were simply too many. He was occasionally kicked as well. Among the 5 of them, he fared the worst, only 1 rabbit eliminated so far, and he'd been kicked several times. Lin Shirlu whipped his lasso upward with great force. The whip passed over a thicker branch and descended, and with a wrist flick it coiled tightly around the hind leg of a long-legged rabbit. Perfect opportunity. Lin Shirlu pulled hard with both hands, and the whip immediately tightened, suspending the long-legged rabbit in midair. Lin Shirlu's face flushed red from the strain. It was too heavy, and with the rabbit struggling violently, he reached a certain height and immediately flipped his wrist, releasing the long whip that bound the rabbit's leg. The long-legged rabbit crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Shirlu, positioned nearby, drew the dagger from his leg as the creature hadn't yet reacted and thrust it into its neck. White blade entered, red blade exited. After withdrawing the dagger, Lin Shirlu paid it no further attention. It was certainly dead. After being kicked once more, Lin Shirlu repeated the maneuver, hoisting another rabbit skyward, and again sent the white blade in and the red blade out. Wiping the blood from his face, Lin Shirlu found that once the correct method was identified, these rabbits weren't particularly difficult to kill, only troublesome in swarms, constantly ambushing him from unrelated directions. He didn't have enough bones to spare for them to kick. No wonder Lin Shirsan insisted on cooking these long-legged rabbits himself. Once back, he'd do the same. These rabbits were worth it. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he'd minced them all into paste. One by one, rabbits were hoisted by Lin Shirlu until no suitable branches remained nearby. Lin Shirlu had already slain 16 long-legged rabbits. But it wasn't enough, nowhere near enough. It barely covered what his medical expenses would be in the coming days. Another long-legged rabbit. Lin Shirlu dodged the kicking legs aimed at his head, seized one with his hand, and with all his strength hurled it toward the ground in the opposite direction. Thwack. That was a move he'd learned from Lin Shi. Unfortunately, Lin Shirlu lacked sufficient strength, and the rabbit scrambled to its feet, attempting to flee. Ignoring his trembling hands, Lin Shirlu drove the dagger deep into the rabbit's thigh. One strike wasn't enough. He withdrew, struck again, withdrew, struck once more until the rabbit lay completely still. Yet why were there still so many rabbits around? Lin Shirlu dodged rapidly, soon discovering an easier method to eliminate these long-legged rabbits. No longer crouching, Lin Shirlu straightened his posture. Immediately a large rabbit kicked toward him. Lin Shirlu merely tilted his body slightly to evade, but his dagger had already slashed across the rabbit's neck. After the rabbit landed, a long gash appeared from its neck to its hind legs, severely reducing its running and jumping speed. Lin Shirlu didn't rush to deliver a finishing blow because another rabbit was charging forward. Lin Shirlu used the same method as usual to wound the rabbit. After injuring 6 rabbits, he made a mistake. His right arm was kicked viciously, sending him flying backward. His right arm was unusable, so he switched to his left. No matter, he was strong with his left hand too. He crawled to his feet and pressed on. Only when some rabbits began retreating did Lin Shirlu tally his kills: 22 long-legged rabbits eliminated. However, he had also wounded numerous others, which significantly improved the accuracy of Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu. Those counted as cooperative kills with their share of star coins belonging to Lin Shirlu. Why did they retreat? And so quickly vanishing into the burrows in an instant? There were still many of them. Lin Shirlu clutched her wounded right arm, the dagger in her hand already blunted. Even as she asked the question, she had already crouched down, dragging a rabbit leg toward the transport basket. The 5 of them moved swiftly, not lingering for a moment longer. Leaving at once was the sensible choice. The stench of blood here was overwhelming. The long-legged rabbits were piled high. To move more easily through the forest, Lin Shirlu had made the transport basket small, barely large enough for 2. But the railings to prevent sliding were built very high, 40 meters tall at least. With a bit of squeezing, they could fit about 50 in one go. The 5 of them selected the more intact rabbits and loaded them until they could fit no more, 43 in total. Leaving the rest behind, they quickly departed from the starlight forest. After selling the rabbits, they earned only 8,600 star coins. Divided among 5, it wasn't even enough to cover medical expenses. When Lin Shirlu emerged from the treatment pod, she calculated her day's income minus 1,280. Even so, the next day Lin Shirlu decided to join her brother on the hunt. None of the 5 stayed behind. Not earning star coins yesterday didn't mean they couldn't today. Moreover, Lin Shirlu had thought of a plan. This time, when they entered the starlight forest, they brought not only weapons, but also a leaf blower, a dung heating machine, and a bucket of bird droppings. Lin Shi and Lin Shirsi carried the dung heater and the bird droppings respectively. Lin Shirsi grumbled the entire way, hurling threats at Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirliu, if your method doesn't work, give me back the model of the Star Wish. Lin Shi, holding the dung heater, also wore a grim expression, but who could blame them for losing at rock, paper, scissors? Lin Shir and Lin Shirwu walked behind, gloating, wearing masks and looking relaxed. Lin Shirliu's mouth went on autopilot. Got it. Got it. Even in the interstellar era, rabbits reproduced at an astonishing rate. The 5 soon found long-legged rabbits grazing on grass. As long as these rabbits didn't attack, they looked, well, quite appetizing. Mainly because they were so huge they seemed destined for the dining table. The rabbit burrows were easy to find, large holes leading downward. Wearing a mask with a look of resigned determination, Lin Shi opened the dung heater. A strange foul odor wafted out, and even Lin Shirliu, standing far away, could smell it. Oh no, she felt like throwing up. Lin Shirliu stepped back a few more paces. Holding his breath, Lin Shi recalled Lin Shirliu's instructions, closed his eyes, took out a large spoon, scooped a heap of dung from the heater, and placed it at the entrance of the long-legged rabbit burrow. The moment Lin Shi opened the dung heater, nearby long-legged rabbits leaped away in panic. Good heavens, where did this man get such foul-smelling feces? Unheard of. Lin Shi turned to look at Lin Shirliu, trying to convey with his eyes that she should abandon her plan. He was about to suffocate. Lin Shirliu just kept nodding at him from a distance. He set up the newly assembled solar-powered leaf blower at the burrow entrance, turned it on, quickly lit the pile of dung at the entrance, and fled. He had enough self-awareness not to run toward Lin Shirliu and the others. Instead, he stood far off, watching the scene at the burrow entrance. Even Lin Shirsi, carrying the fresh bird droppings, found Lin Shi repulsive and refused to stand near him. Fresh bird droppings were nowhere near as foul as roasted ones. Lin Shirliu looked around and noticed movement in the distant grass. She immediately went to push Lin Shir, but pushed empty air. Lin Shir reacted faster than Lin Shirliu. He already had his dagger ready at the burrow entrance, stabbing each rabbit as it emerged, a backstab, each one precise. The rabbits died before they could even retch after emerging from the burrow. Another burrow entrance far away began to spew long-legged rabbits. As if sensing the ambush, one rabbit charged toward Lin Shirliu. A burning lump of dung flew toward that rabbit. Lin Shi's aim was good. It arced beautifully through the air, reeking of foulness, and smashed directly onto the rabbit's head. Lin Shirliu swore she saw the very definition of life-weary on a rabbit's face. The rabbit then rammed headfirst into a large tree. Was it because it felt unclean and no longer wished to live? By then Lin Shirliu had reached the burrow entrance, slaying one large rabbit after another. One after another rabbit burrows were discovered. The 5 of them couldn't keep up. Who would have thought such large rabbits could have multiple escape holes? Weren't they afraid the ground would collapse? Lin Shirlu moved beside Lin Shir, driving the long-legged rabbits he had killed into the transport basket to prevent the burrow entrances from being blocked so the rabbits couldn't get out. Lin Shirsi had already handed the bird droppings to Lin Shi, who ran off to roast them. Lin Shirsi then went to help Lin Shirwu. Some rabbits emerging from other burrows tried to charge and seek revenge, but Lin Shi would toss a scoop of burning bird dung at them. Harvested a suicided long-legged rabbit 111. The transport basket beside Lin Shirlu soon filled up. She even brought her nose close to sniff it. Not too bad. No strong odor, it should dissipate after a few steps. Lin Shirlu took over Lin Shir's position while he carried this basket of rabbits back to sell. Lin Shirlu stabbed vigorously at the burrow entrance, but by the time Lin Shir returned, few rabbits were coming out. Lin Shi went to check the burrow and found the bird dung had burned out. Lin Shi picked up the leaf blower, moved to another spot, and didn't rush to light the dung. He let Lin Shir transport the remaining long-legged rabbits out. Lin Shir made 3 trips to move them all. With star coins to be earned, Lin Shi's face no longer looked grim. He lit the bird dung again at the burrow entrance. It was a massive family. Lin Shirlu roughly calculated that they had killed over 300 rabbits, and that was just from 2 burrow entrances. This nest of rabbits must have at least 8 entrances. No more rabbits emerged. Lin Shirlu considered digging a bit to see if there were baby rabbits, but then thought it unnecessary. How deep would they have to dig for such a large number? With this nest cleared, they moved on to the next. Lin Shirlu muttered to Lin Shirwu, "We still weren't fully prepared. We should have made a device that could ignite all the burrow entrances at once, leaving only one open. And is one transport basket enough?" The 5 entered the starlight forest in the morning and returned by 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't because they couldn't find more long-legged rabbits, they ran out of bird droppings. As soon as they returned to the small courtyard, Lin Shi and Lin Shirsi rushed into their rooms to wash up. They stank. Lin Shir was calculating the accounts. This time we bagged 695 long-legged rabbits, 135 of which were suicided. The market price is 200 star coins per rabbit, but only 50 for the suicided ones. So total. Before Lin Shir could finish, Lin Shirlu interrupted. "Why only 50 star coins for the suicided ones?" "Lin Shir, they were too smelly. If we hadn't sold so many, the buyers wouldn't have even taken the suicided ones." Lin Shirliu, a very valid reason. How could anyone eat something so foul? Within a single day, Lin Shirlu had distributed 29150 star coins. The only injured party was Lin Shi during this process. This method proved viable. Lin Shirwu overnight assembled an ignition device, while Lin Shir spent 3 days crafting a radar-like apparatus that could reveal underground passages within a kilometer radius, making it easier to locate rabbit burrows. Lin Shirlu returned to the junkyard once more, this time collecting even more scrap and hauling it back to the courtyard in large sacks. Lin Shi thoroughly believed this courtyard was an excellent place to earn star coins. After consulting with Lin Shir, they directly approached Brotherly to negotiate a 5-year renewal. Brotherly was unwilling to agree. If this matter regarding the courageous crows were resolved, he could charge 30,000 star coins per month for rent alone. After extensive bargaining with Brotherly, they ultimately signed a 1-year contract. A full year of earnings was still worthwhile. Should they ever need money in the future, they could return here. Regardless of how extensively they hunted those long-legged rabbits, there would be no worries. After all, the meat was delicious and highly reproductive. Lin Shirlu and the others spent 6 full days preparing before setting out again for Starlight Forest. This time Lin Shirlu carried the dung roasting machine. The transport basket hovered mid-air loaded with 23 blowers, all crafted urgently over recent nights. Beneath it, 4 waist-high sealed iron barrels hung at each corner, filled with freshly shoveled bird droppings from that very day. Upon entering Starlight Forest and locating the long-legged rabbits' main burrow, Lin Shirlu opened the dung roaster, scooped a large spoonful of dried bird droppings onto the entrance, inserted the ignition device made by Lin Shirwu into the pile, positioned the blowers, and activated them. Lin Shir occasionally pointed toward distant locations for Lin Shirlu to see, and at times forcefully tapped the machine against nearby tree trunks here and there. It seemed the machine still required improvements. Once everything was ready, they simply needed Lin Shirwu to flip the switch to ignite the fire. However, something went wrong with Lin Shirwu. No matter how many times he pressed the button, the bird droppings simply refused to ignite. Frowning, Lin Shirwu examined the ignition device in his hand. This shouldn't be happening. They had tested it successfully before. Lin Shirsi leaned over. "Why don't we take it apart to inspect?" The 4 gathered together to examine the ignition device in Lin Shirwu's hands. Lin Shirlu remained at a distance, as the smell was unbearable. It wasn't that she cared about Lin Shirsi and the others' comfort, she feared the odor might transfer to them. If they then carried the scent back to the long-legged rabbits and caused prices to drop, what then? Therefore Lin Shirlu obediently stayed far away and began roasting bird droppings alone. The dung roaster was already empty. Of course they could have roasted the droppings at home beforehand, but the stench was intolerable for ordinary people. This differed significantly from the odor of droppings roasted after ignition. This excrement actually had top notes, middle notes, and base notes. Remarkable. Shirlio, move even farther away. The smell is reaching us, ugh. Lin Shirlu switched off the button and reluctantly agreed. Understood, ugh. Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Shirlu walked 2 kilometers outward, nearly beyond Starlight Forest's boundary. She activated the dung roaster and simultaneously checked her holographic device to send messages in the group chat. Lin Shirlio, can you still smell it? Lin Shir, that's enough. The dung roaster continued operating with the nauseating odor seeping from its seams, permeating the surrounding area with the scent of bird droppings. Lin Shirlu kept retching uncontrollably. 5 minutes later she supported herself against a tree trunk, vomiting until every drop of the morning's nutrient liquid was expelled. Thwack. Lin Shirlu followed the sound. It was the caterpillar she had encountered upon her first visit to Starlight Forest. This creature bore an unusually apt name, White Cocoon. Its vocalizations could inflict mental damage on nearby creatures, and its defense was sufficiently robust. Typically residing high in trees, this insect's skin could sell for at least 50 star coins. If the skin remained intact, it would command an even higher price. That this creature's hide was valuable came as no surprise to Lin Shirlu. Previously, her most powerful strike had failed to leave any mark upon it, demonstrating the remarkable resilience of its entire integument. An excellent material. However, the difficulty of capturing white cocoon insects was disproportionate to their market value. Very few hunters specialized in pursuing them, most merely captured a couple opportunistically when encountered. Thwack. Thwack. As the fetid odor emanating from the adjacent dung roaster intensified, creatures began dropping successively. Initially only white cocoon caterpillars fell, then small forest animals that had been perching in trees, and even several passing birds tumbled down. A few managed to struggle to their feet and stagger into flight. Lin Shirlu was certain that if she possessed a firearm, she could have easily shot those remaining birds. Lin Shirlu also observed several mushrooms on the trees wilting due to the stench. Evidently this bird droppings odor was truly formidable, truly befitting the name of the courageous crow's excrement. Lin Shirlu snapped 2 branches. One had a forked end intended to secure the white cocoon. With the other branch she swiftly thrust it directly into the caterpillar's anal region. The unconscious white cocoon met its demise instantly. This proved the most cost-effective method of killing white cocoon insects, ensuring their hides remained completely undamaged. Lin Shirlu moved with exceptional speed, dispatching all the fallen animals and beasts in the vicinity. She neatly arranged them in a single pile. The only question was how to transport them back. While still retching, Lin Shirlu sent a message requesting Lin Shir to conveniently sell this entire collection when passing by. Almost immediately upon sending the message, Lin Shir's video call appeared. He appeared quite occupied, as evidenced by the rapidly receding scenery visible on screen, indicating he was moving at great speed. Lin Shir hadn't anticipated such unexpected gains. Lin Shirlu directed her holographic device toward the white cocoon insects on the ground. There were indeed quite many. Lin Shir did not refuse. You should relocate first. Once the odor dissipates, I'll come retrieve them. Lin Shirlio, never mind. Don't come over yet. Wait until you're finished with your tasks, then come. I'll remain stationary for now. Next time I'll construct a separate transport basket specifically for carrying these white cocoon insects. Gazing at the white cocoon insects on the ground, Lin Shirlu sensed considerable profit potential. A mere supplementary endeavor. She retrieved the roasted bird droppings, then scooped several additional portions to refill the dung roaster before restarting the roasting process. During this interval she briefly departed to assist Lin Shirsi with positioning the bird droppings. This time Lin Shirsi's side experienced continuous kills of magical beasts without pause, completely overwhelmed. Long-legged rabbits emerged from burrows one after another. The kills were so numerous they couldn't be kept up with. They had to remove corpses promptly to prevent blockages. Not only at burrow entrances, but within the tunnels themselves, multiple instances of obstruction occurred where rabbits became trapped inside. Lin Shirsi could distinctly feel the ground trembling beneath her feet. The transport baskets also underwent rotation. Lin Shir led the long-legged rabbits down for sale, simultaneously maintaining balance of the cargo to prevent tipping. Stacked too high, they couldn't move quickly. En route back, they encountered Lin Shirwu pulling a towering pile of long-legged rabbits. Neither paused their relentless pace. By day's end, all 4 members' hands trembled from exhaustion. Ironically, Lin Shirlu was the least burdened, having vomited merely 7 or 8 times. Although it was grueling work, the income was substantial. Over 50,000 star credits from a single person plus an additional 3,000 from Lin Shirlio's side. White cocoons didn't look like much, but that was only from a small patch. 30 white cocoons, and since their skins were intact they sold for 100 star credits each. Lin Shirlu hardly broke a sweat earning this money. Upon returning home, Lin Shirlu strongly suggested installing wheels on that manure roasting machine so whoever lost rock paper scissors and had to tend it could pull it around for sightseeing and even earn some extra credits. No one wanted the job, so Lin Shirwu finally bit his breath and fitted the wheels onto the manure roaster. Lin Shirlu nodded approvingly at the sight, another piece of equipment upgraded. After further discussion they agreed to reduce the blower's power and use a gentle breeze gradually rather than blasting strong wind all at once, which might prevent those long-legged rabbits from crowding the hole in a panic. After a busy day, everyone except Lin Shirlu returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Shirlu didn't go back either. The stench would cling to her for at least 3 days, and she refused to let her room reek. In the living room lay the clothes she'd prepared that morning right on the first floor. She went straight into the bathroom without even undressing, pouring cold water over herself from head to toe and washing right there in her clothes. She washed both herself and her clothes simultaneously. It wasn't that she didn't want hot water, but she was someone who took advice. Lin Shi had reminded her twice quite unusually that she should avoid hot showers. Lin Shirlu took the advice to heart. After the first wash she still smelled, so she washed again, and after 3 rounds total, she finally changed into clean clothes. Not wanting to enter her room, Lin Shirlu went out instead, avoiding the starlight forest. She opened her optical brain and played beginner potion knowledge lectures, listening as she ran. She jogged around Starlight Town, observing her surroundings as she went. She was quite reclusive, and since arriving here, she hadn't really explored the small town. Even though it was nighttime, Starlight Town remained lively with vendors setting up stalls, people drinking, playing fist-guessing games, and even some fighting. Lin Shirlu could feel the vibrant atmosphere even from the town's edge. No wonder her brothers loved running into town regardless of day or night. Panting heavily as she ran, Lin Shirlu spotted a large flock of brave crows heading toward her courtyard. She felt quite gratified. They were all tools for earning star credits. Ever since her body started running hot, Lin Shirlu felt her odor had grown even more pungent. Hiss, but she was already stinking, so she might as well keep running. Lin Shirlu circled the town 20 times before stopping. Along the way, some people tried approaching her for conversation, but were quickly deterred by her overwhelming odor. This saved Lin Shirlu quite a bit of trouble. After finishing her run, she rested on the spot for a while, feeling the gentle breeze against her skin. She spread her arms wide, hoping the wind would carry away her odor as quickly as possible. Once her heartbeat had steadied, Lin Shirlu bought a large bag of dried noodles at the nearest shop. What a surprise! She could actually find dried noodles. The shop owner didn't mind Lin Shirlu's smell either. Seeing she looked somewhat embarrassed, he waved his hand magnanimously to reassure her. "Oh, young miss, don't be embarrassed. Most who come to our Starlight Town are wasteland hunters. Some spend a whole year in the forest before emerging, and they're usually pretty rank. I've encountered folks worse smelling than you." Really? But she had zero interest in comparing. Lin Shirlu browsed the small shop. There were all sorts of food items. Just the dried noodle section had 5 full rows, many of which she'd never seen before. She could buy and taste them one by one later. Lin Shirlu strolled leisurely toward her courtyard, spotting numerous eyes hidden in the darkness along the way. Judging by their size, they were likely small animals from the Starlight Forest. Apart from the eyes, Lin Shirlu could only make out vague silhouettes. Probably because her smell was truly awful, the animals kept their distance, watching her warily, but showing no intention of attacking. Back in her courtyard, she completed her daily training regimen, sit-ups, push-ups, and squats, before taking another cold shower. When she tried to lie down and sleep, she discovered she couldn't doze off because of her smell. With nothing else to occupy her despite wanting to binge on her optical brain, Lin Shirlu opened the potion knowledge section and started studying. She studied until midnight, then rubbed her throbbing temples in exhaustion. So tired. But she dared not stop. Before confirming she could remain on planet Orpheus, she couldn't afford to rest, as if stopping meant she'd be deported back to the trash planet at any moment. After experiencing how residents of other planets lived, no one would want to return to the trash planet. That's why many trash planet natives preferred living as undocumented settlers on other worlds rather than going back. When Lin Shi woke and came downstairs, he found Lin Shirlu taking notes in the living room. Looking at her bloodshot eyes, he knew she hadn't slept all night. The living room's air purification system ran continuously. Brotherly had installed it specifically to rent out the place. Can't sleep. Lin Shi understood all too well. He hadn't slept for 3 days last time. Lin Shirlio's hand never stopped writing, as she merely glanced up, nodded briefly at Lin Shi, and gave a mumbled acknowledgement. Lin Shi pulled out 2 pouches of nutritional drink, offering one to Lin Shirlu, the haha fruit milk flavor. Lin Shirlu gazed at the pink liquid with absolutely no appetite. Understanding roughly where Lin Shirlu stood, Lin Shi urged her anyway. Drink at least a little. Don't wreck your body again. Lin Shirlu's body had taken ages to recover, and she was still quite frail. Accepting the nutritional drink, she got up and said to Lin Shi, "That nutritional drink looks appetizing, none. I'll go cook the long-legged rabbits in the kitchen. Mine'll definitely taste better than yours, Tenji." Lin Shirlu kept her word. She took the long-legged rabbits from the freezer, picked up the cleaver beside her, skillfully deboned them, then minced the meat into fine rabbit filling. It was seasoned with the sincerest emotion Lin Shirlu had ever poured into anything. Right after her ribs were kicked in, she heated oil in the wok, and as the ingredients sizzled, she added seasonings sparingly, tasting first to check if it was sweet or salty before committing. She was too afraid to overseason anything, ultimately producing a bowl brimming with minced rabbit meat alongside a large pot of dried noodles. Mixing them together should be delicious. After plating everything and carrying it out, she found Lin Shirlu waiting outside. Setting down the noodles and rabbit meat, Lin Shirlu fetched bowls and chopsticks for them, told them how to eat it, then promptly returned to the kitchen. She smelled a bit off, so she kept her distance to avoid spoiling their appetite. Ignoring whether her cooking suited Lin Shi and Lin Shirlu's tastes, Lin Shirlu retrieved rabbit heads from the freezer. She had to, even though they'd been cleaned thoroughly, the odor persisted. The long-legged rabbit in the preservation box was one that had taken its own life in grief and indignation, its head among those discarded by Lin Shi, along with a splash of bird droppings. If that rabbit head wasn't taken out soon, it would contaminate the rabbit meat beside it. Such a large rabbit head felt wasteful to simply throw away. She considered cooking it, but the kitchen contained nothing but dried noodles and rabbit meat along with various unidentifiable seasonings. She had no idea how to prepare it. Whenever faced with uncertainty, one should first consult the light brain. Lin Shirlu began by identifying all the seasonings, then followed Star Network tutorials to painstakingly clean the rabbit head bit by bit. Following the tutorial, she added seasonings with imprecise measurements, then scooped a spoonful to taste. She pursed her lips. The flavor was peculiar yet somehow enjoyable, unlike anything she had ever tried before. She submerged the rabbit head in the prepared brine and set it to pressure cook on low heat. Closing the lid, Lin Shirlu couldn't help but marvel at the interstellar standard such a massive pressure cooker kept as a household staple. It was cumbersome even for her to lift. The tutorial stated the rabbit head would be cooked in 5 minutes, so Lin Shirlu set the timer and stepped away. Lin Shirlu had spent considerable time preparing the rabbit head. By the time she emerged from the kitchen, 2 hours had passed. The large bowl of noodles and rabbit mince on the table was already empty save for a small portion of noodles and topping left behind.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
Lin Shirsi observed that Lin Shirlu hadn't touched the noodles and sneaked over to her side. "Shirlio, you're not eating. Damn it." He had woken up late and lost the race to Lin Shir, leaving him hungry with nothing left. Lin Shirlu nodded. She simply had no appetite. Lin Shirsi picked up her small bowl and demolished the contents in 5 greedy slurps. After finishing, he praised Lin Shirlio's cooking skills and took the opportunity to put down Lin Shir. "Shirlio, your cooking is far superior to Lin Shir's. Lin Shir, you'd better stay out of the kitchen from now on. We don't have enough star credits for you to squander." Wasting food was wasting star credits. Lin Shir gave a cold smirk, stepped forward, grabbed Lin Shirsi by the collar, and demanded a sparring match. Lin Shirsi showed no fear, shouting that he would take Lin Shir down, and the two immediately clashed. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had already retreated to the adjacent room to improve the blower, while Lin Shirwu was doing push-ups in the living room. Lin Shirlu paid no attention to the commotion around her, taking notes on her light brain and occasionally pausing to search for something. 5 minutes later, Lin Shirlu rose and entered the kitchen, opening the pressure cooker according to the manual. A foul stench wafted out. A whole pot of brine was ruined along with the pot itself. Lin Shirlu felt unwilling to give up. She took a small spoonful to taste. The flavor was ordinary, merely unpleasant, she gagged. A fit of dry heaving followed, though nothing came up. Lin Shirlu seemed to sense a slight recovery in her stamina. Must be her imagination. She poked her head out of the kitchen. "Brother Shirwu, come taste my rabbit head. Something feels off." Lin Shir abandoned his fight with Lin Shirsi, hoisted him up, and tossed him onto the sofa before heading to the kitchen himself. "Off in what way? Let me taste too." Lin Shirsi bounced 3 times on the sofa before scrambling over. The moment he arrived, the smell hit him. "Are you trying to make Lin Shirwu eat shit? How dare he speak like that? Lin Shirliu, if you can't speak politely, keep your mouth shut. I wouldn't let Shirwu eat shit even if I had to." She had washed the rabbit head thoroughly, There was absolutely no shit in it. Lin Shirsi rolled up his sleeves ready to engage in a siblings-friendly spar with Lin Shirliu, but Lin Shir grabbed him by the neck and threw him back onto the sofa once more. Lin Shir trusted Lin Shirliu. She would never let Lin Shirwu eat shit. Lin Shirliu fetched 2 small bowls, didn't scoop any meat from the rabbit head, and simply poured some broth for them to try. Lin Shir and Lin Shirwu frowned as they drank, then both looked surprised. Lin Shir savoringly chewed, hardly believing what he was experiencing. The taste is actually decent. Lin Shirwu, eating shit can restore stamina. Lin Shirliu's mouth twitched. Shirwu, can you not phrase it so disgustingly? He didn't even call him brother anymore. Lin Shirsi crept over again, curiously observing the expressions on Lin Shir and Lin Shirwu's faces. Lin Shirliu felt it most clearly. She hadn't slept the entire night, had been studying intensively, and barely ate breakfast. Her limbs had already begun growing weak. After drinking only that small amount of broth, her stamina had now recovered by more than half. Lin Shirwu, could it be that whatever you added combined with this? This stench produced some kind of effect. Lin Shirwu wanted to say bird droppings, but seeing Lin Shirliu's expression, he dared not utter it. Lin Shirliu had no idea either. Lin Shir took another sip, savoring it, then gaggled. Emboldened, he was about to taste the rabbit head itself. Naturally, Lin Shirliu didn't stop him and carried the entire pot out. For this batch of rabbit meat, she wouldn't hide it from anyone. It was foul-smelling regardless. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shi poked his head out from the adjacent room. What was going on? Lin Shirsi immediately started spreading rumors. Shirliu boiled bird shit and Lin Shir is about to taste it. Lin Shir kicked Lin Shirsi right in the rear. Daring to spread rumors to my face. Your skin needs scratching. Lin Shirsi laughed, clutching his buttocks as he scampered away, then sat at the dining table, propping his head with both hands to watch Lin Shir eat. The rabbit head had been stewed for 5 minutes, giving it a firm texture. Lin Shir picked up a piece of meat and, under the gaze of all 4, placed it in his mouth. Lin Shi chewed while frowning. The taste is alright, but... ugh, it was a bit smelly. He didn't vomit. Quickly pouring himself a glass of water to suppress the urge, he swallowed and said to Lin Shirliu. The rabbit meat restores stamina far better than the broth. Lin Shirsi refused to believe it. Huh. Really? Wouldn't you just be saying that to trick us into eating together? Lin Shir ignored Lin Shirsi altogether. Lin Shirliu frowned at the pot of rabbit head and immediately decided to store it in the preservation box. We can take this pot of rabbit head to Starlight Forest. After we're depleted, we eat it. That way we can catch more long-legged rabbits. Lin Shirsi, Shirliu, isn't that a bit unhinged? He really didn't want to eat shit. Or anything that smelled like shit. Ignoring Lin Shirsi, Lin Shirliu reached out to take the pot, but Lin Shirsi blocked her. Under Lin Shirliu's gaze, Lin Shirsi approached with an air of resignation and tasted a bite of rabbit meat. Lin Shirsi chewed vigorously several times, giving the same reaction as Lin Shi. Chew, chew, chew. The taste is alright, but... ugh. He didn't vomit. He continued chewing. Feeling his body rapidly recover stamina, Lin Shirsi, maybe bringing it along would work after all. Lin Shir snorted derisively. Lin Shirwu told Lin Shirliu to go study, and offered to clean up the pot of rabbit meat himself. Lin Shirliu sat at the table, her pen flying across the paper. But she wasn't writing about potion knowledge, she was recording the process of making the rabbit head today. They wouldn't be entering Starlight Forest for some time anyway, so she could research it. Why did only this pot of rabbit head have the stamina-restoring effect, while the rabbit leg mince she had made before did not? Unable to concentrate on studies, Lin Shirliu put away her notebook and went into the kitchen to experiment further. Lin Shirwu had already chopped the rabbit head into small pieces. He placed a piece into the oven to try making jerky to see if the effect would still be present. Lin Shirwu also poured some rabbit soup into the freezer to freeze it. If the effect remained in the frozen form, it would make things much easier. Just as she finished, Lin Shirliu entered the kitchen. She took the leftover rabbit leg from the refrigerator and, following the previous recipe, placed the entire leg into the pot. 5 minutes later, Lin Shirliu came out with the rabbit meat. This time the meat was normal, without any unpleasant odor. Lin Shirsi ate non-stop. However, this pot of rabbit meat had no effect of replenishing stamina. Lin Shirliu frowned and went back into the kitchen. Apart from the lack of odor, there was little difference. Lin Shirliu was deep in thought when Lin Shirwu entered from outside holding a dung scoop. And it was the bird droppings he had just collected outside. Smelling the odor, Lin Shirliu frowned and turned to look, then closed her eyes tightly and turned away sharply. Who told you to bring that into the kitchen? Get out. Lin Shirliu almost shouted. Lin Shirwu looked at her innocently as if to say, I'm helping you. Lin Shirliu had to emphasize. I really didn't mix any bird droppings in. I'm not crazy. At most she hadn't washed off the smell, but she had washed the rabbit head at least 3 times. It was definitely clean. Lin Shirsi now full covered his nose and came in saying to Lin Shirliu, give it a try. Maybe it will actually work. Doesn't that mean they'd be eating bird droppings? And what about the kitchen utensils? Lin Shirlu kicked both of them out of the kitchen along with the dung scoop in Lin Shirwu's hand. Lin Shirlu spent the whole morning in the kitchen making a variety of rabbit dishes. They all tasted good, but none had the quick stamina replenishing effect. Finally, Lin Shirlu emerged from the kitchen reeking of both odor and grease. She didn't want to go back into the kitchen anytime soon. Dejectedly, she took out her notebook and began to study. The dining table was covered with rabbit meat dishes, each bowl full. Lin Shirlu thought the meat on the table would last them a long time. Seeing Lin Shirlu leave the kitchen, Lin Shirwu went in and took out the dried rabbit head meat and the ice cubes. He tasted a bit of the dried meat while Lin Shirsi swallowed an ice cube so quickly that his tongue didn't even touch it. Lin Shir asked from the side, "Well, does it still work?" Lin Shirwu nodded. The effect was there, but the dried rabbit meat was even harder to swallow. However, it was more convenient to carry. Lin Shirsi also frowned and said, "It still works, but I still feel like throwing up." Upon hearing the result, Lin Shirlu lowered her head and continued her own work. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lin Shirwu go into the kitchen, but didn't pay much attention, assuming he was just going to roast the rabbit head meat. She didn't notice that he was carrying the dung scoop. 30 minutes later. Bang! Lin Shirlu was startled, her hand trembling. She picked up the fallen pen and looked toward the kitchen where the commotion had come from. By now a smell was already wafting out. That familiar smell. No way. Lin Shirlu stood up, rushed over in 3 steps, and yanked open the kitchen door. Inside, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu were coughing uncontrollably, covering their mouths. The kitchen was filled with thick smoke and that unmistakable odor of bird droppings. Looking up, the walls and door of the kitchen were covered in specks, probably meat, and Lin Shirlu slammed the door shut. She didn't want to deal with it. Whoever caused it would have to take responsibility. She grabbed her notebook and moved to the utility room to study. Lin Shi and Lin Shir had already come out of the utility room. Lin Shirlu quickly closed the door, trying not to hear the sounds from the living room. Lin Shirsi, Lin Shirwu, you. Damn, did you actually add bird droppings? Have you lost your minds? From the living room came Lin Shirsi's pale defense. We just wanted to try. Maybe Shirlu accidentally added a little. Lin Shirsi tried to shift some blame onto Lin Shirliu, but Lin Shir immediately threw it back, joining Lin Shi in a double-team beating. Anyone with a brain knows Shirlu would never add bird droppings. And you try to blame her. You just wanted to see what would happen if you added it yourselves. Then came the sounds of beating interspersed with cries from Lin Shirsi or Lin Shirwu. Stop hitting, stop hitting. Next time I do this, I'll definitely invite you. Ouch! Lin Shirlu took notes while sighing inwardly. 12 or 13 years old, the age of exploring the world. She couldn't suppress her smile. The noise in the living room lasted for an hour before Lin Shi opened the door and came in. Lin Shirlu looked up and saw Lin Shir peering into the kitchen through the doorway. That expression. Lin Shirlu thought Lin Shirsi was right. Lin Shir was angry because he wasn't included in the bird-dropping fun. After all, the fact that the rabbit meat Lin Shirlu made could quickly restore stamina seemed miraculous to their limited experience. Even though they had seen such things on the StarNet, they never imagined they could easily access such magical food and made by themselves. They had to experiment. Lin Shir's handsome face was serious as he scanned the kitchen from top to bottom. Then he turned and left. Soon he also came back with a scoop of bird droppings. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu, bruised and swollen, stared at Lin Shir in disbelief. Lin Shirsi wailed, "You can play with it, but we get beaten." Lin Shir, you have no conscience. Lin Shir, nonsense. You two made a mess of the kitchen. I'm just recycling the waste for research. What's wrong with that? Lin Shirwu, yeah, you're right, everything you say is right. Lin Shir sneered and was about to teach Lin Shirwu another lesson when he noticed Lin Shirliu's gaze. His face showed a "I'm doing serious research" expression, and he waved at Lin Shirliu to close the door and focus on studying. Lin Shirliu resigned. She was about to close the door when Lin Shi put down his tools and solemnly got up to shut it. The utility room was left with only Lin Shirliu again. She thought, I don't understand how their brains work. Then she continued studying amidst the continuous bang, bang sounds. Whoosh! Probably the kitchen had exploded too many times, causing the house to shake and dislodging bird droppings from the roof. The window was covered and she didn't know which direction the droppings had fallen from. Hopefully not the front entrance, or they'd be buried and unable to leave. With limited elements, Lin Shi and the others had indeed discerned some patterns. Lin Shirliu stood outside the kitchen, her expression icy, watching Lin Shi smear dried bird droppings onto the rabbit meat, then ignite the dung after spreading it evenly. The air purifier in the living room hummed ceaselessly, yet it could not withstand their relentless hauling of bird droppings indoors. Lin Shirwu, with an air of solemnity, conveyed their conjectures to Lin Shirliu. We've tried many times. Only when the rabbit meat contacts the burning dung does the effect manifest. Fresh dung is useless. Lin Shirliu observed Lin Shirwu's face brimming with excitement as he eagerly anticipated his sister's admiration. Behind them, Lin Shi had already ignited the dung. The three of them stared at the rabbit meat grinning like fools. Lin Shirlu closed her eyes. They truly dared to put that into their mouths. She had to admit her own inadequacy. Is that so? Then you've figured it out. What are you doing now? Receiving no admiration from Lin Shirwu was somewhat crestfallen. Oh, we've figured it out, but there's still a difference from what you did earlier. Only the surface that contacts the dung has an effect, and the inner parts that barely touch have almost no effect. Yet the rabbit head Lin Shirlu had made earlier hadn't been fully coated either, yet the entire thing was effective. The pressure cooker Lin Shirlu used had been destroyed by them from the very start. Lin Shirlu reiterated, I really didn't smear dung on the rabbit head. I even washed it many times. So there's truly no need to apply dung to the meat. It might be some other element. Yet her insistence went unheeded. Lin Shirwu re-entered the kitchen to continue his experiments. Gazing at the rabbit meat strewn across the floor, another rabbit had died in vain. She changed into her sportswear, opened the door. The path leading to the small courtyard had been cleared. While their playing with dung wasn't without its benefits. Sacrificing a kitchen had yielded a clean little path. She began jogging around Starlight Town, hoping that by the time she returned her four brothers would have tidied everything up. When Lin Shirlu returned from her run, the four were still in the kitchen, none having rested. Had they such boundless energy? Lin Shirlu continued her physical training. She had originally planned to spar with Lin Shi today, but he was even more pungent than she was. She decided to postpone. As usual, after bathing, Lin Shirlu resumed her studies. Lin Shirlu jotted down her plan in a small notebook. It listed the 125 books required for the first-level apothecary certification, as well as the 12 books for the university pharmacy program. She was busy. After another all-nighter, Lin Shirlu massaged her neck and sniffed herself. The odor had faded considerably. In 2 more days it would vanish entirely. Having not slept for 2 days, Lin Shirlu felt somewhat drained, but could still persevere. She pushed open the door to fetch some nutrient solution to replenish her strength. Stepping over several unknown creatures sprawled on the floor, she calmly returned to the storage room. The night had been restless, and now the quiet was welcome. She marveled at how they could sleep through such a stench. By the time the odor on Lin Shirlu finally dissipated, the four brothers, immersed in their research on stamina-recovering rabbit meat, had at last discovered the key factor. It was the smoke from burning dried bird droppings. So this is why you burned a large amount of dung in the kitchen. Lin Shirwu nodded repeatedly. Lin Shirlu stood 2 meters away from Lin Shirwu, refusing to let him approach. With an expressionless face, she clapped her hands and offered praise in a flat tone. Wow, you brothers are so amazing. Then she went upstairs to her room, intending to sleep soundly. She hadn't closed her eyes for 3 days. She needed to leave the living room quickly, as a certain odor was beginning to permeate the space. If she stayed, she would become smelly again. Before leaving, Lin Shirlu earnestly offered a suggestion. Brothers, do you have to do this indoors? If it's unavoidable, why not build a shed outside the small courtyard specifically for smoking the meat? The kitchen is so small, and the 4 of you crowded together. It must be uncomfortable, right? Collecting crow dung would be more convenient in the courtyard. After speaking, Lin Shirlu slammed her door shut, unconcerned with what her brothers would do next. The 4 brothers exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Some prepared tools, some planned to cut trees for the shed, some searched for information on smoking meat, and others went to the courtyard to shovel dung and clear a space. Lin Shirlu slept very soundly. Upon waking, she went downstairs, but didn't see her 4 brothers. She cautiously opened the front door. She saw all 4 brothers wearing hats with umbrellas welded onto them, hammering and working in the small courtyard. It seemed they had taken her advice to heart. Did they never tire? She closed the door, took a pack of nutrient solution, and sipped it slowly. Her rabbit meat was all gone, so she had to rely on nutrient solution for now. The shed outside the courtyard wouldn't be built anytime soon. Midway through construction, Lin Shirlu and the 5 of them went to Starlight Forest once more. This time they were even better prepared. Lin Shirlu was determined to earn star coins. The 5 gradually became more adept, netting over 60,000 star coins in one trip. Rabbit after rabbit was transported to the town. Eventually, due to the sheer volume they brought in, the town's vendors began to lower their purchase prices. The price dropped from 200 to 180 star coins. It was a test. Lin Shirlu refused without a second thought. Lowering the price was out of the question. She simply dragged the rabbits back home. The Lin brothers didn't object either. If the smoked meat proved stable in its effects, selling it would yield even greater profits. Piles of rabbits accumulated in the living room on the first floor, leaving no space to step. Lin Shirlu felt that smoking the meat brooked no delay. She promptly ordered a gas mask. With this item, even if she was covered in stench, she could still sleep. However, it was rather expensive, 40,000 for a mid-range model. There were cheaper ones, but Lin Shirlu feared they might be useless. The 40,000 one was clearly marked as refundable if ineffective. Moreover, once purchased, the gas mask would likely see frequent use. So buying a pricier one might actually save money in the long run. After ordering, the gas mask arrived quickly. Lin Shirlu immediately unboxed it to test its effectiveness. The quality was decent, her nose would no longer suffer. When the Lin brothers each carried a log dragging 2 transport baskets, one filled with long-legged rabbits, the other with timber, they saw Lin Shirlu in the courtyard wearing the gas mask and holding an umbrella, slowly clearing the open space. Seeing the 30-plus long-legged rabbits they had brought back, Lin Shirlu took a deep breath. How are there more? Didn't we say the living room is already packed? Lin Shirsi lowered the log from his shoulder, rubbing it as he spoke. We couldn't just leave them behind. Already out, so naturally we brought it back. Otherwise I'd get kicked. Lin Shirlu handed the shovel to Lin Shirsi and went into the room to process the long-legged rabbits. The room was already filled with marinating rabbit meat. Lin Shirlu directly placed the partially marinated meat into the newly built drying box to remove moisture, then lit the bird droppings to begin smoking. Smoke curled throughout the kitchen, yet Lin Shirlu wore the mask without any discomfort. The results, however, left much to be desired. There was some stamina recovery, but barely any. The group gathered to discuss what went wrong, and Lin Shi improved the drying box again, switching from light-based to heat-based by stuffing it with burning bird droppings. This counted as secondary processing. The smoked meat turned out quite well. Lin Shirlu didn't taste it throughout the entire process, letting them decide everything. Although he never came into contact with the bird droppings, Lin Shirlu felt it was sufficient. All the flavors had soaked in. Since it was already this unpalatable, they might as well skip the seasoning entirely if functionality was all that mattered. How good or bad it tasted was inconsequential given that nauseating stench. With the plan finalized, the 5 of them divided the work. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu rushed to assemble the drying box, while Lin Shir and Lin Shi constructed a large smoking shed outside, and Lin Shirlu skinned, deboned, and processed the meat. They worked tirelessly without a moment's rest, fearing the long-legged rabbits in the living room would spoil if left too long. After 3 consecutive sleepless days, they finally finished smoking over 100 rabbits, with coagulated blood blocks dripping all over the living room. Lin Shirlu slumped on the stair steps, completely unable to move, yet his mind kept racing. Does this method only work on long-legged rabbits, or can it be used on any meat? The question hit them right away. The most impatient Lin Shirsi abruptly rose, opening the door as he spoke. I'm going out to buy some other meat for testing. A large shed had already been erected in the small courtyard, where over 100 strips of rabbit meat were currently being smoked. The bird droppings in the courtyard were steadily decreasing. Lin Shirlu activated the optical brain and placed a series of orders for packaging bags and similar items. If they were going to sell things, they couldn't just display them piece by piece. They needed to package them properly. Once the supplies arrived, Lin Shirlu packed a bag of smoked meat, then accessed the optical brain to locate the Orphis Star Food Bureau. They still needed to verify whether consuming it posed any potential risks. If there were no issues, they could confidently sell through both online and offline channels. If there were dangers, they'd sell covertly offline. They couldn't possibly make all this without selling it. How could that be possible? Conscience. Not as important as star coins. Secretly, with masked faces in Starlight Forest, just sell it. Hehe. While muttering to himself, Lin Shirlu placed an express order, sending the items to the Orphis Star Food Bureau for testing, opting for the fastest expedited service available. The food testing cost 100 star coins, and the expedited service was 8000, a staggering price. Painfully paying with star coins, he immediately requested reimbursement from the group. This expense had to be split among them. The delivery robot quickly collected the package, and the test report wouldn't arrive until at the earliest the next day. Lin Shirlu collapsed onto the steps, exhausted. This time it was physical fatigue. Lin Shirlu then began searching the Star Network for what procedures were required to sell exotic beast meat online. She forwarded the search results directly to the group chat. Since she couldn't open a store yet anyway, she hadn't reached legal age. In the end, it was Lin Shir who opened a store, and its name was refreshingly plain and unadorned. Unappetizing and smelly, yet quickly restorative smoked meat. The key selling point was rapid stamina restoration at an affordable price. Lin Shir also noted below the store that supply was unstable and urged customers to buy quickly. The 5 had thoroughly discussed the pricing. Similar specialty foods were available on the Star Network, ranging from 800 to hundreds of thousands of star coins, quite expensive. Their smoked rabbit meat's main drawback was the taste, but flaws couldn't obscure the virtues. As long as the price was low enough, someone would definitely buy it. After extensive discussion, they settled on 200 star coins per kilogram. A single long-legged rabbit weighed around 400 kilograms, yielding a profit of 80000 star coins per animal, a handsome return indeed. The 4 inexperienced members were already imagining themselves becoming wealthy, their mouths stretching into wide grins. Lin Shirley returned quickly with pork from the long-tailed pigs and didn't bother waking Lin Shirley, who could now prepare the smoked meat with her eyes closed. Lin Shirley simply watched as Lin Shirley busied himself with the preparations. Soon enough he had the meat hanging in the shed to begin the smoking process. Lin Shirley had worn the gas mask throughout the entire process without removing it. Now that the pressure had lifted, she simply lay down and fell asleep. She was utterly exhausted. The following day Lin Shirley woke up and immediately began studying while still wearing the mask. Meanwhile, Lin Shirley and Lin Shiwu assisted Lin Shi and Lin Shi learning to assemble machinery. At noon, the expedited smoked meat test report arrived. Someone had apparently cleaned the living room. Lin Shirley's optical brain also received a copy. Opening the report, she found detailed annotations listing all the components and their effects. In essence, non-toxic with properties that rapidly restore physical stamina. Lin Shirley forwarded the electronic report directly to Lin Shi, instructing him to display it on their Star Network store so sales could begin. They could determine whether the online market alone would suffice, potentially eliminating the need to hawk the product in the nearby town. Early that morning, Lin Shirley retrieved the long-tailed pig's smoked meat and attempted to swallow it. Nothing happened. It was still terrible. It seems only the long-legged rabbit has this effect. Lin Shirley rubbed her brow, wondering if she'd been overworking herself lately. Should we test other types of meat? Perhaps chicken would work too. Lin Shirley suggested casually, though her expression clearly communicated she had zero desire to endure any more trials. None of the five wanted to specialize in this, and they all shook their heads, agreeing that rabbit meat was sufficient. With their decision made, Lin Shirley picked up her pen and continued studying with relentless determination. On the optical brain, Lin Shi's messages kept flashing, mirroring her own restless heartbeat. Without official documentation confirming she could stay and study here, Lin Shirley felt perpetually insecure. She studied until evening, then closed her notebook, laced up her sneakers, and began running around Starlight Town. She never let up maintaining this routine daily. A month later, Lin Shi reminded of them. In 5 days we can process your school enrollment. Stop making smoked meat for now. Despite the new store receiving promotional traffic, few customers actually visited, likely because the prices were so low that people doubted the quality. Initially, everyone was anxious, pinning their hopes on the Star Network store to generate sales. After waiting 5 or 6 days with no orders coming in, the five gradually lost hope. With no orders arriving, Lin Shirley simply carried a basket of smoked meat, sliced it into small portions for sampling, and began hawking it directly to hunters at the entrance of Starlight Forest. Lin Shirley would first let them sample a small piece, then promote the smoked meat. It might not be exquisite, but it was affordable. Admittedly, it tasted unpleasant, but the effects were still decent. At first, the hunters who tried the smoked meat would curse as they spat it out, and some even threw up entirely. Several times Lin Shirley almost got beaten up, but she kept emphasizing its effectiveness and showed them the inspection reports issued by the Food Bureau. Only a few people tried to force themselves to swallow it. Lin Shirley managed to break into the market through sheer persistence. It was terribly tasty, but compared to those stamina recovery potions, the effects weren't much worse, mainly because it was cheap. 2 Jean for only 200 star credits. On her first day out selling, Lin Shirley sold all the over 10 kilograms of smoked meat she brought, not because many people bought it, but because those who did purchased heavily. Lin Shirley also took the opportunity to promote their StarNet shop. Brother, if you find it satisfactory, you can place orders on our StarNet shop. The price is the same, just with a bit of shipping fee added. How come there's a shipping fee? Small business, small business. Lin Shirley only sold for 5 days. After that, she stopped going out to sell smoked meat because orders started coming in on their shop one after another. The customers who placed orders actually left reviews, and the shop received uniformly positive feedback. The products matched the descriptions perfectly. Yet underneath each item, the comments were overwhelmingly negative, while order volume continued to climb. There was no helping it, it was all due to poverty. The 5 of them got busy constantly hunting long-legged rabbits and making smoked meat, so occupied that Lin Shirley barely had time to study. It wasn't until Lin Shi reminded them that Lin Shirley realized they had already been on Orpheus Star for a month. Lin Shirley found it hard to believe. She recalled her initial confusion upon arriving on Orpheus Star, when she had taken up garbage collecting again, and now she was running a StarNet shop and earning considerable star credits. She truly had earned a lot of star credits hunting long-legged rabbits every day, with demand far exceeding supply. Many people had taken notice of them. They knew about the StarNet shop selling terrible-tasting smoked meat that still made money. Some had already been secretly coming to scoop Raven droppings. Lin Shirley had stumbled upon them several times, but she chose not to stop them. They didn't plan to keep doing this indefinitely. Moreover, the StarNet shop had been in short supply since finding its market. After all, with so many planets in the Federation, 5 pairs of hands couldn't possibly meet the demand. Even their landlord brotherly came around to probe indirectly. Even if he didn't know how the smoked meat was made, he could guess it had something to do with the brave raven's droppings. The five decided that after the semester began they would apply for a patent with the Federation. This should be approvable, and who knows, they might end up earning star credits while lying idle. Lin Shirlu started daydreaming again. In a few more days they could handle enrollment. The five of them had no plans to hunt long-legged rabbits recently. At least when processing the paperwork they couldn't possibly show up smelling like raven droppings from head to toe. Lin Shirlu changed all the bed sheets and covers in her room, replacing them daily, worried the smell might cling to her. On the day of enrollment, Lin Shirlu washed herself 8 times over to ensure she was clean and odorless, then changed into new clothes, new pants, and new shoes. She took the hovering bus and arrived early at Orpheus Star 5th affiliated primary school. Lin Shi led the 3 of them to the school's administrative hall, where a queue had already formed for enrollment procedures, though it wasn't crowded, only about a dozen people. This policy only applied to residents of remote stars, garbage stars, and abandoned stars. Those from resource stars and the central star domain were ineligible. It seemed the acceptance rate from resource stars and the central star domain was significantly higher, since only about a dozen people showed up to complete the procedures. Lin Shi led the 3 to the back of the queue, and soon it was his turn. However, the staff member looked at Lin Shirlu and the other 2 with an expression of difficulty. The regulation allows a maximum of 2 children per person for enrollment. Lin Shi frowned and replied coldly, "Your policy doesn't specify any limit on numbers." The staff member wasn't arrogant. Getting admitted to the 5th Alliance University on Orpheus Star from a remote star meant he possessed real ability. Actually, this policy change was only announced 2 days ago. Lin Shi refused to back down. "This is your dereliction of duty. It's not our fault." If they had announced it earlier, they could have simply transferred one person to Lin Shi's name, and everything would have been fine. The staff member looked genuinely troubled, wondering why she had to encounter this situation. "You see, last year someone brought 12 children for enrollment, which is why the policy changed. That has nothing to do with me. You failed to announce the information in advance. That's your dereliction." Lin Shi checked his light brain and confirmed the policy change was indeed published 2 days ago. He was quite angry. "You should have announced this news before the exam, not a month after sending out the admission information." The staff member also had some temper. "Would announcing it earlier have solved your problem?" Lin Shi's sharp gaze fixed directly on the staff member. "This is my problem." Lin Shirlu stood behind Lin Shi, and after the staff member said those words, she immediately jumped up, wanting Lin Shi to hold her. Lin Shi picked her up at just the right angle. Lin Shirlu looked down at the staff member. "Are you a teacher? When I study here in the future, will you be my instructor? You can't even resolve this properly. Clearly this is your fault, and you still haven't provided any solution. Good heavens, I can't imagine what it would be like having you as my teacher." She couldn't help herself, simply couldn't hold back. Lin Shirlu knew she should have restrained herself, but what tone that staff member used. What did they mean by, "would announcing it earlier have solved your problem"? It made her furious. "Lin Shirwu, you'll become stupid, won't you?" Lin Shirsi leaned against the service counter, watching the drama, nodding in agreement at these words. "Absolutely." The staff member turned red with embarrassment, but Lin Shi's intimidating presence was quite fearsome, so she didn't dare say anything too extreme. The commotion here attracted quite a few people's attention. Soon another staff member approached. The staff member in front immediately stood up. "Team leader." After understanding the full situation, Xiaoan glanced dissatisfied at his team member, then gave Lin Shi an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, this is indeed our problem. Please wait, let me help the student find a solution." Xiaoan tapped open his light brain, pressed something unknown, sighed in relief, then smiled at Lin Shi again. "The system shows that one of your blood-related brothers was also admitted to the 5th Alliance University this year. I wonder what your relationship is like. I can transfer one of the children under your brother's name so all 3 can attend our primary school. Student, what do you think?" The staff member standing nearby had not expected these children to actually have a solution. It seemed the problem truly lay with them after all. Lin Shi's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and he nodded while holding Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirlu watched the staff member, her mind racing with worry. Could this person be a teacher who might make things difficult for her in the future? Xiaoan led the 4 children into a nearby lounge and proceeded to handle their paperwork individually. Lin Shirlu merely watched as Xiaoan made a call on her optical brain to reach Lin Shirsan, explaining the current situation in a clear and orderly manner. Lin Shirsan naturally agreed without hesitation. However, a disagreement arose over which child should be transferred to his name. Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi began arguing. Lin Shirsan wanted Lin Shirliu, while Lin Shi refused, preferring instead to have either Lin Shirsi or Lin Wu transferred to Lin Shirsan's name. They treated Xiaoan as if she were not even present, arguing right across her optical brain connection. Lin Shirsan said, "Who would want those 2? They are already so old and still playing with feces. I will have nothing to do with them. Lin Shi retorted, just because you do not want them does that mean I do. Anyway, I will only accept Shirlu. As for the other two, if either of you does not wish to continue studying, it would be wisest to step aside on your own. Lin Shi insisted, they are also your younger brothers, attempting to wield moral pressure. How amusing, did Lin Shisan even possess a moral compass? He did not. Lin Shisan completely ignored the argument. Shirlu is also my younger sister, he said coldly. What is wrong with registering her under my name HM? Good heavens. I had completely forgotten that Brother Shi is also Brother Shirsan's younger brother. Lin Shirsi exclaimed, wow, we really owe Brother Shirsan for that reminder. Lin Wu sighed, we share the same father, so why the disdain? There are some who do not show disdain, Lin Shirsi replied. Isn't Shirlu the favored one? Standing off to the side the two brothers, one rolling his eyes upward, the other sneering with a crooked mouth. Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi both turned their heads and shot Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu a withering glance, then immediately turned back to their quarrel. They could not even bear to look at them a second time. Why the dislike? Did they not know themselves? Such foul-mouthed brats. Having a dirty tongue was one thing, but did they not have the slightest awareness of how many troubles they had caused? On the garbage planet, they constantly provoked those stronger than themselves, and which time did they not lead those people to Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi to resolve the mess? The fact that they were not beaten to death already spoke volumes about their brother's restraint. They were not even half as well behaved as Lin Shirlu. Both Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi could easily imagine the chaos these two would create once they enrolled. Though they had not served as proper guardians, they understood what guardianship entailed. If these two caused trouble in the future, would it not fall on them to clean up the mess? Lin Shirsi demanded, how could they possibly disdain us? Lin Wu shot back, no idea. As if the two of them never played with feces. Exactly. They enjoyed it even more than we did. Lin Wu continued, when we played without them they beat us up. TSK. Both Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi stopped arguing and turned their heads in unison to stare at Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu. Lin Shirsan reiterated once more. I will only accept Lin Shirlu. Lin Shi had already rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. Team leader Qiao and had completely lost her composure, momentarily forgetting to intervene. It was only when the wails of Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu echoed through the room that she hurried forward to stop him. Students, hitting children is wrong. You must educate them with patience. Lin Shi replied, I am currently educating them with patience. Qiao and could not hold him back at all. Lin Shirlu hid in the corner, trying to shrink herself as small as possible. What a miscalculation. She should have brought her gas mask so no one could see her face. Your four brothers all play with feces. Just thinking about it was mortifying. Was playing with feces some noble activity? Could they not discuss such matters when it was only among themselves? After Qiao and calmed Lin Shi down, the discussion returned to who would be transferred to Lin Shirsan's name. After lengthy deliberation, it was finally decided that Lin Wu would be transferred to Lin Shirsan. Lin Shirsan only wanted Lin Shirlu because she was the most worry-free. On the garbage planet, she rarely sought out trouble. Though she had a soft heart, she neither provoked trouble nor feared it. If she was so well-behaved on the garbage planet, there was no need to mention how she would be on Orphistar. Lin Shi could not bear the thought that if Lin Shirlu were transferred to Lin Shirsan, he would be the one running around cleaning up messes for Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu, while Lin Shirsan lived an easy life. He firmly resolved to shove at least one of them into Lin Shirsan's care. With a twitching lip, Qiao listened from the side as Lin Shirsan enumerated the depraved deeds of Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu to Lin Shi. Only then did Lin Shirlu learn of the glorious exploits of her two brothers. When separated they could beat up 5 people, when together they could gang up on 20. The key point was that when they could not defeat 20 people in a brawl, they would lure the opponent to Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi, making those two take the beating for them while they sneaked back to their shed to drink nutritional supplements. Lin Shirlu's expression was no different from Qiao An's. Listening to Lin Shirsan count on his fingers how many beatings Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu had forced him to endure, she felt their disdain was almost understandable. Lin Shirlu had always assumed that Lin Shirsi and Lin Wu like her spent their days either scavenging for trash or on their way to do so. So it turned out she was the only one genuinely focused on collecting trash and saving star coins. Lin Shirsi protested, were we not learning from you too? Lin Wu added, 5th brother never complained about us either. How can you be so petty? Having said this, Lin Wu glanced at Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi, then shook his head as if saying, you two are not as magnanimous as 5th brother. Lin Shirlu desperately wanted to remind Lin Wu to shut up. Really, just listening to this made her sympathize with Lin Shirsan and Lin Shi. As expected, Lin Shi clenched his fists, rose to his feet, and strode toward Lin Wu and Lin Shirsi. This time Qiao did not move to stop him. The boy was simply infuriating. Lin Shirlu thought back to the time she had lured Wallace near Lin Chi's location. Well, that was different. She had not done it intentionally. In the end, Xiao En nearly ran out of breath before Lin Shirsan finally agreed to transfer Lin Wu to his name. Lin Shirsan did not even bother with threats like, "Don't cause me trouble," or "If you dare cause trouble, I will beat you senseless." He was too lazy to waste his saliva. After a series of complicated procedures, Lin Wu was successfully transferred to Lin Shirsan's name. The moment his optical brain notified him that the guardian change was complete, Lin Shirsan abruptly ended the video call. Not a second of hesitation. Xiao enforced a stiff smile and continued processing their enrollment paperwork with great care. She even thoughtfully asked whether they wanted to start from first grade. As expected, all three shook their heads in unison. There was no need, truly no need. Studying alongside children younger than them. What if a fight broke out and someone was killed? What if they could not keep up with the curriculum? They would figure it out when the time came. Only after Lin Shirlio's optical brain received the enrollment notice from the 5th affiliated primary school did her heart slowly settle by half. Lin Shirlu politely asked Xiao, "And how long can we study here?" Primary school lasts 6 years, middle school 3 years, totaling 9 years. Here university takes 6 years. Lin Shirlu is currently 9 years old, which would put her in 2nd grade, but by the time Lin Shi graduates from university, she will only be in the 2nd year of middle school. She needed to clarify whether she could still attend the 5th affiliated middle school after Lin Shi graduated. If not, she would have to skip grades. Xiaowen looked down at the little girl with tenderness. Even her crew cut could not conceal her gentle demeanor. "You now enjoy the same educational rights as the residents of Aophizi Star. Even after your brother graduates, you can still continue to study here. However what?" Xiaowen crouched down to meet Lin Shirlu at eye level and whispered, "Not all children on Aophizi Star can attend the 5th affiliated primary school. There are too many people and the slots are limited. It's determined by lottery. So after school starts, some children might not be very friendly towards you. But you must understand that you are not taking their resources. This is what you deserve. Your brother was admitted to the 5th Alliance University, which is remarkable. The affiliated primary school added extra enrollment slots for you." As she spoke, Xiao and stroked Lin Shirlio's head. She couldn't help it and did it twice more. "It feels so nice." Lin Shirsi was speechless. Being cute had its perks. Lin Shirlu being bullied. What a joke. So far, only Lin Shire had ever bullied Lin Shirlu and gotten away unscathed. Anyone else who bullied her would either get slapped or at worst end up keeping company with alien beasts. Hearing Xiao En's explanation, half of Lin Shirlio's anxiety settled down. She was relieved and her entire body and mind relaxed. Suddenly Lin Shirlu felt a buzzing in her ears. What was Xiao En saying? It sounded so distant, barely audible. The floor seemed to spin and the scene before her gradually blurred and darkened. Lin Shi caught Lin Shirlu as she fell. In just that brief moment, Lin Shirlio's body was already burning hot. Xiaowen was also startled. She had been fine just a moment ago. How could she collapse? But she reacted quickly and said to Lin Shi, "I'll take you to the infirmary." The infirmary at the 5th affiliated primary school was huge, even larger than the Black Clinic on the garbage planet. Its equipment was so complete it didn't seem like an infirmary. Xiaowen led Lin Shi into the infirmary and immediately grabbed the duty doctor, who was quietly sipping tea. "Doctor, please take a look at this child. She was fine just now, then suddenly collapsed, burning with fever." "Oh dear." The young doctor was pulled over to Lin Shirlu. Seeing her flushed face from the fever, he immediately told Lin Shi to carry Lin Shirlu into the treatment pod. After closing the treatment pod, it began scanning Lin Shirlu's body rapidly, while a nearby machine quickly analyzed her physical condition. The doctor walked over to look at the data on the machine, operated it for a moment, and then the treatment pod quickly filled with a deep blue liquid. Her mind has been under high tension for a long time, and suddenly relaxing was too much for her body. She'll be fine after some rest. Dr. Fair looked at the report on the machine and instructed Lin Shi. However, it seems this little girl is about to awaken her ability, but the energy fluctuations in her body are very weak. She might fail. As he spoke, Fair also felt it was a pity, awakening an ability at such a moment. He wasn't sure if her body could withstand it. Once the medication is fully absorbed, she can go home. She'll have a persistent low-grade fever for the next few days. That's normal for ability awakening. Just endure it. The awakening lasts at most 5 days, and after that her body will return to normal. Seeing the shock on Lin Shi and the others, as if they hadn't expected Lin Shirlu might awaken an ability, and noticing their limited knowledge about abilities, Fair added, "If she doesn't know these are signs of ability awakening, try not to tell her. Keep it normal." Many children from remote areas, when they learn they're about to awaken an ability, get so excited that their low fever turns into a high fever. If they survive, fine. At worst, they fail to awaken. But those who don't make it end up with brain damage and need custom-made potions to salvage their minds. Interstellar medicine wasn't so primitive as to let someone die from a fever, but the brain was fragile and complex, and it could easily be fried into idiocy. As if reminded of something, Dr. Fair shook his head and sighed. It's costly and troublesome. Lin Shirsi gasped, pressing his palm against the transparent glass of the treatment pod, his face tense with worry. Lin Shirlu was so hot just now. She's not going to end up brain damaged, is she? In his mind, he was already picturing Lin Shirlu babbling incoherently. Once Xiaoan knew Lin Shirlu was out of danger, she said goodbye and left. She had work to do. Far had already sat down, picked up his cup, and started sipping. Not to that extent. The fever is caused by her mind suddenly relaxing after long-term tension. That's probably what triggered her ability awakening, but her body seems unable to bear it. Lin Shirsi's quick mind caught the key point. What if I do the same? Far said, do the same what? Lin Shirsi said, if I also keep my mind tense for a long time, and then suddenly relax, can I awaken an ability too? Far smiled, neither confirming nor denying, but asked with a chuckle. Are you sure you can endure that? Looking at this little girl's data, her mental tension has lasted at least 5 years, maybe even longer. Lin Shirsi fell silent, seriously considering it. Even if he could endure, he was now 13, 5 years would make him 18, seemed acceptable. Far saw that the little boy was actually seriously contemplating the feasibility, smiled, and threw out another question. Even if you could endure, how would you keep your mind tense for such a long time? This little girl was probably living with you before, right? You were in the same environment. You're fine, but she was tense. That means the environment wasn't that bad for you. Moreover, the older you get, the lower the probability of awakening. That seemed like a tough problem. Lin Shirsi frowned, thought it over, then gave up. Are there any other ways to awaken an ability? If Lin Shirlu could, then logically he could too. Lin Shirsi felt that if he tried hard enough, maybe he could awaken as well. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him. Far stopped drinking his tea. He felt he needed to give these 3 children from the remote star some proper guidance, so they wouldn't end up believing all sorts of strange remedies from the Starnet. Currently, the Federation is still researching the conditions for ability awakening. Most Federation residents awaken naturally without any trigger, and there's no pattern. Even if both parents have abilities, their children may not necessarily awaken. Cases like this little girl's are relatively rare. The triggers for such awakening vary greatly from person to person. However, I have encountered a few similar cases before. They awakened their abilities while under extreme mental tension, but there is a difference from the girl inside. Hers was a sudden release after prolonged tension. Lin Shirsi felt somewhat disappointed and sighed. School medic Far comforted the pretty little boy in front of him. Don't sigh. The percentage of Federation citizens who awaken abilities is already very small. Not even 1 in 10,000 can awaken, let alone the fact that not every ability is useful. I have seen quite a few abilities that are more hindrance than help. Lin Shirsi, there are useless abilities too. Like what? Far shook his head and declined to answer, simply saying, you will see for yourself one day. At that moment, the treatment pod emitted a series of beeps and Far rose from his seat. Within 5 minutes, the deep blue medicinal liquid had turned clear and the fluid level in the pod was slowly dropping. After Far opened the treatment chamber, the residual medicine on Lin Shirlio's body quickly evaporated, leaving her body dry once more. Far took Lin Shirlio's temperature, 38 degrees, a mild fever. Lin Shi did not rush to pick her up, instead merely watching Far with a puzzled expression. Lin Shiwu, standing nearby, spoke up. Are you going to prescribe any medicine? Far waved his hand. No need. The bath she just took was already medicinal to reduce the fever. The remaining low-grade fever is due to her ability awakening. It cannot be brought down. She just has to ride it out. Make sure she gets proper rest. Awakening abilities is extremely taxing on the body, so provide nutritious food and do not let her go hungry. Lin Shi finally picked up Lin Shirlio and the 3 of them left the school clinic. Nobody mentioned the star credits. Far had not forgotten. Lin Shirlio's information was already registered in the school archives. Each student received a certain annual allowance, and this minor fever reduction would not consume much of it. The cost was automatically deducted. The 3 of them from Lin Shi's side were simply thinking, if you do not bring it up, I will not pay. Lin Shirlu woke up groggily on her own bed. Upon awakening, she felt her body sticky and weak all over. She sat dazed on the bed for 5 minutes before slowly gathering clean clothes to take a shower. After washing, she sat at her desk again and zoned out, pushing her notebook aside, resting her head on the desk surface, unwilling to do anything. Her stomach was a bit hungry, yet she had no desire to eat. After an unknown amount of time, someone knocked on the door. Lin Shirlu lay motionless on the desk, as if she had not heard. When Lin Shirwu entered and saw Lin Shirlu slumped over the desk, she immediately set down what she was carrying and rushed over to check her forehead. It was still burning hot. Lin Shirlu could only feel miserable, wrapping her arms around Lin Shirwu's waist as tears streamed down her face. It feels so awful. Lin Shiwu patted her back, having no real solution. Given Lin Shirlio's condition, even fever-reducing medicine would not work. Lin Shirlu whimpered through her tears, pleading between sobs, "I want medicine, I want an injection." She looked so pitiful. After crying for a while, she ran out of breath and could only gasp, having lost the strength to sob further. Lin Shiwu carried Lin Shirlu to bed and laid her down, telling her to rest well while softly comforting her. "You have already taken fever medicine and your body is already much better. The doctor said you fainted and developed a fever because your mind was under constant tension and then suddenly relaxed. You may have a low-grade fever for another 3 days. Rest well over the next 3 days. Wait here, I will bring you some food." After finishing these half-truths, she touched Lin Shirlio's forehead, once more picked up the cloth from beside the pillow that had been soaking in ice water, and placed it on Lin Shirlio's head before heading downstairs to get food. When Lin Shiwu re-entered Lin Shirlio's room, Lin Shirlu was already awake with her entire head submerged in a basin of ice water on the desk. Lin Shiwu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and firmly pulled Lin Shirlu up before roughly drying her with a dry towel.
在世界的尽头，风会记住每一个灵魂的低语。
But Lin Shirlu was obedient enough to understand that eating would help her recover faster, so she tremblingly picked up a piece of meat and ate it. Frowning, she gave Lin Shirwu, who was drying her hair, a reproachful look. "It is bitter." How could that be? This stew had been purchased by Lin Shi specifically from Starlight Town. That shop was always crowded with customers, and they had all tasted it. The flavor was quite good. Lin Shiwu took a spoonful for herself. "It was not bitter at all." "It is not bitter," Lin Shiwu insisted. Lin Shirlu did not believe her, and took another sip of the broth, but it was still bitter. Her mind gradually caught up. Not the soup was the problem, but her own. She had a fever, her appetite was gone, and an altered sense of taste was entirely possible. She lowered her head, unwilling to drink, and tears fell again. But just as Lin Shiwu was about to comfort her, Lin Shirlu pinched her nose and gulped down the entire bowl of soup in one go. After finishing, she quickly chewed and swallowed the meat inside. She really did just pinch her nose and power through it. The whole motion was seamless. Before Lin Shiwu could react, Lin Shirlu had already collapsed back onto the bed and buried herself under the covers, wallowing in her misery. Looking at the ball of blankets on the bed, Lin Shiwu went over and patted it, then cleared away the dishes and headed downstairs. Shriveling inside the blanket, Lin Shirlu felt like she wanted to die from discomfort. Once Lin Shiwu left, she kept tossing and turning, rolling to the head of the bed, sprawling like a starfish at the foot, half hanging off the edge. She kept shifting back and forth, attempting to find a comfortable position, but her whole body ached everywhere and no posture felt right. When Lin Shiwu brought Lin Shirlu her dinner, she found her curled up in the corner of the bed with a flushed face. Beside her lay a bronze-colored book about 2 palms in size, flickering between translucent and solid. She first reapplied the ice water compress to Lin Shirlio's forehead and neck, then shared what she saw in the group chat. Soon 3 more people squeezed into Lin Shirlio's room, and the 4 of them crowded around her, gazing at the bronze-colored book. However, the book remained elusive, flickering in and out of clarity. None of them spoke aloud, but messages kept flowing through the StarNet group chat without pause. "Lin Shirsi, how can Lin Shirlio's ability be a book? Lin Shir, who would have thought we would know about her ability before she does? Lin Shirwu, if the awakening had failed, only we would know what Lin Shirlio's ability is. Lin Shi, if you cannot speak nicely, then keep quiet. Lin Shirsi, right, all you do is say things we do not want to hear. Lin Shirwu, the truth is always unpleasant. Lin Shirsai, why can we not see the book clearly?" Just then the bronze-colored book suddenly dissolved into particles of light and vanished. The 4 of them quietly slipped out of Lin Shirlio's room. The semi-comatose Lin Shirlu was completely unaware. As soon as the 4 reached the living room downstairs, they could not help but begin discussing, believing that Lin Shirlu had a very high probability of successful awakening. In the middle of the night, Lin Shirlu woke from hunger. He climbed up from the corner of the bed, but tumbled onto the quilt as though his body had grown even weaker. He glanced at the porcelain bowl on the desk, but lacked the strength to reach for it. Oh well, he told himself, if he fell asleep he wouldn't feel hungry anymore. After all, he had no appetite. He closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness, starving faint. Over the next 3 days, Lin Shirlio's weakness worsened significantly. He could barely lift a spoon, so Lin Shirwu ended up feeding him through most meals. Lin Shirlu sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. His mind felt sluggish and unresponsive. Yet the feeling persisted, so he asked around Lin Shirwu and Lin Shi, but learned nothing useful. "Lin Shirlio, am I really suffering from some untreatable terminal illness? Just tell me I can handle it." Lin Shi, Lin Wu doesn't carry that rare gene. Lin Shirwu, most of our family members died from being beaten to death. Rest assured. This did indeed put Lin Shirlu at ease. It wasn't until the 5th day of ability awakening that his fever, which had begun to subside, spiked back up to 38 degrees. Lin Shirlu became completely delirious and couldn't keep anything down, so Lin Shir simply dislocated his jaw, retrieved specialized medical equipment, and forced nutrient solution directly into his throat. Seeing that Lin Shirlu remained unconscious, Lin Shirsi quickly ran downstairs, blended smoked rabbit meat with the nutrient solution into a paste, and rushed back upstairs with it. With an eager expression, he tried to feed Lin Shirliu, but the latter showed no signs of waking. Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu persisted in forcing 3 full bowls down his throat until they finally gave up when he couldn't swallow anymore. Over these 3 days, no matter how much the 4 urged Lin Shirlu to eat the smoked rabbit, he refused. His mouth stayed tightly shut, and when pressed too hard, tears would well up in his eyes. The sight affected all 4 of them. It was no major issue, and they couldn't bear to keep pushing. Yet despite Lin Shirliu's unconscious state, Lin Shirsi ultimately succeeded in getting him to eat. On the final day, the 4 decided to stay in Lin Shirliu's room rather than leave. They were determined to see whether or not Lin Shirliu's awakening would succeed. At 11 o'clock that night, bronze-colored luminescent dust gathered once more beside Lin Shirliu, gradually forming into a bronze book. This time the image appeared clearer than before, with the patterns on the cover emerging gradually. The bronze cover was adorned with delicate golden vines that crept across its surface like ivy climbing a wall, leaving only a small empty space in the center, a vertical seam running down the middle. Lin Shirwu, it's quite beautiful. Lin Shirsi, looks like it's worth a fortune. Lin Shir had already reached out to touch it, wondering if it would be alright. Lin Shi opened the light brain and searched, can outsiders touch an ability during awakening? Would there be any consequences? After filtering out the envious comments and jokes, Lin Shi found what appeared to be a professional answer. Abilities are divided into conventional and special categories. Conventional ones are not recommended for others to touch as they could cause harm. Some special abilities can be touched while others cannot, but given the bizarre nature of abilities, it's still advisable not to touch them. Professional sounding, but ultimately worthless advice. Conventional abilities include elemental and physical enhancement types, while all remaining abilities fall under the special category, a classification system created by citizens on the Star Network out of boredom. The Federation simply refers to them all as abilities. Lin Shi looked at the book beside Lin Shirlu. It was a special type ability, though its function remained unknown. In the end, neither of them reached out to touch it, afraid of interfering with Lin Shirliu's awakening. The bronze book flickered between solid and spectral for a considerable time before finally stabilizing, revealing golden vines and delicate flower buds dusted with golden powder across its surface. All 4 could see the vines straining to materialize, each leaf pushing forward with visible effort. Every leaf trembled with exertion. Lin Shirsi, is that vertical line in the middle straining too? All 4 turned their gaze to the center of the book. The vertical seam and surrounding cover contracted slightly, resembling the expression of someone struggling with constipation. The 4 had never expected to see such a strained expression on a book. It was genuinely trying its best to emerge. At 1:30, the golden vines fully materialized, followed by the emergence of delicate pink flower buds one by one. At 1:50, under the watchful eyes of Lin Shir, Lin Shi, Lin Shirsi, and Lin Shirwu, a soft pop echoed, and the beautiful book gently settled beside Lin Shirlu. Someone whispered breathlessly, Did it succeed? Simultaneously, all 4 reached out, eager to touch the book lying beside Lin Shirlu. Whoosh! The seam between the book pages opened, revealing a jade-green eye that glared warily at them. Upon recognizing the group, it rolled its eyes skyward and closed again. All 4 hands froze midair. Did that thing just roll its eyes at us? Lin Shir was the first to pick up the bronze book. Hefting it, he found it surprisingly heavy. Despite their excitement, none of them raised their voices, speaking only in hushed tones. The 4 leaned in to examine the book in Lin Shir's hands. It had an antique appearance, but whenever it shifted slightly, a subtle luster caught the light, subtle enough to be easy to miss, yet attention-grabbing nonetheless. It was mesmerizing. After admiring it thoroughly, Lin Shir attempted to open it, but it wouldn't budge. The book's eye remained closed, though it rolled an exaggerated eye toward Lin Shir in clear annoyance. The movement of the eyeball beneath the lid was strikingly obvious. Like it's your ability anyway, why so snippy? Lin Shir muttered under his breath, passing the book to Lin Shi before checking Lin Shirliu's forehead. The low-grade fever had finally broken. The 4 stayed until they'd had their fill of admiring Lin Shirlu before departing. Lin Shirlu awoke feeling refreshed and revitalized, as though all fatigue had vanished. He rolled around happily in bed, hugging the quilt and reveling in the prospect of lingering a while longer. It seemed Lin Shirwu hadn't been lying. The fever had indeed subsided after 3 days. That's when Lin Shirlu noticed the bronze-colored book resting beside his pillow. It immediately captured Lin Shirliu's full attention. What a beautiful book. Who gave it to me? He examined it closely, and his hands opened it and found the pages blank. A notebook. He liked notebooks too. Lin Shirlu, clutching the notebook, hurried downstairs and called out to the people in the living room. Who gave me this notebook? I love it. The four watched him with odd expressions. Lin Shirlu felt uncomfortable under their gaze, fidgeting with the notebook in his arms. Why are you all staring at me like that? Lin Shi produced a pouch of nutrient fluid for Lin Shirlu. Without hesitation, Lin Shirlu bit open the pink pouch and drank, feeling an unexplained but intense hunger. Lin Shirwu, don't you feel anything different? Lin Shirlu didn't understand and looked at Lin Shirwu in confusion. Lin Shirsi, just pay attention to how you feel. As she listened, Lin Shirlu sipped her nutrient drink, closing her eyes to focus inward. A sudden sensation flashed through her mind. What? Lin Shirlu's head snapped up, the nutrient tube wobbling at the corner of her mouth. Though slightly startled, Lin Shirlu quickly pieced things together. An awakening ability. The four nodded in affirmation. Lin Shirlu promptly slammed the book onto the table with a loud thud, her expression carefully maintaining its composure. Lin Shirsi pressed, why don't you look the least bit excited? Lin Shirlu pointed at the book on the table. It just called me an idiot. Lin Shirwu furrowed his brow. You're losing track of what matters. Lin Shirlu studied the book before her. If it were merely an ordinary text, she would have already embraced it with enthusiasm, but as a manifestation of her awakening ability, it left her somewhat disappointed. I've always dreamed of awakening an ability. It was impossible, she'd never considered it. No matter how ordinary she seemed, Lin Shirlu always carried an inner conviction that she was destined for something extraordinary. I just wished for a wood-type ability. After all, my goal is to become a junior alchemist. If I'd awakened a wood-type ability, everything would be much easier. Lin Shirsi gazed at the book on the table, the one impossible to ignore, and offered Lin Shirlu a rare word of comfort. Just dream about it. It's already rare enough to awaken. I heard from the school nurse at the 5th affiliated elementary school that not even 1 in 10,000 people can awaken an ability. Lin Shirlu felt only a fleeting pang of regret, then picked up her ability book and smiled. You're right, having any ability at all is a blessing. Not everything goes as planned after all. Hee. She lifted the book, and under the lamplight fine dark patterns shimmered across its cover. Lin Shirlu couldn't help but murmur again. It's beautiful. Lin Shirshir, seeing his sister still admiring the appearance of her ability book, couldn't resist reminding her. What's your ability called, and what does it do? Lin Shirlu lowered her arm and naturally closed her eyes to sense her ability. It's called Bilu. Lin Shirwu asked, Bilu. What kind of ability is that? Most abilities revealed their nature at first glance. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all clearly indicated their functions. But Lin Shirlu's ability bore the name Bilu. Lin Shirlu was equally puzzled and explained while looking at the Bilu in her hands. It's not the ability called Bilu, the book itself is named Bilu. Lin Shi asked, then what's the ability name? Lin Shirlu replied, there isn't one. It only gave me a single response, Bilu. Lin Shirsi rephrased his question. So, what does your ability actually do? She didn't know for certain, but Lin Shirlu had a rough idea of how to use it. Lin Shirlu picked up a pre-packaged portion of smoked rabbit meat with her left hand and slowly flipped open Bilu with her right thumb. As Bilu opened, the golden vines on its cover seemed to come alive, crawling from the front cover into the pages. Lin Shirlu faintly heard the rustling of wind through leaves. Tiny golden pink flowers bloomed along the vines. The whole phenomenon lasted only 3 seconds. After the flowers bloomed, text began to slowly appear on the previously blank pages. Sealed smoked rabbit meat. Consume 10 grams to steadily and rapidly restore physical energy for the following 10 minutes. All 5 stared at the book in Lin Shirlu's hands, each slightly astonished by its contents. They themselves had no idea that merely eating 10 grams would produce a 10-minute effect. Lin Shirlu read the prominent calligraphy on the page, her feelings growing complex. Move this thing away from me, it stinks. Her ability was rather. Lin Shirwu remarked, how pretentious. Slap. Bilu automatically snapped shut. Lin Shirlu tried reopening it. It opened, but she felt an inexplicable resistance, as though it required extra effort. Without thinking, she instinctively understood Bilu's current disposition. Lin Shirlu turned her head. Brother 15, stay away from me. Bilu doesn't want you reading it right now. If that's not pretentious, what is? Getting offended by the truth. Saying so, Lin Shirwu still walked to a position where he could no longer see Bilu. She opened Bilu again. This time, instead of holding anything, she asked within her heart, what was the reason the smoked rabbit meat had such a special effect? Bilu quickly revealed its answer. After the droppings of brave crows are dried, they produce a substance called ningning bone. The smoke generated from burning ningning bone reacts with the annin compound in long-legged rabbit meat. The answer on the first page was not yet complete, with a second page following. In summary, the method only works with long-legged rabbit meat specifically. Bilu replied, given your level of understanding, yes. Lin Shirlu paused, then tried asking, when will the next wave of brave crows arrive? Bilu responded, I'm just a book. What kind of fantasy are you indulging in? Expecting me to predict the future? Why don't you ask when you'll strike it rich? Lin Shirlu asked, "When will I become wealthy?" Bilu replied, "You really dare to ask that? I don't know." Lin Shirsi burst out laughing at the exchange. Ignoring Lin Shirlu continued her questions. "Tell me about starlight grass." Bilu responded, "Starlight grass, also known as stellar luminescent herb, has tips capable of absorbing traces of starlight when it's shown brightest at night. A few rare mutated specimens can absorb large amounts of starlight." The root there were detailed diagrams above as well. Lin Shirlu grew even more satisfied with Bilu. It was no less capable than a wood-type ability. The fundamental reason she had desired a wood-type ability was to better understand interstellar flora. With Bilu, she had solved that problem just as effectively, if not more comprehensively. Lin Shirlu asked, "Besides its hide, what use is the white cocoon beast?" Bilu automatically turned a page. Just as Lin Shirlu awaited the answer, her vision went dark, and the last thing she saw was a line of bold text on Bilu. "You dare misuse your newly awakened ability so recklessly. Don't you think you're pushing your luck? Lin Shirlu thought you should have warned me sooner." Not only Lin Shirlu saw it, everyone nearby witnessed it as well, including Lin Shirwu. The moment Lin Shirlu collapsed, Bilu used inertia to flip its pages toward Lin Shirwu, revealing that line of text to him. Lin Shirwu saw even more. 3 additional letters appeared above it. Pft, Lin Shirwu. Bilu gradually turned transparent and vanished after Lin Shirlu fainted. Once again, the 4 brothers were left staring at one another in bewilderment. After confirming Lin Shirlu had merely overused her ability and would recover, they simply placed her on the couch and went about their own business. When Lin Shirlu awoke, her head throbbed excruciatingly. She neither spoke nor asked anything, simply drank a pouch of nutrient drink and retreated to her room to sleep. It took a full day of sleep before Lin Shirlu finally recovered her vitality. Upon rising, she did not summon Bilu immediately, but instead went directly with her 4 brothers to hunt long-legged rabbits, busying herself once more. Yet there was one change prompted by Bilu. They now only needed to smoke the meat for 30 minutes, which greatly accelerated their efficiency. Lin Shirlu spent her days working tirelessly alongside her brothers, yet she still managed to visit the Xinguang forest each day to learn about the nearby flora. Her notebook grew fuller with entries every day. Lin Shirlu brought back various plants one after another. She now felt that every species had its uses, and wished she could uproot every plant in the Xinguang forest. She had even discovered a mutant mushroom. It was a sharply pointed mushroom that, when boiled in water and consumed, could make one's nails grow long and sharp. Out of a large pile, only 8 had mutated, all of which Lin Shirlu collected, and she brought back the non-mutated ones as well. She wanted to turn that mutant mushroom into a potion, claws like Wolverine's. How cool would that be? Biluo, boil it and crush it, and you have your potion. Don't you know that? Lin Shirlu, won't it spoil? Biluo, this one won't. Tsk, that single syllable dripped with disdain. Well, it was a mushroom hard as rock, clearly not prone to spoiling. Her question had been entirely unnecessary. Sometimes Lin Shirlu wondered if this Biluo belonged to Lin Shirwu. Its words were so deliberately exasperating. Lin Shirlu had claimed another room on the 3rd floor exclusively for her potion making. She had already purchased quite a collection of tools over time, but at present she had only crushed 8 mushrooms, and she had little desire to show off the results. This was nothing anyone with functioning hands couldn't do. This hardly qualified as a potion, more like mushroom juice at best. There were moments when she cared about her dignity. She had placed all the gathered plants into a preservation box, unfazed by spoilage. She rarely took out the Biluo these days. After all, since it was her ability, keeping it close was equivalent to constantly using her power. Even when not actively employing it, proximity to the Biluo functioned like an energy-saving mode. She was still unable to sustain her ability for extended periods. Setting aside the bickering with Biluo, she could now query at most 3 things per day. Beyond that was impossible. Her ability simply did not have enough reserve. Moreover, according to Lin Shirlu's observations, Biluo was actually quite lazy. Were it not bound to her as her ability, unable to refuse, it would shun work entirely, preferring to remain idle until the end of time. Using a brush, she carefully swept the powder from the pink mushroom into a small bottle. Lin Shirlu worked with great care, and upon completion, she set the bottle aside. This would serve as her materials for future potion making. Every evening she processed only 1 plant, never more. After finishing, she immediately descended to bathe and sleep. She had to rise early the next morning to hunt long-legged rabbits. Staying up late was unthinkable. The nearby long-legged rabbits were nearly being hunted to extinction by Lin Shirlu and the others. Recently, the group had been shifting their hunting grounds to different areas in pursuit of prey. With only half a month remaining before the semester began, the 5 of them were straining every ounce of effort to catch long-legged rabbits, determined to earn enough star coins before school started. Even with the brave crows visiting 5 or 6 times daily, the crow droppings in the small courtyard were nearly depleted. The 5 had already begun applying for a patent. With all 5 names listed, if the profits truly materialized, it would be money earned in one sleep. The application itself would have presented certain difficulties, for they knew only the method, lacking any understanding of the underlying principles or elemental composition. The biluo in Lin Shirlio's hands proved immensely helpful, providing a lengthy series of explanations and principles that were as detailed as possible. Lin Shirlu rarely praised it. "You're quite knowledgeable, impressive." "Biluo, my name is Biluo," the biluo from the phrase, reaching the highest heavens. Lin Shirlu roughly understood what biluo meant to convey. Reaching the highest heavens and descending to the Yellow Springs, that is, its search encompassed the widest possible range. It meant to say beneath heaven and on earth there is nothing it does not know. Lin Shirwu, then why not call it the Book of Omniscience? Lin Shirsi probably thought it didn't sound appealing. Besides, Lin Shirlu can be rather pretentious at times. Biluo snapped shut with a loud thud. Lin Shirlu knew she could be pretentious at times, but that did not mean she would not take offense. She immediately charged forward and began fighting with Lin Shirsi. The living room erupted into chaotic clattering. Unarmed Lin Shirlu stood no match for Lin Shirsi. Quickly she was pinned, her head pressed down onto the sofa. Lin Shirsi looked thoroughly pleased with himself. "Lin Shirlio, you still need more training." Lin Shirlio's hands were twisted behind her back. Her entire body strained and pulsed with effort, yet she could not rise. Like a salted fish flapping helplessly, she struggled endlessly, but managed not a single splash. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the sofa, nearly furious with rage. Lin Shirsi, refreshed and composed, released her and reclined with folded arms. Lin Shirlu glanced up, spotted an opening, and swiftly rose, only to be subdued once more. Darn it, in terms of raw strength, she remained the weakest in the household. Her face was pressed again onto the sofa by Lin Shirsi. Her right arm was already dislocated, her face swollen, and her stomach kicked, yet Lin Shirlu still hurled threats. "What are you so proud about? I scratched you 3 times this time and landed a blow on your right cheek. I've improved. Just wait, I'll definitely knock you down someday." Lin Shirsi's hand pressing down on Lin Shirlu unconsciously tightened further, though he still refused to admit defeat. "I was letting you win." From the sidelines, Lin Shirwu let out a derisive snort, and Lin Shirlu laughed. "Hear that? Do you even believe what you're saying? In their fights, whoever showed mercy?" Even Lin Shirwu had scarcely ever held back against her. Humiliated and enraged, Lin Shirsi grabbed Lin Shirlu and beat her once more. In the end, Lin Shirsi's clothes were merely slightly stained and needed no doctor. As for Lin Shirlio, Lin Shirwu carried her on his back to Xinguang town to find a physician. Her injuries were all external, costing her 100 star coins. Emerging from the treatment pod, Lin Shirlu angrily threw wild punches at the air. She was livid. Rather than rushing back, she began jogging around Xinguang town and encountered Lin Shirsi, who was also running. She had thought Lin Shirsi hadn't taken her words to heart. Lin Shirsi pulled ahead and left her far behind. Lin Shirlu attempted to chase, convinced that even if she couldn't match him, she shouldn't fall so far behind. After 5 laps, she realized she truly could not keep up and slowed her pace. "Lin Shirsi, few close call, she didn't catch me." Having finished her laps, Lin Shirlu sought out Lin Shi for sparring. She needed to improve, she needed to grow stronger. "I'm going to beat Lin Shirsi into the ground," Lin Shirlu declared bravely. Sparring. Lin Shi readily accepted. Lin Shirsi never showed mercy against Lin Shirlio, and naturally neither did Lin Shi. Lin Shi even invited Lin Shirlu to the courtyard for their sessions. Although the crow droppings in the courtyard were nearly gone, they were not entirely gone, and Lin Shirlu fought hesitantly. Lin Shirsi's description of her as pretentious was not without merit. The result of her caution was that Lin Shirlu fought covered in filth. It was only then that she let loose and engaged Lin Shi without restraint. And yet she became even more covered in crow droppings, while Lin Shirsi stood to the side sipping fruit juice and muttering incessantly. "Oh, be careful, this crow droppings are a source of star coins now." "Damn it," Lin Shirlu retorted while sparring with Lin Shi. "Shut up. Lin Shi, it seems I can hit harder." Lin Shirlu was kicked flying backward by Lin Shi. She got up and simply grabbed 2 handfuls of shit and threw them in Lin Shi's direction. It seemed as if she was not the same person who had first come to this small courtyard, unwilling to even step down and asking Lin Shirwu to carry her. Lin Shirlu lay in the medical pod once again, and the hospital doctor very seriously gave Lin Shirlu a suggestion. "Actually, the clinic in the east district of the town is pretty good too. You can go there next time." "Lin Shirlio, don't think I don't know you're disgusted by the smell on me." Lin Shi fought more fiercely than Lin Shirsi, but there was still a difference. Lin Shirsi was simply suppressing her while Lin Shi was teaching her. She could recognize many shortcomings during sparring with Lin Shi. Lin Shirlu liked sparring with Lin Shi because Lin Shi didn't pay much attention to her. Every time she went to Lin Shi for sparring, Lin Shi would tie sandbags to her limbs, then stroke her crew cut and say to her gently, Running 30 laps around Xinguang town is more effective than anything. Go. Lin Shirlu always finished running cursing and swearing. After finishing the run she would go to find Lin Shi and Lin Shi would spar with her, but the next time she went to him Lin Shi would make her run 50 laps first. After Lin Shirlu finished running 50 laps she had no strength left to spar with Lin Shi, even walking was difficult. Damn it. Lin Shi simply didn't want to spar with her. The key point was that later Lin Shi got annoyed by the three who frequently came to him for sparring, so he imitated Lin Shi's method and would only spar after they finished a weighted run. Lin Shirlu tried to find a loophole. After I finish running, can I come to you for sparring in 2 days? She was mercilessly rejected by Lin Shi and Lin Shi. There was still half a month before school started, and everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Shi had been looking at houses early on but hadn't settled on one yet. Because of the procrastination of Lin Shi and the other two, several good rental properties had already been taken. Lin Shi finally decided to draw lots. She wrote 4 property options on 4 slips of paper, randomly picked one, and then shouted loudly, "That doesn't count, let me draw again." Saying that she was about to put the slip back and redraw, but Lin Shirlu stepped forward and directly threw that slip away, making Lin Shi redraw from the remaining 3. Only after Lin Shi finally drew a satisfactory property did she stop. Lin Shiwu and Lin Shirlu had no objections to the property on the slip, it was just Lin Shi who was indecisive. He wanted it cheap, close to the school and with everything around. He kept going back and forth. Lin Shirliu, you've already made up your mind in your heart, haven't you? Why are you hesitating? Lin Shi denied, no, I'm really hesitating. Lin Shirlu didn't argue with Lin Shi anymore, she couldn't beat her anyway. After the property was confirmed, Lin Shi immediately contacted the landlord and quickly signed a 1-year contract. The rent was 16,000 star coins per month. Lin Shi tried to bargain using Lin Shi's optical brain, but the houses in that area were never short of tenants, and the landlord refused to lower the price. Finally, the landlord got annoyed and didn't even want to rent to them, so Lin Shi gave up. As for how to live, Lin Shi and Lin Shi had no opinions, it wasn't their concern. They lived on campus and wouldn't bother with Lin Shirlu and the other two unless something came up. As for paying the rent, each person just needed to pay 4 months' worth. After settling the housing issue, Lin Shirlu picked up her long whip and went alone to Xinguang Forest, still to hunt long-legged rabbits. Although they had caught many long-legged rabbits recently, their strength hadn't been trained. So when not too busy, Lin Shirlu would go alone to hunt long-legged rabbits. Provoking one long-legged rabbit would bring the revenge of its entire family, a huge clan. Lin Shirlu would always send her location to Lin Shiwu via optical brain in advance in case she really got into danger, so that Lin Shiwu could come to collect her body. Fortunately, even though Lin Shirlu couldn't defeat so many rabbits, she could still run away. After kicking a 1-meter-long long-legged rabbit flying, Lin Shirlu clearly felt her improvement. Recently her strength had been growing. This kick felt really satisfying, no wonder Lin Shi liked kicking people like that. Lin Shirlu grabbed a rabbit leg and tried again to swing the rabbit in the opposite direction. She improved a little, but didn't knock the rabbit unconscious, and her arm still trembled slightly. A half-meter-long rabbit jumped toward Lin Shirlu. She was already used to these rabbit's tricks and simply stepped back 2 steps, calculating that the rabbit couldn't kick her from that distance. But Lin Shirlu miscalculated. The rabbit actually exerted force from its lower back, rotated downward, alternated its 2 legs, and the other leg smoothly kicked Lin Shirlu's left cheek. It wasn't very strong, but it still made Lin Shirlu stagger. Damn it, when did rabbits learn this move? If all rabbits learned it, they would already be hard to deal with. Swish, thinking of the rabbit's incredible reproductive ability. The long whip lashed toward that half-grown rabbit. This rabbit must die. The whip flexibly lashed about. Lin Shirlu stared fixedly at that rabbit. There were too many rabbits, she was afraid it would mix into the herd, and she wouldn't be able to find it. Lin Shirlu dodged the flying kicks of long-legged rabbits from time to time. Just before that rabbit could burrow into a rabbit hole, the whip snared its thigh. Crackle, crackle. Electrifying and pulling at the same time. After only 2 seconds of electrocution, the rabbit turned its head and bit off its own thigh. This shocked Lin Shirlu. It absolutely couldn't be left alive. With a whoosh, the whip crackling with lightning lashed toward that rabbit. Several rabbits had already stepped forward to block Lin Shirlu's attack. But Lin Shirlu's whip was like a loach threading through the rabbit herd and snaring that rabbit again. This time she wrapped it around the neck. Lin Shirlu smiled. Go ahead and bite off your own head if you can. Crackle, crackle, she electrocuted the rabbit until it was charred and fragrant. The rabbit on the whip stopped struggling. The surrounding rabbits seemed to go mad, hopping toward her as if she had committed an unforgivable crime. Lin Shirlu turned and ran. She was experienced now. As long as she ran out of Xinguang Forest, the herd of rabbits would not chase her out. Lin Shirlu even dragged the charred rabbit as she ran. Biluo appeared beside Lin Shirlu. Lin Shirley wanted to know what was special about that rabbit behind her, whether its meat had other effects. After all, this rabbit seemed more intelligent. Billuo, ah, you killed the future king of the long-legged rabbits. Lin Shirley. Lin Shirley, future king. Lin Shirley ran even faster. Whose future king is so shabby? It should at least have 8 or 10 2-meter-tall strong rabbits guarding it to match the king style. It wasn't her fault. The rabbit attacked her first. Billuo, if you say so. Lin Shirley. The whip in Lin Shirley's hand was still around the rabbit's neck. So what's so special about this rabbit? Billuo, there is. The rabbit meat is now unusable, but its eyes and marrow can still be used. They are rare alchemical materials. Fine. Lin Shirley tightened her grip on the whip. When she ran out of Starlight Forest, she found that the long-legged rabbit behind her had not given up. Lin Shirley kept walking. Why are you still following me? Billuo, oh, long-legged rabbits are actually carnivorous. Huh. So they want to eat their future king. Billuo, a dead king is no longer a king, it's a resource. Eating it benefits them with a certain chance of increasing their strength and perhaps even becoming king themselves. The future king gets such treatment. Lin Shirley suspected the rabbits did it on purpose, otherwise how could this rabbit have died so easily at her hands? Lin Shirley thought this, but didn't ask. However, Billuo bobbed up and down beside her. Lin Shirley felt a bit dizzy and immediately withdrew Billuo. Lin Shirley called her 4 brothers in the Star Network group. Lin Shirley, I've attracted a huge group of rabbits. Come and support me. Lin Shirley had already spotted Lin Shirley from afar. Lin Shirley, see, I told you. Everyone in our family is the same. Lin Shirley held the whip with one hand while voice typing with the other. Lin Shirley, what do you mean? Lin Shirley, nothing, just that your tone at the beginning sounded a lot like the way I used to lure people to Lin Shir and Lin Shi back then. Lin Shirley. Lin Shirley, I didn't mean to. Lin Shirley, oh really? I don't believe it. Lin Shirley took a deep breath. Since they said that she had no choice but to lead them over. Lin Shirley shouted toward Lin Shirley's direction. Brother Shirley, why are you running? I've brought you the long-legged rabbits. Over 600 long-legged rabbits were chasing Lin Shirley. What was this? This was star coins. Who among those who came to Starlight Town didn't have some skill? The rabbits chasing Lin Shirley out of Starlight Forest had no trees or tree holes to hide in. They were practically delivering themselves. Only a small part of the Starlight Town scavengers came out. They took care of over 600 long-legged rabbits in less than 15 minutes. It was like one shot each, whoosh whoosh, and instantly a dozen fell. Afterward, each dragged a dozen or so rabbits away and split them up in no time. Lin Shirley didn't even get a chance to attack. Lin Shirley, solved so quickly. Lin Shirley, humph. Back in the small courtyard, only Lin Shirley was there sitting in the living room drinking tea while fiddling with the fluffy grass placed there, a picture of leisure. Seeing Lin Shirley return, he nodded at her and then continued trimming the fluffy grass. Was she disturbing Lin Shirley? Lin Shirley was stunned for a moment. She unconsciously nodded at Lin Shirley as well, then quietly carried the long-legged rabbit in her hand and went up to the 3rd floor. Hurry, hurry. It's time, let's go. Today was the start of school. A day earlier, the 5 of them had already moved into the pre-rented house. Rubbing her eyes, Lin Shirley stepped out of the room. The 3 of them were all wearing the uniform of the 5th affiliated elementary school, short-sleeved shirts and long pants. The fabric was of an unknown material, cool and refreshing even in summer with a pleasant coolness. Lin Shirley was extremely excited and Lin Shirley was also excited, but she had been so thrilled last night that she barely slept, so she now looked listless. Lin Shir and Lin Shi had been waiting for a while. The 5 of them left together. After escorting Lin Shirley and the other 2 to the 5th affiliated elementary school, Lin Shir and Lin Shi were about to leave when Lin Shirley called them back. Lin Shirley asked Lin Shi to take a photo for her. She had held back for so long, but now her enrollment was a sure thing, no more surprises. If not now, when would she show off? Lin Shirley stood right at the entrance of the 5th affiliated elementary school with the school's name behind her. Under the gaze of the crowd, she smiled brightly and made a peace sign that Lin Shi didn't understand. After Lin Shi took the photo, Lin Shirley had been waiting nearby. Since Lin Shirley had her photo taken, he wanted one too. He had already boasted to his friends on the garbage planet, but none of them believed him. They all thought he was bragging. Lin Shirley clenched his fists and struck a pose showing off his biceps. Lin Shirley, on the other hand, crossed his arms with a disdainful, cool expression. After quickly taking the photos, Lin Shi sent them to the 3 via the light brain, then left with Lin Shir. The actions of Lin Shirley and her 2 companions emboldened the students from other remote planets to take photos as well. For a moment the school gate became lively with a dozen children lining up to have their pictures taken. A bright smile. As she walked, Lin Shirley sent out the photos. The first one she sent was to Hannah. Hannah received photos from both Lin Shirlu and Lilith one after another, and she was so angry she couldn't even eat breakfast. Just wait. Even if her school might not be as good as theirs, Hannah was definitely better than Lin Shirlu and Lilith. Hannah took a deep breath, grabbed the breakfast on the table, stuffed it all into her mouth, and ran towards school while eating. She had started school a year earlier than them. It wasn't for nothing. It wouldn't be that easy for them to catch up. After sending to Hannah, she sent to Lin Wu, Lin Lu, and Lin Chi. Along with the photos, she also sent them a document. These were all the materials and exam papers that Lin Shi and Lin Shi had used during their 3 years of preparation. Whether they would try to take the exams was not up to her. She also told Lin Chi where she had left her transport basket in the corner of the shed. She no longer needed it and Lin Chi could use it. Since she was already sending, Lin Shirlu also sent a copy of the materials to Nyo Lily with a note for Lin Shichi. As for Lin Shire, Lin Shirlu hesitated. She actually really wanted to show off to Lin Shire and send her the photo. Lin Shirlu could already imagine how angry, furious, and resentful Lin Shire would be after receiving this photo. But whenever Lin Shirlu thought about how Lin Shire had specifically learned the interstellar common script just to mock her in her livestream, and had become proficient enough to taunt her within a week, Lin Shirlu felt conflicted. How did she know it wasn't someone else typing for Lin Shire on the light brain rather than Lin Shire learning the interstellar script herself? Because Lin Shire had specifically said in the live stream that she had learned the interstellar script in a week, calling Lin Shirlu stupid for taking so long to learn something so simple. With that kind of determination, Lin Shire could really excel at anything she learned. Knowing that Lin Shi and Lin Shi had actually passed the exams, Lin Shire would probably not be content to stay on the garbage planet. She would also take the exams and her results would likely not be poor. Lin Shire would not be content. Lin 16 took a deep breath, deciding against sending photos to Lin 12 to show off. Just as he was about to dim his light brain, Lin 14 beside him smiled and spoke to Lin 16 and Lin 15. Haha, I sent it to Lin 12, made her furious. Good, she had been overthinking things needlessly. Lin 16 opened the chat dialogue with Lin 12 and a barrage of mockery rolled out continuously. Hey! He sent his photo over, deliberately typing, disappointed you are. Brother 10 and Brother 11 both made it out. Why don't you guess where we are? What a pity he hadn't brought his live streaming orb today, otherwise broadcasting through it would have devastated Lin 12 even more. After finishing that, Lin 16 directly blocked Lin 12. Good, let her be furious. At that moment, Lin 14's light brain video call chimed. Lin 16 turned to look, it was Lin 12. She'd blocked the right person. Lin 14 didn't hesitate for a single moment. He answered with a decisive tap. Lin 14's nose was practically in the air, ready to gloat, but Lin 12 didn't give him the opportunity. She quickly scanned the scenery behind Lin 14, and upon confirming that all three of them were truly studying there, she promptly ended the call. The words Lin 14 was about to say stuck in his throat. In disbelief, he turned to Lin 15 and Lin 16. What does she mean, huh? I haven't even said anything yet. Is she really that unwilling to accept it? None of them missed the defiant glint in Lin 12's eyes before she hung up. Lin 16 murmured thoughtfully, I have a feeling that within 2 years we'll see Lin 12 again. Just as Lin 14 believed that since Lin 16 had awakened his ability, he could do the same, so could Lin 12. Since Lin 10 and Lin 11 could get admitted, she could too. The Starfire gang leader was a bloated man weighing over 300 caddies, yet she had willingly become his 39th mistress, just to live a life of comfort. Lin 12 wanted a good life more than anyone. She had seen another possibility, and she would not accept defeat. Lin 14 scoffed, impossible. Lin 16 looked at Lin 14's confident expression, unable to understand why he was so certain. Why impossible? I refuse to believe Lin 12 would be content staying on the garbage planet. Lin 14 gave a concise yet powerful reason. A child is worth 100 star credits. She volunteered to become the Starfire gang leader's mistress. She won't be going anywhere. Really? But Lin 16 felt that Lin 12 would absolutely not bear children, at least not before her beauty faded. If she intended to have any, she would have done so long ago. Make use of your looks while you still have them, and only then consider having children. That was likely Lin 12's plan, Lin 16 guessed. Lin 16's guess was correct. This was precisely Lin 12's plan for herself. But they had made it out, they had escaped. Lin 12 paced restlessly in her room, biting her fingers in frustration, bloodshot eyes filled with unwillingness. It was truly possible. It was truly possible to leave cleanly, not as a space pirate, not as a trafficked victim, but to go out and live a good life. They could do it, so could she. She was no inferior to anyone. Miss Meanie misses you so much, boss. It was Annie from next door. The Starfire gang leader had arranged all his mistresses in one building. He loved watching women compete for his attention. In the past, Lin 12 would certainly have dressed up elaborately to vie for his favor. After all, the gang leader was truly generous and nothing compared to the practicality of star credits. But today she would still compete, just not by dressing to impress. Lin 12 casually tidied her hair to appear deliberately disheveled and adjusted her makeup to look intentionally plain. Instantly, the glamorous and charming woman transformed into someone garish and forgettable, blending into the crowd of women. As expected, the gang leader didn't even glance her way that day. Back in her room, Lin 12 opened her light brain and began searching for university information. She owed Lin 16 her gratitude, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to read properly now. Lin 16 stopped arguing with Lin 14. If Lin 12 stayed on the garbage planet forever, that would be ideal. The three arrived at the Academic Affairs office to register and soon met their respective teachers. Lin 16 was in the 2nd grade, Lin 15 in the 5th, and Lin 14 in the 6th. Upon leaving the Academic Affairs office, each followed their assigned teacher to their respective classrooms. The teacher ahead of Lin 16 stood ramrod straight, looking nothing like a teacher, more like a soldier. This was her homeroom teacher for the next 5 years, Master Ping, with a buzz cut just like hers and an appearance that suggested she would not be easy to deal with. As Lin 16 observed her homeroom teacher, Ping Yi was also scrutinizing her. The student's eyes were well behaved, but the muscles in her arms and the distance she maintained from others, yes, she likely had a weapon concealed under her clothes. This student probably used her brain and had decent combat ability. She might be difficult to manage. Lin 16 followed Ping Yi to class 8, grade 2. When she arrived, the class was already in session. Ping Yi politely knocked on the door and then led Lin 16 inside. Ping Yi said, "This is our new classmate. She will be studying with you all from now on." Then Ping Yi looked at Lin 16. "That's it. So brief. Isn't there supposed to be something like, 'I hope everyone gets along well'?" Ping Yi looked at Lin 16 without speaking. The meaning was obvious. Lin 16 thought, "If you don't say it, how would I know?" "Ping Yi, welcome the new student. Please introduce yourself." Lin 16 had already noticed that most of the classmates wore expressions of unwelcomeness or even dislike. 2 had indifferent looks and 2 were lying face down on their desks asleep. "Lin 16, my name is Lin 16. Ping Yi waited for her to continue, but Lin 16 had finished. If nobody wanted her here, why bother with a lengthy self-introduction? Ping Yi looked at Lin 16, who gazed back with an innocent expression. Finally, Ping Yi could only point to a seat in the back corner and said, "Seats are arranged according to last semester's grades. They're already set for now and will be rearranged after the next exam. You can sit there for now." Lin 16 had no objections. With 1 desk per person and the classroom sloping slightly downward from back to front, it didn't matter where she sat, she could see fine from anywhere. She obediently walked to that seat and sat down. After she was seated, Ping Yi immediately left. Ignoring the furtive glances around her, Lin 16 had a delightful first class because the teacher not only covered the federal curriculum, but also shared abundant extracurricular knowledge. Lin 16 had already studied elementary and middle school knowledge on her light brain back on the garbage planet, but in this class, she still opened her light brain and took numerous notes. For anything she couldn't keep up with, she even recorded the lecture. After class, no children surrounded Lin 16, and there were no mocking remarks as she had imagined. They simply gathered at a distance, occasionally stealing glances at her and whispering among themselves. Only one classmate stepped forward with a sense of duty to introduce herself to Lin Shirlu. "Hello, Lin. I'm Qingjia, the class monitor. If there's anything you're unsure about, feel free to ask me." Lin Shirlu didn't stand on ceremony. "Monitor, what's the next class?" Qingjia replied, "I'll add you to the class group chat. The schedule is posted there, and any future activities will be announced in the group." Lin Shirlu nodded and joined the class group via her light brain. Having fulfilled her duties as monitor, Qingjia eagerly reunited with her circle of friends. Lin Shirlu glanced at the 2 students who had remained indifferent earlier. They showed no intention of forming a bond with her. Ah, well, that's how it is. An ordinary child might have found this unbearable, but Lin Shirlu was indifferent. She could easily isolate everyone. She wondered how her 2 brothers were faring. Lin Shirlu didn't initiate conversation with any classmates. She simply opened her light brain and began to play. Whispers arose once more. "Good heavens, which era is that light brain from? Must be from some backwater place, a poor soul." Lin Shirlu. Well, she wasn't poor now. She had earned a substantial amount of star coins from selling smoked rabbit meat, enough to keep her from worrying about currency for the near future. Though she still hadn't saved enough star coins to buy a space buckle. She entered the class group and checked the schedule for the upcoming lessons. After morning classes, the afternoon was reserved for elective courses. Electives in elementary school. Lin Shirlu stood up, located Qingjia, and pointed at the content on her light screen, asking politely. Qingjia hadn't expected Lin Shirlu to be so straightforward. "These courses are designed to give us a head start on what we'll need for university entrance exams. Oh, so it's a cram school, starting as early as elementary school. Lin Shirlu asked, where do I sign up? Cheng Jiao replied, you can register on the school's official website. It's that formal. Lin Shirlu said, thank you, monitor. Cheng Jiao responded, you're welcome. After asking, Lin Shirlu returned to her seat and immediately opened her light brain to register on the school's website. Thankfully, she managed to secure a spot just in time. She relayed the information she had gathered to Lin Shirsi, and Lin Shirwu then stopped engaging with them. Each class lasted an hour, and there were usually only 2 in the morning. Afterward, students were free to do as they pleased. After class, Lin Shirlu followed the school map downloaded on her light brain and toured the entire campus. The school was enormous. If the affiliated elementary school was this vast, how large must the neighboring university be? After completing the circuit, it was lunchtime. The cafeteria. The school was crowded, and even though classes were over, most students chose to stay on campus. Lin Shirlu followed the flow of people into the cafeteria and joined a random queue. For 50-star coins, she got a balanced meal of meat and vegetables, taking a little of each dish. The portions added up, and if she wasn't full, she could get more staple food. Students with limited star coins could also purchase nutrient packs from the cafeteria. The flavors changed weekly, unique to this place, reportedly developed by the neighboring 5th Alliance University. Even those with plenty of star coins often bought a few packs to try, each costing just 10 star coins. Lin Shirlu carried her tray, scanning the room. Everywhere was packed with people, but the cafeteria was spacious enough. After walking a bit, she found a seat. She sat down immediately and began to relish her lunch. In the 2 months since arriving on Orpheus Star, aside from the rabbit meat her family prepared, she had yet to encounter anything unpalatable. Everything was a novelty to her taste buds. With each bite of vegetables, meat, and staple food, everything was delicious. The flavors of several vegetable dishes even reminded her of the nutrient packs she had on the flying boat. After just 2 bites, a commotion erupted ahead. Lin Shirlu paid no attention. She had never been fond of spectacles. But many around her put down their trays and rushed to see what was happening. Hey! Another fight. Who is it? Looks like the newcomers. Lin Shirlu took another bite of the pinkish meatball, delicious. She devoured it in one large mouthful. Another disturbance arose from the left front. A fight broke out there too, and before it ended, yet another pair started scuffling in the back. Wow, this school sure is lively. Had no teacher come to intervene yet? Were they doing it on purpose? Finishing the last sip of soup, Lin Shirlu rose contentedly and left. As she passed the left front area, a red-haired student was pinning another student face down on a tray, patting the captive's cheek lightly. 2 others lay on the ground. Lin Shirlu walked straight ahead, eyes fixed forward. A student with a tail gave another a forceful kick to the stomach, sending him tumbling into the crowd. A teacher finally strolled in to apprehend the troublemakers. Wow! The school staff only arrived after the victor had been decided. Lin Shirlu checked her light brain. There was still time. She entered the school library. At this hour, the library was quiet, but completely full. Were they all so devoted to studying? Lin Shirlu picked up a beginner's herbal medicine book. Upon entering the library, her light brain received a reminder: no photography, no talking. She stayed for only an hour before leaving to take a nap. At 2 in the afternoon, a junior pharmacist would be giving a lecture at the school. She needed to be well rested, otherwise she feared her energy would falter. Wait, she also needed to grab a seat. Lin Shirlu headed straight for the lecture hall. Sure enough, it was already crowded. The prime seats in the middle were taken, and it was only noon. The hall was nearly full. Lin Shirlu found a spot in the corner, set an alarm on her light brain, and lay down to sleep. When she woke up, the area around her was packed, even her corner was cramped. Looking at the center, it was spacious. No one dared to squeeze in there. Damn, no wonder everyone rushed to the middle. Next time she would come earlier and sit in the center. At 2 o'clock sharp, a young woman with a ponytail walked into the lecture hall. She looked about 18 or 19. She started with an introduction. I'm a junior at the 5th Alliance University on Orpheus Star. My name is Guan Ping. You can call me Teacher Guan or Senior Sister Guan. I was once a student of the 5th Affiliated Elementary School, and I hope you'll all become my juniors in the future. After speaking, Guan Ping launched into her lecture without delay. Lin Shirlu hadn't even had time to marvel at the senior's skill before she opened her light brain's notes and started furiously typing. For 2 hours straight, without even a bathroom break, the lecture continued non-stop. When the time was up, Guan Ping immediately left, leaving only one sentence: absorb the knowledge from this class well. If you have any questions, bring them to the next session. It was now 4 o'clock. Lin Shirlu checked her light brain. The next junior pharmacist lecture was scheduled for 2 days later. She tried to register now, but found that registration was only open on the day of the event. It was understandable. If registration had been open earlier, she would have signed up that day. Lin 16 did not rise to leave immediately. Instead, she began reviewing the schedule for this month's potion classes, setting alarms one by one to ensure she would not miss a single lesson. The time was still early. Lin 16 headed toward the school's training room. There should be quite a few people at this hour, but the school only kept it open until 8 in the evening, and she did not want to miss the opportunity for free exercise. Upon arriving at the training room, she found it indeed packed. The crowd made for a lively atmosphere, and many students were sparring and training in pairs. Lin 16 spotted 2 students on treadmills who were about to collapse from exhaustion, yet still pushing themselves to persist. While enduring, one urged the other to give up, even finding the energy to sneer and call them trash between gasps. Lin 16 peeked over to check their machines. All displayed the same speed, clearly a contest of endurance. The display read 20 kilometers. She recalled that in her past life a marathon was only about 40 kilometers. Many students were training against each other, while also finding time to trade insults. Lin 16 noticed several pairs shoving one another, yet no actual fights broke out. Despite the surrounding crowd egging them on, both sides managed to hold back. The reason was a notice posted at the entrance: anyone caught fighting would be banned from using the training room for 6 months. 20 teachers paced the training room, ready to correct improper forms and keep the younger students from escalating their altercations. If anyone truly started a fight, it would surely spiral into a massive brawl. This place must have witnessed countless such incidents. Lin 16 walked into the training room and found it well equipped with everything needed for basic training, though many pieces of equipment were unfamiliar to her. Lin 16 first located a treadmill and began running slowly. After completing her daily quota, she strapped sandbags onto her limbs and started practicing kicks against a large heavy bag. Each kick delivered full force. The heavy bag resonated with loud thuds. She was not the only one training this way, many others around her were kicking as well. As she kicked, Lin 16 noticed a few students seemed to be competing with her. Whether it was her imagination or not, several people around her were kicking the bag at the exact same rhythm. Lin 16 deliberately quickened her pace, and the 4 around her quickly matched her rhythm. When she stopped, she looked at the boy to her left, the girl to her right, and the 2 boys in front. What was the meaning of this? The 2 in front were her classmates, yet none acknowledged her questioning gaze. They simply continued their leg-kicking practice, as if she were invisible. Only the nearest boy met her gaze with a provocative smile, then accelerated his kicking speed, as if determined to prove he was superior. Lin 16 was speechless. What was there to prove? Rather than speeding up, she deliberately returned to her original rhythm. She was here to train, not to compete. She would not risk injuring herself over something so trivial. As 8 o'clock approached, Lin 16 was drenched in sweat. Of the 4 who had been secretly competing with her, only 2 persisted until the end, those on her left and right. Her 2 classmates had not lasted. Lin 16 stood aside for her final stretches, pressing her left leg then her right before attempting the splits. Having completed her full stretching routine, Lin 16 felt refreshed and invigorated. Youth was indeed wonderful. In her past life, her legs had been stiff as boards, and she had even failed the seated forward bend test. A boy sprawled nearby stared in disbelief. "Aren't you tired?" How could she still have energy to stretch? Lin 16 mid-stretch replied casually, "I am tired. But I still need to stretch." The boy countered, "But you look like you're doing it with ease." Lin 16 was indeed tired, but she had not yet reached her limit. Compared to hunting through an entire night in the wilderness back in her past life, this was nothing. She felt she could increase the difficulty next time, otherwise it would be difficult to surpass Lin Shirsi in the future. She held grudge as well. The girl beside her, watching Lin 16 continue stretching, gritted her teeth and forced herself up to stretch as well. She was clearly stubborn and refused to admit defeat. However, exhaustion made her form far from standard, quickly drawing the instructor's attention. With the teacher's help, she finally began her stretches properly. The boy rested for a while before starting his own stretches. By then, Lin 16 had finished and was removing the sandbags from her limbs. The boy and girl, they had been so focused on training that they had not even noticed the sandbags Lin 16 was wearing. Defeated, utterly defeated. The girl looked as though she were falling apart, and even the teacher helping her stretch could not suppress a laugh. She can do it, and so can you. Keep pushing yourself. Good luck. Children from Orpheus Star attended the same school as children from other planets, and comparison was inevitable. The more they compared, the more conflicts arose. Orpheus Star children held a numerical advantage, and with enough numbers, several would undoubtedly stand out as exceptionally gifted. Meanwhile, children brought from remote stars to attend school typically possessed some notable strength. Those from garbage stars and abandoned stars were no exception, either physically capable or abnormally intelligent. The school never interfered with minor scuffles. A healthy competition benefited both sides. As Lin 16 prepared to leave, the boy called out to her while stretching. "Are all children from abandoned stars this formidable?" His shout drew the attention of nearly half the room. Lin 16 felt her toes curl. She snorted. Who said I'm from an abandoned star? The boy pressed, then you're from a remote star. Lin 16 looked up. I'm from a garbage star. The boy shrugged. Honestly, not much different from an abandoned star. He introduced himself. My name is Carlo. Carlo Donovan. Second year, class 3. What's your name? Lin 16 replied, I'm Lin 16. Second year, class 8. Carlo declared, next time we'll compete again. No sandbags. Lin 16 did not immediately respond. She was busy. Thank you very much. We'll talk about next time. I'm heading out. With that she waved to Carlo and left. Carlo called after her while continuing to stretch. Hey, why the rush? You haven't even added me on the light brain. He glanced at Ollie, who was stretching nearby. Don't you want to be friends with her? She seems pretty nice. Ollie gritted her teeth through her stretch. I lost so badly. That person had challenged her without warning and won so decisively that Lin 16 could still bounce around afterward, while Ollie needed the teacher's assistance just to stretch. How could she possibly summon the courage to reach out first? After returning home, Lin 16 summoned by Luo. There was little danger here now, so she should practice using her abilities more often. Lin Shiwu and Lin Shirsi were not around, seemingly busy with other matters. After drinking a pouch of nutrient fluid and washing up, Lin 16 opened her light brain to review the potion knowledge she had learned that day. Gather what she didn't understand and find Teacher Guan for answers in 2 days. Biluo floated before Lin Shirlio, swaying left and right to assert its presence. Yes, she always overlooked Biluo's existence. Opening Biluo, Lin Shirlio's doubts were quickly resolved. After 3 questions, she still wanted to ask more. Biluo, are you sure? With that little bit of ability. Lin Shirlio picked up Biluo's page with one hand and forcefully turned it. You are my ability, I say what goes. Biluo, woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Shirlio. Lin Shirlio, speak properly. With that, Lin Shirlio turned to a new page, enduring the sharp pain in her head, took a deep breath. Progress good. Using the ability really helps. Looking down at the pharmaceutical knowledge, Lin Shirlio began to organize and record it, constantly reminding herself in her mind that she must not stop thinking just because she had this ability. The ability was not omnipotent. Biluo, wow, you're so good, the ability has upgraded 4 times. Lin Shirlio, what's wrong with this book? Such a sarcastic tone. Ding dong. It was a message from the class group. Opening it, it was from Pingyi. Pingyi, tomorrow afternoon the school will hold various competitions. I hope all students actively sign up. Here are the prizes prepared by the school. 3rd place can choose 1 item, 2nd place 2, 1st place 3. Below is the registration link. Lin Shirlio opened the prize list Pingyi sent. It was a long list containing medicinal plants, minerals, potions, exotic beast eggs, energy balls, everything. These items, if placed outside, might not be snatched up, but could still fetch a large sum of star coins. Lin Shirlio checked each item on her light brain, but unfortunately many of them she didn't know their uses. Opening the registration link, there were many options. Lin Shirlio glanced through them. All university subjects: botany department, pharmacy department, mechanical engineering department, individual combat department, mecha department, command department, logistics department, medicine department. Lin Shirlio directly signed up for 3: pharmacy, mechanical engineering, and individual combat. She wanted to see where her level ranked in the school. After registering, Lin Shirlio endured the throbbing in her head and opened her light brain to continue studying. The next day, Lin Shirlio went to school carrying her notebook. When she got up in the morning, Lin 15 and Lin 14 were still in bed. She didn't know what they had been doing all night. Lin Shirlio woke them up, and the 3 of them ran to school. On the way, Lin 14 grinned cheekily and said to Lin Shirlio, "Don't worry, if we're late we'll climb over the wall. I know a spot where the teachers won't catch us." Lin Shirlio, really? I don't believe it. With that, she quickened her pace and entered the classroom just before being late. She really needed to exercise more, running so fast she wasn't even out of breath when she arrived. Opening her notebook, Lin Shirlio had recorded a lot of content, studying more diligently than anyone. After the 2 morning classes, Lin Shirlio took her notebook and went to the library. She picked up a book that only a 2nd-level pharmacist could understand, closed her eyes, and started copying. Can't use the light brain to take photos. Then I'll hand copy it. These books are precious knowledge, many can't be found in other libraries. Even if they could, they'd cost star coins, but now they're free. So many books, 5 years wouldn't be enough to memorize one a day. What if I forget later? Copy. In her consciousness, Biluo turned over discontentedly as if to assert its presence. Lin Shirlio, don't be fussy, I can barely use you 4 times a day, more than that makes me dizzy. The way to improve an ability is to practice more, there are few shortcuts. With her current assets, even if she wanted shortcuts, she couldn't afford them. Biluo, if you're weak, just practice more. Lin Shirlio's hand kept writing while in her mind she communicated with Biluo. Lin Shirlio, can't you work harder yourself? Biluo. Lin Shirley, if not then be quiet. Blocking out Bilyo, Lin Shirley focused on copying books. While copying, she also memorized some parts. It wasn't until the afternoon competitions were about to start that she put away her notebook and rushed to the events. Lin Shirley had signed up for 3 events, so time was tight. The first was the pharmacy exam, which was a written test not requiring potion preparation. It was essentially an exam. Lin Shirley wore a holographic helmet in the classroom, surrounded by other students taking the same exam. She only found out when she arrived that the competition had no grade restrictions. Anyone who signed up could take it. It was a bit like college entrance exams. Many people in their 50s and 60s were also taking it. This was Lin Shirley's first time using a holographic helmet. Before she could even marvel at it, the exam began and 3 densely packed test papers appeared out of thin air before her. There were many questions about plants' potion preparation, many she didn't understand. Lin Shirley could only fill in what she knew. On the 3 papers, she barely managed to answer less than a tenth. After confirming she couldn't answer the rest, Lin Shirley decisively submitted her paper. She had filled in what she could guess, but the rest she didn't even know how to guess. After submitting the paper, Lin Shirley rushed off to the mechanical engineering exam. This one was not a written test, but directly assembling mechanical parts. Although it was a bit rough, and she couldn't refer to her notes, Lin Shirley finished within the time limit. Upon completion, she automatically advanced to the next round. Lin Shirley lasted 3 rounds, but was defeated in the 4th. Still, she did her best. Finally, there was individual combat, which was the simplest, just a competition of skill. Lin Shirley wasn't in a hurry. Many people signed up for individual combat. The system would randomly assign numbers. For people like her who signed up for multiple competitions, the school system would adjust the schedule. When Lin Shirley arrived, it wasn't her turn yet. The atmosphere was lively and the crowd seemed divided into 2 camps. Each side was cheering. Lin Shirley spotted Lin 14 and Lin 15, who had just arrived as well. It seemed they had also been participating in mechanical competitions. Lin Shirley watched from the sidelines, observing the fights of all sizes. There were many skilled and many weak contestants. Nearby teachers were watching and medical staff were on standby. A shrill scream. Lin Shirley looked toward the sound and saw a girl with a high purple ponytail twisting a boy's arm into a dangerous angle. "Do you surrender?" The boy just screamed but refused to give up. The girl sneered, then twisted his other arm, then his leg. The surrounding teachers frowned and stepped forward to intervene. "Teacher, I didn't kill anyone." This remark made many students around glare at the girl. The girl was completely unfazed, looking down at the boy on the ground as if he were trash. Wouldn't it have been easier to concede early and avoid all this? Lin 16 held her arm in the corner, silently enduring phantom pain. Bones had pierced through the skin. Sigh. The surrounding crowd was buzzing about that girl. "This is way too ruthless. All those from the abandoned star are like this." "This isn't the abandoned star. Everyone here is a classmate. We shouldn't have bothered to bring them here in the first place." The abandoned star, where conditions were even worse than the trash star. It was said that all resources there had been depleted, abandoned by the Federation. Even spacecraft would not make stops there. Most abandoned stars served as lairs for space pirates, and their inhabitants were mostly descendants of pirates. Although the trash star was nothing but waste, it had not yet reached the point of complete abandonment. At the very least, water resources were not lacking, and people could still manage to feed themselves. Soon it was Lin 16's turn. Her opponent was a 3rd-year girl. Lin 16 did not dare underestimate anyone, so she went all out, and then she won the match swiftly. Lin 16 was still a bit dazed as she stepped off the platform. She won just like that. The girl who had been thrown off the stage by Lin 16 shot her a furious glare. Lin 16 gave her a smile, which only made the girl even angrier. Less than 5 minutes later, it was Lin 16's turn again, and once more she won with ease. This feeling of being formidable after leaving the trash star was wonderful. After winning 8 consecutive matches with only a slight stain on her clothes, Lin 16 felt the world was beautiful until she encountered Lin 15. Lin 15 showed absolutely no mercy, slamming her head against the ground repeatedly. Lin 16 bit down hard on the web between Lin 15's thumb and index finger, refusing to let go. Damn it, how could Lin 15's left hand have such strength? They fought for a full 20 minutes, blood flying everywhere. In a stroke of fortune, Lin 16 managed to kick Lin 15 in the abdomen, sending her flying. Satisfying. A significant improvement. Then Lin 16 got beaten up by Lin 15 for a full 15 minutes, one-sided, until Lin 15 kicked her out of the arena. Lin 15 did that on purpose. Even as Lin 16 was forced into the treatment pod, she was still baring her teeth at Lin 15, her teeth loose from the beating. Lin 15 stood with arms crossed beside Lin 16, just out of reach, where it seemed she could almost touch her but couldn't. It only made her angrier. From then on, Lin 15 hung around Lin 14, getting beaten alongside him. Because of Lin 15's appearance, Lin 16's progress stopped at rank 182. For a second-year student, this was actually a decent result, and Lin 16 had initially thought so too. But she did not leave. She waited, thinking that, even if she could not defeat Lin 14 or Lin 15, watching them get beaten would be worthwhile. Instead, Lin 16 watched as Lin 14 and Lin 15 surged forward into the top 10. Honestly, she felt they had not exerted themselves as much fighting others as they had fighting her. Lin 16 thought that if she had not encountered Lin 15, she might have made it into the top 10 as well. Among those in the top 10, 8 were 5th and 6th graders, while 2 were from the 3rd and 4th grades. The 1st and 2nd years were completely eliminated. The girl with the purple ponytail that Lin 16 had seen earlier nearly made it into the top 10, but ran into Lin 14 during the round of 20, competing for 10 spots. The girl struck with ruthless ferocity from the start. Lin 14, never one to hold back, found 3 of his fingers broken by her attack. Enraged, he grabbed her ponytail and slammed her face into the ground, delivering 2 sharp slaps. Since his 3 fingers had been broken, he stepped on her head to pin her down and proceeded to systematically break each of her 10 fingers. Lin 16 watched from the sidelines, and the phantom pain flared up again. What was wrong with that girl? She seemed obsessed with breaking other people's limbs. Throughout the consecutive matches, every classmate who faced her ended up with at least some broken limbs or fingers. It was not until the teacher intervened that Lin 14 finally released the girl, her face covered in blood. Lin 14 even had a remark to make. "Teacher, I did not kill anyone. Wouldn't you have avoided all this if you'd just conceded early?" The teacher thought to herself, how could she concede when you've smashed her mouth so badly she can barely speak? Lin 14 did not care what others thought. He had already been holding back. Everyone except this girl had fought him with restrained force. Even Lin 16 had not received that kind of consideration. After releasing the girl, Lin 14 immediately found the school medic to set his fingers straight. A quick scan from the treatment device, and within 5 minutes, he was back on his feet. The competition continued, and Lin 16 watched until the very end. She noticed the students seemed divided into 2 factions, one trained in formal techniques with disciplined movements, the other relying on rough, unorthodox methods that simply got results. Either approach proved effective in combat. Finally, Lin 14 and Lin 15 faced off, and Lin 16 positioned herself closest to them, cheering them on relentlessly. "Quick, quick. Hit him. There, yes. Hit harder." While Lin 16's voice drowned out everyone else, single-handedly rallying the crowd, though nobody could tell which side she was actually supporting. The 2 brothers on stage were trading blows with such ferocity it seemed like they would knock each other's brains out, pure visual brutality. Lin 16 screamed her heart out from below, cheering them on with equal intensity. "Put everything into it, consider it revenge for me. Make them hurt even worse." In the end, Lin 14 swept Lin 15's legs out from under her with a kick, securing a narrow victory. When the match ended, neither competitor immediately entered their treatment pots. Instead, they both turned and reached for Lin 16. She tried to dart through the crowd right away, but despite how spread out everyone was, she could not break through. Looking up, she realized those unfamiliar classmates were either watching for entertainment, staring at the ceiling, or looking down at the ground, deliberately blocking her path without actually moving. Lin 16 sneered at their feeble resistance. She shoved hard with both hands to push them aside, but it was too late. Lin 14 had already seized her by the collar. With a single toss, Lin 14 hurled her onto the stage, where she found herself caught in a double match in front of all the other students. It looked like a doubles match, but really it was 3-on-1. Lin 16 would occasionally team up with Lin 15 against Lin 14, or switch sides to fight Lin 15 alongside Lin 14, though mostly it was just the 2 of them ganging up on her. The teachers below chuckled at the spectacle, only ambling over after 5 minutes to intervene. By then, Lin 16's eyes were already black and swollen. Quite fittingly, she ended up in the treatment pod alongside Lin 14 and Lin 15. In the end, Lin 14 took 3rd place and Lin 15 5th, while Lin 16 barely scraped into 182nd. What a frustration. She could not even show off these results. The gap was enormous. Especially after the match ended, watching those 2 smug little grins directed at her made Lin 16 so angry her nose nearly crooked. What made Lin Shirlu even angrier was that both Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu performed excellently in their machinery exams, both ranking in the top 20, while Lin Shirlu placed a dismal 130th. The only consolation for Lin Shirlu was her pharmacology exam, where she barely managed to place 20th. However, Lin Shirsi and Lin Shirwu hadn't even taken the pharmacology exam, leaving her no one to boast about it to. Fuming, Lin Shirlu went to training that night and added 2 more sandbags, mercilessly unleashing kick after relentless kick against them. By the time Lin Shirlu left the training room, Carlo beside her didn't dare call out to stop her. He had a strong feeling that doing so would land him in a beating. After venting her frustrations at the training room, Lin Shirlu returned home in a considerably better mood. She summoned Bai Luo, quickly resolved some questions she didn't understand, and took notes. Yet, she found no motivation to continue studying. Lying on her bed and rolling restlessly from side to side, she opened her optical brain and began browsing potion shops. Lin Shirlu had collected quite a few peculiar stores. When she had nothing else to do, she loved strolling through these shops and reading the reviews beneath their potions. Nothing relaxed her more than this. When Lin Shirwu returned, he heard Lin Shirlio's foolish giggling. Huh. Had someone knocked the brains into her? Stepping into her room, he peeked through the slightly ajar door and saw Lin Shirlu grinning foolishly at her optical brain. Ahem. Her laughter abruptly ceased. Lin Shirlu turned and spotted Lin Shirwu, then let out a cry and lunged at him, determined to settle the score. She got beaten again. She quickly placed an order on her optical brain for ointment. Lin Shirwu applied it to Lin Shirlio's face, laughing as he spread it. Lin Shirlu grew rather despondent. Where's Lin Shirsi? Didn't he come with you? After putting away the ointment, Lin Shirwu replied, how would I know where he went? Oh. Lin Shirlu responded flatly, then began searching her optical brain for nearby entertainment venues. Tonight, she didn't want to grind anymore. She wanted to unwind. Huh. A shooting range. Lin Shirlu immediately sprang up, pulled on her shoes, told Lin Shirwu she was heading out to play, and sprinted toward the range. Wow, she hadn't expected there to be a legal shooting range outdoors. Haha. Following the map on her optical brain, Lin Shirlu found the nearest one. Many university students chose to join the military after graduation, so numerous shooting ranges were established near universities to help those students practice. Lin Shirlu arrived quickly at shooting range No. 5. What a name. Clearly many students from the 5th Alliance University practiced their marksmanship here. Lin Shirlu pushed open the door and saw a large glass window. Through it she noticed many people inside practicing their shooting skills. The place was quite crowded. Lin Shirlu stood on her tiptoes and asked about the star credit pricing. The front desk was a young woman with rabbit ears. Caught being stared at by Lin Shirlio, she kindly lowered her head and asked what she needed. Want to touch them? Lin Shirlu truly wanted to. Rabbit ears, pink ones at that, so large and long, looking wonderfully fluffy. Lin Shirlu swallowed hard and asked, what would it cost me? The rabbit-eared young woman spoke the most brutal words in the gentlest voice imaginable. Just a few broken ribs from my kick. Lin Shirlu immediately bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry. I haven't seen many beastmen, so I didn't know that was offensive. We're not beastmen, the rabbit-eared girl said. We're Yuan Fu people, little sister. You shouldn't call everyone beastmen from now on or you'll get beaten. Lin Shirlu immediately stepped back and apologized, her guard hairs rising. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. The rabbit-eared girl smiled and said it was fine, but Lin Shirlu noticed her tightly tensed eyes and felt the girl was ready to kick her flying at any moment. Someone who could work here must be quite formidable. Lin Shirlu quickly inquired about the pricing. 500 star coins per hour with a free ion blaster and 100 rounds of magazines provided. Additional ammunition would cost 1,000 star coins per 1,000 rounds. If she wasn't accustomed to the ion blaster, she could switch to another model, though that would cost extra star coins. Various gun models were available for selection, each with different ammunition prices. If she wanted to hire an instructor, that came at a different price as well. Lin Shirlu declined the instructor. The ion blaster she knew how to operate. Her accuracy was poor, but she could handle it. Lin Shirlu rented for 1 hour, and the rabbit-eared girl summoned a male staff member to escort her to the range. Ready to fire again, Lin Shirlu eagerly followed the staff member and upon arriving, impatiently grabbed the ion blaster. This ion blaster was slightly different from the one she'd cobbled together on Junkstar, but the basic operation was the same. Lin Shirlu skillfully loaded the magazine and fired 3 shots at the dummy target across the way. Bayubiubiu. The ion blaster produced a much quieter sound, no longer like the raspy creak of an old bellows. Thinking of her shooting accuracy, Lin Shirlu turned to the staff member beside her and asked, "This range is safe, right? I should be able to shoot at the target without accidentally hitting anyone." The staff member smiled and reassured Lin Shirlu. "Don't worry, our safety measures are impeccable." Fully reassured, Lin Shirlu began firing at the dummy target shot after shot. Each bullet was carefully aimed, yet not a single one hit the target. She was diligently outlining the dummy's silhouette. The staff member beside her maintained extraordinary composure, with absolutely no change in facial expression. After Lin Shirlu exhausted her 100 rounds, he politely approached and asked, "Would you like to purchase additional ammunition?" After learning from the staff member that ammunition could only be purchased in increments of 1,000, Lin Shirlu ordered 1,000 rounds. Watching the undamaged dummy at a mere 100 meters away, the staff member smiled and walked away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would burst out laughing, which would be impolite to the customer. Lin Shirlu paid no mind to the staff member and continued her focused practice. Immersed in concentration, she didn't notice 3 bullets striking the screws that secured the opposite wall. Made of special material, the screws caused the ion blaster rounds to ricochet diagonally toward Lin Shirlu's side. 1 bullet grazed past Lin Shir's scalp and embedded itself into the glass behind her, carving a pale streak across her buzz cut. Lin Shir awed that familiar feeling. Lin Shir remained remarkably calm, but her accompanying classmate erupted in fury, immediately marching to confront the staff about how their safety measures allowed bullets to fly back from the opposite wall. Lin Shir held them back, forcing a smile. This must have been an accident. Then she handed her blaster to her classmate and sat aside to watch, hoping it wouldn't be her turn next. 5 minutes later, another pale streak appeared on Lin Shir's buzz cut, running parallel to the first. Stopping her furious companion once more, Lin Shir took a deep breath, her hands itching slightly. Something shouldn't happen 3 times in a row. Meanwhile, Lin Shirlu was still diligently practicing her marksmanship, and there were indeed some results. She could now hit the target's limbs. She made progress, and that was all she needed to say. If you're weak, practice more. Lin 16 aimed even more intently. Just then the male clerk led 4 people behind Lin 16, intending to call out to her, but Lin 16 fired another shot at that moment. The bullet ricocheted again, tracking true toward Lin 10. His psychological fortitude was extraordinary. His expression remained unchanged, though his breathing grew slightly heavier. Now there were 2 light-colored streaks on either side of Lin 10's buzz cut, making him look rather cool. Lin 10 didn't say a word. He grabbed the nearby chair and stepped forward. His classmates from earlier, noticing the instigator was a little girl named Lin 16, quickly moved to restrain him. They knew his fighting ability and feared he might injure her. One classmate had already detected the resemblance between Lin 10 and the girl opposite them, and recalling Lin 10's prior attitude, chose not to intervene. When the bullet rebounded, Lin 16 turned around. Seeing Lin 10 wielding a stool to discipline her, she immediately redirected the gun's muzzle. You said this shooting range's safety measures are thorough. What exactly is happening here? What if someone gets seriously hurt? The barrage of questions came fast and urgent, as if she feared slowing down would leave her defending herself alone. Lin 16's rapid-fire questioning left the clerk speechless. It did seem to be their problem after all, so he quickly contacted the manager. It was that funnier girl. Lin 16, who had been fairly righteous, saw it was her and remained assertive, though her eyes involuntarily dropped to stare at the floor while maintaining her confident stance. Without concrete evidence, they would need to review the surveillance footage to determine where the fault lay. The manager led everyone to watch the range's monitoring system, giving them a rare opportunity to witness Lin 16's shooting abilities firsthand. The manager zoomed in on the footage repeatedly until it was crystal clear. Lin 16 had accidentally hit the screws securing the opposite wall, which caused this outcome. There were only 4 small screws opposite Lin 16, each struck once by her. Those screws were custom-made, capable of deflecting ion gun bullets, but nobody anticipated such an improbable sequence of events that nearly resulted in injury. After discussing the matter, the manager proposed waiving their charges and offering each of the 6 people a 1-month membership, allowing them to practice at the range whenever they wanted with unrestricted use of ion guns. Lin 16 never expected compensation herself. Her eyes lit up, and she was about to agree when she glanced at Lin 10. He remained silent with his head down. The principal party hadn't even consented yet. Lin 10 had no reason to refuse, and as family he knew better. Was Lin 16 truly without any fault? She should have at least mentioned in the group chat that she was coming to the range, giving them time to prepare and leave safely. Lin 16 followed the manager with a beaming smile to process the membership, then attempted to slip away as though nothing had happened, but Lin 10 promptly seized her ear and began dragging her toward a corner. Lin 10's classmates quickly stepped in to stop him. Hey Lin 10, isn't this in the past? Lin 16 agreed, right, hasn't this been settled? While pinching Lin 16's ear, Lin 10 explained to his classmates. I'm just disciplining her. A young girl wandering around past midnight, is that proper behavior? Doesn't she have school tomorrow? Lin 16 retorted. Lin 10, what nonsense are you spouting? You just want to beat me up. What, past midnight? Only your classmates would believe that excuse. Lin 10 tightened his grip on her ear, bringing tears to Lin 16's eyes. Ow! Lin 10, when did you learn to yank ears? You never did this before. Ow, 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 ow. Realizing she was about to be dragged into a corner for punishment, Lin 16 shifted tactics and turned her teary eyes toward Lin 10's classmates. Big brothers, please convince my 10G. I really didn't mean it. Lin 10's classmates were initially surprised to learn Lin 10 and Lin 16 knew each other, making intervention difficult. However, seeing Lin 16's tearful expression, they felt genuine sympathy. She was only a 9-year-old girl. What wrong could she possibly have done? It certainly wasn't intentional. They immediately stepped forward and restrained Lin 10 on both sides. All right, don't hurt her too badly. She has school tomorrow, he said while subtly signaling to Lin 16. Freed from the ear pull, she bolted away swiftly and disappeared in no time. One of them remarked curiously, Lin 10, your sister runs pretty fast. Lin 10 had already been released, watching his sister's retreating figure. Could she not run fast given the circumstances? For the past 3 months she had been doing weighted laps every day. Opening her optical brain, Lin 10 emphasized in the group chat, Lin 16, from now on when you go to the shooting range to practice, report it in the group first. 3 exclamation marks sufficiently conveyed Lin 10's seriousness. Lin 16 responded, why should I? I won't. Lin 10, just wait until you get beaten. Lin Shi agreed. Lin Shirsi agreed. Lin Shiwu agreed. Meanwhile, Lin 16 had already returned to her room, tidied herself up. She had fired many shots that day, and her aim had improved slightly. Satisfied, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. As for the messages in the group, Lin 16 did not bother reading them. She knew exactly what they would say, words she did not wish to see, and simply chose to ignore them. Early in the morning, Lin 16 grabbed a bag of nutrient solution and headed out. This time she did not need to call Lin Shirsi or Lin Shiwu. She walked leisurely to school and had barely sat down when the class bell rang precisely on time. Perfect timing. Lin 16 opened her notebook and diligently took notes, ignoring the increased scrutiny that was even more intense than the previous 2 days. After class, she stood up to head to the library, but someone stopped her. Her classmates were not in a hurry to leave either, all leaning in to listen from their seats. The person who blocked her had purple hair cascading down and without any preamble got straight to the point. Have a match with me, Lin 16. Lin 16, if you are looking for revenge, I suggest you go to class 3, grade 6. Lin Shirsi is in that class. It was not surprising that people knew about her connection to Lin Shirsi and Lin Shiwu. Those names made it obvious they were from the same family. The purple-haired girl declared, you are too afraid to. Lin 16 pushed the person away from her. Afraid of what? This is your matter with Lin Shirsi. Why should I get involved? Claims have their proper parties, debts have their rightful owners. Whoever beat you like a dog, go find them. What does it have to do with me? I am so innocent, kind, petite, and pitiful, come to me. Are you out of your mind? Lin 16 had only given a gentle push with no real force, yet the girl fell anyway. She wore an expression of deep hurt. Lin 16. An interstellar version of a green tea bitch. Both refined and martial. Shouldn't she recall yesterday's exploits? Who would believe that anyway? Turning her head, Lin 16 saw a red-haired boy standing not far away. She watched as he rushed forward with concern, picked up the girl from the ground, shot her a glare, and then ran toward the infirmary with her. There really were people whose minds were so abnormal they would actually believe it. Cheng Jia said, Lin Shirliu, you should go find your brother. Hu Yan will definitely come looking for trouble over you, Zixin. Fearing Lin Shirliu might not take her words seriously, Cheng Jia elaborated. They don't hold back. They've left many people seriously injured before. And they fight in numbers. Oh, they love a group beatdown. Lin Shirliu asked, how many? Cheng Jia replied, 12, and each one is quite formidable. Lin Shirliu said, could it be them? They once brought 12 people at once. That's precisely why Aura Star changed its policy. Now only 2 are permitted. Cheng Jia nodded. Lin Shirliu said, how does she even have the face to come after me? Yesterday I saw her break the limbs of a string of people. Others didn't seek revenge on her, yet she comes hunting, and she's got the wrong target. Lin Shirliu's words earned nods of agreement from the surrounding classmates. Indeed, how could she possibly have the nerve? Taking the advice to heart, Lin Shirliu abandoned her trip to the library and decided to go straight to find Lin Shirsi, messaging him in the group chat to ask where he was. Lin Shirsi, I'm in the training room. You're heading to the shooting range. Lin Shirliu felt a surge of irritation. Lin Shirliu, that classmate you crippled yesterday, someone's come for revenge. Handle your own mess. Lin Shirsi, that's your problem. Sort it yourself. Lin Shiwu, which one? Lin Shirliu, the one who broke Lin Shirsi's finger. Lin Shirsi, where are you? I'll come find you. Lin Shirliu sent her location. Putting away her light brain, Lin Shirliu picked up her notebook and decided to wait for Lin Shirsi right there. Seeing there was no spectacle left to enjoy, the surrounding classmates began to disperse. Cheng Jia offered to wait for Lin Shirsi alongside her, but Lin Shirliu declined with a smile. No need. Lin Shirsi will be here shortly. Class monitor, go about your own business. Just then Hu Yan arrived with an entourage and blocked the doorway of Class 8 Grade 2, refusing anyone to leave. Hey Hu Yan, what's the point of a 4th year coming down here to bully people? Then what about Lin Shirsi bullying you, Zixin? He can pick on someone smaller, so can I. Move, or I'll beat all of you up together. The entire class thought, are you out of your mind? If you've got a problem, go find Lin Shirsi. Oh, can't handle him, so you're coming after Lin Shirlu instead. Students at the classroom door were pushed to the ground as Hu Yan swaggered forward with his followers. Spotting the notebook in Lin Shirlio's hand, Hu Yan sneered. Well, one scraped up from a junk planet, and you're studious too. Lin Shirlu replied coldly, and what did you expect? I came here to study. As she spoke, Lin Shirlu drew the long whip strapped to her calf and lashed it toward Hu Yan. Simultaneously, Hu Yan threw a punch at her. Qingjia reacted swiftly, stepping back to avoid the fray. Swish, crack. Hu Yan ducked beneath the whipping strike. Lin Shirlu kept the whip at a 2-meter length, weaving between desks to evade blows from Hu Yan's followers behind her. Lin Shirlu faced Hu Yan and 6 others alone. Her classmates could do little to help. Many were knocked to the ground. Most lacked the combat skill to engage, so they fled the classroom and watched through the windows. Only Qingjia and 6 other students managed to hold off 5 of the attackers. Every punch Hu Yan threw aimed for Lin Shirlio's vital points. She dodged left and right, gripping both ends of the whip, and swiftly coiled it around Hu Yan's right wrist as he swung. Hu Yan sneered and attempted to break free with brute strength, but Lin Shirlu pulled tight with one hand. The whip slid rapidly across his wrist, its barbs tearing away flesh and blood. Blood dripped from Hu Yan's mangled wrist, bones faintly visible. Undeterred, he struck at Lin Shirlio's right cheek with his left hand. She was forced back 2 steps, but it wasn't as severe as the beatings her brothers had dealt. Meanwhile, someone beside her had already drawn a dagger and slashed her. Lin Shirlu dropped low, darted past Hu Yan to his rear, and kicked the attacker wielding a staff sent flying. Never letting go of the whip, she lashed it toward Hu Yan's thigh, wrapping it around his leg and yanking him forcefully toward her. The force of the pull sent Hu Yan into an awkward splitting position. Lin Shirlu drove her knee upward into his chin, then spun her body with full force, sending him flying backward. The whip shot out once more, coiling around the neck of the lean, dark-skinned boy who had just raised his staff to stab her. The staff was studded with small nails, its tip rusted and sharp. Lin Shirlio's expression turned ice cold. With a violent tug, the barbs on the whip tore into his throat, leaving it a bloody mess. Lin Shirlu pressed a hand to her abdomen and retreated, narrowly dodging another elbow strike. On the ground, the wounded boy clutched his neck, gasping for breath. When Lin Shirsi arrived, Lin Shirlu was already riddled with cuts and stabbed twice, still locked in brutal combat. 4 bodies lay on the ground, their wounds inflicted by the barbed whip, all bleeding heavily. Lin Shirlu had calibrated her strikes carefully, severe enough to incapacitate, but not lethal. Given time, they might die. Acted upon quickly, they could still be saved. If they failed to survive, she could always claim they had arrived too late and that she hadn't intended to kill. It likely wouldn't warrant expulsion. Perfect practice subjects indeed. A classmate intending to study medicine rolled up his sleeves and dragged one of the fallen to a corner to render aid. Lin Shirsi casually picked up a staff from the ground, gave the nail-studded weapon an approving glance, and charged into the fight. His arrival lightened Lin Shirlio's burden considerably. She was beginning to falter. Unfortunately, only 2 swings later, school teachers arrived, accompanied by the campus medic. Surveying the scene, the teachers immediately separated everyone and escorted them all to the infirmary for treatment. Everything else could be settled later. When Lin Shirlu emerged from the healing pod, something felt off, though she couldn't pinpoint what. She made a request to Medic Far. Medic, could you examine me again? I feel something isn't right. Far re-examined Lin Shirlu and found nothing abnormal, only general weakness, likely due to blood loss. Really? She had endured far worse injuries before. While severe blood loss caused weakness, it shouldn't have been this extreme. Before she could even return to the office, her class advisor and the dean of students had already arrived at the infirmary to interrogate everyone. The medic seemed accustomed to this routine and took a seat nearby to watch the drama unfold. The fight had gone rather far. Yu Zixin, who had been feigning illness in the infirmary all along, didn't even need to be summoned. After hearing the full account, the dean scolded Yu Zixin relentlessly, then moved on to the others one by one. What do you think you're doing? Did you intend to kill them? Your strikes were far too brutal. Lin Shirlu was not spared. Still pale and clearly resentful, she attempted to defend herself, but the dean gave her no chance to speak, his tirade continuing uninterrupted. Start by teaching Lin Shirlu a lesson. Fighting is permissible, but one must not strike to kill. Lin Shirlu has injured a classmate to such an extent that, viewed critically, this constitutes intent to kill. Lin Shi never expected that the first guardian to be summoned would be the ever-compliant Lin Shirlu. Upon Lin Shi's arrival, she saw Lin Shirlu and Lin Shirsi standing together, facing off against another 12 individuals. The dean of students was conversing with a young man in the center, making it immediately evident whom the conflict concerned. After understanding the full sequence of events, Lin Shi found absolutely no fault in Lin Shirlio's actions. This was pure misfortune. Even Lin Shirsi had been innocent. Should one simply stand still and take the beating without fighting back? Besides, Lin Shirlu had not struck to kill. Weren't they all still alive? The young man standing beside the dean of students also believed his own child had done nothing wrong. What was there wrong with reclaiming one's honor? And if outnumbered, what was wrong with fighting as a group? Enraged, the dean of students began cursing at both Lin Shi and the young man. So much for disciplining the children. Now it was time to educate the two adults before him. It is precisely your attitude, this kind of attitude. At that moment, Lin Shirlu raised the subject again, requesting another medical examination. She still felt something was wrong with her body. Yet, after another thorough checkup, nothing was found. But I am incredibly weak right now. Faye was remarkably patient. It should be due to excessive blood loss. You were stabbed twice. Those children were clever. They had already studied precisely where to stab without causing death. Lin Shirlu protested, I am not being stabbed for the first time. I know exactly how my body reacts to 2 stab wounds. Yu Zixin stood at the rear. Hearing Lin Shirlu's words, she lowered her head, a smile lingering in her eyes, and that fleeting moment happened to be caught by Lin Shirlu's gaze. What are you laughing at? The dean of students continued scolding Lin Shi and the young man, threatening to summon their homeroom teachers so they could see for themselves what kind of students they were raising. Lin Shi felt absolutely nothing wrong with Lin Shirlu's actions. She was entirely in the right. Several homeroom teachers stood aside, refusing to intervene in the reprimand, simply waiting for the dean to finish before taking their own students aside for further discipline. Lin Shirlu's question caused the dean to pause his scolding and turn his frowning gaze toward her. By then, Lin Shirlu had already walked up to Yu Zixin and asked again, What are you laughing at? Yu Zixin was caught off guard by how sharp Lin Shirlu's observations were. Nothing. I simply find it amusing. Are you worrying too much? We have all researched where to stab during a fight. Rest assured, no one's life is in danger. We have no intention of being expelled. Lin Shirlu replied, Is that so? I don't believe it. She refused to believe that children from the abandoned star would be so easily subdued. Just 2 stab wounds and it was over. Lin Shirlu considered herself among the decent sorts even on the trash star. Yet during the fight just now she had nearly lost control of her hands. Resources on the abandoned star were far scarcer than on the trash star, meaning their strikes would undoubtedly be fiercer. And they only stabbed twice. She refused to believe it. Bai Luo slowly materialized beside Lin Shirlu, hovering in midair. The eyes on its cover opened for the first time before Lin Shirlu's gaze. Emerald green pupils emitted a series of green beams, scanning Lin Shirlu from head to toe. Her complete physical data appeared within the pages of Bai Luo, which floated before her eyes. The pages turned automatically, revealing dense text throughout. Bai Luo. The moment Bai Luo appeared, Lin Shirsi had already rushed to Lin Shirlu's side. Whatever Lin Shirlu saw, Lin Shirsi saw as well. Teacher, this Kaishan poison is extraordinarily potent. The moment Lin Shirsi spoke these words, the expressions of every teacher present darkened and Lin Shirlu's own face grew grim. Before anyone could react, Lin Shirlu seized Yu Zixin by the hair and slammed her against the wall behind her with all her strength. She did not know who had poisoned her, but Yu Zixin was certainly not exempt. One impact was not enough. Lin Shirlu pressed her against the wall again and again, delivering blow after blow, determined to kill her before anyone could intervene. They had not intended to take her life, but to cripple her. It was only when others restrained Lin Shirlu that she stopped. Bai Luo, someone dared to poison you. Kill them. Lin Shirlu was held back by Ping Yi. In that brief span she was gasping for breath like an aging ox. She had not felt such exertion in a very long time. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Shirsi delivered a fierce kick to Yu Zixin, sending her crashing into the wall once more. Lin Shirsi, stop it. Lin Shirsi's homeroom teacher grabbed her to prevent further kicks. The situation was already chaotic enough. Lin Shi urged Dean Fei to examine the poison on Lin Shirlu first, while Yu Zixin's guardian pulled Fei toward Yu Zixin, insisting she be treated first. Her head was already deformed, and combined with Lin Shirsi's forceful kicks, she would not survive much longer without treatment. Yu Zixin had lost all breath. This time neither Lin Shirlu nor Lin Shirsi had held anything back. They had both struck with full force. Though Lin Shirlu's strength paled in comparison to Lin Shirsi's, she hailed from the lower tiers of her family, yet she could still kick a 400-kilogram long-legged rabbit clean off its feet and toss it onto the ground with her bare hands. One could imagine the state Yu Zixin was now in. The school was not short of medics. Fei was merely the closest one. In an instant the infirmary descended into further chaos. Lin Shirlu and Yu Zixin were each surrounded by several medics. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had already come to blows with Yu Zixin's guardian, and Lin Shirsi drew her lightsaber, charging at the remaining 11. Which student from the trash star or the abandoned star was easy to handle. But so what? Without some measure of strength, how dare the school admit such students? 8 homeroom teachers struck in unison, quickly subduing the 12 troublemakers. Lin Shi and the young man proved more difficult, but with 4 teachers joining forces, they were restrained within a few moves. The dean of students had already locked the infirmary doors, activated his optical brain to notify the security bureau, and simultaneously sent messages to the homeroom teachers of both Lin Shi and Yu Yang, summoning them to appear. Kaishin poison was uncommon, a powder that was both toxin and seed. In the early stages, poisoning symptoms were subtle, merely causing weakness and fatigue. Few would pay attention to such anomalies. During this period, ordinary instruments could not detect it, yet this phase represented the optimal window for removing the poison. Roughly a month later, the poison entered its middle stage and began slowly absorbing the victim's spiritual energy, forming a toxic sprout that wandered throughout the body. The poisoned would suffer frequent headaches, agitated spiritual energy, and even mild symptoms of spiritual collapse. On the surface, medication could address these issues, but in truth the toxic sprout within was quietly devouring those medicines to nourish itself. If detected and extracted promptly at this stage, the process might be somewhat challenging, but the damage to the body would not be severe and recovery was still possible. Depending on whether it takes 1 to 3 years, the kaishin will reach its later stage. By then, the toxic sprout will have stored sufficient nutrients within the host. At this critical juncture, it will absorb the host's spiritual energy and physical essence at the fastest pace, rapidly growing and breaking free from the body to blossom and bear fruit. Seeking timely medical attention at this stage could still save one's life, but the patient would thereafter become entirely dependent on medication, condemned to a lifetime as a frail invalid unable to function without drugs. This poison might not claim a life outright, yet from the moment of infection it inflicts suffering so unbearable that death itself would seem preferable. Even more vicious is the fact that the fruit it bears, if consumed by others, can dramatically enhance one's physique and spiritual energy, with effects so profound that at least one level of improvement is guaranteed. Yet for the original host it proves utterly useless. Despite the Federation's ban on kaishin as a prohibited substance, this illicit trade refuses to die out. The dean of students rubbed his increasingly sparse head, worry etched across his face. Troublesome indeed. He opened the principal's holographic terminal and reported the incident. The principal hung up the device and immediately contacted major hospitals for personnel. Within 10 minutes, the dean had notified all class advisors via holographic terminal, and every student in the school had received the announcement. All students are to assemble at the school playground at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for unified medical examinations. If you cannot participate on time due to special circumstances, please report to your class advisor in advance. Personnel from the Public Security Bureau arrived shortly thereafter. Aside from Lin Shirlu and Yu Zixin, all relevant individuals were taken to the bureau for questioning. Lin Shirlu and Yu Zixin were transferred to the medical department of the 5th Alliance University next door. Yu Zixin lay unconscious in a treatment pod, though at least she was breathing. She had been rescued. Lin Shirlu did not lie in a treatment pod. Her condition meant she could not receive excessive medications or energy supplements. A professor and a group of students surrounded Lin Shirlu. The professor held an instrument scanning back and forth over the area where she had previously been stabbed. While examining Lin Shirlu's body, the professor explained to the students beside him the precautions for removing the toxin. Surprisingly, Lin Shirlu found she could understand some of it. Lin Shirlu, then, is this kaishin a poison or a plant? Professor, anything harmful to the human body is collectively termed poison. It may be gas, liquid, or solid. In its early stage, this kaishin exists as powder without the characteristics of living organisms. It only becomes a plant after dispersing within the human body, absorbing spiritual energy to sprout. Lin Shirlu, wow, how amazing. As if she hadn't been poisoned at all. After finishing his explanation to the students, the professor prepared to remove the toxic powder circulating within Lin Shirlu, offering words of comfort beforehand. Don't worry, we discovered this early. Removing the toxin will be quick. Lin Shirlu nodded seriously while lying on the bed, her eyes wide open, eager to observe the specific procedure. She watched as green light began emanating from the professor's hands, pressing against Lin Shirlu's head. A profound sense of comfort washed over her, and before she knew it, her eyes closed, and she fainted again. Seeing Lin Shirlu had fainted, the relaxed expression on the professor's face immediately vanished. Is the treatment pod ready? The student beside him nodded, lifting Lin Shirlu onto the surgical table. With green light radiating from his hands pressed against her body, slowly Lin Shirlu's entire figure began glowing green. The instruments beside them began displaying the locations of the toxic powder on Lin Shirlu's body. Before a day had passed, her entire torso was already infected with kaishin powder. A green surgical knife appeared in the professor's hand. When Lin Shirlu woke, chaos had erupted throughout the affiliated primary school. Medical examinations had revealed kaishin poisoning in over 800 students, with 320 already in the mid to late stages, on the verge of blossoming and bearing fruit. The detection results alarmed the high-ranking officials of Orphistar, who immediately ordered comprehensive screenings for all students at the affiliated middle school and the Fifth Alliance University. The new screening yielded even more cases. The affiliated middle school tested positive at a rate of nearly half its student body, while the university fared somewhat better, with only 5 detected. The situation grew even more serious. Physical examinations were now arranged for all students across every school on Orphistar. Yet the results remained withheld, not yet disclosed to the public. Initially, the Public Security Bureau suspected the children from the abandoned star had done this. However, those children claimed ignorance upon questioning. Authorities assigned an expert capable of viewing memories to examine this group of children's recollections. They discovered these children truly knew nothing of what Kaishan was. They had purchased the toxic powder in a dark alleyway from a vendor who told them that applying it to weapons and injuring others would ensure the poison could never be cured, even after wounds healed. In its later stage, the toxin would cause pus and rot within the body, requiring surgical removal of flesh to achieve recovery. Those children had never intended to take a life, they merely wanted to inflict pain. They certainly did not wish to be expelled. They had been used as pawns. Yu Yang, who had been vigorously defending them, learned his own child had been manipulated. Enraged, he immediately began fighting in the Public Security Bureau, determined to teach his child a lesson. Despite everyone's efforts, no one could restrain him. Worse still, all 12 individuals Yu Yang had brought from the abandoned star failed to escape the Kaishan poisoning, including Yu Zixin, who lay unconscious in her treatment pod. Lin Shirsi had been idly chiming in from the side. That explains it. You brats from the abandoned star are so fragile. How could you lose to Lin Shirlu alone, who after all defeated 11 of you? Perhaps you should be thanking her. Without Lin Shirliu, you'd all be cripples by now. Completely unaware that his own body harbored the same affliction, Yu Yang in a fury lunged again, nearly costing the security officer his ability to intervene. As soon as Lin Shirlu regained consciousness, she was rushed for a full examination. After confirming she was stable, the medical students promptly requested. Many poisoned students lacked beds. Once treated, they were discharged immediately for lingering there served no purpose. Before Lin Shirlu could fully process what was happening, Lin Shir had already tucked her under his arm and carried her away. Lin Shirlu moved her legs slightly, watching as another child of roughly the same age immediately occupied the bed she had just left. What on earth was happening? Lin Shir led her out of the medical department building. Outside, numerous hover vehicles were parked, their occupants rushing in and out, clear evidence that something grave had unfolded. Upon exiting the medical department building, Lin Shir immediately released her. Fortunately, Lin Shirlu was long accustomed to such treatment and steadied herself on her feet without taking a tumble. Since waking, her holographic terminal had been flashing with messages non-stop. Only now did Lin Shirlu have a moment to open it. Inside was a temporary school closure notice. There were also heated discussions in the class group chat, messages stacking up past 99 notifications. Sliding through the terminal, Lin Shirlu found the situation hard to believe. She looked up and spoke to Lin Shir. Who did this? How big could it possibly get? Has every school on Orphistar been affected? Lin Shir produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips without lighting it, a snicker escaping him. Who knows? No matter how large it grows, the plan has already failed. Lin Shirlu extinguished her holographic terminal and turned to leave, but Lin Shir intercepted her. What for? Lin Shir scrolled through his new light brain, speaking as he scrolled. Wait a moment, the security officers will be here soon to take you for questioning. Oh. Unsure what message he had received, Lin Shir tapped Lin Shirlu on the head. I have something to attend to first and will be leaving. You wait here by yourself. Without even waiting for Lin Shirlu to respond, he strode away on his long legs. Lin Shirlu stood in place, staring at Lin Shir's long legs, then glanced down at her own short ones. When the security officers arrived, they found Lin Shirlu doing a split all by herself at the intersection. Lin Shirlu reasoned that if she stretched her ligaments to their fullest, perhaps her legs might grow longer in the future. Security Officer 1, that's the little girl, isn't it? Security Officer 2, seems so. Security Officer 1, she's quite relaxed about this, isn't she? Lin Shirlu followed the 2 security officers to the security bureau and was taken in for questioning. Naturally, they could not draw anything out of her. She had only noticed that something was amiss with her own body. After all, Lin Shirlu was not a suspect, to be precise, she had rendered merit. After the questioning, Lin Shirlu waited outside for someone to come and pick her up. She never expected that a guardian would need to be present. She could not leave on her own. The security bureau was bustling with people coming and going. Lin Shirlu stood on a chair watching through the glass as the security officers arrested one group after another. Her mind was consumed with worry. She had been so harsh with Yu Zixin before. She wondered if she would be dismissed. It was not until Lin Shi came to fetch her that Lin Shirlu stopped dwelling on the matter. Noticing her distraction, Lin Shi asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Shirlu walked behind Lin Shi, kicking at stones on the path as she spoke. "I'm a bit afraid of being fired." After all, she had struck too hard back then. She had been aiming to take a life. Lin Shi smiled and comforted Lin Shirlu. "You are considered to have rendered merit, so you will not be fired. At most you will receive a formal reprimand." Such certainty suggested that Lin Shi had already inquired on her behalf. Lin Shirlu immediately broke into a broad smile and said to Lin Shi, "Really? Then I'm going to the shooting range to practice now." Lin Shi's smile froze on his face, and he said to Lin Shirlu with a straight face, "Since you want to go practice shooting, go by yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I'm leaving first." Huh. Lin Shirlu simply watched as Lin Shi boarded a floating vehicle and drove away, not in the slightest worried about her getting lost or abducted. Lin Shirlu practiced shooting at the range throughout the night until the range closed. The next day, after waking up, she drank her nutrient solution while summoning Bai Luo. She simply stared at the seam on the cover in silence for a full 5 minutes. Bai Luo could no longer tolerate it and automatically flipped open. "Bai Luo, what are you looking at?" Lin Shirlu manually closed Bai Luo and began picking at the seam on the cover. It was merely a flat seam. How could there be an eyeball inside when it opened? Lin Shirlu pried it open, but there was nothing inside, only pitch darkness. She picked up a pen from the table and tried poking it in. "Bai Luo." The eyeball slowly appeared, transitioning from ethereal to solid. Lin Shirlu watched as the once flat cover bulged outward where the eye emerged. "Bai Luo, if you want to look, just say so." "Would I really refuse you? I value my life." The eyeball on the cover blinked. Lin Shirlu felt her inner abilities draining rapidly from her body. With a mere thought, the eye on the cover closed. "Lin Shirlu, what is inside that pitch-black space on the cover?" "Bai Luo, the connection between us." Lin Shirlu, shouldn't that be kept well hidden?" "Bai Luo, I wish I could, but I am your ability." Oh, so it meant he could not refuse her. Lin Shirlu was delighted, told Bai Luo to hide properly, and then resumed picking at the book seam. This time there was nothing inside. Prying it open revealed only the bronze-colored book cover. She felt reassured. Lin Shirlu packed her things and rode the floating vehicle towards Starlight Town. Judging by the school's arrangements, the holiday would not end for at least 3 to 5 days. During this period, it would be more than enough time for her to gather a great deal of plants in Starlight Forest. Gazing at the freshly renewed courtyard before her, Lin Shirlu looked left and right, then checked the house number to confirm she had not made a mistake. Had the courtyard been rented to someone else again? That could not be right. Just then a flock of brave crows flew out from the direction of Starlight Forest. Rustling loudly, bird droppings rained down upon the courtyard once more. Feeling reassured, Lin Shirlu confirmed this was indeed the correct courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard with her umbrella, a voice called out behind her, "Hey." Lin Shirlu turned around to see several people carrying iron buckets running toward her. Upon seeing Lin Shirlu, they wore expressions of, "Who are you?" Lin Shirlu, still holding her umbrella, regarded the group before her with puzzlement. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Miss, we have contracted all the crow dung on this wall." "What brings you here?" Lin Shirlu muttered, "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" Her mind raced, and she immediately opened her light brain. She had received quite a few messages recently, many of which she had not yet read. Scrolling downward, she found that her patent had been approved 2 days prior. She opened the shop run by Lin Shi. Lin Shi had posted the patent on the shop's homepage. The meaning was clear: they would no longer purchase smoked rabbit meat. Those who desired it could purchase the license and make it themselves. While Lin Shirlu was engrossed in her light brain, the elderly men and women behind her had already vaulted over the wall with impressive agility and begun collecting the crow dung. Lin Shirlu made no effort to stop them. If anyone was helping to clean the courtyard, she would only be grateful. How could she possibly object? Besides, they had not even entered the courtyard, they were collecting from the wall. Lin Shirlu asked in the group chat whether anyone had entered their courtyard, since it was cleaner than when they had left. Lin Shi, "Oh, didn't I mention it? The patent was approved, and now many people are collecting brave crow dung. All the dung in our courtyard was shoveled away by Brotherly." Lin Shirlu had not browsed the forums in the past 2 days. After seeing Lin Shi's message in the group, she opened the Star Network forum and found that indeed many people were experimenting with the effects of brave crow dung. Lin Shirlu read as she made her way toward the courtyard. Seeing Lin Shirlu approach, the elderly man and woman collecting crow dung on the courtyard wall assumed she intended to compete with them and were about to reprimand her. However, Lin Shirlu simply walked past them and opened the courtyard gate. The scene fell momentarily silent, embarrassed. To collect someone's crow dung right in front of the resident, and they already had unfavorable impressions of her. Lin Shirlu entered the courtyard with her umbrella, paying no heed to the elderly couple on the wall. At the very least, they had not crossed into the courtyard itself. Upon entering the room, Lin Shirlu set her things down and quickly ran upstairs to the 3rd floor, eager to begin preparing the potion. Over the past few days, Lin Shirlu had been filled with inspiration-elating potions, but without the necessary materials she had been unable to conduct experiments. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she opened her preservation box and took out the plants she would need one by one. She retrieved the alchemy furnace for potion preparation, lit the fire, and added water. Before long, pinkish thick smoke began to drift from the room where Lin Shirlu was staying. Lin Shirlu stood before the alchemy furnace, constantly stirring with a small spoon. Since the room lacked ventilation, she periodically turned her head to cough. As she stirred, she poured in the prepared ingredients, occasionally adding the pink spores of cat ear mushrooms. Lin Shirlu watched the liquid in the furnace with unblinking eyes. How miraculous! Plants dissolved so swiftly once submerged. Could this truly be consumed? Would it not wreak havoc on her intestines and stomach? The thought raced through her mind, yet her hand never paused in adding ingredients. She had long since planned precisely what to include over the past 2 days. Bai Luo hovered beside Lin Shirlu, observing her every move. Bai Luo, rather talented, aren't you? The potion in the furnace gradually thickened, beginning to bubble with pink froth. Lin Shirlu added the extract of starlight grass. The moment the extract entered the furnace, it automatically enveloped the liquid within. Fortunately, Lin Shirlu had prepared abundantly. 1 bottle was insufficient, so she added another, pouring in no fewer than 5 until the furnace nearly overflowed. She stirred with great effort, each rotation growing more difficult. Veins began to bulge on her hands. Thank heavens the furnace was secured, or she would have been forced to hold the steaming, scorching vessel with one hand while stirring with the other. Her chance of failure would have skyrocketed. Only when the liquid and starlight grass extract had fully merged did Lin Shirlu cease her stirring. She replaced the lid, perplexed by the sheer number of locking clips required to secure it. She cut the heat and awaited cooling. Yet the moment the flame was extinguished, the furnace began to tremble uncontrollably. She looked around. The room was fine, so the problem lay with the furnace. Pressing her ear close, she listened. Was the liquid inside the furnace fighting? Lin Shirlu grew even more eager to see the results of her first batch. If successful, this potion should grant a temporary boost to one's fortune, a conclusion she had deduced from the information within Bai Luo combined with her recent studies in potion crafting. While waiting for the potion to cool, Lin Shirlu retrieved her notebook and flipped through it to reinforce her knowledge. Scanning casually, she stumbled upon this passage. The flora of Orpheus star are all quite unique, absorbing stellar radiance from the night sky to varying degrees. However, the quantities are minuscule. Even with a mental spirit reaching 3S rank, it remains exceedingly difficult to detect through focused attention. This had been Lin Shirlu's original inquiry. Are there any particularly noteworthy plants on Orpheus star similar to the great canopy trees of Campbell star? Bai Luo had responded thus, with starlight grass standing out among them. Lin Shirlu knew it from the very name, Starlight. Starlight. How grand a title. Bestowed upon an ordinary weed found everywhere, this plant could hardly be common. What use did stellar radiance serve? When incorporated in sufficient quantity into potions, weapons, food, unexpected transformations would occur. That was wonderful indeed. Unknown elements always held such fascination. Lin Shirlu mused as she flipped through her notes. Unfortunately, she currently lacked the means to collect stellar radiance. The items capable of storing it were things she had never even heard of, goods listed on the stellar network that were priceless and unavailable. How exasperating. Able only to gaze, never to possess. The mere thought brought discomfort. Unable to gather stellar radiance, Lin Shirlu could only focus on collecting more flora from Orpheus star. Putting away her notebook, Lin Shirlu began tidying her belongings. The thick smoke in the room had already been purified by the air cleaner. She placed her processed materials into a preservation box and sealed it tightly. After organizing everything, the furnace had fallen silent. Unable to wait any longer, Lin Shirlu took out a stack of cloths and felt the furnace through the fabric. No heat at all. She peeled away several layers of cloth, feeling again. After a few layers, warmth emerged, not hot but ice cold. This differed from her expectations. Shouldn't it be at room temperature? Lin Shirlu eagerly lifted the lid. Cold air billowed outward in all directions. Lin Shirlu, did I just brew an immortal pill? It's this ethereal. Bai Luo, you wish? Ignoring Bai Luo's sarcastic tone, Lin Shirlu gazed into the potion. A stunningly beautiful elixir, transitioning from pink at the top to tender green below in a translucent gradient. It looked simply delicious. Lin Shirlu produced a clean spoon and carefully scooped out a measure of the potion. Good, it hadn't dissolved the spoon. Likely harmless at worst. The potion in the bottle slowly transformed into a pink to green gradient. She had only added a small amount to the surface, so logically it should have remained merely pink. Yet it had changed. Lin Shirlu asked Bai Luo to examine whether the potion had succeeded. Bai Luo opened its eyes, scanned the potion in Lin Shirlu's hand twice, and delivered its assessment. Potion crafted by a certain someone. Consuming 50 milliliters will grant you extraordinarily fortunate luck for the next 10 minutes. The cost every single hair on your body. Lin Shirlio. Hair. What do you mean, huh? By Luo, exactly what you think. 10 minutes of luck in exchange for complete baldness. Lin Shirlio, can it grow back? Lin Shirlu touched her buzz cut. Perhaps it wasn't so unacceptable after all. By Luo, yes. Lin Shirlio, then what happens if I drink one bottle, wait for the effects to wear off, and immediately drink another? By Luo, you clever little thing. Lin Shirlio, By Luo, you would gain 10 minutes of good fortune with absolutely no cost whatsoever. Lin Shirlio, and if I drink 100 milliliters all at once? By Luo, even if you consumed the entire contents of this furnace, it would still only last 10 minutes. That is your current skill level, don't harbor unrealistic fantasies. Lin Shirlu slammed Bai Luo shut with a sharp snap and tossed it aside, irritated by its blunt remarks. Bai Luo automatically flew back to hover beside her. Despite this, Lin Shirlu was quite pleased. She retrieved the prepared potion bottles and carefully filled each one. Counting them at the end, she had produced exactly 48 bottles. Looking down at the furnace, Lin Shirlu wondered if she should purchase a larger one, allowing her to brew greater quantities at once. Other potions were uncertain, but this luck-boosting brew, she would surely want to consume it regularly. At this thought, Lin Shirlu realized she should hurry and obtain her Tier 1 Alchemist certificate. Without it, she could not legally sell her own potions. Only certified alchemists were permitted to sell potions. Do not ask why, the answer is simple. There had been a period when numerous citizens without formal potion training became obsessed with brewing and selling their own concoctions on the stellar network. The result, some died, others went mad, and still more emerged grotesquely mutated. Lin Shirlu had fallen silent upon seeing the casualty figures published on the stellar network. Initially, she thought the Federation's regulations on potions were overly strict, but after seeing those numbers, she felt that strictness might be understandable. Thus, the sale of potions was heavily restricted. Even if a Federation citizen accidentally concocted a usable potion, they could not sell it privately. It had to be submitted to the authorities for rigorous approval, and only after confirming no severe side effects could it be sold through official channels. As for potion formulas, even the same formula could not guarantee the same effect. To gain official recognition, mass production at least had to be achievable. For potions like Lin Shirlio's that could temporarily enhance luck, very few shops on the Star Net sold them. Those that did charged exorbitant prices, and one had to queue. Lin Shirlu placed the 48 potions neatly, took a photo, and sent it to the Lightbrain group chat. I made these potions. Give me 10,000 star coins as pocket money, and I'll give you each a bottle. Can't sell, but can give. Lin Shirsi, I wouldn't dare drink it. Lin Shirwu, will it kill someone? Lin Shirlio, take that back and rephrase properly. Lin Shir, you're back in Starry Forest. That's bold, aren't you afraid of being caught? Lin Shirlu was indeed a bit scared. After all, she had contributed to the mysterious failed plan, and the security officers had warned her not to roam around recently. But when inspiration struck, it couldn't be stopped. She was too eager to get to work, she couldn't help it. Lin Shi, I got a notice from the security bureau. A stranger entered your rented house. Lin Shirsi, huh? Lin Shirwu, huh? Lin Shirlio, huh? Lin Shir, so all three of you are out. Lin Shirlio, I'm in my room. Just not the room near the school. Lin Shi, Shirlio, you should hide too. Lin Shirlu chuckled twice, typing on the light screen with one hand while picking up a potion bottle with the other. She pried open the cap and gulped it down in 2 mouthfuls. Lin Shirlio, the effect of my potion has been verified by Bailu. I'm about to test it myself. Just as she sent the message about the potion's effect. Lin Shir, pocket money. Lin Shi, pocket money. Lin Shirsi, pocket money. Lin Shirwu, pocket money. The 4 each transferred 10,000 star coins to Lin Shirlio with the note, pocket money. She accepted with lightning speed, netting 40,000 star coins. Lin Shirlio, all right, I'll leave 1 bottle for each of you. She packed all the potions into her backpack. Bailu dispersed transparently of its own accord. Lin Shirlu brushed off the hair and eyebrow debris scattered on her body, tapped her light brain to order an eyebrow pencil, and walked out the door, planning to hide at the Starry Town security station. As soon as she stepped out, the eyebrow pencil she ordered arrived. So fast, not even a minute had passed. Lin Shirlu signed for it smoothly, then holding the pencil and using the light screen as a mirror, she began to draw her eyebrows while walking toward the security station, glancing around. Snap! The eyebrow pencil broke. Lin Shirlu stopped in her tracks. What's going on? Is the quality this poor? Bang! A bullet whizzed past her face. If Lin Shirlu hadn't stopped, she would have been hit. Lin Shirlu looked in the direction of the bullet, then bolted for her life. While running, she still found time to complain about her situation in the group chat, and even had the leisure to promote her potions to her 4 brothers. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots erupted around Lin Shirlio, but she dodged left and right, causing the several shooters on high ground to merely outline her with their bullets. As for the 4 shooters on high ground, either a bird suddenly landed on their gun or their bullets jammed. After a few slaps the gun worked again, but the internal parts were faulty, so the aim was off and they never hit Lin Shirlio. Either a mouse suddenly emerged from underfoot to bite their toes or a thrown can from afar hit them on the head. How did it get thrown up so many floors? Lin Shirlio, oh my god, you have no idea how lucky I am right now. They fired so many shots and not a single one hit me. They keep outlining me, they're worse than me. Lin Shirlio, your current situation itself is a form of bad luck. Lin Shirlio, shut up or I'll raise the price. Lin Shirlio fell silent. Lin Shirlio was satisfied and explained while running. Lin Shirlio, if I had drunk this potion earlier this wouldn't have happened. Lin Shir, did you call the security station's light brain number? Lin Shirlio forgot. Wait, there's a security officer's hover vehicle passing by. Lin Shir. Lin Shir, keep 2 bottles for me. Lin Shirlio didn't even have time to reply before she was pulled into the hover vehicle by the security officer. The gunfire followed the vehicle all the way to the security station. When they arrived, only 3 minutes had passed and Lin Shirlio's clothes weren't even dirty. It went incredibly smoothly. As soon as she boarded the hover vehicle, Lin Shirlio recounted her situation. By the time she reached the station, the officers inside had already received the news and headed out to make arrests. Lin Shirlio sat beside a security officer and finished drawing the other half of her eyebrow. Finally, it looks right. Having no eyebrows is really strange. A trainee security officer was assigned to comfort Lin Shirlio given how young she was. But Lin Shirlio looked so relaxed that she clearly didn't need comforting. She was even more at ease than the officer. Nevertheless, the trainee was still curious about how Lin Shirlio had managed to reach the security station unscathed through such a hail of bullets. Hearing the trainee's doubt, Lin Shirlio smiled mysteriously. Wanna know? The trainee nodded eagerly. Lin Shirlio took out a potion she had made, flashed it briefly before the trainee's eyes, then put it away. Trainee, what kind of potion? Lin Shirlio, a potion that enhances luck. But I haven't passed the alchemist certification yet, so I can't sell it to you. Trainee, you could submit it for official inspection and have the authorities sell it. Lin Shirlio, what are you thinking? I don't even have enough for myself right now. Without this potion, she would have been hit by several bullets today. Seeing the disappointment in the trainee's eyes, Lin Shirlio patted his shoulder and said, Don't be discouraged. I'll get my alchemist certification as soon as possible. Then you can buy my potions from my shop. The trainee was a bit disappointed. Every year so many people took the exam, but only a handful passed. Still, he didn't discourage Lin Shirlio. 5 minutes. Lin Shirlio had only been seated for 5 minutes when the 4 shooters who had attacked her from the high ground were brought into the security bureau. The officers found this arrest absurdly smooth. You might not believe it, but I barely did anything. This guy just rolled down the stairs and landed at my feet, still holding a KY-651 sniper rifle. Lin Shirlio gasped, wow. Since all those who wanted to harm me are caught, I'm safe now, right? Officer, yes, all 4 are in custody. Lin Shirlio, I'm so lucky. Still, she didn't dare wander off. She booked a room at the inn right next to the security station, so close that jumping from the window would land her in the station. Lin Shirlio stayed at the inn for only 2 days before returning to her own courtyard. The inn was still not quite convenient enough. Mainly she wanted to enter Starlight Forest to gather some materials. There was no harm in stockpiling more supplies. After confirming once again with the security officer that no suspicious persons remained in Starlight Town, Lin Shirlio returned to her rented courtyard. Seated in the living room, she prepared a large backpack, planning to head to Starlight Forest shortly to gather some materials. Having finished another potion, Lin Shirlio activated her light tablet and began searching for alchemical furnaces. Her fingers swiped rapidly across the screen. Alchemists used a wide variety of furnaces, each with different names. There were iron forges from the technological side, crucibles resembling magical apparatus, and bone bowls made from animal skulls. Alchemists from different planets each had their own preferences. Too small, all too small. She wanted to buy a larger one. Her fingers kept sliding rapidly, her eyes darting from one item to the next until they suddenly paused. What a massive crucible! Moreover, it looked very new. Many sellers artificially aged their crucibles or inlaid them with beautiful gems to increase their appeal, but this one looked genuinely new, just an ordinary pot. Lin Shirlio had already browsed nearly 100 different kinds of alchemical crucibles. When she suddenly saw this one, she thought, what a refreshingly pure and unpretentious crucible. Clean and straightforward, standing out among all the gaudy imitations. This was it. And it was on sale. Haha, could it be discounted because nobody buys it? Lin Shirlio checked the sales volume 0. That would certainly explain the discount. She placed the order directly, then clicked into the shop. Oh, this store carried everything. They even sold mecha mechanical parts, mineral and plant specimens, surgical tools, the works. Lin Shirlu accidentally slipped and placed an order for a hovering board worth 30,000 star coins. She gasped and quickly clicked to request a return and refund. Our store does not support returns or refunds. What an unfair policy. Lin Shirlu was about to file a complaint immediately, but the store's customer service arrived first. Dear customer, our shop does not support returns or refunds. This is clearly stated on the store homepage and on each product's introduction page. Filing a complaint will not help. Hee. Lin Shirlu stared at those hee characters, feeling her anger rising steadily. She sharply switched off her light tablet with a click, took a deep breath. Wasn't her luck supposed to be extraordinarily good? Just this. Lin Shirlu stood up and opened the door. As soon as she did, the delivery robot arrived. The item was somewhat heavy, so Lin Shirlu had the robot place the crucible directly in the first floor living room. Staring at the delivery box that was as tall as she was, Lin Shirlu thought, wasn't this a bit too big? She signed for both items, then unpacked the hovering board. It was simply a small silver panel somewhat reminiscent of the drawing tablets from her past life. Lin Shirlu pressed the switch directly. The hovering board registered her fingerprint information, then hovered in midair. When she moved her palm up and down, the board followed along. Not bad, although it wasn't what she had originally wanted. The hovering board floated in the air for a minute before slowly descending and lying flat on the ground. What was going on? Lin Shirlu stepped forward, picked up the hovering board, and tapped to view the manual. It was solar-powered. It had no energy now. She would bring it along when she went to Starlight Forest later. The entire process of buying and unpacking took only 4 minutes. Lin Shirlu quickly shouldered her large backpack, which contained 5 bottles of potion, her lunch, and 7 empty bottles. She secured her weapon, placed the hovering board into the transparent shoulder bag that came with it, and sprinted towards Starlight Forest. The potion's effects would last another 6 minutes. Hurry, perhaps she could find something valuable in Starlight Forest. Once she ran into Starlight Forest, Lin Shirlu began searching in all directions. Over the next 5 minutes, she found 3 glowing mushrooms beneath a cluster of moss-covered rotting wood. That gentle light made Lin Shirlu feel spiritually relaxed just standing beside these little creatures. This had to be something good. She couldn't bear to pick the mushrooms outright. She quickly stuffed her sandwich into her mouth, carefully wrapped the palm-sized rotting wood along with the mushrooms and the moss on top in the sandwich paper, and placed it into her backpack. She looked up, found a large leaf, and used her dagger to dig up some of the soil beneath, planning to bring it back. Then she unearthed a blue jade stone the size of her fingernail. She didn't know what it was, but it was definitely something good. Wow, the potions she made were truly impressive. She was such a genius. She would brew another large batch back home to keep in reserve. She quickly secured the soil and jade stone, then randomly chose a direction. Before taking 2 steps, she was tripped by a vine. Lin Shirlu looked down, followed the vine, and saw what? Cat ear mushrooms. These were extremely difficult to find. She had only encountered them once before, and their pink spores were already scarce. Taking out her empty bottles, Lin Shirlu quickly rushed forward. In less than 3 minutes, all the pink spores from the cat ear mushrooms had been collected into her bottles. 6 bottles were full. After collecting the spores, Lin Shirlu raised her hand and began harvesting all the cat ear mushrooms here. If she didn't pick them, they would wither after today anyway. Cat ear mushrooms only lasted a day. It was better to take them back and make potions. After plucking each cat ear mushroom, Lin Shirlu would shake it vigorously to dislodge any remaining spores. Perhaps next time she came, she would encounter another large cluster. After finishing the cat ear mushrooms, her lucky time was about to run out and her bag was nearly full. Lin Shirlu stopped wandering around. She was carrying quite a lot of things now, and it would be inconvenient to fight if she encountered any mutated beasts. Lin Shirlu was still fairly familiar with the outer areas of Starlight Forest, so as long as she was careful, there should be no problems. As she cautiously gathered nearby plants for some that required roots, she would draw her dagger and carefully dig into the soil. Under the sarcastic remarks from Bai Luo, her techniques had become increasingly professional. Carefully uprooting a 1,000-leaf herb, Lin Shirlu grabbed it and shook it vigorously, striving to fling off as much soil from the roots as possible. The 1,000-leaf herb was only palm length above ground, yet its roots were thick and long, fully a meter deep. Lin Shirlu dug for quite a while before finally extracting it. Stretching her waist with effort, Lin Shirlu found a large leaf to wrap the 1,000-leaf herb and carry it away. This leaf was from a half-green tree. After processing it back home, it could also serve as a medicinal ingredient. She folded the items neatly and barely managed to fit them into her backpack, which was now completely full. Standing up, she stomped her feet. After shouldering her backpack, Lin Shirlu prepared to head home. The ground trembled slightly from her stomping. Lin Shirlu. She stomped again, and the ground vibrated once more. Was it because the long-legged rabbits had dug too many burrows underground? Would the ground finally collapse? Lin Shirlu stomped hard. Crash. She promptly jumped aside. Only a small section had collapsed. She had thought a large area might cave in like a garbage mountain. Lin Shirlu leaned over the edge and looked down. It was quite deep. Lin 16 took out the hovering board from his bag, yet still hesitated whether to descend and investigate. Help! Someone below was shouting for help. Lin 16 silently stuffed the hovering board back into his bag, activated his optical brain, and reported the situation to the security officer, requesting that rescue personnel be contacted to save whoever was trapped. Saving people was not something a 9-year-old girl like her should do. Help! 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 The cries came one after another, growing increasingly chilling. Could it be that someone had been crushed underneath because of her stomping? Lin 16 shouted downward. Are you all right, Tilda? Echoed back. It was merely his own reverberation. He dared not go down any further, feeling as though he would be devoured if he did. He took a few more steps backward. They were still in the outer perimeter. Our rescue personnel should arrive shortly. Help! 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 It started again. If at first Lin 16 had thought someone might be trapped below, he now sensed something deeply suspicious. Every syllable and inflection of those cries for help was identical. The more he listened, the more unsettling it became. Lin 16 activated his optical brain and reported the situation to the security officers, determined not to endanger anyone who came to rescue. The security officer assured Lin 16 not to worry, claiming they knew Starlight Forest far better than a little girl ever could. Lin 16 powered down his optical brain and stepped back another 10 meters. After a moment's thought, he produced a vial of potion and drank it. Only then did he feel at ease. He feared some monstrous beast might come barreling through and knock him into the abyss. That would be nothing short of a disaster. Help! Even from over 10 meters away, that eerie voice still reached his ears. Fortunately, rescue personnel had arrived. A dozen burly men came sprinting eagerly from the distance. Spotting Lin 16, they approached with beaming smiles and asked, "Where is it? Where's that hole?" A large question mark slowly appeared on Lin 16's gleaming forehead. Were they really this excited? Without waiting for Lin 16's response, the sound of help drew them onward. The dozen men abandoned Lin 16 and sprinted toward the noise, leaving behind a more refined-looking man to speak with him instead. Noticing Lin 16's puzzled expression, the man offered a brief explanation. "It's highly likely that whatever is down there is not human." That was all he said. Understanding, Lin 16 did not press further. He knew none of this concerned him anymore. He retrieved his hovering board and prepared to leave Starlight Forest. "Help! We're coming." "Hold on." Lin 16's lip twitched. Clearly there was something valuable down there, otherwise those rescuers would not have been so thrilled. He had already gathered more than enough today. Staying behind would likely net him nothing of value. "Help! On our way." It was evident they were utterly excited. With every cry of help from below, someone above roared back loudly, as though afraid whatever lay there might escape. Thump! 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 What was that sound? Lin 16 piloted his hovering board higher, gaining elevation and a broader view. Through the canopy, he spotted a group of rabbits hopping toward them. That pounding sound was the noise of their powerful leaps. They were bounding so ferociously. Rustle, rustle, rush. As expected, another massive section of the ground collapsed. Fortunately, Lin 16 was seated on his hovering board and unaffected. Carefully, he guided the hovering board toward a spot sheltered by tree leaves and summoned Bailuo. "Bailuo, wow, this is getting lively." "Lin 16, what's down there?" "Bailuo. A plant known as the cursed hibiscus. It has no growth limit and typically thrives beneath damp caverns. It actively lures humans or animals closer to consume them as nutrients. If humans are nearby, it mimics human voices. If animals are nearby, it imitates animal calls, drawing its prey in. Once lured close enough, it releases a fragrant perfume that induces hallucinations, causing victims to drift into sleep and perish, providing nourishment for the plant. The flower sap can be used for curses. Write the target's name with it, and the curse takes effect immediately, requiring no price. The curse's potency scales with the plant's age. The older, the more devastating. Its leaves possess hallucinogenic properties. Dried and brewed into wine, they induce vivid daydreams. The root aids digestion and relieves constipation. Every part of the plant serves as alchemical material. The underground environment of Starlight Forest is ideally suited for the cursed hibiscus to flourish. Bailuo ad. Bailuo, for someone as broke as you, this thing is pure treasure from head to tail. Lin 16, so many long-legged rabbits tunneling below. Of course the cursed hibiscus would thrive here. Judging by the scene, the cursed hibiscus must have appeared several times already, otherwise those men would not have been so ecstatic. Lin 16 retracted Bailuo. He was still within his window of luck and needed to depart quickly. Although Bailuo's explanation was thorough, the phrase that caught his eye first was "no growth limit." A dark premonition stirred within him. Lin 16 maneuvered his hovering board to flee Starlight Forest at speed, simultaneously contacting the security station via optical brain to report that all rescue personnel had fallen and a vast section of ground had collapsed, likely placing them in mortal danger. A faint floral fragrance drifted to his nostrils. Lin 16 grew alert, closed his eyes, and immediately ordered the hovering board to ascend further. It was only when he had completely emerged from Starlight Forest that his mind cleared. He activated his optical brain to sync the situation with the security officers. Still seated on the hovering board, fear gripped him. He dreaded the possibility of losing his balance and plummeting to his death. Even a gentle breeze made him feel as though he were swaying dangerously. He steered the hovering board slowly towards Starlight Town. A security patrol vehicle pulled up beside him, and an officer wearing a gas mask stepped forward to question him. Lin 16 sat on his hovering board and pointed downward, describing the scene. The officer showed no intention of asking him to climb aboard. After gathering the details, the officer piloted the patrol vehicle downward at a measured pace, clearly intending to investigate personally. Lin 16 continued flying slowly outward on his hovering board, occasionally glancing at his optical brain and timing himself to consume his third vial of potion. He refused to feel secure without it, fearing a sudden gust of wind might blow him into the abyss. Hardly had he swallowed the potion when the hovering board beneath him began draining its energy, starting a slow descent. Wasn't he supposed to be in his lucky time frame? The backpack strapped to his rear seemed to be loosening. Lin 16 braced himself against the hovering board with one hand while reaching back with the other to steady his pack, determined not to lose anything. Even if he were to die today, he would do so as a wealthy corpse. His backpack bulged with the items he had gathered, predominantly mushrooms. Suddenly remembering something, Lin 16 pulled out the 3 glowing mushrooms he had placed on top. Instantly, a profound sense of calm settled over him. With those 3 mushrooms in hand, he would have no fear of being entranced by the cursed hibiscus's fragrance. Lin Shirlu sat on the hoverboard, carefully peeling open the sandwich wrapper to reveal the moss and rotten wood inside, with mushrooms hidden in the decaying timber, imperceptible unless you leaned in close. She had once again entered the Starlight Forest, yet the floral fragrance she had smelled before was no longer present. After securing her backpack and stowing the hoverboard in her satchel, she held the decayed wood, carrying the glowing mushroom delicately in both hands, and hurried outward. Around her, long-legged rabbits, jumping frogs, white cocoons, and clucking chickens passed by Lin Shirliu, all with vacant eyes, walking toward the collapsed pit ahead. Lin Shirliu took a few steps outward, then turned back to take a look, just a peek. If there was no opportunity, she would leave. She still had 3 bottles of potion, which should be enough. 3 minutes had passed since she drank the 3rd potion. Lin Shirliu shielded the rotting wood and broke into a jog, soon reaching the collapsed pit. Not far away, someone lay on the ground. Lin Shirliu approached slowly, confirming they were merely unconscious. She ignored the beasts continuously leaping downward, but felt troubled. Her hoverboard had only recharged for such a short time, it might not be able to carry her down and back up. For minutes into the potion's effect. Stop hesitating, damn it. Lin Shirliu dashed to the nearby security officer, fished out a flashlight from his pocket, then immediately turned around, sat on the hoverboard, and jumped down. During the wobbling descent, Lin Shirliu summoned Biluo. Biluo can't do it. Lin Shirliu, I haven't even said anything yet. Biluo, I fly around you, I can't carry you. Lin Shirliu, shut up. She had indeed wanted Biluo to carry her like a hoverboard. What a pity. Biluo humphed. That being the case, Lin Shirliu spread out Biluo, placed the rotten wood on its pages, and instructed Biluo to be careful. Biluo, take it away, take it away. It's filthy. It was so angry it sputtered into gibberish. Lin Shirliu freed her hands and cheerfully consoled Biluo. Special circumstances call for special measures. You don't want me to be bewitched by the cursed hibiscus, do you? Biluo, I can think otherwise. Lin Shirliu, don't talk nonsense, be good. Biluo was furious, but the page carrying the rotting wood remained steady. The hoverboard descended continuously. From time to time, the sound of animals jumping from above echoed. The light grew dimmer, and eventually Lin Shirliu had to turn on the flashlight to see the surroundings. Beside her, Biluo glowed with a soft green light. Lin Shirliu even had the leisure to compliment Biluo. No matter how many times I see it, I still think you're beautiful. Biluo edged a little closer to Lin Shirliu. She aimed the flashlight around, then froze. She immediately controlled the swaying hoverboard to move over. Lin Shirliu, is this? Biluo, yes. Biting the flashlight, Lin Shirliu sat on the wobbling hoverboard and dug up the wilted starlight grass growing in the pit, roots and all. 8 minutes in. Lin Shirliu finally touched the bottom. She immediately shone the flashlight directly on the hoverboard and looked around in the dim light. Biluo carried the rotting wood, staying close to Lin Shirliu. She didn't notice, but the air was thick with the scent of hibiscus flowers, so concentrated it was rancid. Perhaps because the automatic delivery of nutrients was sufficient, the cursed hibiscus made no more sounds. After a few steps, Lin Shirlu saw the dozen or so rescue personnel, probably relic hunters, all wearing gas masks. Lin Shirlu didn't approach. If she did, they might wake up, and then how could she get the cursed hibiscus? Anyway, they were still alive. She continued forward, passing a pile of animal carcasses. She carefully detoured. It should be just ahead. So small. 60 centimeters. She had thought that with the fragrance spreading so far it would be at least 3 meters. Bilio concentration is the essence. The older the cursed hibiscus, the smaller it becomes. This one is at least 300 years old. 10 minutes. Lin Shirlu immediately drank another bottle of potion. Without delay, she pulled out a dagger and began digging. This thing had zero compatibility. All its points were an illusion. Help! Oh my god. The sudden shout nearly made Lin Shirlu jump. After recovering, she hurried forward to check if the cursed hibiscus had a mouth. Help! Another cry. Had it sensed danger? No mouth, but the sound came from the hibiscus flower itself, like a hibiscus-shaped speaker repeatedly crying, help. Thinking that way, Lin Shirlu lost her fear. She gave the cursed hibiscus a hard slap and continued digging. The main root of the cursed hibiscus was thick. Lin Shirlu only dug up the main root and pulled out the entire plant, ignoring the smaller roots. They branched too much, and there was no time. Having pulled out the whole cursed hibiscus, Lin Shirlu didn't rush to handle the flower. Getting up was the priority. With 5 minutes left on the potion, she sat on the hoverboard and flew upward, but the board moved very slowly. Holding the cursed hibiscus in one hand and the flashlight in the other, Lin Shirlu shone the light at the hoverboard beneath her. From time to time, she used the cursed hibiscus to scrape against the pit wall, trying to lighten the weight pressing on the board. 12 minutes. It took Lin Shirlu 12 minutes to ascend from the bottom. She drank another bottle of potion midway. 3 minutes of potion effect remained. Once up, she grabbed the rotting wood from Biluo with one hand, kicked the flashlight on the ground with her foot to roll it a couple of times, then Biluo slowly disappeared. Lin Shirlu sprinted off, but couldn't go too far. 1 minute left on the potion. Lin Shirlu crouched down, muttering to herself, 10 minutes is still too short. Last chance. She had already drunk so many bottles, there was no need to save the potion. She downed the 6th bottle and took out the last empty vial. The method for handling the cursed hibiscus was clearly written in Biluo. Lin Shirlu happened to notice the part about processing the flower. She deftly twisted off the hibiscus bloom, aligned the stem with the bottle mouth, then gave the flower 3 hard thumping strikes. The cursed hibiscus withered rapidly. The sap flowed down the stem into the bottle. The flower was red, but the sap was black. When the sap was completely drained, Lin Shirlu tossed the flower away. It shattered on the ground and crumbled to nothing with a gust of wind. The thing was still useful, but too fragile to store without a container, so she simply discarded it. She cupped the bottle. The rotting wood was still in her hand. She could no longer smell the intoxicating floral scent, but it would likely dissipate gradually. After packing up, she needed to leave quickly. Cough. A cough came from behind. Lin Shirlu spun around. Damn me. Behind her stood a group in military uniforms, all wearing gas masks, sending a chill down her spine. Little girl, this thing is dangerous. You can't take it. Dangerous. As if I don't know that. It terrified her. How long had they been watching? What did they intend to do? Lin Shirlu clutched a vial of cursed hibiscus nectar in one hand, dragged a piece of decayed wood with the other, and carried a bulging backpack on her back. On the ground lay the lower half of the cursed hibiscus. Regardless of how others perceived her, she felt she was well off. Lin Shirlu was alone while the opposing force numbered at least 100, all wearing gas masks. If they truly intended to rob her, she wouldn't even know whom to retaliate against. Lin Shirlu tightened her grip on the hibiscus nectar. The one in the middle, also masked, was clearly the leader. It was he who had spoken to her, but she wasn't buying it. Why can't I take what's mine? Wasn't she supposed to be in her lucky hour? What was happening? She tucked the nectar into her pocket, bent down, picked up the lower half of the cursed hibiscus, and with lightning speed turned and fled with all her gear, utterly ignoring the group's nonsense. Deaf ears, nonsense like a turtle chanting scriptures. What fell into her hands was hers. They wanted to snatch her belongings. Dream on. They'd have to beat her half to death before they could take anything. Little girl, wait. Quick, stop her. Don't hurt her. Yes, sir. A swarm of masked figures charged after Lin Shirlu. When the Orpheus Star government learned that the team sent to harvest the cursed hibiscus had been utterly annihilated, they immediately realized the plant must be of considerable age. They promptly dispatched a nearby major with his men to retrieve it. If such a thing fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. When Yudongchen arrived, he saw a bald little girl crawling out of a cave. She placed the standard-issue flashlight from the Public Security Bureau on the ground, stepped on it, and rolled it twice. Something vaguely lay beside her. Then clutching a piece of decayed wood in one hand and the cursed hibiscus in the other, she bolted away at an astonishing speed. It seemed the wood in her hand was the reason she remained unaffected by the flower's fragrance. A dozen seasoned soldiers and security officers couldn't match the little girl's prowess. Beside Yu Dongchen, a psychic had concealed their presence, so Lin Shirlu remained utterly oblivious. Yu Dongchen initially assumed the girl merely thought the plant was valuable and had no idea what it truly was. But then he watched her run a short distance, drink a vial of potion, produce an empty bottle, and process the cursed hibiscus with a deftness he had never seen before, clean and efficient. The crowd was stunned. So this was how one could handle the cursed hibiscus. Her technique seemed to drain every last drop from the flower, wasting nothing. Clearly the girl knew exactly what she had. That made it even more imperative to prevent her from taking it. Some things were far more dangerous in the hands of a child. The destructive potential would multiply exponentially. Yet no sooner had Yu Dongchen spoken a single sentence than the girl retorted and attempted to flee. Yu Dongchen quickly ordered his men to intercept her. They could talk things over amicably. It wasn't as if they expected her to give it away for free. Star coins. Materials. Anything was negotiable. But to Yu Dongchen's astonishment, his soldiers either tripped over their own comrades, lost the soles of their boots, or had their gas masks fall off. Even when they used psychic abilities, they ended up hitting their own men. A cascade of mishaps. Yu Dongchen even saw one man slip on a pebble. Despite being so close to grabbing her, they simply could not catch the bald little girl. As far back as he could remember, Yu Dongchen had never encountered such an absurd situation. Lin Shirlu dodged and weaved, mentally counting down the time. The potion's effect had only 7 minutes left. She sensed she wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. The decayed wood in her hand had been crushed out of shape. She couldn't afford to delay any longer. Lin Shirlu pulled out the sandwich wrapper, snapped a small twig, and pressed it against the tree trunk with her elbow, the decayed wood still in hand. With her other hand she pretended to dip into the bottle to write something. But it was difficult to both open the cap and dip the liquid with one hand. Nevertheless, Lin Shirlu put on a fierce front. "Don't move, or I'll make you all drop dead." Feeling the threat wasn't enough, she shouted again, "Drop dead, I say." The crowd froze. They knew full well what she held in her hand. Stumbling and swaying, they dared not move. Yu Dongchen immediately tried to calm her down. "Little girl, don't be impulsive." Lin Shirlu didn't feel impulsive at all. Trying to freeload. Why did this girl have to speak so harshly? Yu Dongchen patiently urged her to stay calm. No, we never intended to take it for free. The Federation doesn't do such things. What do you want? Star coins. Or other medicinal herbs. Materials. Name it, we can negotiate. After all, she had earned it with her own skill. Lin Shiryu, had she overreacted? But I don't want to sell. Yu Dongchen, you know what this thing can do. It's too dangerous in your hands. If you keep it, should any curse-related incident occur, you'll be the first we suspect. You can take the roots and leaves, but not the nectar. Lin Shiryu, miscalculation. She glanced at her optical brain's time. Lin Shiryu, fine. What's your offer? Yu Dongchen previously found cursed hibiscus ranged from 1 million to 300 million star coins depending on age. We need to test the age of yours before we can set a price. That's a huge gap. Lin Shirlu certainly wouldn't reveal that she already knew the age. But she didn't want to drag things out. She wanted to complete the transaction immediately and leave. She could sense that their interest in the flower was far less intense than their fascination with the decayed wood in her hand. The gleam in their eyes was unmistakable even through the gas masks. Nearby, several soldiers had lost their masks and were covertly edging toward her, wearing expressions of sheer ecstasy. If she went with them to a government facility to test the hibiscus's age, she'd probably lose even the glowing mushroom she had. Lin Shirlu pressed herself against the tree with her elbow, but her other hand simply couldn't open the bottle of hibiscus nectar. This severely undermined her intimidation. Maintaining that awkward pose, she declared, "No, I won't go with you. If you want to trade, do it now." Yu Dongchen frowned. Trading now was possible, but they might not have what the girl wanted. He looked at the branch in her hand and made an offer. 150 million star coins. If you agree, I can transfer the funds immediately. Judging by the size, it was likely around 300 to 400 years old. Wow, that much. But Lin Shirlu still shook her head. Yu Dongchen, 200 million. Any higher and I doubt it will be approved. The one you have shouldn't exceed 400 years. This guy had a surprisingly good temper. Lin Shirlu shook her head again and spoke. "I'll only give you the nectar for curses. The rest stays with me."